Chapter 001. Enlisting tomorrow. Carl felt someone calling out to him. Carl, Carl. As if caught in a dream, Carl sensed a disconnection from reality, his body feeling weightless. In the past, during such half-awake states and dreams, Carl would often ascend to a high place and leap, relishing the sensation of soaring through the sky like a bird. Then, he would dive straight from the deck into the depths of the sea. Carl, have you lost your mind? The frigid seawater splashed chaotically against his face, and the familiar voice behind him echoed, once more awakened. Carl finally realized he had once again fallen into that state of disorientation caused by merging memories. Year 1508 of the Sea-Round calendar, West Sea, an unnamed village. Upon spotting a pirate ship adorned with the skull and wolf head flag approaching from afar, the village's old fishermen had long abandoned their fishing gear, hastening towards the village to alert the residents. Ha ha! Who would have thought, Carl, that you've become so impatient? The ship hasn't even docked, and you've already leaped off though you wish to take a bath? Young man, don't be so reckless. Look, you've turned into a drenched chicken. A burly man with a bushy beard glanced at Carl, who had just emerged from the water, laughed heartily, and then disregarded him, joining other pirates as they charged towards the village, which, by common sense, held no treasure. Carl, are you all right? A boy of similar age to Carl approached. Watching the bearded man retreat through clenched teeth, he muttered softly, "He'll get you for this one day." Covering the boy's mouth, Carl glanced back at the pirate captain, who was gesturing from the bow, shook the seawater from his steel blade, and followed the main group towards the village. The boy named Carl was not a native of this world. He was a traveler, an ordinary office worker from Earth. In his life on Earth, Carl had enjoyed a decent existence, with his parents alive and a stable job, a graduate so unremarkable that he seemed an unlikely candidate for transmigration yet. Misfortune struck when, during a colleagues' gathering, he encountered a group of drunken ruffians. After merely asking one of them blocking the way to please move aside, he was promptly dispatched to this world of pirates. Returning to his senses, Carl found it somewhat amusing, pondering whether that drunken, knife-wielding young man was now weeping and repenting in court. He wondered how the juvenile protection laws would judge the incident. Pirate plunder was devoid of reason. The indigenous people of this world had received little education in his previous life. While watching anime, Carl couldn't even recall if schools existed in this world. What truly defines human nature? Perhaps only the heavens know the answer. Yet this should be the last instance of disorientation, right? As Carl gradually regained clarity, the memories of his past life and present became increasingly vivid. Previously, when reminiscing, it felt akin to watching a film with abysmal quality, as if heavily pixelated thought. It sparked the imagination. It always felt lacking now. Looking back, the quality had transformed into a flawless 1080p VIP exclusive video. The boy closely accompanying Carl was named Chrollo. Both were orphans taken in by the same old fisherman. Originally, Carl and Chrollo, much like those three foolish boys from ASL, were unaware of what had triggered their desire to become pirates, yearning to be the freest individuals upon the vast ocean. However, after joining a passing pirate crew, they gradually realized that the reality of being a pirate was entirely different from their fantasies. Dreams, friendship, freedom, and courage, none of these existed. What the two 17-year-olds witnessed was merely desire, scheming, fleeing, and cowardice. Just a month prior, this boy named Carl had consumed a devil fruit, granting him the ability to summon a little office worker from Earth into himself. A devil fruit, you say? With clarity and thought, Carl mused aloud, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, for based on his experiences over the past month, he could still swim in the sea, yet he had not encountered any powers of the devil fruit. There must be a false devil fruit. However, like all travelers, one either possesses an extraordinary intellect, obtaining a transmigration certificate from the Time and Space Management Bureau, allowing them to begin anew with an identity, or they are forcibly dragged into an unfamiliar world, equipped with a life-saving combat ability, with survival dependent on their skills. Carl belonged to the latter category, as he did not feel that he had suddenly acquired knowledge of power, finance, or military tactics he had never studied. He completely forgot the polymer and steam engine structures he had hastily glanced at in high school textbooks. His mind remained that of an ordinary office worker, seated at a computer, cursing his boss nonetheless. He possessed sufficient strength to be arrogant, and with that power, Carl was confident he could take on anyone in this pirate crew. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this ability did not stem from the devil fruit, for that ability was derived from a character named Dante from a video game he had played before his transmigration. The names of Kazan, the Blade Soul, and Kija, the Phantom Shadow, surfaced in Carl's mind one after another, and he believed he was on solid ground. Carl, what did you just say? Are you all right? Carl had spoken in Chinese moments ago. Chrollo, who had been trailing closely behind him, could not comprehend his friend's sudden muttering and inquired with concern. Thinking Carl might still be babbling in his sleep. Nothing. Let's check out that tavern over there. This time, he spoke in the local tongue. Fully integrating the memories of his Bodis' original owner, Carl could now converse as fluently as a local. Finally, he no longer needed to feign profundity or act like a aloof idol. The tavern was a chaotic scene, with tables and chairs strewn across the floor, drinks and food spilled everywhere. There was also a poor man, stabbed in the chest, his eyes wide open, lying in a dark pool of blood. Those damn pirates! Carlos scoured the small tavern, finally resting his hand gently on the poor man's closed eyes as he sat before Carl, seething with anger. Don't forget, you're a pirate too. Carl poured himself a bowl of liquor, bringing it to his lips, only for Carlo to snatch it away. Gulping down 2 mouthfuls, Carlo smashed the bowl to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He wanted to retort, but in the end, he could only weakly say, "But how was I to know pirates were like this?" "Carl, you don't know either, do you?" Carlo grasped Carl's arm, his right hand trembling with excitement. This 17-year-old, brimming with youthful vigor, resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Carl ignored Carlo, pouring himself another bowl of liquor and taking a few sips. After more than a month of interaction and the impressions from his memories, Carl understood that this boy named Chrollo, aside from possessing a hint of juvenile delusion, was quite similar in character to a normal earthling. Crash! Suddenly slamming his fist on the table, shattering it, Carlo stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I've made my decision." "What have you decided?" "I want to join the Navy." Though his emotions were high, Carlo had not lost his sanity. His fervent declaration, intentionally lowered in volume, appeared rather comical. "You've been a pirate. The Navy won't accept you without mercy." Carl delivered a blunt retort to Carlo. "Carl, you're the smartest. Help me think a plan." Seeing Carlo lean in with a grin, a faint smile crossed Carl's lips. "Present this pirate crew to the Navy as a gift, claiming you're a bounty hunter who infiltrated the pirate ship. Plus you're not wanted by the Navy. There might still be a sliver of hope for joining." "Carl, I've long since you become quite profound. Speak up, what's your plan?" Carlo scooted his chair closer, leaning in towards Carl. "Bastard. Bastard? I initially had both stories and liquor now. After your punch, all that remains are stories." Chapter 002. Please recognize your identity. Compassion. Yet, only compassion remains. The plundering and pillaging of pirates continued unabated, while Carl and Carlo appeared to be utterly soul-deadened, oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed only in their revelry within the tavern. "Foolish lads, why sit here drowning your sorrows? Though this village is dilapidated and impoverished, lacking in riches, it does boast a few sprightly young maidens. I dare say you too are of an age ripe for some indulgence. Why not relieve yourselves a bit?" A group of pirates squeezed through the back door of the tavern, hastily grabbing 2 barrels of liquor before dashing out the front. After a while, Climon, the captain of the Walker pirate crew, arrived at the tavern with several of his underlings. Carlo, what has befallen you? Why do you not seize the spoils that are rightfully yours?" Carlo rose, gazing at Climon with a knowing smile. "Captain, Carl here seems a bit daft today, so I'm keeping him company with drink. Perhaps he's been driven mad by the Navy's pursuit. You saw it yourself. The ship hadn't even docked before he leapt into the sea." "Hum." Climon let out a cold grunt, scrutinizing Carl, who had just downed a bowl of liquor, then glanced at the shattered table beneath them, and finally at the barrel of liquor before Carl. That barrel had remained untouched since it was set on the table. The other barrels were those that patrons had yet to finish, now arrayed before Carl. Of course, Climon was unaware of this. "Carl, huh?" At the sound of his name, Carl bellowed. Dropping his bowl of liquor, he staggered towards Climon, endeavoring to blink away the haze. "Ah, Captain." With that, he diverted his gaze from Climon and, swaying unsteadily, lunged towards a nearby pirate. "Who's at the helm today? Why is the ship swaying so?" Carlo stepped in to catch Carl, who had been pushed aside, and with a broad grin, turned to Climon. "Captain, perhaps I should escort Carl back to the ship for a rest." Captain Climon maintained his perpetually stern demeanor, resembling an iron tower as he regarded Carl and Carlo for a considerable moment before uttering a single word. "Go." Once Carlo had helped the swaying Carl away, one of the pirates beside Climon leaned in. "Captain, these 2 lads are becoming a bit too audacious. You cannot indulge them like this." "Indeed, Captain, that scoundrel only assisted you in defeating the Navy once. You've continually shown him favor, and now he's getting a bit too full of himself." The Walker pirate crew consisted of dozens of pirates, some of whom formed their own little factions. Climon was well aware of this, yet he typically refrained from intervening in minor disputes among his subordinates, as long as they did not overstep their bounds. Standing at the tavern entrance, observing the laborious departure of Carl and Carlo, Climon's gaze grew contemplative. "You need not say more. I have my own plans." Climon held a deep appreciation for Carl and Carlo's capabilities. Their combat prowess was remarkable, each capable of easily dispatching 3 or 5 sailors moreover. Their courage set them apart from others while most cowered in fear during the Navy's pursuit. These two had boldly swum to the enemy's ship to sever its mast. Climon intended to nurture these two into his formidable fighters, which was why he had not been overly critical of them. Youths are prone to impetuosity, perhaps it is time to temper them a bit. Muttering this to himself, Climon turned and re-entered the tavern. What he did not realize was that the current Chrollo was no longer the hot-blooded youth of yore. "Carl, I can hardly contain myself." Chrollo gritted through clenched teeth as he assisted the drunken Carl towards the pirate ship. "Don't look back," Carl cautioned, aware that thick black smoke was already billowing from the direction of the village behind them. "Carlo, remember, since you are now a pirate, do not allow your compassion to overwhelm you." Carlo was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his childhood companion had transformed into someone who spoke such alarming words. Could it be that merely 2 months of pirate life had wrought such a profound change in his character? Seemingly oblivious to Carlo's gaze, Carl's vision blurred, and he recalled the young man who had wielded a knife to usher him into this world. "But I also hope you can uphold this. If one day you truly become a Navy officer, do not allow your sense of justice to decay." On the 6th day, in the West Sea, at Climon Island. Climon, in the local vernacular, connotes commerce and trade. True to its name, Climon Island was far more prosperous than Carl's hometown or the small island they had previously raided, and it housed a naval base. In this world, where seafaring was a common pursuit, the economic prosperity of any island inevitably attracted not only benign merchant vessels, but also the nefarious pirates of this grand age. However, given the presence of a naval base on this island, not every pirate crew was as fearless as the white-beard pirates. The majority of those seeking refuge here would lower their pirate flags and disguise their ships as merchant vessels when docking. The island's naval officers and residents had long grown accustomed to this phenomenon, as everyone adhered to a code of conduct. Pirates refrained from pillaging or causing disturbances, and the Navy, disinclined to expend limited resources, often turned a blind eye to these activities. "What a splendid day it is! We shall first procure some supplies, and then return to the sea for a grand feast." The Walker pirate crew had indeed enjoyed a stroke of luck over the past month. Amassing considerable wealth, Captain Climon was in high spirits, and his crew echoed his elation. "However, in our line of work, caution is paramount. No one is to leave the dock without my command." The captain's voice carried an air of authority, though the pirates grumbled. None dared voice dissent. Carlo, Climon called out to the duo amidst the crowd, a leisurely smile gracing his face. "You two have been with me for some time now, and have seen your fair share of the world this time. I intend to put you to the test. I am sending you to the town to purchase provisions. Remember, the Navy is present. It is time to assess your composure." "Captain," Carlo replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze, "isn't this task rather beneath us?" One Piece, the strongest Asura 1-89. The Shambody Archipelago serves as a pivotal juncture in the first half of the Grand Line, being the nearest island to the Navy headquarters. Here, numerous renowned and emerging pirates converge, and those whose bounties exceed 100 million are traditionally bestowed with the title of supernova. On this occasion, 11 supernovas have arrived at the Shambody Archipelago, their aim being to seek out a coding master and subsequently venture to Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. This route is the sole passage for pirates to enter the New World. However, the atmosphere at the Shambody Archipelago has grown tumultuous, primarily due to the actions of the supernova crew, the Straw Hats, who have violated the world's taboos by assaulting a celestial dragon, inciting the intervention of Admiral Zoro. After a grueling confrontation with the world government's humanoid weapon, the Pacifista PX-5, the Straw Hats encounter another Pacifista, PX-0, just as Admiral Zoro arrives, placing the crew in their most perilous predicament yet. Supernova Roronoa Zoro is struck by Kazari's light beam, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. As the Admiral prepares to deliver a fatal blow, the legendary figure and former Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, intervenes to save him. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events occurs when the world government collaborates with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant Bartholomew, who swiftly propels Zoro away, a fate that is said to result in him soaring through the air for 3 days and 3 nights, with no one knowing his eventual landing. Thus, Zoro becomes the first to be separated from his companions. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment of his ejection, a fragment of his consciousness is also cast into the void. The legendary adventures of the Straw Hats momentarily descend into silence, and that fragment of consciousness vanishes from this world. When Zoro next opens his eyes, he finds himself plummeting from a tree, his immediate reaction being to survey his surroundings. only to realize that he is in an unfamiliar, secluded forest. He soon senses an oddity within his body, recalling the excruciating pain inflicted by Kizaru's light beam, a torment that tore at his very being. However, upon exploration, he discovers that he bears no visible wounds and is clad in garments reminiscent of the formidable mummy samurai encountered on the terrifying three-masted ship. Though he is puzzled as to why he wears such attire, to add to his bewilderment, he notices that the 3 swords he usually carries at his waist are completely absent, a most perplexing realization. Where are my swords? What has happened? He exclaims, for a sword is a swordsman's companion and right hand. The absence of all 3 blades is indeed alarming, especially since one of them was a treasured sword promised to him by a childhood friend. This cannot be. He hastily examines his body and confirms that this physique is not his own. There are no discernible scars or muscles, only a gaunt appearance. This is not my body. What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to be at the Shambody Archipelago? How did I end up like this? Zhuo was utterly astonished. He had no inkling as to why he was experiencing such a transformation. He truly did not comprehend what was transpiring. He had been sent flying by that wretched bear. But what exactly had occurred? Could he still reunite with Luffy and the others? Were they still engaged in battle with that vile bear? He had clearly vowed never to be defeated by anyone again. So why had he succumbed? And what on earth was happening now? Zhuo struck the trunk of a grand tree several times, yet now he found himself perplexed, uncertain of his next course of action. Why had he come to this place? It was a question that demanded resolution. A multitude of whys swirled around him. He would much rather be engaged in battle than be ensnared in this bewilderment. Moreover, why had his body transformed in such a manner? This was far from what he desired. Nonetheless, where exactly was he? On which island did he find himself? Zhuo remained undeterred despite the current predicament. Although the situation was far from his desires, he realized that he must fortify himself further and seek out his companions. He still possessed the life paper. Oh, the life paper, where could it be? With the life paper in hand, he would be able to locate them. At that moment, he recalled the life paper that Rayleigh had entrusted to them. It held the promise of finding others. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered that his life paper was tucked away in his apron. Yet, what was the meaning of his current attire? It seemed as though fate conspired against his quest to reunite with them. Regardless, he resolved to make all those who stood in his path aware of his unwavering determination. Since the heavens had granted him this renewed body, it signified a rebirth. Just wait. When next we meet, I shall ensure the safety of all of you. Although Zhuo felt a sense of reluctance, he understood that these matters could only be addressed once he grew stronger. Presently, he was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. Should any unforeseen events arise, he would be at a loss as to how to resolve them. He resolved to seek out another individual. He was still unaware of the exact nature of his surroundings or where he stood within the Grand Line. His personal dilemma had found a temporary resolution, but now he faced new challenges. The first and foremost of these was to ascertain his location. He no longer possessed any life paper and was uncertain of his whereabouts. Thus, he deemed it prudent to inquire of someone else. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place resonated with him, as though some unseen force was beckoning him. As he wandered, he eventually arrived at the edge of a serene pool, where he caught a glimpse of his own reflection. The visage that stared back was delicate and not particularly resolute. It bore a striking resemblance to that of the curly-haired chef. Could this be considered a rebirth? That scoundrel bear, the next time I encounter him, I shall certainly take my revenge. Gazing at his own face, he remained perplexed by the situation. Currently, the only individual known to possess the ability to alter appearances was Foam Keelii, while the capabilities of Bear remained an enigma. He could only surmise that he had fallen victim to Bear's powers, thereby experiencing a form of rebirth. Have you heard? The Zhuo family has begun to undergo a transformation. They have ceased their practice of the blade path and have instead embraced the sword path. Is it not true? Ever since a powerful figure from another continent defeated our champions, they have asserted their dominance over our land, naturally promoting their own culture. It is said that a young man from the Zhuo family has been identified as possessing a sword soul, leaving them with no choice but to adapt. Those who persist in practicing the blade path are either deranged or immensely powerful. And even the strongest among the Zhuo family barely reach the 4th tier of strength and insubstantial power in the grand scheme of things. I sincerely hope that someone will champion our blade path, for it is a cherished tradition of our continent. Are you all willing to forsake your lives? Our land is currently under the rule of foreign tribes. If they were to overhear us, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This is their affair, separate from our own. On the streets, people murmured amongst themselves. yet their demeanor was tinged with fear, as if some taboo loomed over them. This trepidation stemmed from a war fought a year prior, a conflict between blades and swords. As representatives of the blade path, they suffered defeat at the hands of the encroaching sword path. Consequently, they found themselves subjugated, and their beloved blades became a symbol of taboo. Once, many wielded blades. Those swords were not uncommon. However, blades were predominant, and those who practiced the blade path were formidable warriors. Now, to wield a blade is to be branded a rebel, facing execution. Thus, many have begun to practice the sword path, albeit with great discomfort. The Zhuo family is merely a prominent clan situated in a city in the southern mainland, yet this locale is exceedingly underdeveloped, essentially a remote region devoid of notable attributes. Nevertheless, the Jianfeng faction has infiltrated this area, establishing a stronghold with the intent of exercising dominion over it. Guarding this territory is a formidable 10th-level swordsman, who faces virtually no opposition. His prowess is extraordinary. It is said that his swordsmanship can cleave mountains asunder, a feat that transcends the capabilities of ordinary mortals. The region he governs is merely a desolate expanse, lacking any formidable adversaries. Recently, however, a child possessing a sword soul has been discovered. Despite his youth, he has already attained a 10th-level prowess. With proper cultivation, he could harness that latent power, and he hails from the Zhuo family. Upon his emergence, the 10th-level swordsman swiftly apprehended him, for such an individual cannot be allowed to ally with the Jianfeng. He must inevitably become one of their own. The last hope of the Zhuo family has vanished, leaving only the path of swordsmanship to pursue. This is a lamentable truth, an unavoidable reality. Zhuo emerged from the depths of the forest, and this time, he was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He wandered aimlessly, yet somehow found himself in a place teeming with life. Perhaps the population here was inherently abundant, or perhaps he had simply not lost his way. As he walked along the path, he noticed numerous curious gazes directed towards him, as if he were an anomaly. However, he paid them little mind. His sole desire was to inquire about his surroundings. Yet, the words spoken by the locals seemed to elude his comprehension. What language are they speaking? Why can't I grasp their words? Additionally, there seemed to be several formidable individuals nearby, and he felt it prudent to refrain from acting hastily until he understood the situation better. He sensed something peculiar, though he could not quite discern its nature. Nevertheless, being accustomed to independence, he brushed off any apprehensions. Eventually, his curiosity overcame him, and he approached a passerby to seek information. However, as soon as he uttered his question, he was met with bewilderment from the other. This left him feeling quite perplexed. "Excuse me, may I ask where I am? Also, do you know the location of the Shambody Islands? I have become separated from my companions. Could you assist me?" Zhuo inquired, uncertain of what to say, merely seeking to ascertain the nature of this place. Once he understood, matters would become manageable. However, the response from the passerby left him somewhat astonished, for he recognized the individual's true identity. Was he not a member of the Zhuo family? Yet, why did his words seem incomprehensible to everyone? This was indeed peculiar. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. Perhaps you should ask someone else," the individual remarked before departing. Zhuo found himself perplexed. Why could he not grasp the other's words, prompting such an abrupt exit? How strange. What did it mean? Were the inhabitants of this place so bizarre? Uncertain of the circumstances, he realized he must persist in his inquiries. Otherwise, he would arrive at no conclusion. He still needed to venture into the great maritime route to locate his companions. What was truly going on with the people here? He questioned several individuals in succession, yet none understood his utterances. It dawned on him that there existed an insurmountable barrier in communication, leading him to ponder the nature of this place. If even language failed to bridge the gap, how could he ever hope to leave? Was that not the young master of the Zhuo family who had vanished for a month? How had he suddenly materialized here? It seemed indeed plausible. They should promptly notify the Zhuo family, for there might be rewards to be had. Yes, let us hasten to convey the news. This is a rare opportunity. Some individuals recognized Zhuo as a scion of the prominent family, long missing, and now at last there was a lead. Surely, some reward awaited them. After all, their family was renowned for its wealth and influence. What on earth was transpiring? Why could they not understand his words? Yet he felt a vague familiarity with some of their expressions. This was exceedingly strange, indeed. Zhuo was perplexed, unsure of the circumstances surrounding him. However, he was acutely aware that such uncertainty rendered him incapable of discerning his whereabouts. He could not afford to linger here indefinitely, for his companions awaited him. No one had offered him any guidance, leaving him in a state of confusion regarding his next steps. It was merely a nuisance. Devoid of any grave implications in his eyes, these matters seemed inconsequential. He was convinced that if he persisted in his inquiries, he would eventually uncover the truth. It was inconceivable that he would be unable to comprehend the conversation in this place. Given that such a scenario was implausible, he felt no need to overly concern himself. He held a steadfast belief that the world would present him with opportunities. Thus, he continued to ask questions until he encountered a swordsman. He surmised that the inhabitants of this place must have never ventured beyond, and thus, they might possess some knowledge of the situation. Engaging with such an individual might yield fruitful results. Do you know where this place is? Can you tell me the location of the Shambody Archipelago in the Grand Line? I have become separated from my companions. Zoro approached to inquire about the situation, as this opponent's strength seemed rather mediocre in his eyes. He harbored no fear whatsoever toward this individual, firmly believing he could swiftly subdue him. Hey, what are you saying? I can't understand you. Don't bother me. Yet, the swordsman showed no intention of engaging in conversation. And truth be told, speaking with someone whose words were incomprehensible did impose considerable pressure. Such strain was hardly favorable. I merely asked for directions. Is this how you respond? Looking for a fight, are you? Zhuo's countenance was far from pleasant, for he discerned impatience in the gaze of the individual before him. He was merely inquiring for directions, utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances, even in ignorance. Such behavior is unwarranted. I stated my lack of knowledge, and yet, what is with that look in your eyes? Do you wish to test my swordsmanship? The other man, equally irritable, was quick to anger, and Zhuo felt a surge of annoyance. Was this individual attempting to engage him in a quarrel? That gaze was indicative of impending conflict. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes transformed into something terrifying, reminiscent of a wild beast, exuding a chilling aura. The swordsman, taken aback by this abrupt change, felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from what appeared to be a frail individual. Zhuo's gaze fell upon an axe lying nearby. It became evident that engaging in combat was imperative. Although he was uncertain of the capabilities his current body possessed, he was not one to be underestimated. If this individual sought a confrontation, then let it be so. Yet, an unsettling aura emanated from the youth before him. Nevertheless, having recently learned that this person might belong to the Zhuo family, he pondered the consequences of mistakenly taking the life of an innocent, which could very well lead to his own demise. After weighing his options, the swordsman refrained from attacking. Meanwhile, Zhuo had already grasped the axe in his hand, feeling its weight. However, it was not that the axe was particularly heavy, but rather that his body was exceedingly frail. What do you intend to do? Ultimately, the swordsman unsheathed his sword, sensing that this individual was indeed eager for a battle. This intuition led him to believe that Zhuo was far from ordinary. You wish to fight? It seems I am destined to remain restless. Zhuo surveyed the situation and realized that the physical stamina of this body could only allow him to execute a single move. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution. You are quite the bold one. I sense no energy emanating from you. Yet, you desire to engage in battle with me. Although I possess greater prowess, I shall still eliminate you. What nonsense are you babbling in that incomprehensible tongue? If you wish to fight, then come forth. Zhuo made the first move, eager to test the capabilities of his opponent while preserving his own strength for the final blow. When the axe struck against the opponent's sword, the adversary did not yield an inch. Instead, Zhuo felt the formidable force emanating from him. Is this all the strength you possess? It appears you are indeed an ordinary individual, yet you shall still meet your demise. In the realm of swordsmen, only one could survive the clash. The opponent's strength surpassed his own, launching him backward until he finally came to a halt after retreating several steps, his hands now tingling with numbness. This fellow's power is astonishing, he thought, frustration building within him. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my soaring strike. I refuse to believe you can withstand it. This strike would be his final attempt. If it connected, his foe would be rendered incapable of further combat. He assumed a stable stance, one hand gripping the axe at a precise 45-degree angle, his focus sharpening to an extraordinary degree. At that moment, an eerie aura began to emanate from him, instilling a sense of dread in his opponent. What is this? How can he exude such a terrifying presence? The adversary realized that this man was unlike any other. His strength might surpass that of even the most formidable practitioners of energy manipulation. A chilling certainty washed over him. This individual was indeed fearsome. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of sword energy erupted forth, a phenomenon seemingly impossible for one devoid of energy. What? Such potent sword energy. Can it truly be wielded by someone without energy? The opponent was clearly taken aback, unable to fathom that an ordinary person could unleash such formidable sword energy. Pathetic, so diminutive, and yet the axe has shattered. It seems this body truly requires rigorous training. This struggle is proving to be quite arduous. Zhuo felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. This body was truly ill-suited for him. If he wished to survive, he must cultivate this physique. For what face would he have to meet his companions otherwise? The adversary showed no hesitation, wielding his sword with precision, unleashing a wave of sword energy that, unlike Zhuo's, seemed infused with an enigmatic power. Bang! The two forces clashed and promptly neutralized each other. Yet, Zhuo sensed an encroaching fatigue. Indeed, he had exhausted his fighting spirit. This frail form seemed even weaker than Usopp's. Truly terrifying. Such a being could not be allowed to persist. Since this was a duel, his survival was unnecessary. The opponent recognized Zhuo's potential. If given the chance to live, he might one day surpass him, leading to his own downfall. Thus, he could not afford to spare his life. Zhuo felt as if he were on the brink of death. This adversary, in his view, was not particularly formidable, yet he had been reduced to such a state, which clearly indicated the limitations of his own strength. It seemed that he might perish here. His body was indeed woefully inadequate. How could someone devoid of sword energy still manifest it? You are a truly fearsome individual, yet I must ensure your demise. Had you chosen a different path, perhaps you might have had a chance to survive. The swordsman, too, appeared to feel a tinge of regret, for this individual was capable of wielding sword energy, a true talent. However, he had committed a gravely fatal error, one that warranted his demise. If it were not for the ineptitude of this body, how could you possibly triumph over me? Zhuo gasped for breath, feeling utterly weakened, to the point where he doubted he possessed the strength to rise. He sensed that his hand might even be dislocated. This body had deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. Moreover, what language are you speaking? Why can I not comprehend it? The inability to understand is indeed the most troublesome aspect. I perceive your words as an insult, compelling me to consider ending your life. Confronted with a man driven to madness, it is only natural to take lethal action. Failing to do so would indeed present a greater issue. He would grant no opportunity for mercy. Thus, he resolved to strike. Tch. Zhuo felt no fear. On the contrary, he remained remarkably composed, as if all of this were merely an act. Yet, the intensity of his gaze was truly terrifying, appearing to possess an otherworldly quality, reminiscent of a beast. This was the second time he had encountered such a penetrating stare. Instantly, a sense of dread engulfed him, compelling him to eliminate this adversary. It was an instinctual urge. He sensed that if he did not vanquish this foe, his own life would be in peril. This overwhelming feeling left him with no choice but to take action, for inaction would undoubtedly jeopardize his existence. Zhuo closed his eyes, having long since cast aside the notions of life and death. However, there were still matters he had yet to comprehend. In this moment, as he could not fight like a true swordsman, he resolved to die with dignity. Although such a decision weighed heavily upon his conscience, he had already made up his mind. If he were to assign blame, it would be directed solely at his own inadequacies. What use was insufficient strength for a swordsman? Dignity is of utmost importance. If living was no longer an option, then a swift death would surely be the most honorable choice. Yet at the moment when the opponent was about to strike, a gust of wind surged forth, forcing that individual to retreat. Zhuo opened his eyes to behold a figure of considerable power, though he appeared somewhat unremarkable. Despite having been saved, Zhuo sensed that this individual was far beneath his former self, yet he possessed the capacity to dispatch him with ease. "Are you all right, young master?" The newcomer turned to reveal a middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth, his long hair untamed and facial hair disheveled. He had wielded his sword to repel the assailant, clearly indicating that he too practiced the art of swordsmanship. "You fool! Do you have any idea what you are doing? He is a member of the Zhuo family. Do you not know this? Leave at once, or I shall end your life." How dare a mere first-tier swordsman act so arrogantly? The arriving man displayed a certain prowess, exuding a domineering presence. Yet this arrogance stemmed from sheer brutishness rather than genuine strength. It was merely a product of his habitual demeanor. "Curse you! Consider yourself fortunate today. Otherwise, I would have surely killed him. To attack me so brazenly, this lad must be mad. The Zhuo family only bullies the weak." The man was evidently indignant, entirely unaware of the circumstances, yet he could not overlook the threat against his life. How could he possibly allow someone who sought to kill him to escape? Surely, Any rational person would act similarly. But what could he do? The opponent's strength was evidently superior. He was powerless to change the outcome. If you do not leave now, you shall pay with your life. The middle-aged man expressed his discontent, finding the situation intolerable. Yet, it was not the right time for violence. Had it been, he would have already acted. In this world, one must be discerning when it comes to taking lives. It is not a matter to be treated lightly, especially in these tumultuous times. Resorting to violence could potentially bring grave repercussions upon their family, so he opted for restraint, as his duty was merely to protect the young master. Are you unharmed, young master? How could you challenge a first-tier swordsman? You clearly lack the energy to confront him. The middle-aged man regained his focus, casting a worried glance at his young master. If anything were to happen, their family would be doomed. A person with a sword soul had been taken away by that group, and now this young man represented the Zhuo family's future. If he could ascend to the rank of a 10th-tier swordsman, their lineage could endure. Although this seemed somewhat far-fetched. There was no choice but to allow him to cultivate his abilities. Only he could rightfully inherit the mantle. This successor was of paramount importance, and he must not be allowed to falter. Thank you. Do you know where this place is? Are you familiar with the Shambody Archipelago in the Grand Line? Zhuo expressed his gratitude, and then he proceeded to inquire about the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Where exactly was he? He had no time to linger in this place. If possible, he wished to return immediately to discern the truth of the situation. Were his companions still engaged in battle in the Shambody Archipelago, or had the entire operation already been compromised? Naturally, he dreaded the thought of a complete defeat. Yet even in his current weakened state, he felt an urgent need to reunite with his comrades, for they were the most important individuals in his life. Young master? What are you saying? I can't comprehend you at all. Have you forgotten how to speak during this past month? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Indeed. This person was undeniably the young master. Yet, why did he find the words incomprehensible? Had he been rendered speechless by fear? Or had his lack of social interaction over the month caused his ability to communicate to deteriorate? If that were the case, it would truly be a dire situation, for he was the hope of their family. Damn it, what exactly are you trying to convey? Zhuo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the utterances of this individual. Young master, do not be foolish. The Zhuo family still requires your presence. You cannot simply vanish like this. Young master, can you not comprehend my words? The middle-aged man was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Should any real trouble arise, a multitude of issues would indeed need resolution. He could not afford to lose his wits. Release me, you scoundrel. Were it not for my frail condition, I would have long since dealt with you. Zhuo's expression transformed into one of profound anger. He was utterly bewildered. What could possibly be the meaning of a grown man wearing such a mournful countenance? Could it be that he was truly perceived as an unreliable individual? How could a man of valor allow himself to be so affected by such trivial matters? Young master, what are you truly attempting to convey? I can scarcely comprehend your words. Let us return home. The master will undoubtedly have a solution. At that moment, the middle-aged man regained his composure. His duty was to escort the young master back home. How could he have overlooked such a critical task? He promptly lifted Zhuo onto his back. However, as he stood, a sense of unease washed over him. It was then that he noticed the axe's severed edge. It was not merely chopped off, but rather shattered by an immense internal force. A distinctive scratch marked the surface. A testament to sword energy, an ability only achievable by one who has cultivated their chi. Yet, he discerned two opposing lines of sword energy, indicating that it was indeed the young master who had unleashed this power. How could this be? A person devoid of chi could produce such sword energy? This was utterly perplexing. Could it really have been the young master who executed such a feat? The middle-aged man felt a wave of doubt. Had the young master awakened some latent power? Yet, he sensed that this individual lacked any chi. How could one without chi possibly manifest sword energy techniques? Moreover, this fellow typically exhibited little ambition. How could he suddenly possess such formidable strength? It would be prudent to return and consult the master. Perhaps he would possess insights into the situation. The young master had vanished for a month. What had he learned during that time? The middle-aged man decided to cease further speculation. It was time to seek clarification. The master, being a fourth-tier swordsman, would surely be able to elucidate some of the mysteries. The young master must have merely been startled. After all, when faced with peril, living beings often unleash extraordinary strength, an ability that can indeed create miracles. Thus, he carried Zhuo back to the Zhuo residence. where they were met by a waiting figure, a middle-aged man whose appearance was unremarkable yet whose aura seemed markedly more potent than that of the man bearing Zhuo. However, Zhuo paid him no heed, understanding that in his prime, this man would have been no match for him. He was merely too weakened now. Yet one thing was certain, he had survived, and now he must strengthen this frail body. He could not allow himself to remain in such a state of vulnerability. He had aspirations of traversing the Grand Line and reuniting with his companions. He could not perish here, for that was not the outcome he envisioned. His ambitions were indeed vast. Zhuo, did you encounter any difficulties along the way? The leading middle-aged man approached, and at that moment, Zhuo discerned his features. Indeed, he appeared quite ordinary. Yet there was something subtly distinct about him. Zhuo noticed the sword strapped to the man's waist, which seemed to be of commendable quality. Although he was not well versed in such weapons, as he wielded a blade rather than a double-edged sword. No, but I must say it is rather peculiar. I feel compelled to report this matter. It is undeniably strange, Zhuo remarked, genuinely perplexed by the unusual circumstances they had encountered. Yet, he understood that it was not prudent to share this information with others. After all, walls have ears. And he feared that his discoveries were monumental enough to challenge many preconceived notions. This young master, he believed, possessed immense potential. Such a formidable individual deserved to be nurtured. Is Zhuo unharmed? The middle-aged man sensed that something was amiss. This relatively obscure Zhuo might indeed possess extraordinary qualities. It seemed almost inconceivable. Yet, his guard would not deceive him. It appeared that Zhuo truly had some remarkable attributes. There was no way to verify this just yet. But if it were the case, then there was little to be done for now except wait. It is merely a dislocated arm. He should be fine. However, the pressing issue is not this. Let us enter. This place is not suitable for discussion. Zhuo felt that the mainland was far from peaceful. Conflicts still erupted with alarming frequency. Thus, they could not afford to act recklessly. If any whisper of their actions reached others, it would surely invite calamity. Moreover, he had to locate a certain individual and eliminate a swordsman, for the risk of him divulging sensitive matters was too great. This was the crux of the issue. Confidentiality was paramount. After dispatching Zhuo to the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo set out on his deadly mission. Recently, an outsider had captured an individual possessing a sword spirit. Should another be taken now, it would deal a devastating blow to their family. Many clans were already teetering on the brink of extinction, and he had no desire to witness the downfall of his own Zhuo family. Though he was an outsider by birth, they had embraced him as one of their own, and he felt compelled to repay their kindness. Be cautious and ensure it is handled decisively. Our original inhabitants are not as free as they once were. The head of the Zhuo family expressed his concerns, acknowledging the disgrace that had befallen them, yet feeling utterly powerless to rectify the situation. As Zhuo departed, the patriarch pondered the peculiarities of his child's demeanor. Yet, what could possibly compel Zhuo to utter such words? It was indeed perplexing. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The child's gaze appeared drastically transformed. Once murky, now it bore the ferocity of a wild beast, instilling a sense of dread. He could almost perceive that this individual embodied the essence of a beast. Such a primal gaze startled even the head of the Zhuo family, underscoring the formidable nature of this force that could instill fear in a fourth-level swordsman. In that instant, he felt as though this person was no longer his son. Clarity dawned upon him regarding Zhuo's earlier remarks. It seemed there were myriad secrets awaiting his discovery, including the mysteries surrounding Zhuo. God only knows what trials he had endured to acquire such a beastly gaze. There was something unsettling about it, as if it threatened to consume him whole. This individual felt like a stranger, had he not sensed even a faint resemblance to his son. He might have doubted their kinship. Nevertheless, there was an unmistakable difference that warranted thorough inquiry. What had transpired during the month of his disappearance? He instructed them to accompany the young master, to ascertain his condition and whether he had sustained any injuries. Once he had recuperated, he was to return and report back to him. After the patriarch of the Zhuo family issued his orders, he departed without delay, burdened by a multitude of pressing matters, including the formidable pressure exerted by the Jian faction. The intensity of this pressure was overwhelming, leaving them gasping for breath. Were it not for the unparalleled strength of this individual, which utterly dominated several local powers, they would have already taken action. It was inconceivable that they would allow themselves to be harmed by such adversaries. Regrettably, the most skilled swordsman among them was merely at the 4th level, rendering them incapable of contending with a 10th level opponent. Even combined, they would stand no chance against such a foe, a realization he had come to deeply understand. Otherwise, he would not have been adorned with a sword at his waist. Upon returning to his residence, Zhuo found that his dislocated hand had been treated. Yet he could not comprehend a single word spoken around him. The frailty of this body was a significant hindrance, offering him little opportunity for movement. And thus he succumbed to slumber upon the bed. In the night, Zhuo finally returned, evidently having expended considerable effort to eliminate his adversary. Zhuo's prodigious techniques remained unseen, yet he could not allow their existence to be revealed. Until the truth of this matter was ascertained, they would ensure Zhuo remained concealed. To diminish any potential for resistance, they sought to cultivate the next generation under the guise of nurturing talent. However, it was common knowledge that such intentions were merely a facade. The true aim was to stifle the continent's progress, for rulers dread the emergence of rebellion. Even if the opposition had no inclination to revolt, who could guarantee such thoughts would never arise? The world is rife with countless coincidences, each possessing a rationale that defies alteration. Thus, to secure their dominion, they must eradicate any threats to their power completely. Only in this manner could they ensure prolonged stability, even if it seemed somewhat merciless, a strategy that might ultimately prove effective. A month prior, a member of their family exhibited the potential to ascend to a 10th-level swordsman or higher, yet he was discovered and taken away, leaving them powerless to resist. This outcome was far from favorable. Zhuo, how was that individual dealt with? Returning to the master, he has perished. It is unlikely anyone will be aware of it. With his death, there will be no testimony, thus ensuring the young master's safety. Zhuo spoke with palpable excitement. It was impossible for him not to be thrilled. In his recent duel, he had gleaned some astonishing information. Zhuo had indeed unleashed a sword aura, an unprecedented endeavor. At present, no one could summon such energy without the guidance of qi. This notion defies reason. No, it defies contemporary understanding, for long ago, there existed individuals capable of such feats. And now, astonishingly, another has emerged. It is utterly unfathomable. My lord, the young master is destined to be an extraordinary talent in this world. It has been confirmed that he can indeed wield sword aura, and we are all aware that the young master possesses no qi. The fact that he has achieved such a remarkable feat without it truly leads one to conclude that Master Zhuo may indeed be a genius. Zhuo felt a surge of excitement, for in the current world, only those who had cultivated their inner energy could possibly manifest sword energy. Those devoid of such energy were utterly incapable of doing so. Yet, the fact that someone had achieved this was truly astonishing. What did you say? Zhuo actually unleashed sword energy? How could that be possible? Are you certain this is true? The head of the Zhuo family was somewhat unsettled. For this was not an accomplishment attainable by just anyone. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a phenomenon, and undoubtedly, it was an astonishing, even terrifying revelation. It could not be mistaken. When I arrived at the scene and forced that individual to retreat, I discovered that the axe wielded by the young master had been shattered by an internal force. Moreover, I observed peculiar markings on the ground, which were clearly the result of sword qi. However, these markings emanated from two opposing directions, indicating that they were produced simultaneously by two individuals. At that moment, only young Master Zhuo was present. Later, as I pursued that person, I questioned him about this matter, to which he astonishingly remarked that young Master Zhuo was the foremost among those with internal energy. This implied that the sword qi had indeed been unleashed by the young master himself. Zhuo remarked that although he appeared rather careless, he proved to be remarkably reliable at critical moments, astonishingly providing such an answer. If all this is indeed true, what on earth has transpired with Zhuo over the past month that has led to such a remarkable transformation and strength? This secret must not be disclosed to others, for doing so would undoubtedly invite mortal peril. The head of the Zhuo family was evidently taken aback, utterly astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of his son, which were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, this revelation posed a significant threat, especially in the present circumstances. His subordinates were fully aware of the imperative to keep this information confidential, yet he remained uncertain if anyone had witnessed the event. Should there be any witnesses, it would indeed lead to considerable complications. One could only hope otherwise. What experiences could this child possibly have endured? It is crucial that this matter remains concealed from any third party. It is a secret that must be kept under wraps, for it pertains to the very future of the Zhuo family's prosperity. It seems that the Zhuo family has acquired a new secret, one that will profoundly influence them. For it is a most astonishing revelation. How peculiar it is that someone who has not undergone any training can already wield sword energy. Zhuo, once an inconspicuous individual who aspired to lead a mundane life, has undergone a remarkable transformation today. He has demonstrated an extraordinary capability that defies the expectations of a person devoid of spirit, revealing his exceptional prowess. The current practitioners of cultivation have significantly diminished in comparison to those of the past, who were truly formidable. Presently, only through the cultivation of energy can one hope to achieve feats akin to those previously accomplished by Zhuo, underscoring the extent of their regression. It is evident that Zhuo is on the cusp of becoming a person of such formidable strength, a veritable nightmare for all. Should he continue to develop smoothly, he is destined to become immensely powerful, perhaps even capable of overthrowing the invaders. This embodies the determination of cultivators. None shall be able to subdue them completely. They will undoubtedly resist until these aggressors are expelled, which is the extent of their current capabilities. Nevertheless, this endeavor is far from straightforward. The invaders have already established control over them, and only those of exceptional strength might evade their grasp. However, the willingness of such individuals to assist those who have lost their homeland remains a different matter altogether. It may be said that no one possesses such selflessness, exemplifying the lament of the weak. Yet, the weak are not destined to remain so indefinitely. With the passage of time, they may naturally evolve into true powerhouses. The current state of the continent is fraught with turmoil, as the time since their defeat has scarcely exceeded a year. To thoroughly subjugate them within such a brief period is an impossibility, leaving only two potential strategies to consider, albeit requiring considerable time. These two strategies represent the most effective approaches. One is to persuade and recruit, while the other is to eradicate completely, thereby eliminating dissent. However, the latter method risks entrenching deep-seated issues that could jeopardize the governance of the continent. Consequently, the invaders have opted for a dual approach, eliminating the weak while enticing the strong to their side, which encapsulates their strategy. The previous genius of the Zhuo family was taken away for this very reason. He possessed a sword soul, which could evolve into a formidable adversary. Therefore, it was imperative to subjugate him before he truly betrayed them, transforming him into one of their own. In this manner, a fatal shift was bound to occur, one that would alter their resistance. They would grow increasingly feeble, while their opponents would become ever more powerful. Such is the inevitable trend. Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an absence of drowsiness. He moved his hands and realized he had nearly recovered. However, he was confronted with a pressing question. Where exactly was he? How had he come to be here? Had he perhaps been swept across the Grand Line by the Great Bear? Or had he truly departed from the Grand Line altogether? The people around him spoke in a manner he could not comprehend, rendering communication utterly impossible. He had never pondered this predicament before, as the languages within the Grand Line were universally understood. Yet now, he found himself bewildered, completely ignorant of this new tongue. Never mind, for the moment. He would have to focus on learning their language. Additionally, he recognized the necessity to grow stronger. He had not anticipated that an ordinary individual could possess greater strength than his sword aura. It seemed the path to his own empowerment would be a long and arduous journey. Zhuo sensed the intensity of today's battle, feeling an overwhelming pressure that was undeniably formidable. Yet, this very pressure served as the catalyst for his growth. Perhaps in this moment, he could cultivate an extraordinary strength, enabling him to return to his comrades with unwavering pride, endowed with power surpassing his former self. However, it was imperative to first focus on fortifying his physique, for his body was truly in a state of disrepair. Zhuo felt a sense of helplessness. This body was truly frail, almost beyond description. Nevertheless, he believed that a robust physique could only be attained through diligent training, and he was resolute in his conviction that he would become formidable. Thus, he embarked on a regimen of exercise, reminiscent of his former workouts aboard the ship, primarily consisting of push-ups. Currently, however, this body was exceedingly weak, hindering proper cultivation, compelling him to focus on foundational skills. In due time, he would need to request 3 swords, for the absence of a blade felt utterly peculiar. Possessing a sword was imperative for him. By the following day, the head of the Zhuo family, accompanied by Zhuo Yuan, came to assess the situation. The most pressing issue was that the other party could not articulate words, which posed a significant challenge. If this predicament remained unresolved, imparting swordsmanship would be impossible. Upon realizing Zhuo's potential, they resolved to teach him the art of the sword, ensuring that he would possess some combat prowess. This was vital, for when he ventured into the world, he would at least have the capability to defend himself. Luor, can you comprehend my words? The head of the Zhu family merely believes that he has not conversed with anyone for an extended period, perhaps compounded by the shock he has experienced, which has led to his current state. With a bit of guidance, he should come to understand. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. What language are you speaking? Could you possibly teach me? Zhuo has resolutely decided to master their language. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself unable to accomplish many things. This is not what he desires. He longs to leave this place, for it is not his true home. Do you truly not comprehend? Upon witnessing this scene, the master of the Zhuo family felt an undeniable sense of difference. It appeared as though he had genuinely lost his memory. What could be done about this? Sir, he implored, could you perhaps enlighten me? What exactly are you trying to convey? I am utterly perplexed. Do you not speak the language of the Grand Maritime route? Zhuo gestured for quite some time, genuinely perplexed by the incomprehensible words of the other party. The language barrier posed a considerable dilemma, one he could not allow himself to endure. It was evident that he was at a loss, and it was imperative that we impart knowledge to him. Otherwise, he might remain illiterate, which would be quite unfortunate. Indeed, illiteracy presents a grave challenge wherever one may go, a challenge that necessitates change. If Zhuo could not comprehend their speech, then instructing him would become exceedingly arduous. Thus, this is a problem in need of resolution. Fortunately, addressing illiteracy is relatively straightforward. It primarily involves teaching him the language. Once he masters the language, matters will become much more manageable. This is precisely what Zhuo yearns to resolve. He currently cannot fathom their words, leaving him uncertain about his next steps. He aspires to embark on great journeys and take action. For there are far more pressing matters awaiting his attention than lingering in this place. Although he feels a certain familiarity here, it stems solely from a physical resonance rather than any deeper connection. His soul remains distinctly his own, having recognized Zhuo's sudden inability to understand their words. There are currently no explanations available for any issues. However, one question remains to be elucidated. Did Zhuo truly unleash that strike? This is a thought-provoking inquiry. If he indeed managed to deliver that blow, it would indicate his aptitude for mastering the ancient sword techniques. Should he succeed in his training, he would become the cornerstone of the Zhuo family's resurgence, emerging as an exceptionally formidable individual. Thus, it is essential to ascertain whether he can genuinely produce sword energy. If he can, it would almost certainly affirm his suitability for the ancient arts, remnants of bygone eras. As time has passed, new training methodologies have gained prominence, rendering the ancient practices increasingly obsolete. Yet, it is widely understood why fewer individuals pursue these traditional methods. Their stringent demands mean that only those with innate exceptional qualities can undertake such training. The average person is unlikely to succeed, and even those who do will not possess remarkable strength. However, once mastery is achieved, they can wield immense power. This is also why their continent struggles against adversaries. Many continue to engage in the ancient practices, which has led to a decline in both the quantity and quality of their martial prowess. Over the past century, numerous individuals have concluded that the ancient methods do not yield true strength, giving rise to reformists who have established new training systems. This shift has resulted in a dramatic increase in the number of martial artists, surpassing all previous epochs of practitioners. However, prosperity was short-lived, as their continent ultimately succumbed to external training systems that triumphed over them. Presently, swordsmanship has become the prevailing method of cultivation, predominantly influenced by foreign techniques. The aim is to implement a process of assimilation. To compel an unyielding force into submission, one must approach from multiple angles to render them incapable of resistance, thereby leading them to gradually forget. In the previous battle, Zhuo distinctly exhibited an unconventional fighting style, leaving one to wonder whether he is indeed suited for the ancient practices. At this juncture, speculation is futile. One must proceed step by step, immersing oneself in the experience. Moreover, there exists another exceedingly vexing issue. The other party remains unaware of how to communicate. This presents a significant headache. If amnesia were the sole concern, it would be more manageable. However, it seems that the situation is far more complex. It is likely that even his original skills have been lost. To the observers, Zhuo appears as a blank slate, utterly devoid of knowledge. It appears that we can only resort to gesturing, employing the most rudimentary methods in hopes that he may grasp some semblance of meaning. Zhuo, upon witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that the young master seemed utterly dazed, rendered speechless, a most lamentable predicament. It could not remain thus. He refused to believe that the young master would be incapable of speech for all eternity. Let us first take him to the training ground, where he might ascertain whether he can indeed manifest the techniques he employed yesterday. Should he prove capable, We shall then devise our plans accordingly. Though reluctant to concede this reality, it is evident that cultivating a formidable individual is paramount. The current climate of dissent is palpable, with numerous aspirants resolutely opposing foreign dominion. Those who practice the arts of cultivation are perpetually inclined to resist, yearning to reclaim sovereignty over the continent. This is the outcome they desire above all else. No one wishes to submit. This has been an immutable truth since the dawn of existence. Even those who do submit do so to their own kin rather than to outsiders, a fact universally acknowledged. They were once living harmoniously, only to be thrust into turmoil. Those endowed with capability are eager to reclaim their agency. Before long, they arrived at the training grounds. Zhuo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he finally beheld the objects he had longed for, elements capable of transforming his physique. He thought to himself, splendid. If he could harness these items, once his body regained its strength, he would surely be able to wield his sword with greater efficacy. When he encountered Hawkeye at the seaside restaurant, he had bluntly remarked that brute force techniques were not aesthetically pleasing. Hawkeye had concurred, finding Zhuo's methods excessively reliant on strength, indicative of their divergent paths of cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of power, gradually evolving his swordsmanship towards a harmonious balance of strength and finesse. Yet, he still leaned heavily on brute force, and the limitations of his body rendered him incapable of unleashing his full potential. After executing the 36 troublesome phoenix technique, he had dislocated his shoulder, underscoring the inadequacy of his current form. I am uncertain whether you can comprehend our words, but you should be able to interpret my gestures. I implore you to recreate the scene of that battle. I yearn to witness your strength. Focus your gaze upon me. The head of the Zhuo family spoke, then gestured in a circle before drawing his sword. He closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, but the moment he opened them, Zhuo frowned. For he had a foreboding sense of the other's intentions. The sword of the head of the Zhuo family was unsheathed in an instant, generating a fierce gust of wind that effortlessly cleaved a distant stone in two. This was the essence of sword chi, a formidable force capable of slicing through stone with ease. While he too possessed the ability to achieve such feats, it was not within his reach at this moment. Even severing a piece of wood would prove to be a considerable challenge for him now. This exemplifies the nature of sword chi. It inherently exists. Yet its manifestation is profoundly influenced by the weapon wielded. Every individual harbors a vital energy within, the potency of which significantly affects the intensity of their attacks. However, this energy is boundless, perpetually growing stronger. Yet, mere possession of this energy is insufficient, as a complete absence of it is utterly unthinkable. The head of the Zhuo family spoke, drawing forth an ordinary sword. At that moment, he did not channel his energy. Yet he unleashed a sword aura that was nearly identical to before, cleaving through the remaining stones. However, Zhuo observed that the sword shattered. While it is indeed possible for a mundane sword to manifest formidable sword energy, such a feat demands exceptional skill. Moreover, swords are often susceptible to breakage under intense force. This explains why your weapon was shattered during your previous attempts. However, such power is not easily wielded by all. It is only upon reaching the 4th level of cultivation that I might dare to attempt such a feat. The head of the Zhu family remarked that the former represents the ancient method, which emphasizes the harmonious integration of essence, chi, and spirit. In contrast, the modern approach merely requires chi, thus simplifying the process. However, as the difficulty diminishes, so too does the strength, rendering the phenomenon comprehensible. The stringent nature of the ancient method has rendered it inaccessible to many, who consequently resort to easier alternatives. Yet, in this world, simplicity is a mirage. Although one may attain a modicum of power through these easier paths, it ultimately proves futile, as they remain susceptible to defeat, an embodiment of failure. Indeed, Zhuo was utterly oblivious to what was being said, and he was equally unaware of the identity of the other party. If the head of the Zhuo family were to learn of this, he would likely be enraged and would not hesitate to punish him severely. Not even recognizing his own father. How utterly foolish. However, Zhuo did discern one thing. The other had bestowed upon him a sword, suggesting a desire for him to demonstrate the extent of his prowess. It appeared they wished to witness his techniques, since you are eager to observe. I shall gladly showcase my skills for you. Zhuo felt a sense of being underestimated by the other party, a feeling that was indeed somewhat displeasing. After all, he wasn't weak to that extent, was he? However, since you wish to see, I shall grant you a glimpse to your heart's content. This was Zhuo's inner thought. He had always been a rebellious spirit, on the grand line. Only Luffy could truly rein him in, while others lacked that privilege. He did not wield a sword, for he was accustomed to using a knife, instinctively rejecting the sword. He searched for a suitable weapon, yet his efforts were in vain, as no other options presented themselves. It seemed he was left with no choice but to continue in this manner. It appeared that he was indeed selecting a weapon, but did he not use a sword? Zhuo Yuan observed the scene before him, pondering whether Zhuo Luo was indeed seeking a knife. They were now in a position where the use of knives was entirely out of the question, a situation that felt profoundly humiliating, as they found themselves incapable of wielding such a weapon. It was undeniably ironic. Once a practitioner of the blade, he now faced the absurdity of being unable to employ it. Judging by Zhuo Luo's demeanor, it was highly likely that he yearned to use a knife, a notion further evidenced by his handling of an axe. Despite searching high and low, Zhuo Luo could not locate the weapon he desired, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that the people here were unfamiliar with knives? Or was it possible that such a weapon simply did not exist in this realm? Ultimately, he settled on an axe, the closest resemblance to a knife, not in appearance, but in function, as it bore certain similarities in usage. The primary purpose of a knife is to cleave, and thus the resultant energy from a cleaving motion can surpass that of a sword. However, a sword possesses greater agility in various aspects and can deliver particularly cunning strikes. Each weapon has its own merits. It appeared that this young man indeed harbored a desire to wield a knife, a rather curious inclination, as one would not have anticipated his yearning for such a weapon. The head of the Zhuo family observed the unfolding scene with a sense of perplexity. Could it be that this young man truly intended to practice with a blade? However, the very place they relied upon for their livelihood had now instituted a strict prohibition against the use of knives. Furthermore, the mere possession of one could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was imperative for ordinary individuals to refrain from such reckless endeavors, as they could result in significant troubles. Yet, the act of wielding a knife now posed a considerable danger. Did the young master truly wish to employ a blade? If this were to come to light, it would undoubtedly entail grave risks. Zhuo Yuan felt a twinge of concern, for the use of knives had been prohibited, nearly all blades had been confiscated, and now it was a realm dominated by swords. However, he decided to observe the situation first. If the individual truly desired a knife, he was not without options himself. This young man seemed somewhat different. What exactly had he experienced during the month of his mysterious absence? The head of the Zhuo family observed with keen interest, for it seemed to him that this young man had finally found his enlightenment. He was particularly fond of such individuals, those who stood apart from the crowd in their youth. At that moment, he felt as though fate had bestowed upon him a child destined to elevate the Zhuo family once more. He had even ceased to ponder the existence of any other prodigy, for he believed this young man to be a genius in his own right. It appeared that he would have to start with an axe for the time being, and later seek someone capable of crafting a proper knife, as he found the absence of a knife rather disconcerting. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly time to broaden their horizons. Zhuo suddenly broke into a peculiar smile, for now was the moment to unveil his prowess to those eager to witness it. He once again summoned his initial technique, the Worrying Phoenix, a skill honed during his time on the Sky Island against the formidable Ohm, who possessed the Heart Network. Had his adversary not underestimated him, the outcome might have been different. Yet, thanks to his newly grasped technique, he emerged victorious. Behold, he proclaimed, as he assumed a stance reminiscent of a poised beast ready to pounce. At that instant, they finally sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Zhuo, a presence both formidable and awe-inspiring. In a fleeting moment, a slashing strike erupted forth, and as expected, the handle of the axe shattered under the sheer force of his attack. This was a testament to the overwhelming might he wielded. The strike took the form of a phoenix, exuding an air of ferocity. Ultimately, the strike dissipated, leaving behind only astonishment in its wake, an unprecedented spectacle. It must be noted that this singular blow left everyone in utter shock. It was a display befitting a genius adept in ancient techniques. In this contemporary world, the ability to harness such strength is exceedingly rare, suggesting a promising future for him. However, how far he could ascend remained beyond their foresight. He had truly achieved this feat. Were he to wield a suitable weapon, his strength would undoubtedly surpass anything imaginable. The fact that his seemingly fragile body could unleash such a potent attack equated to the power of a first-rate swordsman. The head of the Zhuo family quickly discerned these changes. This Zhuo Luo seemed to have transformed completely, possessing abilities that they could scarcely fathom how to deduce. He had never imparted any teachings to him, yet within the brief span of just 1 month, he had managed to unleash sword energy equivalent to that of a first-tier swordsman. Furthermore, this was achieved without the enhancement of qi, Were he to harness such energy, he would likely ascend to a level above the average first-tier swordsman. It is crucial to note that the utilization of chi is finite, however. His prowess emanates from his own inherent strength. As long as his stamina remains exceptional, his capabilities will become extraordinarily formidable. It seems the words of that individual were indeed prophetic. The young master is poised for a remarkable rise. Our Zhuo family too shall ascend, provided we can discreetly cultivate his talents in secrecy. Zhuo Yuan felt a surge of joy, for he could sense a formidable force gradually growing in strength. And this force belonged to one of his own. This was indeed a momentous revelation. Should he succeed in nurturing a genius adept in the ancient arts, the potential for boundless growth would be at his disposal. Such is the formidable nature of the ancient methods. If indeed he could master them, he would become an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Yet, a grave challenge loomed before them. Zhuo Luo was utterly incapable of communicating in their language. This perplexing situation was beyond comprehension. How could a person of sound mind suddenly lose the ability to speak? Furthermore, the aura surrounding him exuded an alarming danger, akin to a beast poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Fortunately, this time there was no dislocation. It seemed he had gained some control over his strength. The body, it appeared, was not so fragile after all, having readily embraced his power in such a short span of time. Indeed, this was a remarkably resilient vessel. Await me, Luffy, and all others. I shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. Zhuo Luo observed himself and noted that this body possessed remarkable adaptability. As it had quickly familiarized itself with his strength in such a brief span of time, a truly impressive feat, however, his control over this power was not yet formidable. At least, the strength he exhibited had already caused his weapon to falter. If, during a crucial moment in battle, his weapon were to fail him, he could easily find himself at the mercy of his adversaries. This situation bore a striking resemblance to his earlier days at sea when his own blade had shattered. It seemed that Hawkeye's words had indeed held truth. A sword is both a companion and an extension of a swordsman. If one's blade were to break, it could only signify that one's training remained insufficient. Zhuo Luo gazed at them, now utterly perplexed as to the reason behind their insistence on his compliance. Could it be merely due to his own strength? Did they seek to ally with him? Or was there some ulterior motive at play? Regrettably, he found himself unable to discern the truth, as he had no understanding of the language they spoke. You are remarkable, truly worthy of being my son. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to make you even more formidable. However, first, you must learn to articulate your thoughts, otherwise, our future communications will be exceedingly challenging. A lack of understanding would indeed be a most unfortunate predicament. The head of the Zhuo family found himself in a state of helplessness, for it was truly disheartening to witness a once normal child transform into such an aberration. What could have transpired to evoke such a drastic change? The family patriarch mused that the young master was still unaware of how to communicate with them, and thus it was imperative to appoint a tutor. Without such guidance, they would be at a loss on how to instruct him in his cultivation. The future of the Zhuo family seemed to hinge upon the young master. Perhaps one day he could reach the 10th tier, leading to even greater advancements for the family. It was essential to nurture him. Indeed, this predicament was exasperating. Only when he could articulate his thoughts might they uncover the events that had transpired during this tumultuous period. The head of the Zhuo family is primarily eager to uncover the events that have transpired over the past month, seeking to understand the source of Zhuo Luo's remarkable strength and the enigmatic beast-like aura that surrounds him. This sensation is undeniably terrifying, entirely beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. What on earth are they discussing? It appears I must implore them to instruct me in the local language. Otherwise, I shall find myself in an exceedingly troublesome predicament, where even inquiring for directions could lead to dire consequences. This place is truly chaotic. Zhuo Luo reminisced about the events of yesterday. He had merely inquired for directions, yet it nearly cost him his life, an unprecedented experience for him. He could not fathom what that individual was truly contemplating. However, he sensed that these two individuals harbored no ill intentions towards him, although their gaze felt somewhat peculiar. It was predominantly imbued with a sense of understanding and acceptance, an emotion he had not encountered in many years, leaving him uncertain of its nature. In any case, this was indeed a positive development. He resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal to warmly welcome his guest, and he would also seek out a tutor for him. Should he struggle with communication, it could lead to further complications in the future. This, too, was a means of safeguarding him. The head of the Zhuo family remarked that he has come to understand the character of his child, although he had not held high hopes for him in the past. It now seems that the child is capable of bearing significant responsibilities. It is time to cultivate him as the pillar of the Zhuo family. When mealtime arrived, Zhuo realized that he had not enjoyed a decent meal in what felt like an eternity. Faced with an array of peculiar dishes, he did not resist, after all. He had once endured hunger for 3 long days on the island of the naval commander, Monk Ka. While this experience served as a form of discipline, nothing could compare to the importance of a good meal. Consequently, he devoured the food voraciously, nearly consuming it all by himself, which left the head of the Zhuo family and others in a state of astonishment. Just how ravenous was the returning heir of the Zhuo family? His hunger seemed indiscriminate. In the following month, Zhuo finally grasped the local language, driven by concern for his companion's safety. His first inquiry upon mastering the language was about their whereabouts and the location of the Shambody Islands. Yet, to his dismay, no one could provide answers to his questions. "Teacher, do you know where we are? Where exactly are the Shambody Islands in the Grand Line?" What Zhuo yearns to uncover above all else is this singular question. Once he attains this knowledge, he will be able to formulate his plans accordingly. He is resolute in his determination to arrive at the earliest opportunity, for they are bound by an agreed-upon time, and it is only through unity that they may take action. This moment presents a chance, as he has finally grasped the language of this place. The Great Waterway? What manner of place is that? I have never heard of it. Perhaps those who dwell by the sea might possess such knowledge? The pedagogue also wore a perplexed expression, pondering the peculiar name. The Great Waterway? The Shambody Archipelago? What strange appellations these are. In any case, he had never encountered them before. But do you know of the world government? And the navy? Zhuo felt a twinge of reluctance. After painstakingly mastering the language of this land, it was imperative for him to inquire about the precise circumstances at hand. What exactly was transpiring? Yet, the response he received was dishearteningly vague, leaving him with a sense of unease. The term world government was utterly foreign to him. Was it akin to a national alliance? Presently, only the people of the Sword faction had established a nation, albeit not one referred to as a world government. And what of the navy? Was it indeed a maritime military? Given that this continent had few who ventured to the sea, he remained perplexed. Perhaps he should await further clarification. Perhaps the patriarch of the Zhuo family would possess the knowledge he sought. The teacher was taken aback by Zhuo's inquiries, for he too was unfamiliar with such matters. Having spent his life in seclusion, he had little understanding of the world beyond these borders. Though he harbored a desire to explore, the endeavor was fraught with challenges, which deterred him from venturing forth. How could this be? It appears I must consult my father, although I am uncertain if he possesses the answers I seek. I am resolute in my determination to venture outside. Zhuo found himself in a predicament. Initially, he had believed that by articulating these commonplace inquiries, the other party would possess the requisite knowledge. However, it has become evident that the surrounding environment is exceedingly insular. To uncover the destination he yearns for, he must venture into more advanced territories. Having reached this juncture, it is time for action. He does not wish to remain here for an eternity. He must embark on a journey to ascertain his whereabouts. This is, without a doubt, of paramount importance. Yet, at present, he is utterly oblivious to his precise location, and he remains uncertain whether this place is indeed the latter half of the Grand Line's new world. This contemplation warrants serious consideration. Should he find himself in the new world, what measures must he undertake to reunite with his companions? For now, he has no choice but to seek out knowledgeable individuals. Only through them can he glean the truth of his surroundings. This is an urgent issue, as he cannot afford to linger here indefinitely. His comrades cannot wait for such an extended period. Currently, he lacks the means to comprehend the situation fully and can only await the return of the Zhuo family head to unravel these mysteries. Consequently, he has ceased his studies and instead devoted himself to physical training. After a month of diligent exercise, his physique has become remarkably robust, significantly stronger than before. Yet, he still has not procured a sword. He has gathered some insight into the local circumstances, which bewilder him. The prohibition of swords means he is entirely unable to acquire one, and even obtaining a single blade proves to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he requires 3 swords. This unfortunate reality has rendered him a hero without the means to wield his power. However, this does not signify an inability to craft something akin to a sword. For the time being, he can only fashion wooden swords. This is a makeshift solution, as the absence of a blade at his waist feels profoundly unnatural. Thus, he resolved to create one himself. Fortunately, the materials are not difficult to source, what is nearly ubiquitous. He swiftly fashioned 3 rudimentary swords, albeit they are rather coarse. For he is no craftsman. With this newfound solidity, he feels more grounded. It has been a considerable time since he practiced swordsmanship. and he's uncertain to what extent he has regressed. Zhuo felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he was also engulfed by a wave of despondency. Many aspects of his situation eluded his understanding, and he remained uncertain whether he could truly reunite with his companions. His very appearance had undergone a transformation, and even the life paper that once belonged to him was no longer in his possession. He found himself pondering whether he could ever reclaim it. Everything had become an enigma. Gradually, he chose to refrain from dwelling on these thoughts, recognizing that they would yield no fruitful outcome. Only when his strength had sufficiently grown would he be able to depart from this place and uncover the truth of his circumstances. Thus, he began his practice. Gradually recalling the techniques he had mastered in the past, he suddenly realized that it had been an eternity since he had felt such a sense of ease. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, but as he grew more adept, he sensed that his skills could indeed evolve into something even more formidable. During this session, he lost track of time, unaware if this body was truly devoid of limits, as it continuously exerted its strength. This young man had trained for so long without a hint of fatigue. It seemed he was naturally inclined towards the path of the blade. It was fortunate that my efforts to procure this sword for him had not been in vain. Zhuo, the head of the Zhuo family, gazed upon his child as he trained, instantly sensing an extraordinary potential within him. Perhaps he might conjure some miracles. In his hand lay a blade, approximately 3 feet long and 6 inches wide, seemingly crafted from white jade, radiating a luminous glow. This blade was a treasured heirloom of their lineage. Yet it had become unusable in the current era, as possessing a sword was nearly impossible on the continent unless one possessed formidable strength, capable of disregarding the threat of pursuit, a strength that must exceed the 10th rank. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to bestow this blade upon him. Centuries ago, their family had been regarded as a prestigious lineage, but the number of those adept in ancient arts had dwindled, leading to a decline in their fortunes. Yet, they continued to practice the art of swordsmanship, oblivious to the impending turmoil that would soon engulf them. Alas, this time, they had suffered a defeat, one that stripped them of their freedom. The legacy left by their ancestors had become utterly futile, and one could only imagine the consequences if their forebears were to learn of this fate. Previously, he had vanished to secretly retrieve the blade passed down through generations. Aware that it might attract misfortune, yet he was eager to witness the extent of this young man's capabilities. He longed to discern the strength this boy might possess. Otherwise, when he had once shattered certain constraints, he had spoken of needing a sword. 3 swords, to be precise. However, their family tradition was to wield a single blade. To request 3 was, quite frankly, implausible. In former times, he might have commissioned a new blade, but now, such an endeavor was impossible. However, he had retained one ancestral blade, and in truth, many exquisite swords existed in the world. Henceforth, the young man must seek his own weapons, which would ultimately choose their master, ensuring he would encounter a fitting instrument in due time. At that moment, Zhuo finally noticed the head of the Zhuo family's gaze. He had been absent for a while, and although he recognized the man's identity, he was reluctant to acknowledge him as his father. Technically, this Zhuo family patriarch was not his true father, but merely the guardian of this body. To him, this man was merely a lifesaver, nothing more. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an object in the patriarch's hand, causing his eyes to narrow. Was that not reminiscent of a sword? Yet, it appeared distinct from any blade he had encountered before. You seek a sword, do you? While I cannot provide you with 3, I do possess this ancestral treasure, Song Shui, forged centuries ago by a renowned swordsmith. It is infused with mysterious iron and cold essence, having been sealed in ice for 18 years before emerging. The blade measures 3 feet in length, 6 inches in width, and weighs a substantial 21 pounds and 4 ounces. Give it a try, and see if you can wield it. With that, the head of the Zhuo family hurled the treasured blade toward Zhuo, who sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from it, as if it harbored a chilling presence even before being drawn from its sheath. Zhuo grasped the sword, and in an instant, he was enveloped by an astonishing chill. He even sensed that prolonged use of this blade might freeze his very blood. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. What manner of sword was this to possess such formidable power? He yearned to unsheath it, but the moment he attempted to do so, an acute sense of danger washed over him, as if he might be instantly encased in ice. Such a perilous weapon would not easily submit to my will. Nevertheless, in my grasp, its fate is sealed. It now belongs to me. Zhuo felt that this dagger was truly suited for him. He had longed for such a perilous weapon, and now he had finally discovered it. This realization brought him immense joy, even though he had yet to unsheath the blade. What? Do you not wish for me to wield you? Zhuo furrowed his brows tightly, finding himself utterly incapable of drawing the blade from its sheath. It was evident that the weapon had no intention of being wielded by him, as it seemed to resist his every effort. This revelation left him astounded. What on earth was happening? It appeared that this young man was still not at the level required to harness its power, suggesting that he had yet to earn the blade's approval. The head of the Zhuo family found the scene amusing, realizing he had perhaps overestimated him. Yet, this was a reasonable conclusion. If one could wield that knife with ease, it would indeed indicate something awry in this world. It is essential to recognize that their ancestors also struggled to master it. Although he hesitated to admit this, it remains an undeniable fact that the knife possesses a formidable temperament, far beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Luoer, do not rush, take your time. This knife is inherently challenging to control. Even I cannot master it, so it is entirely normal for you to find it difficult. Zhuo, the head of the Zhuo family, was acutely aware of the origins of this blade, and thus recognized its exceptional nature. Otherwise, how could it possibly be deemed worthy of such a revered status? However, Zhuo paid no heed to the head of the Zhuo family. After all, he had the means to command even the most sinister of blades. How could he possibly be unable to subdue a mere knife? Should he fail to do so, it would indeed be an immense embarrassment. Fear not. Today, I shall undoubtedly draw it from its sheath. In my hands, this blade shall not allow you to continue your arrogance. Furthermore, if a swordsman cannot resolve the matter of a single blade, that would constitute the greatest of failures. Zhuo declared that he was now utterly captivated by this knife, resolutely determined to extract it. This embodies the spirit that our Zhuo family should uphold. I hope you will make use of this knife. Furthermore, I present you with this as well. It is our family swordsmanship technique for you to study. While I am uncertain of the origins of your own knife skills, this shall undoubtedly serve as a valuable asset. The head of the Zhuo family felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his child finally develop a semblance of life goals. It is worth noting that not long ago, they were embroiled in arguments. Zhuo had been nothing short of a prodigal son. However, the situation has transformed. He has now returned to a state of normalcy, and even his character has undergone a remarkable change. Very well. I shall ensure you witness the moment I draw this blade from its sheath. This sword shall be mine. Zhuo was filled with joy, for he had finally acquired a weapon that suited him perfectly. He was determined to draw this blade. A swordsman unable to unsheath his sword would be a disgrace, a humiliation far worse than the wounds upon his back. Haha. By the way, starting tomorrow, you should cultivate your chi. In this era, lacking chi would put you at a significant disadvantage. With the assistance of chi, your strength can undoubtedly become even more formidable. Moreover, possessing chi will grant you the power to transcend your current abilities. The head of the Zhuo family recalled something. It seemed that this individual had yet to manifest any aura. However, one thing was certain, his prowess had already reached the level of a first-tier swordsman. If he were to harness his aura, his strength would undoubtedly double. I understand now. Tomorrow you shall behold this sword before you. I am resolute in my decision to acquire this blade, for it shall never bind me. One day, I will make this sword aware of my formidable prowess. Zhuo is currently indifferent to such trivial matters. In his view, as long as he becomes powerful, no one can pose a threat to him. It is merely a blade, nothing more, and what more could one desire? He is capable of controlling even the cursed sword. This is merely a sealed dagger, devoid of any fear. There is fundamentally no issue at hand. Very well, do ensure you rest. Although your physique has considerably strengthened compared to before, you still appear somewhat frail. Cultivation cannot yield results overnight. Seeing his child awaken to such profound realizations brings him great solace, for it hints at the emergence of a formidable force in the future. Yet, will this individual possess the power to instigate a transformation in the world? What am I pondering? As long as he can live well, that suffices. The revival of the blade cannot rely solely on him. If the hearts of the people are already extinguished, what purpose does restoration serve? The head of the Zhuo family felt a profound sense of inadequacy. After all, not everyone possesses such aspirations. Moreover, they had already suffered a complete defeat. What could possibly be altered now? Zhuo, however, remained oblivious, for his singular focus was to traverse the Grand Line in search of his companions. As for anything beyond that, it had not crossed his mind. He harbored his own ambitions and selfish desires, which destined him to be someone who would not sacrifice his life for the sake of the world. He was acutely aware that he was no savior. He was merely an ambitious individual. It is high time for you to be dealt with. I truly do not believe that a mere knife can pose any threat to me. Zhuo felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. With a formidable weapon in hand, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. This would enable him to seek out his treasured blades, the famed sword in the Daoyuan, a weapon worthy of being compared to his very life. He was determined to locate it. At last, an opportunity had presented itself. If he could acquire this sword, it would grant him the chance to escape this place, and only then could he uncover all that he yearned to know. The mere thought of taking action filled him with exhilaration. Yet, this sword seemed to mock him, refusing to leave its sheath, an utterly vexing predicament. How could a mere blade render him powerless? Finally, through sheer willpower, he managed to draw it slightly. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and he felt an icy chill on the tip of his nose. It was truly terrifying. It seemed that if he could unleash its potential, he would be frozen solid, like a statue of ice. Clearly, it required something special to be unleashed. Very well, then, he would provide it. Zhuo, in a moment of resolve, bit into his own fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the blade. He had heard of a method that could forge a connection between a wielder and their weapon by allowing the blade to consume the owner's blood. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he felt that if he could not even master a single knife, he would truly be of no use at all. Thus, he made his decision. The outcome would only be revealed through trial. At the instant his blood touched the steel, he sensed a profound change. It seemed that his gamble had paid off. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the knife had accepted him, and the chilling aura that once surrounded it dissipated, rendering the blade less fearsome. Drawing it from its sheath with a single breath, he realized this knife was unlike any he had wielded before. It appeared to be forged from ice. Glimmering with a cold radiance, its pristine white blade contrasted sharply with his visage. Weighing in at 21 pounds, it was considerably heavier than his previous weapon, Autumn Water, surpassing it in both heft and substance. Yet, the true measure of its hardness and sharpness remained a mystery. Having previously shattered numerous blades in combat, he was acutely aware of the importance of quality. After all, one could not rely on a weapon that might shatter at any moment. It must withstand his formidable strength. Such a blade was essential. Now that it had acknowledged him, he was eager to discover the extent of its power. Zhuo yearned to experience the immense power of this treasured blade. His anticipation was palpable. Approaching a stone, he made a single stroke, and in an instant, the stone was severed as if it were mere air. The knife's sharpness was astonishing. Previously, it required great effort to achieve such a feat. Yet now it was accomplished with ease. This demonstrated the formidable nature of its power. Nevertheless, he reveled in such strength, realizing that with this blade, he could venture forth confidently. Although his current physique was not overwhelmingly strong, he understood that the path to greater power lay in combat. This was indeed one of the ways to grow stronger. Treasure blade, Song Shui, from this moment forth, you shall be my companion sword. Following me will undoubtedly lead to greatness. Zhuo holds a profound admiration for this blade, for it is indeed exquisite. However, he is acutely aware that in this world, there exists no ultimate sword, only the most formidable of individuals. It is only through the evolution of the wielder that a sword may attain its true potential. This encapsulates the essence of spirit. Take, for instance, his previous duel with Hawkeye, where he found himself utterly outmatched, subdued entirely by the opponent's humble fruit knife. This exemplifies the disparity in their respective realms of understanding. Nevertheless, I am eager to ascertain whether your strikes can truly be compared to those of my former blade. Zhuo suddenly felt compelled to test the power of this sword, wondering what kind of strength could inspire such arrogance. If it could not convince him, then this blade would inevitably face his rejection. 36 Troubles of the Phoenix. Zhuo unleashed a formidable strike, a 36 troublesome phoenix, and in an instant, the sword energy transformed into a brilliant beam of white light, soaring towards the heavens. To his astonishment, this move was even more powerful than the full extent of his previous efforts. A wave of surprise washed over him. Soon, a smile graced his lips. He was determined to claim this blade. It exuded an undeniable allure and appeared to possess remarkable prowess, truly befitting its illustrious name. He felt himself inching closer to his ambitions. At last, he possessed a weapon he could wield, and it seemed rather impressive. He was exceedingly content. Yet, he realized that despite his extensive training, his body still craved rest. If he did not heed this need, he might find himself unable to rise again. During a moment of respite, Zhuo found himself enveloped in a dream, wherein he beheld a vision of himself lying unconscious on an unknown deserted island. A peculiar mark caught his attention, resembling the shape of a bear's paw. In this vivid tableau, his appearance was far from appealing. His body was marred by numerous injuries. Strikingly, he could even sense the pain coursing through him. No, it wasn't merely discomfort, but an agonizing torment that threatened to rend him asunder. Each sensation Each pang of pain imparted a harrowing awareness that if this corporeal vessel were to endure any longer, it would surely shatter into fragments. The intensity of this experience was truly excruciating. Abruptly, he awoke to the dawn's light, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. The realism of the dream was staggering. It felt as though he had indeed suffered those injuries. In truth, it was his own self that had endured such suffering. Yet now, he found himself in this new realm, or rather, his soul had traversed to this place. This dream was hauntingly familiar, achingly real. It was as if he had lived through it before. Zhuo experienced an unprecedented sensation. He felt as though he had not truly succumbed to the power of the Great Bear. One might say he still existed, yet did he not still exist? No. Surely I am overthinking this. Regardless of how vivid it may seem, it is merely a dream. Am I not still alive? Perhaps this is just a figment of my imagination, or could it be that I am but a dream myself? Zhuo found himself enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, he was uncertain about his own circumstances. If he did not even comprehend these aspects, how could he possibly articulate them? The only certainty was the act of living itself. As long as he existed, he would eventually grasp the essence of his existence. It was time for him to grow stronger, regardless of the obstacles. He felt compelled to explore, for only through experience could the truth emerge. He was determined to uncover all of this. Zhuo couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, he was utterly bewildered about his current situation. Was this reality or merely a dream? The distinction eluded him. It was conceivable that he existed within someone else's dream, just as the dreamer might be a figment of his own imagination. Clearly, it was time to venture outside. He had been confined here for over a month, and he felt as though his body was on the verge of rusting. Zhuo soon found solace, realizing there was little to be troubled about. Living in the present undoubtedly brings forth myriad concerns. However, he resolved to restrain such worries, vowing never to allow them to manifest. Time was of the essence, and he had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. He was determined to prove his worth. Today marked the moment he could finally cultivate what they referred to as qi, a remarkable force, indeed. Coupled with his own strength, it would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. In due course, he would be able to depart from this place. Zhuo is indeed quite concerned about the elements present in this place. What then? Is this so-called essence? Why did their previous displays of slashing seem effortless, as if requiring no expenditure of energy? What manner of power is this? He currently remains fixated on the notion that strength is the only means to wield such abilities. While this combat prowess is undeniably formidable, it bears the significant drawback of rapidly depleting one's stamina. Otherwise, when they faced PX5, they would not have exerted themselves so thoroughly, nor found the encounter so arduous. In that battle, it can be said that they utilized every ounce of their strength to achieve victory, yet such confrontations are perilously risky. Here, however, he perceives something that appears capable of altering this dynamic. It evokes a rather peculiar sensation, as if power could be stored. He must master this form of strength. Only then will he possess an advantage in future battles. Furthermore, he believes that such power is likely absent in the Grand Line, making this an excellent opportunity to enhance his own capabilities. The patriarch of the Zhuo family soon made his appearance, accompanied by Zhuo Yuan. In reality, the number of swordsmen in the Zhuo family is rather limited, comprising merely a handful, with the highest rank being only at level 4. Undoubtedly, the Zhuo family was formidable during its zenith. However, no family can perpetually thrive in this world. The Zhuo family has significantly diminished from its former glory. The members present are essentially a group of brothers whom the patriarch encountered in his youth, who ultimately reassembled to form the Zhuo family anew. On the surface, they may appear robust, yet in the presence of true power, they are, in fact, utterly vulnerable. Surely, you have not been here the entire night? It is imperative to rest properly. Zhuo, the head of the family, was somewhat astonished. This young man seemed to possess remarkable fortitude. If he could maintain such perseverance, he would undoubtedly become formidable. In this world, there are no inherently dull individuals. Rather, there are only those lacking in great tenacity. There are no issues at hand. I am presently in excellent spirits. I have also become proficient in wielding this knife, which is indeed a fine blade. I am immensely grateful to my father, Zhuo remarked. Although his heart was tumultuous at that moment, his expression remained inscrutable. It seemed peculiar to invoke this title. Yet what did it matter if it was odd? This individual had genuinely bestowed kindness upon him, a debt of gratitude he found himself unable to repay at present. Ah, it appears you truly are the prodigy of the Zhuo family. If you persist, I am convinced that surpassing me is merely a matter of time. I even sense that you may well exceed the foremost expert of the city." Upon witnessing this, the head of the Zhuo family felt a sense of pride. This young man had finally begun to show promise. It is important to note that he had yet to master the use of the hidden snow, otherwise, he would not have chosen to keep it concealed. This blade is exceedingly discerning of its master, and it is likely that the average person would be utterly incapable of wielding it. The fact that Zhuo can utilize it signifies his remarkable potential. I aspire to become the strongest swordsman in this world. Transcending all others is my ultimate goal. This is my dream, and until I achieve it, I shall not meet my demise. Zhuo articulated his aspirations, which seemed quite simple, merely a desire to pursue a singular objective. However, achieving the pinnacle of strength is a daunting endeavor, for the world is teeming with individuals, and few possess the audacity to declare themselves the mightiest. Should one inadvertently meet their demise, they would be reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. The world may witness grand events, yet it chiefly concerns itself with those who stand atop its apex. Having ideals is commendable, yet to navigate this existence, one must be wary of two types of individuals, the mad and the elderly, for they are the most formidable. Your task is to cultivate your own strength and empower yourself, for this is your true calling. The future of the Zhuo family rests upon your shoulders. You represent hope, the last flicker of hope for us. Therefore, I implore you to cherish your life and strive for greatness. For one must have life to relish in the fruits of their strength. Zhuo, the head of the family, spoke with profound significance, realizing that he could no longer afford to lose. If they were to lose Zhuo as well, it would spell the end of their lineage. There had once been an individual brimming with potential, yet now that promising figure was no longer theirs, and even his life and death remained uncertain. This epitomizes the sorrow of the weak, unable to dictate their own fate. It evokes a sense of helplessness. It is only natural. I have sworn an oath to never be defeated by others again. This is a matter of commitment. I cannot afford to lose. Zhuo spoke with unwavering conviction, as if this decision had been firmly established in his heart decades ago. He had once sworn alongside Hawkeye and Luffy that he would never accept defeat again. Indeed, he had never lost to a swordsman, but when faced with a warlord, he found himself utterly powerless. At that time, his body was no longer in its prime. Even at peak condition, he might not have been able to vanquish his opponent. It must be acknowledged that Bartholomew was a formidable presence, rivaling even Hawkeye among those he had encountered in his lifetime. In fact, due to the peculiarity of his abilities, it was conceivable that even Hawkeye might struggle against him. Yet, the reason behind Kuma's decision to send him flying remained an enigma. You have reached adulthood, and I can no longer govern you. This is the fundamental martial art, which can only be cultivated to the 10th level. Once you achieve that, you must seek out new techniques on your own. Here in Nan City, the most powerful swordsman is the city lord, Beigyu. His strength is undoubtedly capable of overwhelming all the swordsmen in this city. This is beyond doubt. However, I believe you possess the potential to defeat him, for you can cultivate ancient methods, which will grant you extraordinary strength. Combined with your innate energy, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable anomaly. The head of the Zhuo family is acutely aware that Zhuo is an extraordinary being. From the very first day he beheld his gaze, he recognized the inherent terror within this individual. The ancient methodologies aspire towards the cultivation of the body, strength, and skill. However, few possess such remarkable perseverance today. This reality implies that his path of cultivation may be gradual, yet his eventual prowess will be immensely formidable. This embodies the duality of advantage and disadvantage. Nonetheless, it is imperative for him to engage in training. As for the concept of martial arts techniques, what are they? And how are they to be utilized? Zhuo was hearing about the concept of martial arts for the first time. He had always believed that cultivation was merely a practice of the heart, a means to forge a resilient spirit, an unwavering heart untouched by worldly affairs, and a pure heart devoted solely to one's dreams. Indeed, it is understandable. Having just grasped the language, it would be quite challenging for you to comprehend this. The so-called martial arts refer to a method of storing energy within one's body, essentially transforming oneself. Cultivating these techniques can indeed enhance one's physical prowess. However, such training comes with a vulnerability. If the source of stored energy is compromised, recovery becomes nearly impossible. Fortunately, such attacks are rare, occurring only when one encounters an adversary whose strength vastly surpasses their own. The head of the Zhuo family remarked that he almost forgot that this Zhuo, despite appearing to be a person of this world, was, in fact, not, although this identity had yet to be revealed. It did not alter the undeniable truth that the other party had only just begun to comprehend the written language here. To put it simply, it was a form of energy storage. It seemed rather useful. Thus, he decided to pursue cultivation. However, the question remained, how exactly was one to cultivate? Zhuo felt that this was a remarkable power, and he yearned to cultivate it, to become stronger. Who would not desire such an ability? After all, who would refuse the chance to enhance oneself? Follow me, he beckoned. Cultivating this requires profound tranquility. I have prepared a secluded chamber for you. The first step in this practice is to enable your body to sense the qi, then draw it into yourself, ultimately retaining it within. Every individual possesses qi, albeit in varying degrees of potency. For instance, one's aura is also a form of qi, and when cultivated to a certain extent, it can become a formidable weapon. However, few can reach such heights. As they walked, they arrived at a simple chamber, designed solely for the purpose of fostering serenity, devoid of any other intentions. Upon entering, the head of the Zhuo family provided Zhuo with a systematic introduction, concerned that he might not comprehend the concepts. Indeed, Zhuo found himself bewildered. Consequently, the family head demonstrated the technique. He sat cross-legged, and before long, his hair began to float as if moved by an unseen wind. When he opened his eyes, a stream of qi surged toward Zhuo. He could distinctly feel this force. Though not overwhelmingly strong, it was undeniably real. I cannot perceive the natural forces, he mused. This must indeed be the power within oneself. How terrifying. If I could truly harness this power, it would significantly elevate my swordsmanship. This strength is certainly not on the same level as what I possessed before. I must master this force. In the future, I will share it quietly with my companions. Zhuo sensed the potential of this power, and in an instant, he was captivated. What he desired most was to enhance his own strength. Only through the elevation of his abilities could he better protect those dear to him. This is the essence of qi. Your task is to draw it forth and make it your own. Do you understand? This qi appeared to be profoundly enigmatic, yet it also seemed not entirely unnatural, paradoxically. It felt remarkably instinctive. He believed he had witnessed someone wielding it before, reminiscent of the techniques employed by Rayleigh at the auction house. However, after sailing for so long, Rayleigh was the only one he had encountered capable of such feats. Could it be that everyone here possesses such abilities? This notion struck him as peculiar. If that were indeed the case, might he not be able to harness this power before his companions? The very thought filled him with exhilaration. Perhaps there was indeed a glimmer of hope. It seemed that this power could even manifest in a natural form. Therefore, when next he encountered that luminescent adversary, he could stand his ground and not be left defenseless. Could I truly master this power as well? Zhuo felt a sense of apprehension. After all, it was only upon discovering the existence of the Shambody Archipelago that he became aware of such formidable power, a force previously wielded by no one. He remained uncertain whether he could truly harness it himself. If he failed, it would not be surprising, given that, judging by the capabilities exhibited by Rayleigh, very few individuals in the first half of the Grand Line possessed such strength. However, it was undeniable that those in the latter half would certainly utilize this power. While not everyone would attain it, it was certain that those who did would be formidable beings indeed. Thus, if he wished to protect others, he too must acquire this power. Failure to do so would lead to his inevitable elimination. The New World was a realm teeming with formidable individuals. A fact well known even through hearsay, as the 4 emperors resided there, and few would choose to remain in the Grand Line. Qi is omnipresent, and one can cultivate it. Yet, aspiring to become a true powerhouse necessitates diligent training. The 10th level serves as a critical threshold. Surpassing it ushers one into a different realm altogether. It is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one could shatter even the unseen fabric of space with a mere fist or rend it with a blade. This represents the zenith of power. However, it has been ages since such extraordinary prowess has manifested. In our humble locale, even a 10th level cultivator could ascend to the status of emperor, for there exists no one capable of challenging him. While cultivating qi, one must also develop a form of inner strength. A person's physical strength is inherently limited, but should one master the art of harnessing every ounce of energy within, that individual shall emerge as the strongest. I have observed that you seem to have dedicated considerable time to physical training, correct? Yet, such endeavors pertain merely to the corporeal. Within every individual resides a latent force, concealed within the very recesses of their being. This represents your true strength, a comprehension unattainable by the average person. This is the essence of ancient methods. Such cultivation is arduous, demanding that every facet of one's physical being be transformed into a source of power. The head of the Zhuo family remarked that he sensed within Zhuo Luo a potential capable of transforming circumstances. This individual would become a formidable beast, delivering a profound impact upon a world that has already succumbed to decay. However, all of this hinges upon his ability to survive. Without that, his visions remain mere figments of imagination. Ancient methods? Power? What do these truly signify? Can a single body truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Zhuo Luo was bewildered. Could it truly be possible for an individual to possess such an abundance of power? How was it that he had never heard of such capabilities before? He had always believed that the human body could not harbor such immense strength, at most embodying mere spirit. Yet now, it appeared as though a multitude of wonders had been awaiting his discovery all along. To illustrate, let us consider 3 stones. I shall employ 3 distinct methods to shatter these stones. Zhuo, the head of the Zhuo family, understood that further explanations would yield the same result. So he resolved to demonstrate instead, which would elucidate the matter clearly. Not everyone possesses such formidable strength. Before him, 3 ordinary stones materialized seemingly from thin air. Behold, this is pure power, he declared. With a swift motion of his arm, he executed a decisive chop, and it was evident to Zhuo Luo that this was the embodiment of physical strength, unadulterated corporeal force. The impact shattered the stones instantly, yet it was apparent that Zhuo, despite his display of might, was left slightly breathless. Clearly, for an ordinary person, the endeavor to destroy such stones was no trivial feat. Next, I shall demonstrate the power of qi. With this, I need not even make contact. I can induce their collapse directly. Do you believe me? Master Zhu gazed at Zhu Luo, who nodded in acknowledgement, for he comprehended the formidable nature of this energy. It appeared that the higher one's rank, the more versatile the applications of their energy became. This was indeed the essence of the power a true adept should possess. The sheer magnitude of it was astonishing, and he yearned to wield such strength, for it would enable him to venture forth. He had long been curious about the distance separating him from the Grand Line and pondered when he would finally reach it. As expected, Master Zhu exhibited no difficulty. The stone shattered with a resounding crack, disintegrating completely. This demonstrated the power of energy, which transcended mere physical strength. Its destructive capability was unparalleled and utterly thorough, reducing the stone to mere dust. Next came the demonstration of internal energy. Although my innate talent is rather limited, preventing me from delving deeply into the ancient methods, I have nonetheless acquired some knowledge. Now, I shall showcase it for you. Take hold and experience the might of internal energy. The head of the Zhuo family wishes for Zhuo Luo to grasp the stone, for in doing so, he will distinctly perceive the immense power it embodies. Surely, he will be astounded. If inner strength can indeed be cultivated, it will undoubtedly rival the might of qi. Excellent. Zhuo Luo, curious about the nature of this extraordinary power, decided to embark on an attempt to grasp it. He took the stone into his hands, eager to witness the true extent of the formidable internal energy he had often spoken of. Watch closely and steady yourself, for failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. The head of the Zhu family wore a grave expression, as if this formidable power required an extensive period of cultivation to manifest successfully. This only heightened Zhu Luo's curiosity regarding the nature of such a force. Drink. With a commanding shout, the Zhu patriarch extended a single finger. In an astonishingly simple gesture, he unleashed a torrent of immense power. The sheer ferocity of this force was terrifying, and in that fleeting moment, Zhu Luo grasped its magnitude, feeling a pang of regret wash over him. In that instant, he experienced an unprecedented surge of energy, reminiscent of the impact produced by the conch shell on the Sky Island, targeting the very core of an individual's being. The power was truly formidable. He was sent flying, utterly astonished that such immense strength could emanate from merely a finger. This was simply terrifying, even at his peak. He doubted he had ever possessed such might. The fact that he, weighing over 100 jin, and with the added heft of a blade, could be so effortlessly propelled was beyond comprehension. He found it utterly remarkable that such power existed in the world. He was determined to master it. With this ability, he could wield a featherweight against 1,000 pounds, representing a qualitative leap in his swordsmanship. Hope blossomed within him, a hope for strength. For this force was something he would undoubtedly embrace. No, he must make this power his own, transforming it into his unwavering support, empowering himself further. This is the essence of internal energy. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable? The head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Jiazhu, has taken Zhuo Luo under his wing, sensing that this young man possesses the potential to bring glory to their lineage. There is an inexplicable aura about him, as if he could conjure a miracle. This is precisely why he places such high hopes on Zhuo. I must learn. This power is simply too alluring. If I do not seize control of this strength, my swordsmanship will undoubtedly stagnate. Zhuo was profoundly convinced of the immense power at his disposal, and he was resolute in his intention to harness this force. He glimpsed the hope of becoming stronger, which was the outcome he yearned for. In the face of the tyrant, the great bear, he had felt a sense of helplessness, having to wield his most formidable swordsmanship merely to inflict a modicum of damage. However, now, if he could master this newfound strength, he would be able to inflict harm upon that wretched cyborg, alleviating the current predicament. The power of inner energy was something he was determined to acquire, no matter the cost. It had been a long time since he had harbored such a profound desire to grow stronger. Ever since his defeat by the Great Bear, he had yearned for strength. Even during his last encounter with an ordinary swordsman, he had come perilously close to defeat. Such a scenario was one he could never bear to endure again. Only by mastering this would he truly become a formidable warrior. Indeed, focus on your trainings. The necessary resources for your development have been provided. Dedicate yourself earnestly, and it will merely be a matter of time before you transform. The head of the Zhuo family is deeply attentive to Zhuo's ambitious spirit. Sometimes, the desire to grow stronger does not solely hinge on one's innate talent, but rather on the intensity of one's obsession and the strength of one's resolve. Ever since he encountered Zhuo, he has been imbued with an inexplicable feeling that this young man possesses remarkable potential, driven by an unwavering determination to become stronger. This is what sets him apart from others. This is also the essence of Zhuo's prowess. I will undoubtedly harness these powers. I will achieve success. Await me, my comrades. My conviction will never be extinguished. It shall endure, without fail. Zhuo's determination to grow stronger has now become even more resolute, for he possesses something precious that he must protect. Zhuo experienced an unprecedented sensation, akin to a child receiving a cherished toy. It was a profound feeling of joy. He now found himself with numerous paths leading to greater strength. Remarkably, it seemed he could acquire this power without significant sacrifice. Although a cost did exist, it merely demanded immense perseverance. Truthfully, it was not excessively perilous, as long as he could cultivate tangible results. He firmly believed that his strength would be sufficient to confront that detestable bear once more. He had suffered a devastating defeat last time, and this time, he was determined to reclaim his honor. This place held the key to his transformation. He was willing to share valuable insights with you, ones that you would be able to comprehend. Should you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to inform me. Do not indulge in misguided self-assurance. Should you stray into obsession, it could jeopardize your very existence. So refrain from reckless experimentation, understood? The head of the Zhuo family harbored considerable concerns regarding Zhuo's reckless tendencies. After all, this young man seemed to possess a profound ignorance of the world around him. Who could fathom the extent of his potential folly? Previously, he had dared to engage in combat with a first-tier swordsman despite his utter lack of knowledge, an audacious act that illuminated the possibility of even more outrageous deeds. Currently, he stands as the most cherished individual within the Zhuo family, and it is evident that their rise to prominence hinges upon him. Only he possesses the ability to instigate transformative change. He is a figure of considerable menace, but equally a person of immense potential. There is no doubt in this regard. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. There remain numerous matters I have yet to address. I would never entertain the notion of allowing myself to perish, for that would be an utter abdication of responsibility. Zhuo is certainly aware that if he were to perish, it would be a profound disservice to his current existence. He still has to seek out his companions, venture into the new world, and encounter more formidable warriors, with the aim of becoming the foremost swordsman in this realm. How splendid it would be, should you manage to master your energy within a month's time, I could grant you the opportunity to explore the outside world. I presume that remaining cooped up at home is rather unpalatable, is it not? Upon seeing Zhuo, the patriarch of the Zhuo family was reminded of his own past, a time when he too was exceedingly arrogant, dismissive of everyone around him. In his relentless pursuit of strength, he was willing to undertake any endeavor. This younger generation, seemingly inheriting his fierce spirit, brought him a sense of comfort. I understand now. You may rest assured to manage your own affairs as needed. I shall not disappoint you. I am resolute in my commitment to become immensely powerful. The Zhuo family has bestowed upon me great kindness, and I shall not allow it to fall into ruin. Zhuo remained exceedingly exhilarated, Yet he had resolutely resolved to safeguard the Zhuo family with utmost diligence. Should he fail to adequately protect them, it would indeed be a profound disservice to himself. They had shown him genuine kindness, albeit not in the truest sense of the word, but rather due to the vessel he inhabited. This body had made considerable sacrifices on his behalf, and he felt a compelling sense of responsibility towards it. Without this corporeal form, one might ponder what manner of being he would be, merely a wandering spirit, perhaps. With Brooks' abilities as evidence, he was acutely aware of the existence of souls in this world. After all, they had encountered zombies, which reinforced his belief that his own spirit had been dislodged and fortuitously found refuge within this body. Thus, he resolved to act with prudence and care. After leaving a single remark, Master Zhuo departed, and at this juncture, there was little left to discuss. He was a young man with his own convictions. Yet as a senior, should he not observe the growth of his juniors? This is the essence of what an elder ought to learn, rather than attempting to control another. Of course, he was not the protagonist of this world. Many were still fervently cultivating, and countless others were perishing. The world would not see such transformation simply because he was training. That notion was utterly implausible. Recently, a swordsman has died in the city, a first-tier swordsman, no less. And one of our continent's own. A figure resembling an assassin materialized within the inner sanctum of the Lord's mansion. The aura he exuded was so formidable that had Zhuo been present, he would have sensed a presence more powerful than that of his father. Indeed, this individual surpassed him in strength. However, his appearance here was one of humility, for the person before him was genuinely terrifying. A chasm separating them akin to heaven and earth, an exceedingly subjective assessment. What? Someone dares to kill one of our continent's people within our domain? It appears the ancient continent's people truly wish to rebel. Find out who did this. A somber voice declared, instilling a sense of helplessness, as if his words could dictate the fates of those present. The overwhelming atmosphere within the Lord's mansion was laden with this sentiment. The Lord of Bega City, the foremost expert of Annan City, a 10th-tier swordsman, was reputed for being able to cleave iron with ease, an indication of the fundamental might of a 10th-tier swordsman. To engage him in battle was to risk losing one's own weapon with a mere misstep. He was also known for his ruthless nature. In his quest for dominion over the city, he had even turned against his own. The residents of the ancient continent within the city had suffered greatly at his hands. And even now, his shadow loomed ominously in the hearts of all. Even his subordinates feared him immensely. He was a tyrant, albeit one of striking beauty. With skin as delicate as a woman's, a pronounced nose, and deep, azure eyes, truly a handsome man. Yet, he was perilous, bordering on madness. Thus far, no one had identified the perpetrator, but rumors suggested that the deceased had battled a young man prior to his demise, and as far as I know, that young man seems to belong to the Zhuo family. The assassin-like figure remarked, fully aware of the Zhuo family's reputation as formidable adversaries. They had long sought to eradicate them. Although the war had ceased, many still yearned for rebellion, unable to accept the encroachment of outsiders. Investigate the Zhuo family thoroughly. Even if it is not them, I demand answers. The Lord of Bega City mused, increasingly disturbed by the implications of the Zhuo family's persistent challenge to his patience. Where did their confidence stem from? Surely, there could not be a young swordsman emerging from the Zhuo family? This revelation was perplexing. He should have been aware of such an occurrence. How had this surprise arisen now? It was indeed peculiar. The Lord of Bega City felt increasingly uneasy. This was not right. Previously, he had captured a highly talented individual from the Zhuo family, yet there had been no mention of a new prodigy. He pondered, unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. This was not his fault. No one could have anticipated Zhuo's meteoric rise. His emergence was beyond imagination. Almost everyone was oblivious to the existence of such a formidable force. No, not merely a force. He was a beast. Enough. It is time to eradicate them, the Lord concluded. These individuals exuded a palpable danger, and their mere existence posed a significant threat to his position. Only by eliminating them could he stabilize his authority as Lord. Only with the rewards from above could he hope to transcend the confines of the 10th tier. Now that he was aware of this situation, he could not afford to show leniency. The sword continent was vast, and if he failed to develop, he would inevitably be supplanted by others. Such an eventuality was utterly unacceptable. He understood that only the identity of a lord could grant access to resources. Without resources, his cultivation would reach a standstill, leaving him vulnerable to being replaced by someone stronger. This was a possibility he could not allow to materialize. Even if there was a minuscule chance, he must eliminate the possibility. To secure better resources, there was but one solution: the complete annihilation of his adversaries. Only in doing so could he access the finest resources. As for the sentiments of the Sword Continent's inhabitants, no one was privy to them. However, one thing was certain: the ancient continent was now firmly within their grasp. Yet, despite this, many still yearned for insurrection. This was the most pressing concern. Should a full-scale rebellion arise, the Sword Continent would undoubtedly plunge into chaos once more. Such conflicts had already strained the Sword Continent's resilience. Should they occur again, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to surpass his own limits in this lifetime. For one who regarded perfection as paramount, this posed a significant threat. He must eliminate this harm, and thus, it became his duty to strictly suppress those under his command. The Zhuo family had been the most vehement in their rebellion a year prior. Yet, in an effort to win hearts, he had spared their lives. Had it not been for this, the Zhuo family would have long since ceased to exist. He was staunchly opposed to sparing the inhabitants of the ancient continent, as they had always represented a considerable problem. However, as outsiders, they could only employ such strategies to solidify their control. Inevitably, this would lead to two potential outcomes: either the ancient continent would submit, or it would resist. As time progressed, more powerful foes could emerge, posing a direct threat to the status quo. This was a truth understood by all, and thus, a certain faction had arisen, one directly overseen by the high echelons of the Sword Continent, tasked with assassination, regardless of whether they wielded sword or ancient power. The earlier figure resembling an assassin was a member of this formidable organization. Yet, the terror associated with this group was limited to a select few. Not all were so formidable, otherwise, they would have long since overthrown the Sword Continent. Evidently, a balance among three factions had been achieved. However, none of this concerned him. He merely sought ways to augment his own strength. A person must continually grow stronger to wield significant power, enabling him to master his own might. His strength was paramount, as it would allow him to alter his fate. His own destiny was of utmost importance. Once altered, there would be nothing more to discuss. Humph. This time you have come to me. I shall not let you escape. I have long sought an opportunity to eliminate you, and now that you have presented yourselves, you have no one to blame but your own fate. You are merely the weak. The weak possess no power of choice. The Lord of Bega City was utterly unconcerned. Such matters were not for him to fret over, as that group of assassins was undoubtedly capable. Should he intervene, it would only serve to tarnish his own reputation, an act he would never willingly undertake. The strongest among the Zhuo family amounted to merely a level 4, hardly half of his own prowess. Such individuals could hardly stir even the faintest ripple in the grand scheme of things. However, should he succeed in eliminating them, it would be a serendipitous boon for him, allowing him to claim credit. Although it would appear quite natural on the surface, it was, in essence, an unequal situation. For many harbored a desire to eradicate their rivals, a sentiment that was immutable. Moreover, the Sword Continent did not impede such possibilities, implying a tacit acceptance of this reality. No one could alter it. Even the denizens of the ancient continent were aware that these individuals were unlikely to act out of benevolence. Thus, when Zhuo Yuan contemplated assassinating that individual, the patriarch of the Zhuo family offered his caution, for they understood that this world was far from the idyllic vision they had imagined. On the contrary, it was fraught with peril at every turn. They had not anticipated that, despite their efforts to remain discreet, they would still be discovered. This was a rather commonplace occurrence. Every inhabitant of the Sword Continent possessed a rank. If someone vanished without registering for a certain period, it signified death, a result they eagerly awaited. Once a member of the Sword faction perished, an investigation would ensue, and if it were an individual from the ancient continent responsible, they would undoubtedly retaliate against the perpetrators. This was the established order, a set of profoundly unreasonable rules dictated by the powerful, yet immutable. Any attempts at alteration would herald the onset of turmoil. The actions of the Lord of Bega City remained shrouded in secrecy, for he would never allow anyone to disrupt his plans. To him, the Zhuo family was merely a trifling force, insignificant enough to warrant no fear. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Zhuo family remained blissfully unaware, attesting to the meticulousness of his schemes. Yet, lacking evidence made it difficult to act, having only just solidified his dominion. He dreaded the thought of his rule devolving into chaos. In this world, no one wished to see the emergence of uncontrollable elements. He was a living testament to this truth. However, Zhuo Luo remained indifferent to such concerns, feeling an overwhelming desire to grow stronger. The authenticity of his dreams mattered little. Every man yearns for greater strength, a notion seemingly etched into the very fabric of masculinity since the dawn of their existence. Initially, he had not envisioned such a path, believing that physical prowess and a grasp of swordsmanship would suffice to forge a formidable warrior. After all, in the great maritime route, he had relied solely on brute strength to secure his victories. It was no wonder that his adversaries always required considerable time to overcome. Now, he understood the reason behind it. Recognizing this, he felt compelled to transcend his limits. Only by surpassing himself could he hope to evolve into a more formidable being. However, should he find himself incapable of achieving this, that would be an entirely different matter. As he perused the simplified version of the cultivation techniques, he found it somewhat challenging. One could hardly expect a recent elementary school graduate to comprehend university-level texts, after all. Yet, despite the difficulties, he resolved to persist, understanding that only through diligent practice could he cultivate the strength to become even more powerful. Otherwise, he would remain on a slow path to growth. It was indeed quite arduous. How he wished Robin were here. Having perused countless tomes, she would surely elucidate the intricacies of this matter with remarkable speed. At this moment, Zhuo found himself engulfed in a sense of helplessness, as an unforeseen predicament unfolded before him, far beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of perseverance in his studies, for if he could achieve the first rank within a month, it would grant him the opportunity to venture into the outside world. Remaining within the confines of the Zhuo family was not a viable option. He felt an undeniable urge to explore beyond, for it was only through such an exploration that he could obtain everything he desired, the crucial elements he sought. However, it appeared that this endeavor would not be straightforward. He would need to invest considerable effort to truly realize his aspirations. Yet, the mere thought of the strength he would possess upon becoming more formidable filled him with exhilaration. To achieve this goal, he resolved to endure temporary hardships. He would open every pore of his being, merging himself with nature, allowing the essence of the natural world to permeate his body. He endeavored to retain this vital energy within himself, harmonizing it with his own spirit, thereby transforming it into a source of power that would become an integral part of him, rather than an adversary. After finishing his contemplation, Zhuo concluded that this must be the case. However, to reach such a level, it would likely take him several days. And this secret chamber seemed to be prepared precisely for such circumstances. Zhuo then understood the situation. Was the chamber intended to help him master his turbulent emotions? If that is the case, then I shall demonstrate my breakthrough to you. You will undoubtedly find me exceptionally impressive, for I shall no longer allow myself to be defeated. For a swordsman, experiencing defeat twice is a considerable disgrace. Zhuo did not dwell on the matter any longer, since such favorable conditions had been prepared for him. It would indeed be a disservice to himself not to fully utilize them. Having been reborn, he must comprehend the significance of his second chance at life. Was it not to cultivate greater strength? To become stronger is to protect the vulnerable, is it not? Therefore, no matter how arduous the path may be, he must possess all that is rightfully his. First and foremost, he ought to attain a tranquil heart, harmonizing with the essence of nature. Yet, it appears this is no simple feat. While calming the mind is not particularly difficult, achieving a state of complete forgetfulness of time, self, and all else is far more challenging. His will is arguably the most resolute among the Straw Hat crew, but reaching such a profound level of detachment is undeniably arduous. Humans are inherently inclined to reflect, thus. To genuinely forget everything is a monumental task. It necessitates an individual to exist in an environment free from external disturbances for an extended period, which is precisely the rationale behind the creation of secluded chambers. Such an enclosed setting undoubtedly serves as an optimal artificial training environment. Yet it can easily drive one to madness. This is no exaggeration. However, once Zhuo sets his mind to a decision, he cannot evade the necessity of thoroughly understanding it. This is an unavoidable dilemma for him. Meanwhile, another matter was unfolding. Investigations revealed that the individual who had dueled with the deceased swordsman was none other than the eldest son of the Zhuo family. Strangely, this person had vanished 2 months prior, only to reappear suddenly now, a peculiarity that hinted at deeper issues. I demand to see the head of the Zhuo family. Non-compliance will be deemed insubordination, and we shall obliterate your family, the assassin from the Lord's manor had declared. He believed that consulting the Zhuo family directly was the most prudent course of action, as they held the key to the matter. Obtaining further testimony from them was crucial. Without a clear resolution to the case, decisive action could not be taken, especially in these trying times. Any actions taken must be justified to ensure fairness and to silence any dissent regarding the underlying issues. It is the esteemed master of the Shadow Gate. Zhuo is truly remiss for allowing you to endure such treatment. This is indeed a grave oversight. The master of the Zhuo family had long sensed the formidable aura emanating from this individual, recognizing that he was even more powerful than himself. He could not afford to be misled. The Shadow Gate is an organization established by the Sword Continent to maintain balance between both realms. This organization is exceedingly formidable, possessing immense strength. Presently, an ordinary member of the Shadow Gate has appeared at the Zhuo residence, yet this individual's prowess already surpasses that of the Zhuo Patriarch, essentially functioning as a supervisory body overseeing the interactions between the ancient continent and the Sword Continent. They arrive and depart without a trace, making them nearly impossible to capture. However, when circumstances demand it, their speed becomes astonishingly swift, almost eerie. Many are left bewildered by their sudden appearances, yet one thing is certain, their emergence heralds impending trouble. Zhuo, the head of the Zhuo family, was acutely aware of the reason this individual had appeared before him, or rather, it could be said he had anticipated this encounter long ago, and thus had already prepared himself. The intelligence of these individuals was indeed formidable. However, certain matters cannot be resolved merely through information. He had to feign ignorance, ensuring this person remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Engaging in conflict with him would likely prove detrimental. The Lord of Bega City had long harbored intentions to eliminate them, making the resolution of this issue merely a matter of time. Yet, for Zhuo, this time was of utmost importance. He had only just commenced his cultivation and could not afford any disruptions. This highlighted a flaw in his practice, especially since this matter was not intrinsically linked to him. The individual in question was simply seeking a fight. Had he not acted thus, who would have paid him any heed? Moreover, the details of the incident remained unknown to anyone, and over 2 months had passed, during which all evidence had been obliterated, leaving them with no recourse. As for why Zhuo was aware of this incident, it stemmed from a similar occurrence he had previously managed, albeit with far greater discretion. His understanding of these individuals, coupled with his own preparedness for the worst, rendered these concerns negligible. The Shadow Gate operated with a principle of efficiency and substantiation. They would not dare act recklessly, for such behavior would incite public discontent, inevitably leading to their downfall. It is said that a starving camel is larger than a horse. Although the ancient continent is now under the dominion of the Sword Continent, it remains a significant threat that cannot be ignored. The only viable method to truly govern the ancient continent lies in its assimilation. Should they fail in this endeavor, their actions will perpetually provoke trouble, a certainty. Zhuo, we meet again. This time, I seek to inquire about a matter concerning the death of a first-tier swordsman from the Sword Continent 2 months ago. I hope you can provide me with some answers, as the information is connected to your Zhuo family. If you wish to prevent your family from facing annihilation, I implore you to cooperate fully. I trust you are aware of our capabilities. With your 4th-tier prowess, we could effortlessly erase your Zhuo family in the blink of an eye. The figure, resembling an assassin, spoke, his name shrouded in mystery. Much like a shadow perpetually lurking in the underground, with even their true appearance known to but a few, illustrating the extent of their concealment. How could I possibly deceive a master of the Shadow Gate? Zhuo retorted. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. My family has always been law-abiding. It could not have been one of us involved. Is there not something amiss in this situation? Zhuo has been in a position of authority for many years, adept at navigating through various situations. Moreover, the events in question occurred over 2 months ago, a span during which much can change. This is his assurance. He remains untouchable. However, the situation is not entirely certain. At that time, someone claimed to have seen the eldest son of your family involved in a confrontation. Would it be possible for him to come forward and speak with me? Without hesitation, that individual divulged information regarding Zhuo. For the origins of this incident can be traced back to him. Thus, his focus is solely on Zhuo. If he can be brought to light, it would signify significant progress for him. My lord, this may be difficult to convey. Previously, my son offended someone, and I have severed ties with him. It has been over 2 months since I last heard from him, and thus, I am unable to provide you with any information. Could it be that he has caused trouble again? If he has indeed stirred up another issue, I implore you to take decisive action against him without concern for my reputation. Such a wayward son is a calamity regardless. Zhuo immediately sensed that something was amiss. It turned out that this individual was targeting Zhuo. If Zhuo were to fall into his hands, the consequences would be dire. He had long since comprehended the terror these individuals embodied, and thus he understood that, At this moment, it was imperative to weave a web of deception, regardless of the nature of the lies. What? How could this be? The young master of the Zhuo family behaves in such a manner? If that is the case, should I encounter him, I will certainly provide an explanation to the head of the Zhuo family. However, I advise you not to deceive me. You must be aware that there are countless ways in this world to ensnare you. Do not act recklessly, for it could lead to grave complications. After the assassin finished speaking, he departed, yet Zhuo realized that this matter would likely escalate further. The emergence of such an unexpected situation was truly astonishing. For now, it remained concealed, but he was uncertain when these individuals would strike. They were, after all, a band of lunatics, and who could fathom their thoughts? It seemed essential to expedite Zhuo's departure, otherwise, an incident would inevitably occur. The Shadow Gate was indeed formidable, having already gleaned so much information. It wouldn't be long before they discerned our intentions. This group was genuinely terrifying, and time would likely not serve as a veil against them. Action must be taken swiftly to send him away. That fellow from Bagu must already be preparing. Zhuo was engulfed by a profound sense of apprehension. It seemed that this time might herald the gravest crisis for the Zhuo family. It was not that the turmoil had already commenced, but rather that the seeds of peril had long been sown. In truth, the very implementation of this endeavor had foretold inevitable complications, as the existence of the Shadowgate organization had ensured such a scenario. However, they had never anticipated that the individuals targeted would be from the Sword Continent. Had the victims been merely from the ancient continent, their concerns would have been markedly less pronounced. The gravity of their anxiety could only stem from one possibility. The individuals they sought to eliminate were indeed from the Sword Continent. This looming threat appeared poised to plunge them into a state of utter passivity, with the risk of being entirely eradicated by their adversaries. Outmatched in confrontation, it seemed that the only recourse was to allow Zhuo to withdraw for a time, biding their moment until the tempest surrounding this affair had subsided. Zhuo harbors grave concerns regarding the potential actions of these individuals, for who can fathom the depths of their investigations? They are truly formidable, akin to phantoms, possessing an uncanny ability to uncover nearly every piece of information. The situation has escalated to a point where concealment is utterly impossible. Their methods are exceedingly frightening, a reality that Zhuo has personally witnessed. In the future, should one encounter such individuals, it would be prudent to summon them directly to the hall. They are not the sort of people we can manipulate. A single misstep could result in our complete obliteration. These individuals have earned a notorious reputation for their terror. Therefore, it is imperative to avoid offending them, lest we find ourselves living in disarray. Zhuo immediately addressed his subordinates, expressing his concern about the formidable presence of the Shadow Gate, a fifth-level entity. He understood that annihilating the Zhuo family would not pose a significant challenge for such a being. Therefore, he was genuinely anxious about encountering such an adversary. Moreover, with Zhuo now committed to his cultivation, should he embark on that path, his prospects would undoubtedly brighten. Zhuo yearned for the existence of such a character. Yet he recognized that this was hardly the appropriate time for such considerations. Yes, understood. His subordinates responded, equally astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed their leader exhibit such a demeanor, far exceeding their expectations. Indeed, they had never contemplated such matters before. The incident involving the Shadow Gate would likely cast a long shadow over their lives. Nevertheless, Zhuo was willing to take a gamble, hoping that Zhuo could make a breakthrough within the stipulated time frame. If so, he could be released. Zhuo was akin to a wild beast, not meant to be confined. Should he be caged, he would inevitably become domesticated. However, Zhuo himself had no desire to linger in this place. Despite recognizing the impropriety of his feelings, he longed to reunite with his companions. As for other concerns, he believed they could wait until he realized his dreams. Only then would he address the unfinished matters, a testament to his personal sentiments. At that moment, Zhuo was drenched in sweat. Having faced numerous failures, far more than he had anticipated, he tried to empty his mind, yet something always felt amiss, leading to continued unsuccessful attempts. It was substantially more challenging than he had imagined. It seemed beyond the capability of a single individual. He could not fathom how others had accomplished it. Yet, if they could achieve it, so could he. Zhuo finally realized the arduous nature of the challenge before him. It was on an entirely different level. However, since they were capable of achieving it, he too could rise to the occasion, and thus he felt no cause for concern, merely a matter of time. Yet, just moments ago, he sensed a presence even more formidable than his father's. Although it was but a fleeting instant, he undeniably perceived that individual's aura. This person could very well belong to the city lord's residence, which evidently is not a place for the ordinary to tread lightly. For now, I find myself ill-equipped to contend with them, and their intentions are undoubtedly far more complex than they appear. Zhuo felt the formidable nature of this individual. Yet what could he do? Although he believed that in his prime he could have stood against them, now he found himself so weakened. Utterly clueless about the intricacies of combat, engaging them in battle would be tantamount to courting death, a realization he was keenly aware of. A mere level for Zhuo already possessed immense power. How could he hope to contend with someone even stronger than the mightiest he had encountered thus far? He was certain that there was no feasible method to vanquish him. However, if he could master certain techniques, perhaps his strength could surpass that of his former self, revealing a potential for growth that he was determined to seize. At that moment, Zhuo appeared. If Zhuo believed he could swiftly hone his skills, he would be incredulous. Nonetheless, he yearned to discover a true path to becoming a formidable force, especially since the Shadow Gate had begun to set its sights on him. This indicated that all his preparations needed to accelerate, as time was of the essence. The opportunity to grow stronger lay in seizing every fleeting moment. Is it truly so simple to cultivate one's abilities? If it were that easy, it would be utterly preposterous. I recall it took me 3 arduous months to achieve such progress. One can only fathom the difficulty of the endeavor. Upon observing the grave expression on Zhuo's face, Zhuo realized that he had been attempting for an extended period without a single successful outcome. This was an inevitable conclusion. However, he now faced a dilemma that would transform him, compelling him to explore new possibilities. Indeed, I never anticipated it would be this challenging. It surpasses my wildest imagination, proving to be far more difficult than unleashing a sword's energy. Zhuo helplessly waved his hand, acknowledging that his current realm was insufficient to achieve such feats. If he could indeed accomplish that, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, however, your time is quite limited. If you are unable to attain this within a short period, it would spell disaster for you. There are those who wish ill upon the Zhuo family, and it may not be long before they turn their attention to you. Therefore, the sooner you act, the better. The strength of our adversaries far surpasses our own, and we find ourselves at a loss. Escaping is certainly not an option. You must learn swiftly and then depart from here. Return only when you have grown stronger. If you discover that we have perished, do not rush into vengeance, for it is the city lord who bears the responsibility for our demise. Wait until you reach level 10 before seeking retribution. It will not be too late then, Zhuo remarked. Yet it seemed more akin to the recitation of a last will. Why do I feel as though you are imparting a final message to me? Is it perhaps connected to that individual whose prowess likely surpasses yours? Zhuo felt an unusual sensation. It seemed that something significant was indeed about to transpire. Otherwise, he would not have expressed himself in such a manner, which was akin to bequeathing a will. What? You can sense the presence of that individual? Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. What else could this young man possibly be concealing from him? The ability to sense someone from such a distance is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Was there anything remarkable about it? I could perceive his aura at that moment, which appeared quite formidable, yet I remained uncertain whether he had detected my presence. However, his swift departure suggested that he had indeed overlooked me. Zhuo articulated everything he felt, leaving Zhuo utterly astonished. What on earth had this young man experienced? It was beyond comprehension. It seems imperative that you hasten your cultivation of energy and subsequently depart from this place. These individuals are intent on committing murder, and it is highly probable that they could obliterate the Zhuo family from the annals of history. However, you are our beacon of hope. You must not perish. You must survive to avenge us. Zhuo, filled with excitement, grasped Zhuo's shoulders. This was the outcome he had longed for. Zhuo was evidently an extraordinary individual, destined to become formidable as he matured. This was indeed a glimmer of hope. What? Do they genuinely intend to take action against us? Surely, they have no justification for eliminating us, do they? Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. He was entirely unaware of this situation, which surpassed his wildest imagination. After all, even murder must have a motive, mustn't it? Surely one would not resort to outright killing without cause. How extraordinarily bizarre this world is, where violence is so easily invoked. It is as if piracy were preferable to piracy itself. Do you recall the individual you fought 2 months ago? He hailed from the Sword Continent. Yet he has already been slain by your distant uncle. However, who could have anticipated that the adversary had discovered the death? The person who arrived today belongs to the Shadow Gate, a faction renowned for their assassination skills. They are tasked with surveilling all illicit activities across the continent and enacting retribution. Now they have uncovered the murder, yet are oblivious to the perpetrator's identity. Consequently, we remain unaware of when they might strike. Should they choose to act, the Zhuo family would truly face annihilation. Zhuo felt a surge of trepidation, for he comprehended the true terror of the shadowy realm. Previously, a formidable family known as the Jiang family had met a devastating fate, utterly annihilated by their machinations. Now, it was evident that the Zhuo family had become the second target of their sinister intentions. What? Are you implying that all of this is the result of my actions? Zhuo was somewhat astonished. It seemed that he was entirely responsible for the current predicament, and now it appeared that their family's fate might be intertwined with his actions. The cost of this realization was rather daunting. It is worth noting that at the time, he had merely sought directions, although language barriers existed. He now comprehended the words of that individual. Yet, was it truly necessary to resort to violence? The justification for such actions seemed rather tenuous, but for them, it posed no issue. They had long desired to eliminate the Zhuo family, and now they finally had a pretext. This is not your fault. Events have already transpired. The blame rests solely on our lack of strength to contend with them. Therefore, you must grow stronger. Only by doing so can you possibly aid us in avenging our plight. At present, we can only rely on you. You are our beacon of hope. Thus, once you achieve success, depart without a backward glance. You are our hope. However, this is unfair to you. I do not merit such sacrifices. The loss of so many lives is a profound shame to me. I alone should bear the consequences of my actions. How could I allow others to perish for my sake? Yet, living can sometimes be more excruciating than death, and as you carry the weight of all this, you will come to understand the hardships that life will impose upon you. Yet, it is only by living that one can behold a brighter tomorrow. Therefore, you must survive. Zhuo's intentions are evidently clear. He merely wishes for his survival. To him, he currently embodies a beacon of hope. However, should he perish, all would be lost. Therefore, strive earnestly, for perhaps this is my selfish desire, yet all that matters is your continued existence. We, as a collective, have no avenue of retreat. But you are innocent, and must not be allowed to meet your end. Zhuo wished to refute, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Zhuo had already embraced a resolve akin to that of one resigned to death. It was a determination born of a desire to ensure the survival of his lineage. A selfish ambition, yet noble in essence. However, Zhuo disapproved of such sentiments, for his life was inherently his own. And he could not bear the thought of others sacrificing themselves for him, especially those who had shown him kindness. An overwhelming sensation stirred within him, a conviction that he must not allow their lives to be extinguished so easily. Should they perish, he would find himself burdened with insurmountable debts. I do not deserve such sacrifices from you. No, you do. Rest assured, this is merely our current hypothesis. If calamity truly befalls us, make your way towards the wall of the secret chamber, where a passage to the outside world awaits. If all remains well, you must learn and eventually venture forth. Do you understand? Zhuo suddenly felt a sense of relief. After all, everything has not yet reached its conclusion, and the outcome remains uncertain. I have come to understand that I will not allow such events to transpire. I am determined to intervene. So, just wait and see. I will unequivocally prevent these occurrences from happening, absolutely. Zhuo was suddenly filled with confidence. After all, he felt compelled to repay the kindness of those who had given him a second chance at life. Otherwise, he would truly be of no use. Very well. I shall await the emergence of your strength, for perhaps it may indeed bring about transformation. Zhuo suddenly felt a sense of solace. It appeared that this individual was not beyond redemption. At the very least, he had already become a self-aware person, and such individuals are the most formidable. Just wait. I am determined to alter your fates. It seems I can no longer afford to squander my time. I must become stronger, or else no one will be able to save anyone. Zhuo resolutely resolved to become stronger, surpassing any individual in this world. Vowing never to encounter failure in battle again, this was his unwavering determination. The sting of previous defeats lingered painfully in his memory. While matters concerning the Shadow Gate had reached a temporary conclusion, Zhuo comprehended that his current adversaries might indeed be these so-called Shadow Gate entities. He realized he must attain at least level 4 in strength to stand a chance against them. Yet, at present, he hadn't even reached level 1. A disheartening state of affairs. If he possessed 3 swords, it would be a different story, for he was a practitioner of the 3-sword style. Now, deprived of 2 swords, he felt akin to a fallen angel, incapable of soaring, which became his profound regret, for now he could only wield a single sword. Given the current situation, it seemed the universe was reluctant to allow him the opportunity for proper cultivation. Time was of the essence if he could not adhere to the established rules. Then he resolved to cast them aside. Zhuo felt an overwhelming pressure, for he himself was uncertain whether he could truly accomplish it. Perhaps this was an insurmountable task. Yet he was determined to see it through to the end. Calm down. I cannot allow myself to be overwhelmed. I must seize that power. It is undoubtedly within my grasp. Zhuo closed his eyes, and gradually he became aware of a gentle current flowing through his body. Yet, he found himself powerless to contain it. His body resembled an arch bridge, with the river coursing through its vaults, beyond his ability to obstruct. If I cannot confine you naturally, then I shall imprison you with my very being. If gentleness proves futile, then I shall resort to force. There are no rules dictating that one must adhere to conventional methods. This world is destined to evolve, and time is not on my side. Thus, I shall employ my own approach. Zhuo resolved to employ his own methods. After numerous attempts, he had come to comprehend certain patterns. Yet he had hesitated to act upon them. The emergence of the Shadow Gate has irrevocably altered this situation. He must grow increasingly formidable. If only to safeguard those who have shown him kindness, thereby allowing himself to depart from this place. The pact with his companions has long since passed, and he yearns to ascertain whether they have successfully reunited in these days. Should they have indeed come together, he cannot afford to squander any more time here, for there remains an abundance of matters demanding his attention. In truth, he has come to realize that this so-called energy is something palpable and tangible, though typically imperceptible. This suggests it is a force that can be accessed. If that is indeed the case, he might be capable of mastering it. If I am not mistaken, it indeed appears feasible. It seems this energy is transported through the cells within the body, which is replete with countless pores that can be regulated. Controlling these pores would be tantamount to locking this energy within. Thus, by forcibly drawing this energy into his body, he could achieve what is termed the cultivation of qi. Zhuo conceived a method to forcibly capture the essence of nature, transforming it into his own power. In this manner, his body would naturally become a vessel. Furthermore, this cultivation technique is akin to that of a container. A person is essentially a vessel, capable of harboring power. If one were to entertain this notion, it would be nearly attainable. Let us give it a try. Zhuo gritted his teeth, realizing that this was his only option. He widened all the pores of his body to their maximum capacity, determined to absorb the utmost limit of energy his physique could endure. A rush of air flowed through him, gradually inflating his body, making him resemble a balloon. Suddenly, he hastily closed his pores, convinced that if he delayed any longer, his body would surely burst. Unlike Luffy, he did not possess the resilience to withstand such a force. A thought struck him. He recalled that after the battle at Eni's lobby, he had heard of a remarkable ability possessed by CP9, which allowed them to rapidly absorb energy in an instant. The CP9 member who fought Chopper was capable of converting vast amounts of food directly into strength, a method that enabled swift restoration of combat capability. In essence, he was attempting something akin to this. He aimed to learn this power. This power was the return of life, and its principle was not overly complex. There was an underlying trick to it. The transformation of matter into strength required digestion, and the most common form of this was the digestion of food. The leopard man who fought Luffy had compressed his muscles, transforming into a speed-oriented fighter. Now, he was compressing the air from nature, enabling his cells to convert this energy into his own strength. However, this was a temporary measure, necessitating continuous absorption of air, akin to their training methods for harnessing energy. Theoretically, this was entirely feasible and achievable. Although he was uncertain whether he could master this power, he was resolute. To enhance his strength, he must pursue this path. Zhuo commenced his experimentation. Initially, he endeavored to accelerate his blood flow. Before long, the skin enveloping his body began to undergo a transformation in color. His objective was to hasten the circulation of energy, allowing it to permeate throughout his entire being, especially since it could not escape his body at present. His physique resembled a furnace, gradually melting the energy within him. The blood coursed through the intricate network of veins, functioning as a conduit for the transmission of strength and vitality, disseminating it to every corner of his body before returning it. Consequently, his form gradually diminished in size. Yet his skin became increasingly crimson, almost as if it were on the verge of oozing blood. According to the principles of cultivation, there exists a void within the human body, designated for the storage of unique energies, known as the Dantian. It appears imperative to attempt to channel this newfound power into the Dantian. Now, I find myself capable of controlling the energy I draw into my being. Though I had not anticipated it to be so minuscule, Zhuo revealed a faint smile, for just moments ago, He had successfully absorbed and refined a breath of the essence of nature. However, achieving this feat was far from simple. Only moments prior, he had come perilously close to death. This method was fraught with danger, as his body was not as formidable as those of CP9. And the concept of life return was still foreign to him, making the endeavor exceedingly perilous. The initial step in cultivating energy is to draw it in, a task he has now mastered. Yet, the subsequent step of gathering energy proves to be considerably more challenging. Furthermore, he has been employing an aggressive approach, which may have detrimental effects on his future. Nevertheless, he finds himself bereft of the luxury to ponder these concerns. The imperative to grow stronger overshadows all else. In this world, there exists no reward without effort. Thus, strength demands sacrifice, and it appears that the price he must pay is not excessively burdensome. At the very least, it will assist him in accomplishing vital tasks that could yield dire consequences if mishandled. In this light, such minor sacrifices seem rather inconsequential. Very well. The next step is to replicate this process. I am determined to cultivate my energy. Once I achieve this, I will possess the power to engage in battle. Zhuo felt a surge of joy as a newfound possibility emerged before him. He was certain that he could become even more formidable. In facing the Shadow Gate, he realized that he must grow in strength, at the very least restoring himself to his former pinnacle. He could not fathom that, upon regaining his peak, he would still be unable to contend with his adversary. With the initial success behind him, the subsequent endeavors became considerably more manageable. Thus, he continually employed the method of life restoration to amplify his energy, which, to some extent, also fortified his physical form. As the fortnight passed, it became evident that even Zhuo found it challenging to attain the level of cultivation within a month. It seemed he had neglected to discuss the ranks of energy. A genuine oversight indeed. As Zhuo observed the passage of time, he began to realize that his earlier impatience was somewhat misplaced. It was impossible for him to become a first-tier swordsman within a mere month. Such a transformation required a protracted period of dedication. Yet, he found himself contemplating the notion of enabling Zhuo to achieve this feat in just 30 days, a notion bordering on the fantastical. In truth, the levels of cultivation are distinctly categorized, primarily measured by one's mastery of qi. It can be said that everyone is a practitioner of qi. But due to the historical martial arts traditions of the ancient continent, which favored the blade, a person's proficiency with a sword is often described in terms of levels. Essentially, it is the qi enveloping the blade that determines what it can sever, thereby conferring a rank. The first and second tiers merely involve the projection of sword energy, while the third and fourth tiers enable one to cleave through ordinary stones. Ascending further allows for the ability to slice through iron. The most formidable swordsman in Anan City is none other than the Lord of Bega's city, whose blade can cut through iron as though it were mere clay. It is said that his sword possesses the capacity to effortlessly bisect a person and even harbors the power to annihilate an entire city. This represents the might of a 10th-tier warrior. Zhuo's ability to cleave stone was already remarkable, achieved through an ancient method that harnessed pure strength, a force that embodies all. If he wielded a treasured sword or blade, the situation would be markedly different. The finer the weapon, the more it compensates for any deficiency in one's energy. However, due to the nature of cultivation, many lesser individuals remain unaware of what it means to surpass the 10th level. Typically, those who attain the 10th level in the sword path are referred to as iron slashers, for at their level, should they encounter anyone weaker, their swords can effortlessly sever steel, rendering iron ineffective as a means of protection. In both the ancient continent and the sword continent, practitioners of the sword path are not the sole cultivators. There also exist martial and magical cultivators, though they are exceedingly rare and not mainstream, leading to their gradual obscurity. Martial cultivators possess formidable strength in their fists, yet the lethality of blades and swords reigns supreme. Although the path of the blade is waned, the sword path remains widely acknowledged as the pinnacle. He has already distinguished himself greatly. It is truly unfathomable what he might become if he continues to develop. It is likely that within 10 years, he shall reach the 10th level, and I have every confidence that he will. Zhuo sensed that Zhuo's talent was undoubtedly on par with that of his brother, perhaps even more formidable, although he had once been regarded as a complete failure. Who in this world can definitively claim that a failure will always remain so? In a realm where few are unwilling to strive for strength, the concept of a true failure is rendered moot. The Shadow Gate could emerge at any moment. This terrifying force is exceedingly formidable, and he harbors no confidence in his ability to contend with them. For now, He could only observe the unfolding situation, and should anything go awry, he had already braced himself for the possibility of sacrifice. Perhaps it is time to consult the oracle. There may yet be a turning point. Or perhaps I am merely overthinking it all. Zhuo suddenly felt an urge to consult an oracle, though he understood the futility of such endeavors. He sought solace in the act, a means to find peace amid uncertainty. Confronted with an unpredictable situation, he realized there was little he could do to avert it. Every circumstance demanded his attention, an inevitable predicament. He produced 3 coins and tossed them into the air. However, upon their descent, 2 of the coins shattered, casting a pall over his expression. He had never anticipated such an outcome, which could only be interpreted as an ominous sign. Yet, within this misfortune lay a glimmer of hope, a perplexing oracle he had scarcely encountered before, truly bewildering. As he raised his gaze to the heavens, he noticed a shooting star among the countless twinkling lights. Yet, upon closer inspection, the constellation from which it fell did not comprise significant stars. It suggested the birth of a mediocre individual or perhaps an unknown figure on the verge of emergence. Regardless of interpretation, coupled with the oracle's message, it was indeed an ill omen, signifying dire circumstances. Could it be that the shadows were truly poised to enact their wrath upon the Zhuo family? Such beings were indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, amidst the vast expanse of stars, one shone with remarkable brilliance, seemingly proclaiming its extraordinary nature. All signs pointed to an unusual journey unfolding. It appeared that an individual of remarkable destiny was still struggling against the tides of fate. I hope this person is you. May you live well. Zhuo reined in his thoughts. Whatever the present may be, it simply is. In this world, there undoubtedly exist individuals who can steer the course of their own lives, unshackled by the influence of others. The omens suggest an unfavorable outcome, yet there lingers a sense of fortune amidst the peril, indicating that there remains a glimmer of hope. Embodied in Zhuo. Zhuo remains oblivious to such matters. His sole desire is to diligently cultivate and become increasingly powerful. He has already acquired a fragment of qi, and the next step is to amplify his strength. As long as he can gather more qi, he will be able to wield it. At last, I have the opportunity to grow stronger. Await me, my companions, for I shall undoubtedly become more formidable. Wait for me. Zhuo had already sensed that his strength had been solidified. It would not be long before he could wield this power with certainty. He had established the final remnants of his strength, and within his dantian, a source of energy capable of generating qi had begun to manifest. Consequently, his prowess had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, how much time had truly passed? It felt as though merely a day or 2 had elapsed. Nevertheless, as long as he possessed power, he was resolute in his belief that he could alter the current situation. Judging by the present circumstances, he should be capable of vanquishing that individual without resorting to qi. Zhuo distinctly sensed his newfound strength, which seemed rather formidable. Previously, he had been bested by his opponent due to various circumstances, allowing the latter to exploit his vulnerabilities. However, the situation had transformed. His capabilities had been significantly enhanced, and he should now be able to effortlessly overpower his adversary. With this newfound confidence, he could venture outside to investigate the situation, pondering whether the so-called Shadow Gate had indeed commenced any activities. Zhuo felt a surge of power within himself, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true extent of his strength. Was he formidable or feeble? Nevertheless, such concerns seemed trivial at that moment. As he stepped out of the secret chamber, a tumult of emotion stirred within him. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding the so-called Shadow Gate and whether they had already made their move. If they had, would anyone from the Zhuo family remain alive? It appeared that none among them possessed the means to withstand the impending threat, a realization that left him somewhat anxious. What was the reality he faced? His feelings were conflicted, for none of this turmoil was of his making. It was a predicament solely of his own creation. Yet, he resolutely pushed the door open, prepared to confront whatever awaited him. Perhaps, he mused, everything was not as dire as it seemed. As he opened the door, an immediate sense of relief washed over him. The world had not changed as he had feared. Things had not deteriorated, and thus, he found little cause for excessive worry. Fortunately, he had not missed the moment. Success was now within his grasp, though the duration of his endeavor remained uncertain, likely longer than he wished to contemplate. Zhuo was aware that he had not missed his chance, and thus he felt unconcerned, as long as he had not let the opportunity slip away. He could alter the course of events. Was this truly the case? Had he genuinely succeeded? Just as Zhuo was organizing his accounts, he suddenly sensed a subtle energy presence, not particularly strong, yet its unexpected emergence indicated that it could only belong to Zhuo. Without hesitation, he hurried towards that direction. And indeed, it was Zhuo. He had never anticipated that Zhuo could achieve this feat, and in such a remarkably shorter time than himself. It seems I can now perceive the presence of others. Could this be the power acquired through the cultivation of energy? Zhuo suddenly sensed a multitude of presences, all familiar to him, yet previously only felt as vague impressions. Now, it seemed as though they were within his grasp. Someone approached, their aura formidable. This must be the presence of his father. However, if such a powerful essence rendered him incapable of controlling his own fate, did it imply that the strength of the Lord of Begu City far surpassed this? Zhuo could distinctly sense Zhuo's presence, as his strength was most evident. However, it bore a striking resemblance to the feeling he had when encountering the Shadow Gate, neither formidable nor particularly pronounced. Yet, he now comprehended that such a level of power was merely mediocre and could even be deemed rather feeble. Indeed, it is you. How have you accomplished this? To have reached such heights in just a little over a month? Zhuo called out from a distance, his voice brimming with an uncontainable joy, as if he had been anticipating this moment for an eternity. Yet, the duration of this wait was far less prolonged than it seemed. I have succeeded. This challenge has proven no obstacle to me. Zhuo still found this to be quite effortless, although he employed alternative methods. As long as the outcome remained unchanged with a single hand, it was preferable to any other approach. Ultimately, what he sought was merely the result. It is no wonder that he is a member of the Zhuo family. It seems that the world still desires to see our family ascend. Go rest now. Achieving this step must not have been an easy feat for you, I presume. Zhuo glanced at Zhuo and observed how disheveled he appeared, a testament to his arduous efforts. It was evident that within this brief period, he had exerted considerable energy. There is no rush. I am quite curious about how long it took, as it seems the duration was not excessively lengthy, was it? Zhuo is quite concerned about this matter, as it was an agreement established from the outset. Therefore, he feels compelled to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Indeed, it is not an extensive duration. Merely 36 days, which is remarkably swift. It appears that your future potential may very well reach the level of Begu, or perhaps even surpass it. However, have you practiced the ancient methods of cultivation? Zhuo felt an immense sense of joy, proud that his son had achieved such success. It was a truly extraordinary blessing from their ancestors. What? It has already been 36 days? How can it feel as though only 5 or 6 days have passed? I have yet to cultivate the ancient methods. Merely practicing my breathing has consumed so much time. This is entirely normal, such is the nature of cultivation. Once one truly embarks on this path, it becomes an endless journey. However, your innate talent is indeed remarkable. Achieving so much in such a brief period is no small feat. I wish to engage in a contest. I want to see what I have gained over these 36 days. Suddenly, Zhuo uttered a statement that left Zhuo astounded. He actually wished to compete with him. Where did this confidence stem from? Nevertheless, Zhuo felt compelled to accept the challenge. He was eager to discover what extraordinary abilities this young man possessed. Zhuo has always been a warrior at heart. Otherwise, he would not have approached Hawkeye with such eagerness to challenge him. One wonders what thoughts crossed his mind at that moment, believing himself to be formidable, only to face his first significant defeat. Yet now, he feels an insatiable urge to engage in battle. He understands that without the experience of combat, his growth would be stunted. A scenario he is determined to avoid at all costs. A swordsman must continually test his mettle to truly comprehend his capabilities. Mere cultivation of qi will not suffice to enhance one's strength. On the contrary, it may lead to stagnation and complacency. Having already transcended a certain threshold, he recognizes the necessity of combat to amplify his prowess. The formidable opponent before him, Zhuo, is undoubtedly a challenge he believes to be beyond his reach. However, he is resolute in his desire to contend with him. Very well, since you seek battle, I shall oblige you. Let us see what progress you have made. Zhuo, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. He too was curious about the extraordinary abilities possessed by this young man. As his combat style appeared to be remarkably unique, he was eager to discover the essence of this distinctiveness. Splendid. If I do not engage in battle, I fear my body shall grow rusty. Let us use wooden swords. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if I were to injure you. Zhuo proposed to engage in a duel with wooden swords, reasoning that his Tsang Shui was exceedingly sharp, and a careless mishap could result in injury. Thus, it was wiser to employ a more conventional method of combat. Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. However, Zhuo had not anticipated sustaining an injury at the hands of his opponent, for he believed his prowess far surpassed that of this young man. And he was somewhat concerned about causing harm to him. With differing intentions, the two arrived at the training ground, ready to spar. Yet, Zhuo presented himself with 3 wooden swords, one clamped between his teeth, an odd sight indeed. Who instructed you to fight in such a manner? Is this approach not rather impractical? Zhuo found this mode of combat rather peculiar, entirely unlike the rational fighting mentality one would expect from an ordinary person. As I have come to understand, possessing an additional blade equates to an increased probability of victory. Zhuo simply stated, eager to take action. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in such a battle, and he was now ready to liberate himself. Let me witness the extent of your abilities. Zhuo brandished a wooden sword, readying himself for battle, for he did not believe his opponent could pose a challenge. Yet, to satisfy this notion, let the combat commence. Beware, for I shall hold nothing back. You demon! Zhuo's demeanor underwent a profound transformation in an instant. He crossed 2 blades with both hands, his body resembling a fierce bull poised to charge, exuding an aura that hinted at something peculiar. Indeed, this young man appears to be quite extraordinary. In an instant, Zhuo sensed something amiss. This young man could not be dealt with easily. When he grasped the knife, it became perilous. In a mere moment, Zhuo swiftly moved, wielding 2 knives like the horns of a bull, seemingly intent on penetrating all obstacles before him. Amusing, yet I remain unmoved. I believe you cannot shake me. However, Zhuo appeared to perceive the flaw in this strike, yet he paid it no mind, swiftly deflecting it and rendering Zhuo's assault meaningless. What? Zhuo was taken aback. How could his technique be so effortlessly unraveled? It was quite a blow to his pride. However, a fierce glint returned to his eyes, for it was time for him to strike. Zhuo. He swiftly pivoted, his 2 blades moving with the grace of outstretched hands, darting through the air. Observing this, Zhuo promptly leaped and drove his sword into the ground. In an instant, Zhuo's rotation was thwarted. Each encounter was being dismantled with such ease, leaving Zhuo both astonished and incredulous. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill, yet it was still insufficient. Did he wish to continue this contest? Although Zhuo expressed his thoughts in this manner, he could distinctly perceive that the young man's knife skills were rather formidable. Perhaps his current prowess is commendable. Yet he is unable to fully demonstrate his capabilities at this moment, thus revealing a certain disparity. So, what about this move? Zhuo hastily distanced himself. Recognizing that the stances of 2 of the 3 blades were identical, both poised for a strike. Ah, is this the enhanced version of your technique? Zhuo discerned the stance before him, a stance reminiscent of one he had previously witnessed. It appeared formidable, embodying the most powerful strike that Zhuo could currently unleash. Undoubtedly, despite being executed with a wooden blade, underestimating it would surely invite injury. Zhuo retained a profound confidence in himself. He would never perceive his strength as feeble. On the contrary, he believed that his power was the most formidable, brimming with limitless possibilities. So come forth, let me witness the true extent of your strength. One that can compel me to unleash my sword energy. Zhuo remained remarkably composed, for in his eyes, Zhuo was still rather feeble. Compared to the Zhuo of 3 months prior, he had transformed into an entirely different individual. 108 Vexations of the Phoenix. With a powerful shout, Zhuo unleashed a surge of sword energy, which manifested as 3 majestic phoenixes before converging into one, propelled by a fierce gale towards Zhuo. Such strength. If it were 3 blades, the might would undoubtedly be terrifying. However, that is not the case at present. Zhuo remained largely unperturbed. The sword strike he executed was hardly formidable, akin to the last encounter. Nevertheless, he summoned his energy, enveloping the blade within it. With a half-crouch, he resolutely withstood the onslaught. With a shout, the sword's energy was effortlessly redirected into the sky. How astonishingly simple. Zhuo's expression soured. All 3 of his blades had shattered, utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming force. It appears that 3 exceptional swords are requisite. Is this the might of the 4th level? It surpasses my expectations by such a considerable margin. Zhuo's heart was tumultuous. Although this power had yet to reach the zenith of his former strength, it was still beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Your journey is long, yet if you exert your full strength, you could indeed rival your distant uncle. The fact that you have compelled me to unleash my energy without even utilizing your own is truly remarkable. I have learned much, dear child. Zhuo was acutely aware that he was no match for Zhuo, as Zhuo effortlessly countered his attacks. The realization struck him that they were not even in the same league. You have already achieved considerable strength and are ready to venture into the outside world for further experience. However, you must also refine your mastery of ancient techniques. Once you can harness these methods, your power will undoubtedly ascend to around the 3rd tier. Zhuo patted Zhuoluo's shoulder, pondering the origin of the boy's formidable combat techniques. They seemed to resonate with his nature, yet he sensed ample room for refinement. However, this was a journey he must embark upon gradually, as his understanding of the boy remained rather superficial. Their previous father-son relationship was intricately complex. Yet one truth stood resolute: blood is thicker than water. Even though the child might not be particularly obedient or well-behaved, and even displayed some troublesome tendencies, he was still his child, deserving of his acceptance and tolerance. Indeed, I shall grow stronger. If those from the Shadow Sect dare to approach in the future, I will ensure their demise. Zhuo nodded, for he understood that he still had the opportunity to grow stronger, albeit not yet apparent. There is no need to dwell too much on it. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is determined by fate. It is all a matter of destiny, unalterable. The only thing one can change is to persist in living, to strive fiercely for survival. Only those who endure the trials of life can hope to become true warriors. Now, go wash yourself. Look at how dirty you are. What girl would find you appealing in such a state? Zhuo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. And to his surprise, he even began to engage with Zhuo. This was not unusual, as individuals from the ancient continent typically married at an early age. For one's youth is indeed fleeting. Even those at the pinnacle of strength, reaching level 10, possess a mere century of life. Only by transcending the limits can one truly extend their existence, yet few manage to achieve this. Consequently, many choose to wed and bear children at an early stage. As for me, I do not contemplate such matters just yet. At least until I have accomplished my goals, I shall refrain from such commitments. Marriage is not a suitable pursuit at this juncture, as my aspirations extend far beyond mere domesticity. My singular aim is to become the best in the world. Indeed, after a short respite, I shall embark on my journey, and the destination is entirely yours to choose. All that matters is that we remain alive. Very well. My name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout this world. Zhuo exuded confidence, yet he was acutely aware of the folly in challenging a level 4 master. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, the Lord of Begu was admiring a magnificent sword. This weapon radiated a deep indigo brilliance and was impressively large, measuring 6 feet in length and 9 inches in width, weighing approximately 100 pounds. If I were to present this sword, surely I would gain access to a wealth of resources. The blade possessed a degree of sentience. Although its level was not particularly high, being slightly inferior to the white feather sword in my possession, it was nonetheless a spiritual-grade treasure. Swords are classified into 4 tiers: mortal, spiritual, empty, and mysterious, each further divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. Attaining the spiritual level qualifies a sword as a treasure, typically reserved for 10th tier chi refiners, albeit of the lower quality. Strangely, the rulers of this realm seem to have succumbed to a fit of madness, devising a peculiar scheme to acquire all the treasured blades of the ancient continent. This ambition ignited a war lasting several decades, culminating in their victory over the ancient continent a year prior. They then embarked on a frenzied quest to collect these prized swords, as possessing such blades could yield valuable cultivation resources. Having been stuck at the 10th tier for an extended period, the power to sever iron was no longer sufficient to satisfy him. Lord, there has been no progress in the matter. It seems we cannot rely on the Zhuo family any longer. Perhaps we should devise a way to ensnare them? The assassin reappeared, his presence silent, yet suffocating, instilling a sense of urgency in Begu. This young man posed a significant threat, and it seemed imperative to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Patience is key. There will be opportunities, he mused. What of that old man? How has he been handled? Vegas suddenly recalled an individual whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, yet was adept at concealment, making him a formidable opponent. The old man possessed a blade, which was the object of his interest. Not yet, but he is cornered and cannot escape. We have him under control, the assassin reported. Indeed, the old man is strong. Otherwise, he would not have remained so arrogant. Excellent. Take the young lord to subdue him. Inform him that should he refuse to surrender, I shall ensure his demise. Of course, if you find the opportunity to act, do so, Begu replied calmly, as he needed to bolster his own strength, for the surrounding environment was far from optimistic. Yes, the forces of resistance are still quite formidable, and ambition resides in every heart. Soon, all of this shall be mine. After resting for a few days, Zhuo found he could no longer delay his departure. He was hastily expelled without a single coin for his journey. However, his old affliction reared its head once more, his poor sense of direction. Upon his return, he was uncertain when he would find his way back. Unbeknownst to him, he had never considered himself directionally challenged, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge it. How absurd, he thought. It seemed he was not truly of this lineage, as even a modicum of support was withheld from him. Ah well, let this be a lesson in endurance. Once I ascend to become the preeminent master in this world, you shall all be astounded. Zhuo wandered aimlessly, for he lacked the means to venture into crowded areas. He sought solace in the depths of the mountains, driven by necessity rather than desire. Had he been affluent, he would not find himself in such a predicament. As he meandered, he made his way toward a nearby peak. Entirely unaware of the events that awaited him, he simply understood the need to forge ahead. The blade, at this moment, had become a taboo. It appeared that wielding a knife carried its own significance. Zhuo gradually distanced himself, losing track of time. He even began to believe that he had overcome his chronic sense of direction, which brought him a measure of joy. The number of people around him dwindled. He unsheathed his blade, a weapon he had yet to wield in earnest, uncertain of its true potency. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, and I shall ensure your name is synonymous with strength, he proclaimed, brandishing his concealed weapon, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, a chill that hinted at impending conflict. At that moment, he became acutely aware of being stalked. In the midst of a crowd, he had been oblivious, but in solitude, the presence of another was unmistakable. Come forth. Lurking serves no purpose. Or do you wish to acknowledge me as your leader? He uttered coldly, recalling two individuals who had unwittingly accepted him as their superior. Kid, if you dare to wield that knife, hand it over, and I might spare your life. Bellowed a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding an axe. His muscular frame adorned with a tiger tattoo that exuded an aura of intimidation. Oh, come to pick a fight, have you? Then by all means, let's proceed. I am pressed for time. It seems you are unaware of the formidable reputation of the dual-faced axe wielder, Chengjin. The burly Chengjin, a second-tier qi cultivator, felt a surge of irritation. The moment he laid eyes on Zhuo, he sensed something amiss and decided to follow. Now, with no one around, it was time to act. Are you truly strong? If not, do not flaunt your bravado before me. I cannot guarantee that there are no ferocious beasts in this world. Zhuo tilted his head, a smile of indifference gracing his features, exuding the aura of a beast, a feral creature poised to strike. Humph, don't blame me if you perish. Chengjin made his move, his speed surprisingly swift. With an axe in each hand, he spun like a top, generating a whirlwind of force akin to a tornado. Intriguing. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. Zhuo adjusted his posture, mindful not to act recklessly, as he remained unaware of the opponent's offensive trajectory. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, upon reaching its target, it was instantly dissipated. It appears he possesses considerable skill. I am a renowned bounty hunter, with a wealth of combat experience far exceeding yours. This strike will surely determine the victor. Chengjin exuded confidence, convinced that he could effortlessly vanquish this young adversary without expending much effort. Enough of this idle chatter. Zhuo swung his blade down decisively, yet in the next moment, he realized he had made a grave mistake, as sparks flew forth. Such fierce power. This fellow possesses astonishing strength. He was about to be repelled. Zhuo felt his hand beginning to grow numb. It was astonishing how challenging it was to contend with a mere second-level opponent. You have lost. The moment you chose to face me head-on, your defeat was sealed. Your blade now belongs to me. Haha. Zhuo was forcefully struck by the gust of wind generated by his opponent, and he was swept away as if carried off by the very air itself. The scene appeared utterly exaggerated, yet he undeniably felt the weight of this individual's assault. Bang! Zhuo collapsed heavily onto the ground. Had it been the old him, this blow could have claimed his life. Utterly useless. He could barely withstand a single strike. Yet, this is to be expected. It would be a wonder if a novice could possess the strength to contend with me. Chengjin regarded him with disdain, fully aware that this individual was pathetically weak. Such is the script of reality. How painful. It seems I have underestimated you. Do you have any inkling of what it feels like to awaken a beast? Would you like to know? Zhuo rose to his feet, albeit with a slight tremor, for this was no trivial matter. His body had just experienced the sensation of disintegration. Nevertheless, a fierce resolve to fight surged within him. This individual had become his quarry, and he felt entirely capable of taking action against him. Overestimating one's own abilities. I have resolved to strangle you at this very moment. Cheng Jin was not intimidated by his words. In fact, it was precisely because of such declarations that he was spurred into action. This young man appeared decidedly unrefined, almost inviting confrontation. Thus, he spun once more, this time with greater velocity, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow, eager to take a life. I wonder if you will dare to withstand my assault this time. What I have to fear? I have already discerned your weaknesses. The next move will decisively determine the victor. Zhuo had resolved to confront his foe head-on, having discerned the intricacies of his opponent's attack patterns. The forthcoming strike would determine the victor, and he was confident in his ability to triumph. Yet, the opportunity was fleeting. Should he fail to seize it, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. His body could withstand no further blows. This whirlwind was far more formidable than the last, and he was uncertain of his success. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to attempt it, as this was a perilous gamble with his very life at stake. As Cheng Jin approached, he sensed the potency of the whirlwind, yet remained undeterred, biding his time for the singular moment of opportunity. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to strike? Then accept your demise. For you shall not escape unscathed. Have you ever witnessed a flying slash? Would you care to behold it? Zhuo maintained an expression of tranquility, yet suddenly, he leaped into the air, finding himself suspended above a swirling vortex. At that moment, a single misstep could result in being swept away by the tempest, leading to certain destruction. How foolish. Prepare to perish. Cheng Jin's speed escalated rapidly, surpassing all comprehension, reaching an almost unbearable velocity. Zhuo felt the stinging force of the whirlwind against his body. Cursed individual, it is you. 36 Troublesome Phoenix. Zhuo seized the opportunity and unleashed a devastating move known as the 36 Troubling Phoenix. In an instant, the Troubling Phoenix soared along the vortex's path, expanding under the influence of centrifugal force. What? Cheng Jin was taken aback and hastily halted his movements. However, it was already too late. The sword aura had grown immensely by that point. As he came to a stop, the strike was upon him, and escape was no longer an option. He could only slightly evade it. But with a tearing sound, a chilling scream followed, for he had been struck by Zhuo's assault. Remarkably, he had managed to dodge a fatal blow, yet his fate was still sealed. Zhuo was taken aback for a moment, yet he swiftly took action, plunging his weapon directly into the opponent's heart. In an instant, the adversary was rendered motionless, succumbing to death on the spot. Unbeknownst to Zhuo, however, his hidden blade was consuming Cheng Jin's blood, rendering the dagger even more sinister and otherworldly. Yet, Zhuo remained oblivious to the unfolding anomaly. How terrifying this individual truly is. It seems my reactions have grown sluggish. Zhuo felt utterly exhausted. He had not anticipated that the inhabitants here were so formidable. One misstep could potentially lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he emerged victorious. Not having lost was sufficient. He rose to his feet and scavenged through the belongings of the fallen adversary, only to discover a mere handful of amethysts. These amethysts served as a supplementary resource for chi refiners and held tangible value. Yet their quantity was insignificant and hardly constituted a substantial fortune. Never mind. I shall leave you with a complete corpse, he mused, though he pondered whether wild dogs might devour it. After concluding his task, he proceeded onward. Defeating Cheng Jin merely left Zhuo feeling fatigued. It yielded no significant rewards. He had encountered similar opponents before, and those battles had been incredibly exhausting. This time, however, he had discerned his opponent's weaknesses and swiftly determined the outcome. Yet, had his movements been but a fraction swifter, his fatal strike might have been evaded. Such scenarios were undeniably perilous, but fortunately he had succeeded. Although it was not a swift execution, it served as a reminder not to underestimate any adversary. Zhuo had no desire to deal with corpses. After all, as a bounty hunter, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. From the moment he departed from the Zhuo family, this fate began to unfold. Unbeknownst to him, a group of 7 individuals arrived, all clad in identical white uniforms, each adorned with a pin emblazoned with the character on their chests, and each wielding a sword at their waists. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man in his early 20s, distinguished by his tall topknot and slender frame, clearly a scion of wealth. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of ordinary appearance, yet he emanated a menacing aura reminiscent of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Is that person already dead? Why is he lying in the middle of the road? The young man inquired, furrowing his brow. This was his inaugural mission, and encountering a corpse along the way was certainly an ill omen. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent, suggesting that death had not lingered for long. Let us take a look, Perhaps his body will yield some information. The adversary we are to confront is formidable, the middle-aged man remarked, displaying little emotion. To him, the death of one individual was hardly a cause for alarm. He had witnessed far more corpses, and this one might provide some insight. The rumored old man was a master of the blade, wielding a peculiar knife meant for assassination, the true appearance of which remained a mystery, as all who had seen it had perished. He was known by the moniker Death's Swift Blade, for his strikes were astonishingly quick, bordering on the unbelievable. Thus, dispatching him would not be a trivial task. Uncle Mang, do you think we can seize the knife from this Death's Swift Blade? It is said his prowess rivals that of my father. 6 months ago, he attempted to assassinate my father, yet it seems he was ultimately outmatched, the young man pondered. His fixation on this deadly figure stemmed from the threat he posed. 6 months prior, he had infiltrated the Lord's manor with the intent to murder the Lord. But upon discovery, they had clashed, and he had managed to escape. Young Lord, that individual is indeed terrifying. At present, I do not believe I am his match. Though he has not yet reached the 10th level, his methods are fearsome, rivaling even the Shadow Sect. This is why the Lord has sent us both together. We may have a chance to subdue him, Uncle Mang replied. He was involved in the previous ambush and was certain his speed could not match that of their foe. This time, they had dispatched a considerable force to ensnare this old man. Very well, let us examine the corpse, they agreed, approaching the lifeless body to discern any anomalies. Upon arrival, Uncle Mang recognized the deceased as a denizen of the Sword Continent. Qingjin, the double-bladed axe. I saw him yesterday, and now he lies dead? Moreover, the marks on him do not appear to be from a sword. It seems he was slain by a master of the knife. Most likely, this young man attempted to seize his weapon and was subsequently killed, Uncle Mang deduced. He was certain this was not the work of Death's Swift Blade. Yet the audacity of someone wielding a knife in their territory was unprecedented. Uncle Mang, do you notice anything peculiar about his chest? It almost seems frozen. The young lord observed sharply, noticing an unusual detail on Qingjin's heart. This was significant. The circumstances of his death warranted further investigation. Let me take a look, Uncle Mang said as he drew a dagger and sliced open Qingjin's chest. To his astonishment, he discovered that the heart was still encased in ice. And the wound bore distinctive marks. How curious. What kind of force could freeze a heart? Could it be a knife forged from special materials? If so, its quality must be exceptional. Uncle Mang mused, realizing the complexity of the situation. It appeared there was another knife wielder involved, and the audacity of such actions seemed excessive. Are you suggesting that another knife wielder is encroaching upon our territory? The young lord felt a surge of opportunity. Perhaps this could lead to acquiring a formidable weapon. If they could obtain both knives, it could bolster the strength of their domain significantly. Moreover, his father would have a chance to grow stronger, as the Sword Continent valued strength and capability over internal strife. It is quite possible, yet we remain unaware of this young man's origins. He is undoubtedly formidable. The fact that he could wield such a knife indicates his extraordinary skill. Such weapons are typically reserved for the mightiest, Uncle Mang cautioned. Recognizing the potential threat posed by another with abilities akin to Death's Swift Blade. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity if they could acquire that knife. It could pave the way for them to conquer a nearby city. Indeed, this is a confluence of opportunity and peril. Let us proceed. Darkness approaches, and it will not be safe here once night falls. Yes, but should we have the chance, we must eliminate them. Those wielding knives are of no consequence. And with that, they advanced, leaving Qingjin's body behind, oblivious to the fact that they were on the same side. After all, self-interest reigned supreme. As Zhuo wandered, he stumbled upon a clearing, an ideal spot for camping. However, given the choice, he would not have selected this location. Its vastness rendered it vulnerable to potential attacks, which made him hesitant. Yet, time was not on his side. It was already late, and he could not afford to traverse the forest, lest he become prey to wild beasts. Fortunately, he did not need to venture far, for a river flowed nearby, offering him the opportunity to catch fish for sustenance. How absurd it is that venturing out should leave me without a single coin to my name, with no money at all. I am truly at risk of starvation or worse. Zhuo caught a few fish and began to roast them, all the while lamenting the absence of financial support, claiming that had he received it, he would not have sustained injuries, especially not in such a desolate wilderness. After his meal, he pondered the circumstances that led him to confront Qingjin so decisively instead of testing the waters first, which might have spared him from such severe wounds. Although today's injuries were not life-threatening, they were undeniably painful. Had it been 3 months prior, he would have succumbed to them, for his body then was exceedingly frail. Suddenly, He sensed several formidable presences nearby, each significantly stronger than he, the weakest among them surpassing even Qingjin. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily sought refuge. Acutely aware that these individuals could easily wish him harm, a flicker of fear gripped him, stemming from his lack of strength. Had he possessed the power he wielded during his confrontation with Kaku, he would not have felt such trepidation. Resolutely, he found a hiding spot, intending to observe the newcomers and discern their identities for future encounters. Shortly after his departure, a group emerged, members of the Lord's estate. Their arrival enveloped Zhuo in a suffocating sense of dread. It would indeed be a trivial matter for them to annihilate the Zhuo family. He realized they might indeed be outmatched. For the moment, however, they had no recourse but to bide their time, knowing that to rise above their current station, one must attain a strength of at least level 10 or higher. How disheartening to discover that someone had beaten him to the punch. The way things stood, that individual likely feared them. Otherwise, they would not have left the fire unattended. The young lord, observing the signs left behind, deduced that the person had recently departed and probably did not venture far. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as that ancient adversary did not appear. They were assured of their safety. In this territory, they were nearly invincible. To challenge them would be tantamount to courting death. Zhuo's decision to leave was prudent. For had he remained, he would have faced a grim fate. He suspected he might be the target of the knife-wielding figure. And caution was paramount. He must not fall into the trap set for him. Ming Hao, evidently disinclined to continue his journey, seized Zhuo's camp, leaving Zhuo with little recourse but to acquiesce. He recognized that there were two individuals he could not hope to defeat. Their strength eclipsed even that of his father. They were on an entirely different level, and he found himself devoid of any desire to challenge them, especially given the sheer number of their companions. It seemed wise to avoid confrontation, particularly with the middle-aged man, whose presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Who could say what other formidable abilities he possessed? Zhuo instinctively curled his lips in a subtle manner, yet this minute gesture was perceptibly noticed by the middle-aged man. Suddenly, he picked up a pebble and flicked it in Zhuo's direction. The stone traveled with remarkable swiftness, grazing past Zhuo's cheek in the blink of an eye. In that instant, a sense of foreboding washed over him. However, he remained immobile, instead opting to throw several stones in other directions, which stirred the air with sudden commotion. Could it be a rabbit? Never mind. I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you shall learn the true meaning of demise. Meng Hao, momentarily disinterested in discerning whether the intruders were human, acknowledged that their act of seizing his original encampment was inherently wrong. Thus, he decided to extend a measure of mercy, provided they did not complicate matters further. Meanwhile, Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to maintain a faade of composure. Just moments ago, he felt an unsettling premonition that he might be killed at any instant. That man possessed the capability to dispatch him with ease. His body trembled uncontrollably, a sensation he had not encountered in a long time. And today he experienced it in the presence of a complete stranger. This individual must not be provoked, at least until I have grown stronger. I shall unequivocally refrain from engaging him in combat. Zhuo was genuinely apprehensive. Fortunately, he had chosen to retreat earlier. Or else he might have become the second Qingjin, facing death in this very place. What happened? Why did he suddenly strike? The young lord was evidently perplexed as to why he had taken action. It was utterly bizarre. Could there still be someone lurking here? It's nothing. I was merely being overly anxious, thinking there might be someone hiding in the shadows. It seems it was merely a rabbit or something similar. Let's take a good rest. We have entered the treacherous territory of the fatal blade. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives, Ming Hao remarked. Indeed, he had a point. Their adversary was none other than the fatal blade, rather than anyone else. The threat posed by the fatal blade was significant, as he would show no regard for the lives of these individuals. Even if someone were present, he would not hesitate to strike. Zhuo remained perfectly still until the dawn was nearly upon him, at which point he quietly departed. He realized that he could no longer choose an open space, for doing so would likely lead him to encounter them again. Heaven knows what actions they might undertake. It was truly terrifying. Their speed of attack was astonishingly swift, leaving me unable to perceive even the slightest movement. It is likely that their strength surpasses that of the Shadow Gate, which is utterly frightening. It is best to depart hastily and avoid any association with them. Zhuo strode forward, choosing a random direction, convinced that his misfortune could not persist. However, his luck proved to be remarkably dire. With his next step, he inadvertently stirred a pack of wolves. Good heavens! Was fate truly conspiring against him? How could he have roused a pack of wolves? Zhuo was utterly astonished. In an instant, he turned back. For the pack of wolves he had inadvertently disturbed was no ordinary assembly. It comprised over 100 formidable beasts. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he found himself in such a perilous predicament. Truly, this was beyond exhilarating. Goodness, is this fate attempting to end my life? What abysmal luck I possess. Zhuo lay down for nearly an entire night, and just when he believed that everyone had succumbed to slumber, he dared to move cautiously. It wasn't due to his cleverness, but rather sheer compulsion. Yet, the situation had worsened as he regained his senses and took a few steps. He suddenly perceived what appeared to be a glimmer of light ahead. Curiosity compelled him to glance in that direction. However, this innocent look proved to be perilous. He realized that it was no light at all, but rather a multitude of beastly eyes glaring back at him. This sight startled him profoundly. He had never anticipated encountering a pack of wild animals, an occurrence that truly surpassed his imagination. Oh my goodness! How unfortunate am I to encounter such a predicament? Zhuo, in an instant, resolved to lead these beasts towards that group of individuals. A form of retribution, indeed. How audacious they were to treat him as an ordinary person, nearly costing him his life. If that were the case, they would soon learn the consequences of crossing him. Yet, he hesitated to gamble on whether these creatures would follow him. No, the sight of their bared fangs made it abundantly clear that they would not spare him. This was a pack of wolves, unmistakably nefarious in appearance, and the drool dripping from their jaws indicated their hunger for a substantial meal, likely having gone far too long without one. It was evident that the moment he moved, he would become their prey. How frightful! Nevertheless, they could serve as potent instruments of his will. He craved their strength. A rational person would likely seek to flee, but he was resolute in his defiance. Though fraught with peril, the mere existence of that group was a persistent threat. He held no particular fondness for killing. Yet those individuals were likely affiliated with the Lord's manor. Should they discover he bore a weapon, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Moreover, the Shadow Sect posed a similar danger, and thus, they could not be allowed to live. The Shadow Sect had previously imparted a profound lesson to them. Although he had refrained from direct confrontation, Zhuo understood their intentions were to send a clear message to the Zhu family. They had gradually accumulated grievances that could erupt in an instant. Now, he comprehended the nature of their conflict. Therefore, it was time to take decisive action and eliminate them. However, retreating unscathed was an impossibility, for there were hundreds of wolves. What he perceived was merely the surface of their numbers, their eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. A truly terrifying sight. With no other option, he resolved to run for his life. Survival was imperative, for death awaited otherwise. Zhuo finds himself with no avenue of retreat. Killing is unequivocally out of the question. He now stands between a rock and a hard place, facing adversaries that he cannot contend with. The situation has undoubtedly reached its nadir, yet a glimmer of opportunity remains. If he can incite them to clash, he may seize the chance to escape. However, this will come at a cost. Injury is inevitable, though death is unlikely. This is indisputable. Thus it demands a measure of courage. To fully awaken their primal instincts, confrontation is essential. Let us act. Zhuo unsheathed his dagger without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Without pausing to assess the outcome, he swiftly turned and fled in the original direction. A howl pierced the air as one of the wolves was struck, igniting a frenzy among the pack. How audacious of this human! To dare undertake such an act was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the fact that he fled at the very first opportunity only served to heighten their instincts. To the wolves, Zhuo appeared as both a formidable threat and a potential meal. Splendid! Come forth. Zhuo cast a glance and, indeed, they had arrived, moving with astonishing speed. Soon, several agile ones were merely a few meters behind him. What on earth is going on with these wolves? Zhuo was taken aback, for he beheld several wolves leaping forth to assail him. Just moments ago, he had narrowly evaded their claws, but his speed had now diminished. This slowdown proved detrimental, as he found himself targeted by 5 wolves. It seems there is no escape for me. Very well, if battle is inevitable, then let it commence. Zhuo unsheathed his sword once more, charging forward with fervor, and with a swift stroke he cleaved through a wolf, which had evidently never anticipated such an assault. Yet, the scent of blood merely incited their primal instincts, driving them into a frenzy. Suddenly, one wolf lunged at him, sinking its teeth into Zhuo's arm, the excruciating pain igniting a sense of impending doom within him. Damn it! All of you shall perish. Rage surged through him, fueled by the torment these creatures inflicted. He was left with nothing but raw, untamed fury. Indeed, humanity is but a manifestation of savagery. 36 Vexations of the Phoenix. In an instant, Zhuo unleashed a torrent of sword energy, transforming it into a breathtaking arc of power, a spectacle beyond imagination. This was the first time he had harnessed his energy in such a manner, and he was oblivious to the commotion he had just stirred. At that moment, a wolf appeared, exuding a presence entirely different from the others. Its physique was far more robust, clearly of a superior caliber. Zhuo found himself momentarily paralyzed by the creature's aura, acutely aware that he was no match for it. Flee. This is truly life-threatening. In Zhuo's heart, there remained but a singular thought. He could never hope to contend with this opponent, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, for this was not the time to engage with such wolves. However, everything changed dramatically with the resounding howl of a wolf. The entire pack surged forth as if possessed, recklessly launching themselves at him. Were they truly intent on his destruction? This situation had far exceeded his expectations. He had once believed his course of action to be the most astute, but it had now ensnared him in peril. Faced with an innumerable horde of wolves, his life had effectively been surrendered to fate. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around him. What could have caused such a disturbance? Was it the doing of some reckless fool? Meng Hao abruptly awakened from his reverie, sensing an oppressive force as if something had been stirred. Uncle Meng, do you feel it too? The young lord remarked, both sensing the looming threat but remaining unaware of the source of such tumult. It was clear that whatever approached was formidable. The scale of this unknown entity was substantial, but for Meng Hao, it was merely an inconvenience, one that could be dealt with. The entire group rose, prepared for battle. Should the situation become dire, they would retreat, avoiding needless sacrifice. The young lord stated that they could no longer afford to withdraw, and their own formidable strength suggested that the adversary might not be overwhelmingly powerful. Abruptly, they detected a pungent scent of blood, growing increasingly intense, as though a fierce battle was underway. Prepare for combat. Regardless of what we encounter, we strike first. Meng Hao concluded decisively. They had no choice but to take the initiative. Awaiting death was not an option. Anxiety gripped their hearts as the unknown loomed ahead. The oppressive scent of blood signified that a fierce conflict was raging before them, likely claiming numerous lives, whether human or otherwise. This was no human blood. It bore the essence of animals. What creature could instigate such carnage? The overwhelming stench was truly unsettling. Meng Hao surmised that any being capable of provoking such a battle could not be ordinary. It was likely a terrifying creature, though he sensed it might be a clash among beasts. Suddenly, a blade of energy sliced through the air, advancing towards them and appearing to grow ever larger. Sword energy. Could it be that humans were battling ferocious beasts? Meng Hao's eyes gleamed. This energy was unlike any he had encountered before. In that fleeting moment, they glimpsed a figure emerging from the depths of hell, a bloodied warrior, a visual spectacle that struck a profound impact. This individual was beset by several wolves yet continued to fight valiantly, wielding a knife that remained pristine, as if untouched by the blood that surrounded it. That knife. It was no ordinary weapon. The young man possessed something extraordinary that must be seized. Meng Hao exuded a primal ferocity upon spotting Zhuo's blade, his desire intensifying. He must possess it. It represented something far more vital than life itself. Eliminate that man and claim the knife he wields. That is our rightful prize. The young lord exclaimed, suddenly grasping the necessity of vanquishing Zhuo. Despite being awestruck by the scene, the prospect of acquiring that knife drove him forth. Have they arrived? Regardless, they are enemies, and they must perish. Zhuo slowed his pace, for he intended to wait until the entire pack of wolves had arrived. He had been pushed to the limits of his strength by these creatures, his vision clouded with a crimson haze of rage. He understood that these individuals were doomed, even if they had not wronged him in the slightest. Indeed, he felt they had already transgressed against him, and he yearned to strike. One sword style, Azure Dragon Slash. Zhuo leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 5 zhong, and as he descended, he drew the back of his blade behind him, executing a powerful downward slash that ensnared all his adversaries in one swift motion. This was an unforeseen turn of events. None could have anticipated that the opponent would strike so boldly. Although the blow lacked overwhelming force, it was undeniably a provocation that could not be ignored. To slay him and seize the weapon from his grasp would be a significant achievement. The young lord of the city would never permit anyone to display such arrogance before him. How audacious for a mere first-tier swordsman to act so recklessly, utterly disregarding their presence. Indeed, if they could not defeat him, retreat would be the only option. This was the White Wolf clan, a force beyond their capability to confront. Yet, Meng Hao was evidently aware of the stakes involved. Their primary objective was not merely to claim this man's weapon, but rather to seize the fabled death blade, which was their ultimate goal. The strike of Zhuo finally descended, soaring like a celestial dragon, yet it was effortlessly shattered by a mere flick from Meng Hao. This left Zhuo astounded. He had never anticipated that his attack would be so feeble, utterly ineffective against his opponent. It was simply unfathomable. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. The wolf pack had finally arrived, which was precisely what Zhuo had intended. Upon landing, he was immediately seized by two wolves, clenching his hands and feet, yet Zhuo paid them no heed. He had already succumbed to a crimson frenzy. He had reached a point of no return. Pushed to such extremes for the first time, an undeniably terrifying experience. However, desperation often begets newfound strength, provided one survives the ordeal. Yet, he was beyond concern for such matters. The snow had been stained red countless times, yet he remained indifferent, not even contemplating the implications. Gradually, his consciousness began to wane. This was an eventuality he had never anticipated, and he resigned himself to fate. If this were to be his family's retribution, he felt remorse for his comrades. But if this was all he was capable of, then so be it. I am sorry, everyone. Forgive me, Guyana. This is all the legacy I can leave behind. At that moment, a tempest arose, swiftly transforming into a tornado, altering the course of events. No one could fathom the cause of this phenomenon. The fatal blade. It is the fatal blade, Meng Hao exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the tempest for what it was. The fatal blade had initiated its assault. This young man displayed unexpected prowess. The old man would take him away. As for the rest, they were on their own. A boisterous voice echoed out of nowhere, only to dissipate moments later. The emergence of the fatal blade and its overwhelming might afforded Zhuo an escape, leaving many bewildered, never having anticipated the sudden appearance of such a formidable force. The unexpected arrival of Zhuo had not been anticipated by them. They had thought themselves the only participants. Yet, who could have foreseen such an outcome? The prowess of the deadly blade surpassed that of Meng Hao, making it a trivial task for him to conceal his presence, even effortless. However, it was precisely this ease that led to the current predicament. Now, the convergence of two blades signified an added layer of complexity to their endeavors. In this mountainous forest, locating someone adept at hiding was a daunting challenge. Should they unite their efforts, it would only exacerbate their already precarious situation. Yet, they were confronted with an even more formidable issue, the group before them. The deadly blade departed the scene with an astonishing swiftness, his speed bordering on the incomprehensible, unmatched by anyone present. How had these individuals appeared here, even startling the White Wolf pack? They were likely subordinates of that fellow from the North Valley, and their persistence was alarming, arriving in numbers as they did. It seemed they intended to eliminate him, but if they possessed the skill, let them come forth. The deadly blade, an elderly man with thinning hair, seemed unperturbed by his appearance. Were it not for his extraordinary speed, he might pass for an ordinary old man. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable figure exhibited remarkable qualities that Meng Hao and his companions sought to subdue. However, upon reflection, such an undertaking was far from simple. This individual was indeed a formidable presence. The young man wielded a knife, one that resonated with the deadly blade, suggesting that it was no ordinary weapon. To possess such a powerful blade at such an early stage was reckless, indicating a propensity for danger. The deadly blade had not intended to intervene. He was merely drawn by the resonance of the knife in his hand, a call he could not ignore. Indeed, he witnessed something extraordinary. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity of death, a mere first-level practitioner compelling the White Wolf pack to engage, and managing to withstand numerous battles. If his instincts were correct, this young man was likely to tread a perilous path, one that promised swift advancement for sword practitioners, a notion few had contemplated. Particularly in this transformed world. The youth, not particularly old, should have been aware of the current rules, yet he chose to wield such a weapon. The deadly blade found this perplexing. Why would he opt for such a formidable instrument? Nevertheless, this young man intrigued him. If he could grow stronger, it would be of great significance. The ancient continent required fresh blood. He must survive and flourish. The deadly blade fancied that rescuing this youth could add a layer of excitement to his life, a necessity, for at their current juncture, failure to adapt would render their efforts futile. Although they had faced setbacks, they had not truly failed. They had merely encountered a temporary defeat. And the opportunity for a turnaround remained abundant. The hope lay with the younger generation, for only they could become the vanguard. The elders had aged, and their adversaries had grown formidable. If the youth were to falter, their prospects of victory would vanish. Perhaps it was time to provoke this young man further. Suddenly, the expression on the deadly blade's face turned quite peculiar, exuding a mischievous intent that was particularly strange for an elderly figure. Meanwhile, Meng Hao and his companions were entrenched in battle, their fervor blinding them to the unfolding circumstances. The wolf pack surged forth relentlessly, their weapons stained a vivid crimson. As daylight broke, they realized they had slain no fewer than 100 wolves, having decimated 2/3 of the pack. Should they persist, total annihilation of the wolves was within reach, but at a cost. 2 of their own had already perished, 2 third-level experts, formidable even in a Nan city. This underscored the ferocity of the wolf pack, though ultimately, they remained wild creatures, easily subdued by humans. That young man, if he remained alive. Meng Hao would not bear the surname Meng. He was incensed, for this was the first time he had faced such a situation, bested by a mere first-level opponent. How could he, an 8th-level powerhouse, allow such an indignity to surface? Yet it had occurred, and he could not abide it. Furthermore, there was the deadly blade. An adversary of undeniable strength, perhaps even superior to himself. Defeating such a foe would prove exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, their current objective was not to vanquish their opponent, but rather to persuade him to yield, thereby circumventing numerous potential complications, a victory in itself. Still, it was difficult to fathom the extent of their opponent's might. Yet, there was one imperative task, to eliminate that insufferable young man. If they did not eradicate him, it would be a source of perpetual distress. Moreover, they needed to eliminate those surrounding him. These individuals posed a grave threat that could not be overlooked. Young Lord, upon our return, investigate thoroughly. That young man must be eradicated, along with his family. Their existence, especially in possession of such a weapon, cannot be tolerated. Meng Hao's singular focus was on retribution. Their defeat had been catastrophic, and they could not afford further losses. If casualties continued to mount, it would spell doom for them. They had assumed that fatalities would arise from their conflict with the deadly blade. But never could they have fathomed that it would be at the hands of a mere first-level practitioner. Such an occurrence was outrageous. A source of ridicule, how could a group of ostensibly powerful individuals be bested by someone of lesser caliber? This was a profound disgrace. They would not let this go unpunished. That young man would learn the consequences of crossing their path. The young lord is certainly not a magnanimous individual. He is acutely aware that these individuals are his subordinates, and their demise would equally constitute a loss for him and his family. However, they find themselves in a position of helplessness. The deaths of his men signify a weakening of their strength. Cultivating a third-tier warrior is no simple task, otherwise. The Zhuo family would not possess merely one fourth-tier formidable fighter, while the number of other strong warriors remains pitifully scarce. This exemplifies the formidable power of their lord's estate. Capable of annihilating all in an instant, yet they are constrained to this situation. The rationale is straightforward. The commands from their leader must not result in death. It is akin to a general amnesty. Granting clemency to all inhabitants of the ancient continent diminishes the momentum for rebellion, which is precisely the outcome they desire. A solution that is both comprehensive and lasting is an essential skill for rulers, and this result has been achieved, revealing the underlying reality to many. Beast, if you still wish to fight, then come forth. I shall ensure the extinction of your kind. A mere 5th-tier white wolf dares to act arrogantly before me. If you wish to remain here, then depart immediately, or I shall claim your head. Kong Hao harbored a desire to eliminate this troublesome wolf. It was indeed a source of significant trouble. While dispatching it would not be particularly difficult, doing so would only render them more passive, an outcome he wished to avoid. Nonetheless, his murderous intent was palpable, almost terrifying in its intensity, embodying the primal ferocity of a wild beast, ready to erupt at any moment to unleash death. The wolf leader was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had seemingly provoked the wrong individual, one who ought not to be trifled with. Should this ferocity be unleashed, it would not merely claim the lives of wolves, but potentially humans as well, a sensation that was not lost on it. Reluctantly, it let out a growl before retreating. They had no choice but to withdraw, lest they face death. The wolves' capitulation brought benefits to both parties, without a doubt, though the cost was somewhat steep. 2 of their own had perished, while nearly 100 wolves lay dead, their bodies accumulating like a mountain. Yet this is the law of the jungle, only the strong survive. Zhuo was unaware that he had already been rescued. He merely felt as if he had experienced a vivid dream, one that was strikingly real. In this dream, he endured considerable hardship, his entire being engulfed by an indescribable pain. This sensation was undeniably genuine. On one hand, his body was indeed capable of feeling, and on the other, He had truly sustained injuries. Yet, in the realm of dreams, his circumstances were entirely different. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had been saved by none other than an erstwhile adversary. This revelation struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Why would an enemy come to his aid? It was bewildering, almost beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, the individual had indeed saved him, presenting a conundrum that was utterly confounding. The savior was none other than Perona. A thought he had never entertained. That he would be rescued by such a formidable foe was truly terrifying. He vaguely recalled the encounter aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, where he had faced an opponent of unparalleled strength, one capable of plunging them all into peril. Had it not been for the presence of a formidable ally like Usopp, their demise would have been all but certain. Fortunately, they had managed to extricate themselves from such a dire predicament. Otherwise, the situation would have been exceedingly troublesome. He could not fathom the existence of such a fearsome power, which defied all rational explanation. Yet, the fact that he dreamed of this person seemed extraordinarily strange. Was he destined to be haunted by such an individual even in his dreams? If this was indeed just a dream, he longed to awaken swiftly. He had no desire to linger in such a nightmarish reverie. This encapsulated Zhuo inner turmoil. He was genuinely frightened, unsettled by the very thought of this individual. At that moment, he and his companions were utterly powerless against such abilities, and the humiliation he felt was far more harrowing than the prospect of defeat in battle. He had been compelled to accept this reality, forced to endure the imposition of another's will. Unable to reconcile this predicament, he struggled until he finally awoke. Yet, upon awakening, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It was merely a dream, and had it been otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The dream had been strikingly vivid. He had not contemplated where he was, for he felt that escaping Perona was a cause for gratitude, even though he remained oblivious to his current surroundings. Where was this place? He recalled being attacked by a pack of wolves, after which he lost all sense of direction. Now, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Had he been captured by them? Zhuo wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. However, he was consumed by a desire for slumber, exhibiting an almost obsessive devotion to sleep. Thus, he paid no heed to his surroundings and succumbed to sleep. This left the nearby deadly blade astonished, as he had not anticipated that this individual would exhibit no fear whatsoever. Hey, at least acknowledge the situation. This cannot be right. I did save your life. A gesture of gratitude would be appropriate. In a fit of fury, the deadly blade erupted. Wondering just how much confidence this young man possessed to remain so nonchalant. This was truly alarming. Did this lad genuinely fear nothing? To utter such words was nothing short of a death wish. Wait, no, who are you? How did you come to be here? This is not right. Zhuo was taken aback. How could a person suddenly appear? This individual was utterly terrifying. Wasn't he still engaged in battle? How could he have arrived here so abruptly? This was indeed alarming. This is the question I wish to pose. How could you treat your savior in such a manner? I was the one who rescued you. Without my intervention, you would have perished long ago. The death blade found himself inexplicably furious, unable to fathom the unfolding events. He was at a loss for why he was so invested in this situation. This young man seemed utterly oblivious to the ways of the world. It was truly astonishing that he had managed to survive to this point. It seemed that this individual was a grotesque creation of existence itself. Shouldn't he ponder these matters with greater seriousness? So, you are my savior? What is the meaning of this? How did I come to be here? Zhuo had never contemplated that this individual could be his savior. The thought had simply eluded him. If, indeed, this person had come to his aid, it could only signify that he was a benevolent soul. After all, a malevolent person would never extend a hand to save another. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that he might harbor ulterior motives. By the way, where is my knife? At this moment, Zhuo suddenly remembered his knife. An object more precious than his own life. If it were to go missing, it would indeed be an unimaginable catastrophe. Just how remarkable is your intellect to have only realized this now? The deathly quick blade is truly astonishing. How could this young man have overlooked such a crucial detail? Moreover, why was his first inquiry about the location of the knife instead of asking where he was? What could possibly occupy this fellow's mind? Devoid of even the most basic common sense. How has he survived for so long? It is nothing short of a miracle in the annals of biology. And he has managed to rescue such a marvel. It is utterly terrifying. So what exactly is happening here? Why am I in this place? And who exactly are you? At this moment, Zhuo finally comprehended what he truly desired. His dagger had vanished, and no one knew its whereabouts. It was only now that he began to grasp the situation. However, this revelation had left the deathly quick blade astounded for an extended duration, indeed, an extraordinarily long time. If he were to discover the truth, one could only speculate on his thoughts. He was genuinely curious to ascertain the configuration of this fellow's mind, as he was undeniably a formidable individual. Yet, given the boy's evident dullness, he likely remained oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into his trap. The sheer extent of his obliviousness was nothing short of miraculous, a miracle that had never crossed anyone's mind. It was probable that, given his current state, it would take a while longer for him to come to this realization. However, one could ponder what his reaction would be upon discovering the truth. This was a crucial question he yearned to answer. Perhaps this lad would never entertain such a notion? Or, upon learning the reality, how would he respond? These were indeed intriguing inquiries. Have you not noticed anything amiss? The deathly quick blade suddenly inquired, eager to discern the boy's perspective on the matter. What? Is something wrong? Or do you wish to offer me your dagger? If your intention is to present me with your blade, I would not object. However, should it pertain to other matters, I might take issue. Zhuo candidly expressed his thoughts, for he was a person of straightforward disposition, rarely overthinking matters. Don't you feel any discomfort in certain areas? Duo Ming Kuaidao remarked with a hint of mockery, eager to discern the potential growth of this young man and his genuine passion for a grand cause. Should he lack such fervor, it would merely indicate a misjudgment in his choice of whom to save. However, if there existed a spark of ambition, the situation would transform entirely, leading to the very change he sought. No, my entire body aches, and I cannot quite grasp the nature of this pain. It seems you have something you wish to share with me? Zhuo indeed felt nothing, as he had already succumbed to an overwhelming numbness. His entire body was engulfed in excruciating pain. Were he an ordinary person, he might have perished from the agony. It is worth noting that the infamous assassin, the Deadly Blade, is not known for his healing skills. He merely administered rudimentary bandaging to Zhuo. The wound continued to bleed, a sight most gruesome, and the injury had only formed a scab. It is important to acknowledge that wolves possess venom, having been bitten numerous times. It is astonishing that he still drew breath. One cannot help but wonder about the resilience of his constitution. Evidently, you are a forthright individual. Thus, I shall be succinct. While you were unconscious, I conducted a ritual that has irrevocably bound you to the rebel cause. The mark you now bear signifies an unalterable allegiance. You have become a member of the opposition against the Sword Continent's dominion over the ancient continent. Your current status is exceedingly precarious. The Deadly Blade's intent was to manipulate Zhuo, recognizing the strength of his character. It would be most advantageous for them to claim such a person as their own. What? Very well. As long as you do not bring trouble to those around me, I am indifferent. Zhuo, however, was indifferent. This individual had, in fact, shown him kindness, a debt he felt compelled to honor. Since he had received a favor, it was only natural for him to reciprocate. The notion of joining any organization held little significance for him. His straightforwardness was indeed commendable, truly a testament to the people of the ancient continent. I shall brand your mark upon your back, he declared, for it is the emblem of our kind, and I bear one as well. As he spoke, he removed his upper garment, revealing a distinct mark, a single character, rebel. It was a simple yet profound symbol. However, Zhuo was incensed. He was acutely aware of one immutable truth. The scar upon his back represented the disgrace of a swordsman. The audacity of having such a mark branded onto him was an affront he could not tolerate. Are you saying nothing? He challenged. You have seared your mark onto my back? Indeed, what of it? Is there a problem? Came the reply. Do you not grasp the honor of being a swordsman? The scar on my back is a symbol of disgrace. Zhuo surged forward, a burning desire to eliminate this individual igniting within him. How could this person behave in such a manner? Such actions are utterly unforgivable. This time, he could no longer endure it. He had initially thought it was merely a trivial wound, but to his shock, it had been a direct stab to his back. Was he not acutely aware of how much he cherished his own back? For a swordsman, it is a testament to his existence and growth. Now, however, he found himself stripped of any opportunity to uphold his dignity as a swordsman. He was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, akin to a flood bursting through a dam, spiraling out of control. This was the reality confronting him, a perilous situation that filled him with anxiety. What had possessed this young man to act in such a bewildering manner? It was utterly inconceivable. He even entertained the thought of taking action against this youth, but upon reflection, he realized it was unnecessary. The young man was already struggling to hold on. At that moment, He was utterly weakened. Who could say whether he might perish from the rage in the next instant? It seemed a distinct possibility. For anyone sustaining such grave injuries, mere survival would be nothing short of miraculous, a grand miracle indeed. However, that miracle appeared on the verge of vanishing. If he continued to act in such a manner, he would inevitably succumb to excessive blood loss. No matter how formidable he was, he remained but a single individual. It would be wise to conserve his strength. He could not possibly inflict harm upon me now. Even at his peak, he could not pose a threat to me. I am a 9th level chi refiner. Are you certain you wish to engage me in battle? The deadly blade was indeed unperturbed by this young man. In his eyes, the youth posed no real threat. What was so formidable about him? Eliminating him would merely take an instant. What he valued was the young man's audacity. He merely sought to utilize such a youth to enhance his own prowess. Devoid of any ulterior motives, the rest held no significance for him. Should you wish to defeat me, it would require at least a decade or more, an impossible feat, however. To end your life is an exceedingly simple task. I could do so right now. Your fate rests firmly within my grasp. Rest assured, it is not etched upon your back, but rather on your left shoulder. Your back bears too many claw marks. It is unsightly. The words of the deadly blade remained as piercing as ever, yet Zhuo was acutely aware of the wounds adorning his back. The reason for this was painfully evident. Facing so many wolves, to emerge unscathed would be a miracle indeed. Should you dare to tattoo your back while standing before me, you would assuredly meet your demise. I, Zhuo, will never allow anyone to tarnish my dignity. Zhuo paused for a moment, realizing that his earlier excitement had exacerbated his wound, causing the bandages to become soaked with blood. Rest assured, you cannot kill me. Furthermore, welcome to the Reversed Blood Organization. You now possess a singularly important objective, to overthrow the dominion of the Sword Continent. I am your comrade. My name is Gu Dao, known as the Deathly Quick Blade. The Deathly Quick Blade greatly admires talents like Zhuo. This represents a fresh influx of vigor. He is now irrevocably bound to this organization. Even if he wished to extricate himself, escape would be impossible, as no opportunity would be afforded to him. Zhuo's life has already been profoundly influenced by this association. Get lost. Zhuo is but a single character. Go away. He finds it utterly intolerable that someone would unilaterally impose rules upon others. It is an exceedingly unpleasant sentiment. Young man, temper your rage. Should you allow your anger to escalate, your wounds may begin to bleed anew. And surely you would not wish to behold the sight of your own bloodshed? The fateful blade embodies the demeanor of a jaded elder, utterly indifferent to Zhuo's feelings, even deeming it unnecessary to regard him. For he is a delightfully intriguing individual, a lad worthy of cultivation, one who possesses the audacity to act boldly. If he can become his authentic self, then matters shall proceed smoothly. They seek individuals brimming with rebellious spirit. While the Sword Continent appears to govern their ancient continent favorably on the surface, who can truly discern the underlying reality? They have begun to grasp certain truths, understanding their true intentions, which is precisely why rebellion is imperative. Such defiance may offer them a chance at survival, yet few ever consider this circumstance. Only they comprehend the true purpose of their existence. However, their numbers are regrettably insufficient. The elder generation will inevitably pass away, and once they do, the ancient continent may indeed fall under the yoke of their oppressors. This is a truth that the elders can never forget. It is indelible. Why do you wish to save me? At this moment, Zhuo pondered the reason behind this individual's desire to save him. It seemed as though there was no connection between them. Was it merely to recruit him into their so-called rebellion? Yet, he felt a sense of autonomy. If he wished to join, he would, and if he did not, he would refrain. Could these people truly impose their will upon him? Was it too late to question this? Of course, saving you serves my own interests. No one in this world would act against their own benefit. And I am no exception. My intention in rescuing you is to invite you to join our ranks in the Blood Rebellion, while also imparting some skills to you. At this juncture, the deadly blade finally revealed his true intentions. He had witnessed Chrollo in combat and recognized him as a divine being, not merely a brute. He was an exceptionally formidable individual. Such a person requires cultivation. He possesses immense potential that the deadly blade yearned to harness, seeking to nurture him into an even more powerful entity. Now well over 70 years of age, he understood that if he could not break through in his lifetime, his existence would come to an end. He was unwilling to succumb to death after all this time. He aspired to create a successor, a second deadly blade. The sight of someone wielding a blade in this world, particularly a youth, ignited a spark within him, even if this youth was unaware of the world's intricacies. But he wielded a blade. This set him apart from the ordinary. He felt a profound sense of destiny, a vision of the future he could perceive. He needed to save him and simultaneously elevate his martial lineage. This individual was an excellent subject for experimentation. He must be utilized wisely. What? You intend to teach me skills? Zhuo was taken aback. What on earth was this old fellow thinking to suddenly utter such words? I am the founder of the Grass Sea School, yet I find myself without a successor. I cannot bear to see my hard work vanish into thin air. Zhuo found himself in a state of bewilderment. Such unexpected fortune was indeed rare. What could this old man possibly intend? Possessing the formidable strength of a 9th level. He still sought to impart knowledge. This was truly unprecedented. You wish to teach me? Unless you can demonstrate extraordinary prowess, I shall not acquiesce. I am a person who values my pride. I will not accept unless the power is undeniably compelling. Zhuo adopted a somber demeanor, initially. He had not contemplated such matters, yet now he found himself compelled to do so. As a swordsman, he was open to learning sword techniques from others. For progress could only be achieved through continuous learning. However, he held little belief that the individual before him could offer any meaningful advancement. Am I to be looked down upon by a mere lad? What has become of this world? Have opportunities fallen from the sky ceased to exist? You, young man, must realize that many aspire to learn, yet they are deprived of the chance. And here you stand, the opportunity laid bare before you, and you dare to reject it? Truly remarkable. The deathly blade had never anticipated such arrogance. An elder wishing to impart skills was rebuffed. It was perplexing to fathom the mindset of this individual. Yet, it is through such awareness that one can attain growth. If a person does not progress, they remain oblivious to their limits. In other words, Zhuo's attitude would earn the elder's recognition, and he would impart some essence of his knowledge. His days were numbered. He could perhaps live a few more years. And he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Advancement was no longer feasible for him, and thus he resorted to this method. Zhuo, however, was different. He was a formidable individual, brimming with self-respect, and only such people were suited to cultivate the ancient arts of their continent. Despite the fact that this fellow could sometimes be rather infuriating. Words alone were futile. It seemed necessary to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Follow me and witness my prowess. The deathly blade had no alternative but to showcase his abilities, perhaps provoking some change in Zhuo. If he failed to impress, it would simply signify a lack of significance. His aspiration was to become the mightiest swordsman in the world. That was his dream. Thus, he held little regard for ordinary sword techniques. Zhuo was also curious to ascertain the prowess of this individual. At present, he found himself immobilized. Had he the ability to move, perhaps he would engage in combat. The Grass Site School emphasizes two fundamental concepts, manifestation and concealment. In a world where every blade of grass can serve as a weapon, the interplay of reality and illusion creates a formidable assassination technique when combined with this low-grade spiritual weapon of Grass Site. The deadly blade proclaimed as he brandished a knife that had materialized in his grasp. This knife, remarkably straight, indeed, even straighter than his, appeared almost to sway with the wind. Its form not strictly linear but rather serpentine. Its entire surface gleamed a vibrant emerald green, resembling not a knife but rather a blade of grass. There seems to be something peculiar about this knife. It appears your school has diverged from the norm. Zhuo has come to a profound realization. This individual is indeed extraordinary. The knife he wields reveals a multitude of complexities. The lethal techniques employed are precisely as he described, elusive and enigmatic, blending reality with illusion. At times, what appears to be a genuine assault is merely a feigned attack. The intricacies are particularly cunning, aligning perfectly with his assertion that they are tailored for assassination. The knife itself is truly remarkable, bordering on the incomprehensible. At times, Zhuo genuinely questions the nature of this weapon in the man's possession, wondering how it can transform so seamlessly. For one who has not faced countless battles, confronting such a devious style of attack would be nearly impossible. It seems to transcend mere visibility and concealment. It embodies transformation, adapting to any scenario with a fluid combat style. This peculiar aspect leaves me with a sense of mystery. It appears that this old fellow has devised an extraordinary technique, albeit one that is yet to be fully refined. Zhuo articulated with piercing clarity. Fully aware that mastering this skill would enable him to acquire numerous formidable techniques. The Grass Seeing School, still in its nascent stages, beckoned him to learn its intricacies in order to grow stronger. Such was the simplicity of his resolve. Indeed, this school possessed unique merits, being particularly suited for assassination. His ambition was to master its methods to eliminate certain individuals. Presently, it appeared that these targets had not yet met their demise. Yet they were already cognizant of his intentions. Thus, it was plausible they might resort to lethal measures, compelling him to retaliate. Acquiring the art of assassination would allow him to circumvent unnecessary troubles. The Grass-Seeing School embodies a distinctive swordsmanship that harmonizes with the surrounding environment, allowing the blade to adapt to its context, an aspect that sets it apart from conventional styles. In contrast to his own approach, which was characterized by brazen, overt techniques, his swordplay would easily betray him against a seasoned swordsman, resulting in few prolonged encounters. However, should he master this subtle form of swordsmanship, it would serve as an invaluable enhancement to his repertoire. The pinnacle of the Grass-Seeing School is the concept of every blade of grass and tree as a soldier, transforming the environment into a domain of swordsmanship, rendering the opponent incapable of effective resistance. By infusing one's sword intent into this practice, the power would be exponentially amplified. Such was the case when the deadly quick blade erupted with an astonishing force, momentarily immobilizing Zhuo. Moments ago, he had sensed a lament akin to that of the deceased, a mingling of despair and sword energy, a power so formidable it nearly instilled terror within him. This was the manifestation of qi, elevated to the level of intent, a force requiring specialized cultivation for mastery, as referenced in both contemporary and ancient martial practices. What is this intent? It embodies a spirit capable of penetrating the opponent's psyche. Those who wield such power today are formidable individuals, and I have yet to truly grasp it. As the deadly quick blade was sheathed, the young man should now comprehend the gravity of his situation. Surely, he ought to prepare himself. Could he truly forsake such an extraordinary swordsmanship? No, even if he wished to, he must not. How had he fallen to such depths? The power of intent? That sensation felt familiar, yet it had been long since I had employed it. Zoro suddenly recalled that this seemed eerily reminiscent of the ominous aura he once wielded, a power he could only summon in the direst of circumstances. It was astonishing to discover that this old man could also harness such strength. The advantage of this power lay in its ability to meld him with his sword, rendering it not merely an external object, but an extension of his very being. Only through this unity could he unlock the sword's full potential. In his initial confrontation with Mr. One, he unmistakably embraced this power for the first time, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. The second instance arose when he faced the formidable Kaku, the self-proclaimed master of the four-sword style, during a moment of utmost desperation. Once again, he grasped the magnitude of the strength, which culminated in the emergence of the nine-sword style and the Asura's ominous aura. Yet, to this day, he seldom experiences such power. As for now, he finds himself devoid of that strength, feeling considerably feeble, almost pitifully so. When I saved you, I sensed a formidable potential within you, a fierce intensity that compelled me to act. On one hand, your innate talent was striking. You possess a natural affinity for swordsmanship, a rarity I had never encountered before. Thus, I was intrigued to uncover the depths of your potential. The deadly blade revealed the rationale behind his rescue of Zoro, and the reason was straightforward. He perceived in him the makings of a remarkable individual, a desire to cultivate a genius. It was a motive rooted in simplicity. Had Zoro shown any reluctance to learn, he would have undoubtedly compelled him to do so. Such an opportunity was nearly unattainable for others. Should he fail to cherish it, it would merely indicate that he underestimated this man, who certainly should not be squandered. Now I understand, Zoro declared. I wish to learn. I aspire to transform your swordsmanship into my own style. Furthermore, your blade appears exceptional. I am a practitioner of the three-sword style, yet currently wield only one sword. I require a more powerful blade to unleash my full potential. Zhuo exhibited no reluctance whatsoever, should this fellow be granted his blade. It would indeed be a delightful affair, for the weapon is quite exceptional, and he covets it dearly. His tone was rather audacious, asserting that if one could master his swordsmanship within a month, the dagger would naturally be bestowed upon him, along with his entire estate. Alas, my days are numbered, as that rascal from the North Valley has already set his sights upon me, and I am destined for demise. The swift blade of death is remarkably exhilarating, for he has already discerned the inevitable outcome of this predicament. He is not a man of obstinacy. The reality of the situation is plainly evident. Very well. It is settled then. With your blade added to the mix, I shall possess two, for wielding a solitary knife is rather unsatisfactory. Zoro naturally accepted with great pleasure. Though refusal was hardly an option, this power was something he absolutely had to comprehend. Then rest and recover first. Here, take this. I may be absent for a while. Those fellows have already arrived nearby, and I must go greet them. With a swift motion, Deathblow the Swift patted the sash at his waist, and in an instant, Zoro's belongings materialized, along with a book. Study it well. This place is relatively safe. Do not wander. Your current strength is still too feeble. And with that, Deathblow the Swift vanished. Then it settled. Zhuo was solely focused on becoming powerful. As for everything else, he was uncertain for the time being. The priority was to strengthen himself. Although this old fellow was not exceptionally formidable, he possessed skills that Zhuo could master, which would allow his swordsmanship to evolve into an entirely new realm. Zhuo paid no heed to the circumstances, seeing that his adversary had acted in such a manner. He resolved to take action, as it seemed to align with the other party's intentions. He had no reason to retreat. The power he sensed was indeed formidable. He was utterly unaware of its might, which bore the potential to evolve into something akin to Uncle Rayleigh's strength. This reminiscence of the auction house came flooding back to him, where Rayleigh had exhibited an almost invincible force. At that moment, surrounded by relentless foes, he had feared depleting his stamina, yet who could have anticipated that Rayleigh would effortlessly dispatch so many adversaries? This exemplified the chasm that exists between levels of strength. However, now he felt capable of grasping that power, which might signify an elevation in his own abilities. It seemed that such power was not reserved for the few, and thus he aspired to be among those who could attain it, to become an unparalleled warrior. Yet, his current physical condition left him feeling utterly helpless. He had initially believed he could train diligently, only to find himself in this dire predicament, now reduced to lying idle. Meanwhile, the enraged Meng Hao and his companions pressed onward, driven mad by Zhuo, encountering numerous ferocious beasts along the way, their bodies reeking of blood from the slaughter of wolf packs. In this wilderness, such a scent could be fatal, an exceedingly perilous situation that would deter most. However, they were fueled by anger, battling fiercely for the sake of victory. As they advanced, the Dev Blade made its appearance. He had long coveted the opportunity to eliminate this individual. And now, that chance had finally arrived. "Halt! If you dare venture further, I shall slay you," he declared. "I trust you do not wish to meet your demise." Esteemed members of the Lord's Manor, the Deathblade appeared as suddenly as a gust of wind, catching many off guard, for they had not anticipated his proactive assault. "Deathblade, how dare you show your face?" Meng Hao exclaimed, anxiety coursing through him. This foe was indeed terrifying. A single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. "I have no qualms, but you shall find yourselves in peril. I never promised to spare you, since you have come to me. It is only fitting we engage in battle. I am eager to discern the extent of your prowess." The Deathblade, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed a palpable aura of menace, preparing to annihilate them all. The most formidable adversary they had encountered was ready to strike. Meng Hao drew his sword at once, but at that moment, a chilling scream erupted. One of his comrades had lost an arm, the Deathblade's speed truly terrifying, seemingly swifter than sound itself. The clash was upon them, a genuine confrontation commencing. The Deathblade's arrival swiftly altered the dynamics of the encounter, his assault devastatingly powerful, managing to severely wound a third-level swordsman. Yet, the most perplexing aspect was that they could not perceive his actions, an astonishing occurrence that indicated his strength had indeed amplified. Cursed be this foe. He has grown more formidable, an alarming adversary. However, Meng Hao found himself with no avenue of retreat. He was taken aback by the opponent's might, which far surpassed his own, existing on an entirely different tier. Nevertheless, he dismissed any trepidation, for he was on a mission to eliminate this individual while delivering an ultimatum. It appeared that the final notice had been conveyed successfully, and combat was inevitable. How it would unfold remained uncertain, yet no one seemed to care enough to speculate. The Deathblade was merely a singular entity, dispensable. Killing him would indeed be a pity, yet if he could be turned to their side, the scenario would transform entirely. Yet, who would concern themselves with such matters? The Deathblade seemed intent on self-destruction. Could they truly hold him accountable for that? They had approached with dual intentions. Should success prove elusive, they would resort to alternative strategies, not rigidly adhering to a singular plan. "Deathblade, surrender at once. The Lord of Begaching has issued a decree. If you refuse to yield, we shall annihilate you. While your strength is considerable, should our Lord intervene, you shall face dire consequences. Our Lord is magnanimous and does not harbor ill will. On the contrary, he seeks to employ you. Your capitulation would yield numerous benefits, but should you resist, you will face a fate worse than death. Surely, you do not wish to provoke a master of iron-cutting prowess?" The young lord realized he was no match for this individual, utterly incapable of contending. Yet, he believed he could persuade him to surrender, a notion he found inexplicable but voiced nonetheless. Surrender? Are you dreaming? We of the ancient continent are all valiant. Do you truly believe we can be swayed by your trifling promises? Do you think us cowards? The Deathblade paid no heed to such words. Having spent a lifetime battling against the Sword Continent, he had long since cultivated a rebellious spirit. How could he forsake his hard-won reputation for the sake of this man's words? He could never do so. He retained a certain pride. A pride that assured him he could never capitulate here. To do so would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Then you shall perish. Prepare for all-out combat. Strike at the slightest movement. Do not grant him an opportunity. He is our ultimate foe. Failure to surrender leaves us no choice but to engage in battle. Only through combat can we resolve this matter. Is it too late to realize the gravity of our situation? The Deathblade regarded them with disdain, pondering when they would comprehend the resolve of the ancient continent. Let all perish. We of the ancient continent shall never submit to you. Never. The Deathblade vanished. Yet his presence would undoubtedly instill a significant threat. His initial appearance had already resulted in the severing of a man's arm. Such a formidable opponent, particularly one whose strength surpassed his own, was truly fearsome. Nevertheless, he yearned for the challenge, eager to ascertain just how powerful this individual truly was, whether he was indeed so formidable as to be beyond comprehension. In an instant, a scream pierced the air as the Deathblade materialized before one of the adversaries, swiftly cleaving him in two. This demonstrated not only his remarkable skill but his ability to execute such a lethal blow without severing the victim's nerves. Such formidable strength renders him a truly fearsome adversary. Here, 2 level 3 fighters are rendered incapable of action, and alongside the previous 2, they are now left with merely 3 individuals. This confrontation has unfolded in but a fleeting moment, yet it has already sapped the fighting spirit of so many. If this trend continues, does it not imply their imminent annihilation? Young lord, be cautious. When the opportunity arises, you must flee swiftly. We are not a match for him. And if we persist in this struggle, we shall perish. It is imperative that you survive and inform the lord of the city, so he can eliminate this rebel. Desperation fills Meng Hao, for he understands that if this persists, the death toll will only escalate, a scenario he dreads, particularly for the young lord. His remarkable talent, if preserved, could allow him to surpass his father. Should he rise to power, it would solidify the influence of Nan City upon this vast land. 2 level 10 warriors are indeed formidable, almost terrifying. I comprehend now. Uncle Meng must survive. I shall bring reinforcements. The young lord recognizes that although the adversary is merely his family's servant, this pales in comparison to his own life. His noble status ensures he would never sacrifice himself for an insignificant outsider. Stay back. Assist Uncle Meng to enhance his chances of survival. He resolutely insists that the final level 3 swordsmen remain. This is indeed the most prudent course of action. Only through this can someone hope to escape. Otherwise, all is mere pretense. Do you truly believe you can depart? The fatal blade surged forward, intent on concluding matters swiftly. If that fellow from the North Valley arrives, it would spell disaster. That lad is genuinely terrifying, and he does not believe he can contend with him. Thus, the only solution is to eliminate everyone here. I shall be your opponent. It has been far too long since I last fought. Let me see what progress you have made. Meng Hao astonishingly intercepted the fatal blade's assault, leaving him astonished. It seems that even after all these years, some have grown exceedingly strong. He could no longer underestimate this adversary. Ah, young man, it appears you have indeed improved significantly over the years, capable of anticipating my movements, quite commendable. Yet, you still fall short. You are too weak. The fatal blade, taken aback, noted that this individual was previously no match for him, yet now he could withstand his strike. Clearly, much effort had been devoted to preparing for this moment. However, even with preparation, he could not allow him to live. Allow me to experience your grass view style. I am eager to ascertain the extent of my own abilities. Meng Hao exuded confidence. He finally had the chance to confront this rival. Defeating him would mark a significant milestone in his life, an opportunity not to be squandered. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Or are you merely seeking your own demise? The fatal blade perceived the young man's audacity as sheer folly. Did he genuinely think himself so formidable? Uttering such words was an egregious affront. Do you still believe you are indeed powerful? Have you never considered the possibility of defeat at my hands? Meng Hao, brimming with confidence, knew the battle had only just begun. He refused to believe he would be vanquished, despite their similar levels. He still held an edge. Yet, who decreed that strength in battle is solely determined by rank? The contest among swordsmen encompasses far more than mere levels. There exist myriad skills to unveil. Let us witness this. After a considerable hiatus, the two resumed their duel. The grass-view swordplay clashed against techniques from the sword continent. In an instant, the fatal blade vanished, for his style thrived on ambush rather than direct confrontation. Such a method was indeed fearsome. A moment's inattention could lead to defeat. Clang. In a flash, the fatal blade's astonished voice echoed as he discovered Meng Hao had successfully blocked his strike. It appeared this fellow had diligently studied his techniques. Yet even so, what of it? His true prowess had yet to be unleashed. If he were so easily defeated, it would be dreadfully dull. Then, behold this move. All things are tools. The fatal blade executed a stunning maneuver, more than a mere turn. It was a formidable offensive action. In the blink of an eye, his sword multiplied into countless blades, all aimed at Meng Hao, growing ever faster, conjuring winds in their wake. In that moment, Meng Hao realized this adversary was treating him with such ease, hardly exerting any effort. The fatal blade was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated this foe's capability to withstand even a fraction of his attack. Yet, he possessed more than just this technique. In the assassin's arsenal, one must conceal one's identity. Concealment leads to revelation, and revealing one's identity is to hide. Alternating between these methods creates formidable strength. The culmination of both approaches defines the evolution of the grass-view style, ultimately leading to a fusion of reality and illusion. Only through this can one's power be augmented. A realization the fatal blade had come to, uncertain of its correctness, yet it undeniably bolstered his strength. Upon executing all things are tools, Meng Hao finally revealed signs of distress, finding the strike exceedingly challenging to withstand. He was at a loss for how to respond. Slice. A gash appeared across his chest. Marking his defeat, he was unable to defend himself. This was utterly unfathomable. I shall fight you to the end. The level 3 swordsman, unable to contain himself any longer, recognized that if matters continued, he would meet a grim fate. If even their leader faced such peril, what chance remained for him? Virtually none. Death was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to gamble everything. He could not perish here. Stop. Run. You stand no chance against him. Meng Hao, witnessing this scene, was astonished. He had never anticipated this individual would be so reckless, contemplating such a desperate approach to combat. Did he not see that he was no match for this foe? Such actions were tantamount to self-sabotage. Overestimating oneself, your leader possesses only this level of skill. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Spare me the jest. It is simply impossible. The fatal blade, incensed, could hardly contain his rage, reflecting on how his men had been vanquished by such foolish individuals. Why is it that such weak opponents can still emerge victorious? I do not wish to perish. The third-tier swordsman, driven into a frenzy, is now consumed solely by the instinct to survive. Given a choice, he would never have sought accolades and rewards by coming here. He now harbors profound regret. This is the fundamental belief of humanity, to desire to live. Alas, per soul, your fate is indeed tragic. Your death will merely serve as your liberation. Rest assured. Everything you have done in the sword continent shall meet its end at the hands of our bloodied resistance. The Reaper's blade is not a benevolent figure. Once a swordsman unsheathes his sword, he faces but two choices, to live or to die. This is the destiny of every swordsman, without exception. Stop. In the midst of flashing blades, the third-tier swordsman was cleaved in twain, his life extinguished at that very moment. The Reaper's blade, true to his name, harvests lives. And a vibrant existence has been snuffed out in the struggle for survival. He has become but dust in the annals of history. A swordsman, when confronted with battle, must comprehend the significance of his choices. Win or perish, it is that simple. The Reaper's blade, of course, pays no heed to an enemy's life. For in his eyes, that death was already predestined. Even without drawing his sword, the outcome would remain unchanged. Such is the simplicity of it. Moreover, there is the matter of his presence here. His arrival alone speaks volumes. You scoundrel! You are a demon! Meng Hao was furious. The fallen were his comrades. How could he not feel the sting of their loss? The near-total annihilation of his forces sent him into a rage. Why must he encounter such adversaries? His people lay slain, and he realized he could do nothing. He had once believed he could contend with the Reaper's blade, yet never anticipated such a defeat. In comparison to you, we are comparatively benevolent. Do you still believe that each of you wields a clean blade? This is the ancient continent, not your sword continent. The ancient continent possesses dignity. We shall surely vanquish you and expel you from this land. The Reaper's blade brimmed with confidence, convinced that his continent would triumph over these interlopers. Even in defeat, there remained many who could rise to fulfill this goal. You shall never witness that day. Even if your younger generation seeks to grow, it is utterly impossible. The essential resource for cultivation, the purple crystal, has been lost to you. Without the aid of the purple crystal, you shall only grow weaker. Meng Hao articulated the truth. These individuals could not evolve. The resources they required were firmly under the control of the Sword Continent, indicating their power could never surpass that of the Sword Continent. But we possess faith. The power of faith is far beyond your comprehension. Your dominion will undoubtedly crumble. Is that so? Yet I shall witness your demise rather than my own. What do you mean? That is precisely what I mean. Farewell. Suddenly, Meng Hao produced an object in his hand. As he cast it away, it sealed his escape. It appeared he had prepared meticulously, awaiting the opportune moment. Dynamite. Scoundrel. The Reaper's blade found himself unable to eliminate him. He had missed the optimal moment. Soon, he would confront that fellow from the North Valley, whose formidable strength he understood well. The arrival of the North Valley would surely spell disaster for him. You shall meet your end. Await the powerful warriors of Anan City, who will encircle you. Laughter echoed through the air. The sound of Meng Hao's voice growing ever more distant. Pursuit was now nearly impossible. This signified he would soon face a most formidable adversary. This is troublesome. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. That rascal from the North Valley was a 10th-tier powerhouse long ago, even if he is not as formidable now. He surely possesses the strength of a novice in iron cutting. I have yet to attain such prowess. The Reaper's blade was genuinely troubled. This was an unforeseen predicament. He had originally believed he could eliminate these foes, yet it had transformed into an unimaginable situation. Of course, if he wished to flee, it would not pose a problem. But he now felt no desire to escape. His time was short, and fleeing held little importance to him. Now, he could only nurture this young one. Likely a denizen of Anan City. The most perilous place can sometimes be the safest. Very well, he would stay to assist him. He is a promising talent. The Reaper's blade recalled Zhuo, the one he deemed most likely to become a powerhouse. Primarily, he did not want his legacy to perish. Zhuo had the potential to continue his lineage. From the aura he exuded, it was evident he possessed strength beyond that of the ordinary. Alas, these are mere fates. If it is destined that I shall die, then so be it. The Reaper's blade maintained a sense of normalcy, recognizing that while battles could be avoided, it would only extend his life for a few days. It would be better to impart to his descendants the valor of their predecessors, thus instilling in more souls the resolve to resist. Such determination is a rare gem. Anyone who witnesses it would be struck by the formidable power it embodies. This is true strength. This fellow appears to possess some skill. Although his swordplay seems to harbor room for improvement, the force he has conjured independently is indeed impressive. Leveraging his strengths while compensating for his weaknesses, it is evident he has some talent. However, all I seek is your essence and your blade. Zhuo gazed at the sword manual left by his counterpart, and in that instant, he felt as though a window had been opened before him. He could become even more formidable, without a doubt. He was determined to acquire not only the old man's blade but everything that belonged to him. As if that old fellow were intent on bestowing it all upon him. You little rascal, how can you harbor such mischievous thoughts? I truly wonder where you derive such audacious confidence. While I have been battling outside, you have been lounging about, wishing to exploit everything I possess. I cannot fathom what goes on in that mind of yours. At that moment, Zhuo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When had that old man arrived? It was undeniably exhilarating, almost enough to scare him half to death. Instinctively, he cursed at the intruder. Do you not know how to announce your presence before speaking? Are you unaware that such sudden appearances can be quite frightening? Zhuo had never considered that he was currently on someone else's territory. The Deathblade was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Utterly failing to contemplate this predicament, it dawned on him that he was indeed on foreign ground. Are you seeking a death wish, boy? Do you crave a confrontation? The audacity displayed towards his savior was astonishing, as if he truly believed himself to be exceptional. The Deathblade was infuriated, unable to fathom that he could be so vexed by a mere youth. In a fit of rage, he seized Zhuo by the ear. Zhuo, equally displeased, could not retaliate, yet his gaze was fiercely menacing. If looks could indeed engage in battle, they would be locked in a fierce duel at that very moment. Zhuo resembled a defenseless rabbit, ensnared by a lethal blade. How would his companions react if they witnessed such a spectacle? A person who had always been quite arrogant was now being taught a lesson by someone even more audacious. This could undoubtedly become a source of amusement for them, one that would linger in their laughter for quite some time. The audacity! Did he truly believe that age granted him the liberty to act recklessly? Zhuo turned around and seized the opponent's neck, exhibiting no concern for the formidable individual before him. This behavior, undoubtedly influenced by the captain, reflected a collective madness. Indeed, they were quite the lunatics. You little brat. Do you even know what respect for your seniors means? How dare you act this way? Are you truly tired of living? The deadly blade had never anticipated that this young man could be so audacious, surpassing all expectations. The source of his courage was a mystery, utterly baffling. You old scoundrel. Don't presume that I am afraid of you. I have never feared anyone. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, akin to playful adversaries, showing no sign of retreat. If this continued, a genuine battle might ensue. Zhuo was inherently combative, relishing the prospect of conflict, and he might very well launch an attack. What's become of decorum? If the blood reversal organization is filled with individuals like you, it would be better to disband it entirely. I have never encountered someone as reckless as you. I truly wonder how you have survived thus far. It must be said, this young man possessed a fearless tenacity, which was indeed an asset. He needed to be nurtured. For perhaps his prowess could elevate the legacy of his own martial school, leading to its flourishing. This would be a commendable outcome for him. What do you think of my style? Would you like to learn it? If you wish to, I have but a little time left to guide you. This time, I faltered and allowed a certain individual to escape, likely that little brat from Bagu. Years ago, he was already a formidable force, and now he must be even stronger. I am no match for him, and my lifespan is nearing its end. I do not wish to perish just yet. I want to pass on my teachings, so that they may aid you in the future. Am I not correct? You currently have no choice. How do you wish to proceed? The deadly blade expressed his concerns, revealing a hint of selfishness, yet his intentions were rooted in the desire to aid his homeland in breaking free from foreign oppression, aspiring to forge a powerful entity. At the same time, he sought to preserve the strength of their blade lineage, a lifelong ambition. Now, an opportunity had arisen with someone who might assist him, and he could not afford to miss it. Once lost, the chance for redemption would be irretrievable. He would not let this opportunity slip away. I want to learn, he declared. Why is it that you are not resisting this time? How peculiar. Wasn't it you who implored me to teach you? I am merely granting you this favor. Zhuo bore an expression of utter harmlessness, as if his actions were entirely normal in his eyes. However, this demeanor greatly exasperated the deadly blade. How could this insufferable brat be so infuriating? It truly made him wish he could deliver a kick that would end the boy's existence. Goodness. Are you simply asking for a beating? Is it that without a good thrashing, you feel an itch that must be scratched? From this day forth, I shall be your master. Is this how one speaks to their own teacher? Were it not for the fact that this individual was his own disciple, he would have surely ended him, for it would be a disgrace to the deadly blade to be unable to handle even a mere youth. When did he become so pathetic? Does a master like you truly exist? Zhuo was feeling quite disgruntled. What on earth was this individual all about? He exhibited none of the dignity one would expect from an elder. Nevertheless, he found such a person rather easy to get along with. Reminiscent of the camaraderie experienced aboard a ship, it had been quite some time since he felt this way, and he found himself somewhat nostalgic. To his amusement, he never anticipated that anyone would dare speak to him, the fabled Death's Blade, in such a manner. Indeed, the world had undergone a transformation. Still, if one does not acknowledge my prowess, there is little I can articulate in response. Yet, there is one thing you must bear in mind. Once you have acquired the knowledge, nurture it diligently. When it no longer serves you, pass it on to others. Of course, it should only be imparted to those of the bloodline. As for this blade, I believe it would be most advantageous for you to wield it. Death's Blade suddenly erupted into joyous laughter. Indeed, he had not yet been defeated. As long as this technique could be transmitted to others, that would suffice. Its existence throughout the annals of history is all that truly matters. Rest assured, my current strength is not formidable. I intend to utilize this technique for a considerable time. At least for now, I have no aspirations of becoming a grandmaster. I merely wish to rely on my own abilities to become the most powerful swordsman in this world. It is as simple as that. Zhuo, however, harbored little concern. As long as he could grow stronger, everything would be worthwhile. Becoming the world's foremost champion is no simple feat, and he still has a long journey ahead. It seems your ambitions are indeed quite extraordinary. Perhaps, once you ascend to become the mightiest of warriors, you will be able to overthrow this dominion, which does not sound too shabby. Very well, from this day forth, this blade shall be entrusted to you. The deadly quick blade understood that the moment had come for him to relinquish his weapon. He held a deep admiration for this young man, and thus, bestowing the blade upon him felt like the most fitting destiny for it. The grass blade. A low-grade spiritual weapon, weighs 1 pound and measures 3 feet 3 inches in length. It possesses the unique ability to alter its form. But this transformation requires the blood of its wielder. Only when the user's blood resonates in harmony with their spirit can the blade change shape. Just as it is meant to. As the deadly quick blade wielded the weapon in his hand, a miracle unfolded. The blade appeared to transform, resembling a delicate strand of grass, beginning to take on an entirely new essence. It swayed gracefully with the wind. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have doubted its authenticity. Could a blade truly possess such capabilities? Despite having encountered numerous swords, he had never before seen one like this. It was more akin to a blade of grass than anything else. This could actually be a sword. Is that truly possible? At this moment, Zoro's composure had vanished. This was an exceptionally peculiar sword. Perhaps it truly possessed other purposes yet undiscovered. The blade was indeed bizarre, transcending mere experimentation. At least, that was Zoro's belief. Not even in the extraordinary realm of the Grand Line had he encountered anything quite like it. Of course, there existed a technique that allowed weapons to consume devil fruits, as Chopper and Usopp had seemingly experienced, yet he found this notion rather strange, no, rather miraculous. This sword is now yours, he declared. I have no desire to wield it any longer. Rather, I find it unnecessary to do so. It is of utmost importance that it be bestowed upon a young and capable individual. The deathly blade finally comprehended that it had been rendered obsolete by the passage of time, a stark, undeniable reality. He remained merely an ordinary man, incapable of achieving extraordinary feats. And leaving a mark in history had become an impossibility. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary soul destined for failure. He was merely a transient figure. Now, take it and use it, he continued. I believe you yearn for this sword, do you not? The deathly blade gazed at Zoro, fully aware of his fervent desire for blades. After all, he aspired to possess 3. Presently, he had but 1, with 2 still eluding him. If that is the case, then it is yours to claim. I indeed desire this sword, Zoro admitted. Thus far, it is the only one I can acquire. I require 3 swords. Only then can I unleash my full potential. Merely possessing 2 swords is evidently insufficient to achieve my aspirations. I still need that 3rd blade. Many of my techniques remain locked away, hindered by the lack of a 3rd sword. This was his most exasperating predicament. Truly, it was a source of great frustration. Now, with 2 swords in his possession, he could access greater power. The swords felt akin to seals. This reliance on blades had rendered Zoro vulnerable without them. Without his swords, his strength diminished drastically. However, with 3 swords, he would wield the might of 6 arms, transforming into a formidable warrior. He was but a breath away from his peak. At least, during his zenith, he possessed the ability to cleave through iron, placing him at a caliber of swordsmanship recognized as iron-cutting by the standards of this world. Yet, presently, he remained oblivious to the extent of his capabilities. His strength had been severely diminished. Even the sword in hand lacked the formidable presence it once held. Previously, he had wielded remarkable swords. The 2 he had acquired now were comparable to his former weapons, and if one were to compare, they were of lesser caliber. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that acquiring even 1 sword was a victory. Here, the swords were contraband, and he dared not act recklessly. Having witnessed the might of those formidable adversaries, he struggled against even a level 4 opponent, let alone those of even greater strength. He truly did not know how to confront such powerful foes. 3 swords? How do you even wield them? 2 swords must be the limit for humanity, right? How can one manage 3 swords? The deathly blade was genuinely perplexed by this young man's obsession with 3 swords. It was a notion that seemed utterly absurd. He had yet to witness anyone wielding 3 swords. As long as I possess 3 swords, I have the confidence to cleave through iron. I have done so before. Of course, 1 sword suffices as well, but I have yet to regain that feeling. Zhuo asserted that he had not spoken a falsehood. Indeed, he had wielded steel. And not merely on 1 occasion, but on 2. Nevertheless, I shall not engage in further debate with you. If you desire it, then take it. For it holds no utility for me any longer. It is better suited for your use. The death blade was reluctant to part with this weapon, as it had been his companion for so long. However, as he could no longer unleash its potential, it was only fitting to bestow it upon one who could. With a delicate gesture of his fingertip, he drew a line through the grass, and in an instant, blood flowed forth. After his blood was consumed, he furrowed his brow slightly, while the blade trembled violently, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Very well, it is yours now. You shall become its rightful wielder. May it unleash its latent power through you. The expression on the death blade's face shifted, growing somewhat pallid, indicating that this too was a burden for him. Quickly, forge a bond with it through your blood. Thus, even if it falls into others' hands, they shall be unable to wield it. Follow my previous instructions. Establishing and severing the connection are identical processes. Rest assured, This blade shall never be rendered obsolete in my possession. Its name will resonate throughout the world. Zhuo adopted a serious demeanor, for today he was determined to acquire the second blade. Zhuo immediately used his own blood. Now this dagger belongs to him. He is now just one blade away from the 3 he initially desired. It won't be long before he must resort to using a mere ordinary knife. For only with 3 blades will he find peace of mind. His blood was swiftly absorbed by Chao Jian, whose body trembled in response. At that moment, Zhuo felt an unusual sensation, akin to forcibly adding an organ to his own body. It appeared strikingly incongruous, yet he had no choice but to accept it, otherwise the strangeness would be overwhelming. So that is it. No wonder you are in such agony. Now the truth is revealed. Zhuo lifted the deathly blade. And now this old fellow has indeed shown him favor. For an individual to go to such lengths for an ordinary person is truly an unprecedented occurrence. It now rightfully belongs to you, and I have faith that you will elevate it to great heights. I shall await your triumph. No. Perhaps by then I shall have already departed this world. Ha ha ha. The deathly blade is also quite the irreverent elder, entirely dismissing the value of his own life. He never intended for things to unfold this way, yet he finds himself with no other recourse. Death is his ultimate destination. How can you be so irreverent as well? Are you feeling better in health now? Zhuo rolled his eyes, wondering whether this old fool had lost his mind to utter such words. Did he truly have a death wish? No matter. After all, we are all destined to perish. Perhaps you might meet your end before I do. Perhaps in the realm of the dead, we may even encounter one another. Seeking a fight, are we? Zhuo was utterly disinclined to engage with this individual any longer. At such a critical juncture, he could not fathom the reason behind this incessant jesting. Did this man truly possess any purpose for enduring until now? If it were for a grand cause, Zhuo found it utterly implausible. This fellow seemed merely to revel in the misfortune of others. How does it feel to be incensed? Is it a source of delight for you? Yet, the death blade was heartless and unfeeling. Zhuo felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few resounding slaps. Old man, please provide me with some guidance. Not everyone possesses the capability to instruct me. His ambitions were indeed grand. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both embodying a sense of irreverence. What could possibly be occupying his thoughts? Meanwhile, the young lord of Anan City had hastened back to the city, only to be taken aback by the fact that Meng Hao was not far behind him. Despite sustaining some injuries, he still exuded a vigorous spirit, clearly recognizing that he was outmatched. Now, all their companions had perished, leaving only the 2 of them. This outcome was, at least, preferable to total annihilation. Those who had fallen were, in truth, of little consequence to them. Uncle Meng, how fares your condition? I am well. Though that individual has grown considerably stronger, I can hardly contend with him. It appears we may need the Lord's intervention. Has he truly become that formidable? Indeed. I found myself utterly unable to resist him, and was swiftly defeated. It is quite humiliating. Only the Lord can handle him now. It is imperative we deal with him, or the peril will escalate. If they had united their strengths, they could have stood a chance against the adversary. Yet, their fear rendered them ineffective, leading to their downfall. By the way, there is that boy. I suspect he is one of Anan City's own. We must locate him and ensure he does not survive. The young lord recalled Zhuo, recognizing him as a significant factor in their losses. They had underestimated him gravely. Let us proceed. Ultimately, only the Lord can resolve these matters. Upon arriving at the Lord's residence, Begu immediately sensed the gravity of their failure upon their arrival. However, after listening to their account, he furrowed his brow before a glimmer of avarice crossed his features. If what they claimed were true, it would imply the possibility of acquiring 2 blades. The temptation was undeniably immense. With these 2 blades, he could surely surpass the limits of iron cutting, an opportunity so rare indeed. Then let us act decisively, eliminating those who obstruct us. You should be familiar with the appearance of that boy, yes? Investigate. Such occurrences on my territory cannot go unchecked. Once identified, eliminate them all. Regardless of their identity, anyone daring to thwart our plans must perish. This task is entrusted to you. As for the death blade, I shall take care of that myself. Lord Begu felt a surge of confidence in his impending success, a sensation that brought him immense joy. The opportunity that had eluded him for decades was now within reach. And he had never felt this exhilarated before. With 2 blades, he could attain treasures that transcended the realm of iron cutting. Such artifacts alone could elevate him to an existence beyond that threshold. He had believed this moment was still far off. Yet it was finally within grasp, a dream now poised to become reality, a rarity indeed. A single individual might spend a lifetime striving for such a chance. Yet he was now on the cusp of realization. How could he allow this opportunity to slip away? It was not merely a fleeting moment. It was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Through their efforts, Zhuo's visage rapidly spread throughout Anan City, eliciting considerable reaction. For many recognized him as the young master of the Zhuo family. Rumors had circulated regarding his demise, while others claimed he had severed ties with the Zhuo family. Yet still, some asserted he remained connected. Ultimately, this matter bore significant ties to the Zhuo family. They could never escape their affiliations. And the revelation of his identity only facilitated matters further. How had this young man attracted such monumental trouble? Did he not harbor any fear? Yet, his demeanor suggested otherwise. He appeared anything but ordinary. This truly was a predicament. The Lord's influence would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, and it seemed the Zhuo family was veritably facing ruin. Zhuo was utterly astonished. This time, they truly seemed to be facing their demise. Anything could provoke trouble. But they must never incite the wrath of the Lord of the city. They were inherently no match for his power. Now, it seemed that the situation was dire. If the Lord's residents were to dispatch even a modicum of force, the Zhuo family would undoubtedly find themselves in tumultuous peril. No, this was an absolute certainty. The disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Had it not been for previous orders, it was likely that the people of the ancient continent would no longer exist in Anan City. All would have perished. However, the circumstances have shifted. There are now explicit regulations in place, and it is they who have transgressed these rules. They now stand on the precipice of the gravest crisis in history, one that could cost them their very lives. The young master, what has he done to conjure such trouble at this moment? Zhuo was utterly astonished. What on earth was their young master up to? How could he possibly conjure such a calamity, provoking none other than the lord of the city? In truth, Zhuo had already prepared for the worst. He merely intended to utilize the wolf pack to eliminate their foes. However, who could have anticipated the emergence of a lethal blade on the way, one that could not even bring about their demise? Now, they found themselves in the gravest of predicaments. As long as they remained alive, the threat was indeed perilous. Retribution was inevitable. This was an indisputable fact, and a palpable sense of crisis had begun to envelop them. They needed to evacuate those incapable of fighting. They could not afford to let them take risks. Combat was unavoidable, and they could only brace themselves for the confrontation. The individuals from the Lord's manor had always sought their annihilation, and now they had finally found their opportunity. This was far from a trivial matter. Zhuo comprehended that this time they had no opportunity left. The battle was poised to erupt at any moment. Their lives were now under the relentless countdown, with time swiftly drawing to a close. We must confront the impending conflict. Whether we survive this ordeal hinges solely on fortune. Should we emerge alive, we must not return, for returning would only lead to certain death. As for that lad Zhuo, if he were to foresee our fate, I hope he could alter his course of action. We, the Zhuo family, hail from the ancient continent, and even in death, we shall remain true to our origins. Thus, we shall never submit to the sword continent. Zhuo found himself at a loss for words. They had reached a perilous juncture. Even if they chose to flee at this moment, he would harbor no resentment. If you wish to depart, I hold no objections. This turmoil has been instigated by my child, and it is imperative that I bring this to a conclusion. Zhuo, on one hand, desired their departure, yet on the other, he yearned for their presence to remain. This presented a profoundly contradictory sentiment, yet it was an inevitable circumstance, primarily due to the troubles instigated by his own child. Surprisingly, however, none wished to depart. It was an exceedingly peculiar feeling that they all chose not to relinquish the opportunity to survive, but rather opted to stay. I extend my gratitude to you all. You are truly commendable. We, the people of the ancient continent, must never submit to the sword continent. Zhuo was filled with excitement at this juncture. There was no longer any need for concern. Battle was their destiny, and they could not allow the denizens of the sword continent to trample upon their final vestiges of dignity. Should they be subjugated, annihilation would be their sole fate, reducing them to mere vassals of the sword continent. In truth, many had never contemplated such a predicament, for in their eyes, surrender was utterly inconceivable. The honor bestowed upon them by the ancient continent rendered them incapable of accepting complete subjugation. Such an outcome was intolerable. As for the clan leader, it goes without saying that although our strength may not be formidable, we shall steadfastly uphold our convictions. This is the essence of a man's romance. If a man cannot maintain this modicum of resolve, then what indeed is he? Indeed, we once embarked on this journey fueled by fervor, and it is unthinkable that we would simply relinquish it now. Though our power may be lacking, the blood that courses through our veins is that of the ancient continent. We are children of the ancient continent and shall never become lackeys of the sword continent. Many expressed their inability to accept subjugation. To them, failure was failure. Yet to surrender would be a betrayal to their ancestors. Although they may not be exceptionally formidable individuals, their lineage bestowed upon them a sense of pride and honor that must never be sullied. Very well, let us continue to fight. At this point, we have no choice but to engage with all our might, uncertain of what the outcome may hold. At this juncture, Zhuo found himself devoid of options, compelled to fight with all his might. The question of whether to perish or survive weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, the very next day, Zhuo initiated his plan, realizing that he had indeed ventured too far this time. It was clear to him that these individuals were utterly indifferent. Their sole aim was to achieve their own objectives, with everything else merely for show. Time was of the essence for him. From the lips of the Grim Reaper, he learned of a terrifying figure drawing closer. The fact that the Grim Reaper had yet to claim a life implied that his appearance might have been recognized, and it was inevitable that they would uncover some clues that could endanger those he cherished. They might suffer unnecessary harm due to his actions. However, given their notorious tendencies, it was a stark reality that they could perpetrate truly shocking acts. The logic of eradicating threats was universally understood, and these individuals were profoundly fearsome. Thus, he could not afford to waste time managing such matters. He needed to acquire more formidable skills and wield more powerful weapons. Only then could he cultivate the confidence necessary for the battles ahead. He held no illusions about his ability to contend with his adversaries. It was nearly impossible. He could not hope to defeat the Grim Reaper, and even facing a mere fourth-tier opponent would be a formidable challenge. The combat prowess of these individuals was beyond his capacity to confront. That profound sense of helplessness threatened to engulf him once again. How many times had this occurred? He had once believed in the existence of true power in this world, yet time and again, he found himself battling formidable foes that left him no room to retaliate. Eagle Eye and Big Bear had once plunged him into despair, and now, he realized they were even more capable of instilling such hopelessness in him. His ineptitude was truly overwhelming. It seemed he possessed a remarkable will to survive, refusing to overlook even the slightest opportunity. What more did he wish to learn? Was it only by becoming the strongest in this world that he could quell such tumultuous emotions? The Grim Reaper unmistakably sensed Zhuo's intense desire to survive, a craving that transcended ordinary human understanding, as if it were fueled by a potent blend of survival instinct and something more. Could it be that I have lost too much, now yearning to reclaim and protect what I hold dear? In this world, only the strong can safeguard the smiles of those they cherish. I refuse to endure the agony of loss again. Thus, I must become even stronger. Even if it means transforming into a being of ruthless power, I will protect everything. Zhuo has provided an answer. Initially, he lacked such composure. But after experiencing numerous events, he realized that his cultivation was insufficient. In order to protect what he cherishes, he feels compelled to traverse paths untraveled by others, even if it means embarking on a journey through the depths of hell itself. Zhuo's musings are the culmination of his years of ventures in the world beyond, particularly shaped by his encounters with individuals like Luffy. There is no denying the formidable nature of these individuals. They exhibit an utter lack of crisis awareness. While they prove reliable in critical moments, their general unpredictability suggests that without a dependable companion, one might find it impossible to even navigate the Grand Line. It seems you harbor a wealth of stories. You give me the impression that your existence transcends mere age. Surely, you must have encountered a multitude of experiences in your early years. The Deadly Blade, with his rich tapestry of life experiences, quickly perceives that this young man embodies wisdom that belies his years, presenting himself as anything but a docile individual. At times, he resembles a philosopher, imparting thoughts that are profoundly distinct, which is one reason he holds him in such high regard. Perhaps it is akin to that so-called friendship across generations. Elder, have you heard of the Grand Line? I actually arrived from the sea, accompanied by my comrades. However, I was defeated in battle. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself here, only to discover that I had been separated from my companions, and I remained perplexed about the circumstances surrounding my predicament. Zhuo suddenly felt compelled to inquire whether this old fellow possessed any knowledge regarding the Grand Line. Given his formidable prowess, he ought to have transcended Zhuo's understanding. Alas, the ancient continent is vast. While it does encompass seas, I have not heard of the Grand Line. Your identity has become somewhat dubious. The expression of the Deadly Blade shifted unexpectedly, as he had not anticipated that this lad hailed from the ocean. It was no wonder he emanated a sense of profound weariness. The sea possesses a mystical force that evokes feelings of insignificance. Distinct from those who dwell in the mountains and forests, it conveys a sense of drifting. Are you questioning my allegiance to the Sword Continent? I can assure you, regardless of my origins, it bears no relevance. Presently, I am the esteemed young master of the Zhuo family in Anan City, and I am also a pirate. I am, By nature, a criminal, merely seeking to reunite with my companions and continue my adventures. Zhuo remained remarkably composed, for he was utterly convinced that the old man would not strike. By that time, he had already resigned himself to the possibility of death. It was merely a fortunate intervention by this individual that had spared him. To speak candidly, it was merely the fatal blade's own misguided emotions that led to this situation. You possess audacity. It seems your life will entail many endeavors beyond your imagination. I have wagered everything on you. Although your true origins remain a mystery to me, it is evident that you are profoundly dedicated to the path of the sword. My time is running short, and I can only entrust all of this to you, hoping that my gamble has not been in vain. As for the uncertainty of life and death, I am aware that fate governs such matters. As long as one is a swordsman, one must constantly confront the specter of mortality. This is my creed. Very well, it appears I have not misjudged you. Young one, devote yourself to honing my sword techniques. You have no more than 7 days ahead of you. I am no match for that fellow from the Northern Valley, yet I shall engage him in battle. At that moment, it will be your time to depart. We are fated to cross paths, and I sincerely hope you can survive. That alone would be sufficient. I understand. Zoro's heart was weighed down with a profound sense of bewilderment. Was it truly the right choice to have come here? Wherever he went, it seemed trouble followed in his wake. Had he taken another path back then, perhaps today's predicament could have been avoided. Yet the world knows no what-ifs. From the moment Zoro uttered those words, his fate was sealed. He was destined to become the enemy of the deathly swift blade. He hailed from distant seas. And though the Grand Line remained an enigma to him, one thing was certain: he was no native of the ancient continent. Thus, by virtue of his origins, he was fated to be their adversary. The people of the Sword Continent, too, were outsiders, though not far removed from the ancient continent. They had long been sworn enemies, locked in ceaseless conflict. But now, the war had erupted with startling clarity, overwhelming them in an instant. Such a turn of events was undeniably unsettling. Yet, Zoro struck him as an extraordinary man, one who might offer fresh perspectives. Besides, what else could he do now? He had neither the strength nor the means to alter his fate. So why not gamble on this one chance? If fortune favored him, well and good. If not, what did it matter? By then, he would already be dead. What use was glory to a corpse? I know this world holds no what-ifs, Zoro mused, his voice resolute. And even if it did, I would cut them down without hesitation. A true swordsman is not shackled by the past. My blade moves only forward, never glancing back. The moment I hesitate, that is no longer my will. Zhuo grasped the grass sword and pointed it towards the sky, as if taking an oath. Indeed, he was pledging allegiance to this newly acquired blade, a weapon that embodied the long-held aspirations of an elderly man. Now that it lay within his grasp, he felt an inherent obligation to uphold its legacy. Although this sense of responsibility was primarily for show, he could not shake the feeling that his life was perpetually on the brink of conclusion. Should he meet his end, all would vanish, rendering his existence nothing more than a mere garment for another's bridal procession. No soul can foresee their demise. Even swordsmen merely amplify this inevitable truth. Time is of the essence for cultivation. 7 days is, in truth, an exceedingly brief span, compounded by the perils that lurk in this place. Should you manage to ascend to the second tier, that would be most advantageous. I remain uncertain if my amethyst is sufficient for your training. Currently, Zhuo's foundational skills are commendable, yet here, foundational skills are merely that, foundational. The essence of qi is paramount. Without a robust qi, the techniques employed would be excessively taxing on one's stamina, which is simply untenable. By the way, are you familiar with ancient methods? When I departed from the Zhuo family, my father urged me to cultivate these ancient techniques. He demonstrated their formidable power to me, a strength that was truly extraordinary. To this day, I remain at a loss as to how to properly engage in this ancient cultivation. At this moment, Zhuo recalled the ancient methods, initially intending to contemplate them deeply. However, he was astounded by the unexpected scene before him, which surpassed his imagination. Now, an elderly man was present, and he could readily inquire about these matters. Perhaps he indeed possessed some knowledge. After all, the more one questions those who have lived longer, the more swiftly one can glean insights. The ancient methods represent a certain power, or rather, a transcendence of life itself. Mastering these techniques can lead to profound transformations within one's body, rendering one impervious to blades and weapons, while also cultivating the spirit, what is referred to as the dual essence of vitality and strength, encompassing both consciousness and physical prowess. The Deathblade remarked he had never anticipated that this young man aspired to practice the ancient methods. Such techniques are notoriously arduous to master. Most individuals can only cultivate a semblance of divine strength, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities. Very few can elevate their essence to formidable levels, a feat that is nearly impossible. To cultivate true essence, one would require the prowess of a practitioner with centuries of experience, possessing immense power. Yet, this does not imply that Zhuo could harness such strength. That would be utterly inconceivable. No one below the level of iron cutting could achieve such mastery. Those capable of it, without exception, are above the iron cutting rank, often reaching levels of power that are fearlessly formidable. The iron cutting strength transcends ordinary comprehension. Yet there exist even higher tiers beyond it, where power could indeed bring about cataclysmic devastation. Once one reaches that pinnacle, the challenges of iron cutting would seem trivial. Currently, Zhuo was merely at a nascent level, a mere 1 out of 10 ranks, still 9 levels away from iron cutting. Many of his attributes had yet to reach the requisite standards, thus confining him, for he was, after all, just an ordinary person. So, do you know how to cultivate? Zhuo harbored no desire for convoluted discourse. If knowledge were within his grasp, it would undoubtedly serve his interests. Mastery was imperative, for with it, the explosive potential of his techniques would multiply manifold, thereby enhancing his prowess, a matter of utmost significance to him. It is said that the ancient methods of cultivation are known to the inhabitants of the ancient continent. Yet few delve into their study due to the arduous nature of such practices, leading many to abandon their pursuit. However, the quest for power remains a viable path. One may acquire brute strength, yet the fortitude of the spirit remains unchanged. Do you comprehend the implication? Thus far, very few have managed to cultivate both aspects concurrently. Many can only grasp a fragment, either honing their mental faculties or developing their physical strength. You might interpret it this way. The methods for cultivating brute force are relatively straightforward and attainable, whereas mastery over spiritual power eludes the grasp of many, myself included. Yet, consider the implications of wielding the strength of a giant. What formidable force would your blade then possess? This ancient technique was devised by our ancestors to evade the might of giants. Thus your pursuit of knowledge is essential. If you can master it, you shall possess explosive power. Are there giants here? Zhuo suddenly recalled a place, El Pabu, the homeland of giants. Perhaps by uncovering the whereabouts of these colossal beings, he could glean more information. Indeed, giants truly exist, yet locating them has become exceedingly arduous. They were once humanity's fiercest adversaries. Were it not for our research into their formidable powers, we might have faced extinction, a profoundly shocking ordeal. However, as humanity has progressed, giants are no longer our equals. They have chosen to conceal themselves, making the search for them a daunting task. Nevertheless, their strength endures, potent as ever. The swift blade of death brought to mind tales recounted by elders many years ago, legends of giants. The mere thought of giants filled Zhuo with joy. If this indeed were El Pabu, perhaps he could discover the route to the Grand Line and finally escape this place. He still had a rendezvous with his companions to attend. Yet, he yearned for the giant's power, having witnessed its sheer devastation firsthand. He recalled the time in the small garden when 2 giants struck with such force that they pierced a golden fish larger than an island. If such power were unleashed upon a person, that individual would surely meet a gruesome demise. No, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. Should he acquire such strength, he would become an extraordinarily formidable figure, capable of delivering a blow that could spell doom for anyone who dared to withstand it. This was power he must attain. On another front, mounting evidence pointed to Zhuo as the one who had lured the wolf pack to attack Meng Hao. Once this news spread, it transformed the landscape. Many were astonished that a mere level 1 dared to act so audaciously. Now, with irrefutable proof in hand, there was no escaping the consequences. The Zhuo family was inevitably entangled in this affair, and many recognized that their existence had become superfluous. Indeed, they seemed to lack any meaningful purpose in this world. Since Zhuo had offended the Lord's estate, these events were fated to unfold, an inevitability beyond alteration. It appeared that the Lord's estate was genuinely preparing to take action. The winds of change were tightening around them, and it would not be long before they came to apprehend them. Zhuo remarked that the entirety of Annan City was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, as if all had reached a conclusion. It seemed they were devoid of any possibility to bring this to an end. Indeed, we have arrived at the brink, and never did I anticipate such an ending. Alas, I shall accept my fate. After all, this battle shall not conclude so easily. Zhuo understood that what awaited them was nothing but battle. They would never surrender. As long as they were inhabitants of the ancient continent, capitulation was simply out of the question. At that moment, They sensed an overwhelming force approaching, one far beyond their comprehension. Could it be the city lord himself? The presence of such a formidable power could only be attributed to him. Yet they had never anticipated such a troublesome adversary would arrive. They had all but confirmed that their fates were sealed. Zhuo family, you possess audacity beyond measure. Previously, our magnificent emperor had granted a general amnesty, explicitly forbidding the slaying of individuals from the Sword Continent. Yet, your actions have led to the demise of 5 third-tier swordsmen, thus breaching the law. I, Bei Gu, the city lord of Anan, hereby pronounce your final judgment. You shall face immediate execution. Resistance will only lead to a most undignified demise. The city lord of Bei Gu arrived at the doorstep of the Zhuo family, his proclamation resonating throughout Anan City. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that the city lord himself had come to deliver such a decree. No one dared to utter a word. Bei Gu wielded a despair-inducing power. To Zhuo Wei, it felt as though any thoughts of survival were extinguished. This force transcended his instincts as a swordsman, leaving him devoid of even the desire to resist, as a profound sense of hopelessness enveloped him. He seeks to enact immediate justice upon us, seemingly intent on following the prescribed procedure. Is death not the ultimate fate of a true man? What is there to accept or reject? Zhuo Wei felt a profound sense of helplessness. He yearned to resist, yet reality starkly informed him that such defiance was nearly impossible. Indeed, devoid of any possibility. They had already succumbed. The absence of resistance equated to defeat. Just as they contemplated their escape, an overwhelming force suddenly manifested. Upon raising his gaze, Zhuo Wei was rendered speechless, for he had never encountered such a phenomenon, and its occurrence was utterly unforeseen. Countless strands of sword energy cascaded from the heavens, their density astonishing beyond measure. Never had he witnessed such formidable might. It was evident that this time, they truly sought their annihilation. For such an action could not be taken lightly. It appeared that this time, they genuinely aimed for their obliteration. Let me behold this spectacle. Zhuo Wei harbored no intention of evasion. He was resolute in his determination to proclaim his ideals with his life, ensuring that the world recognized the indomitable spirit of the people of the ancient continent, who feared not death. They were destined to obliterate the entire Sword Continent. Without a doubt, a cadre of pedantic individuals would inevitably march toward their own demise. The Zhuo family exemplified this truth. Should anyone dare to defy the inhabitants of the Sword Continent, they would meet a dire fate. The words of the Lord of Bei Gu City pierced the hearts of the listeners like needles, shattering the remnants of their defiance inch by inch. This was a harsh reality that no one could alter or escape. On another front, Zhuo Luo, now free to move, was suddenly engulfed by an unsettling emotion, a visceral instinct urging him to return swiftly and safeguard those dear to him. Yet, he could not decipher the origin of this disquieting sensation. It enveloped him with a sense of foreboding. What troubles you? Why have you ceased your movements? Have you encountered an insurmountable obstacle? The deadly blade also sensed Zhuo Luo's anomaly, initially attributing it to the complexity of his own techniques, which might have overwhelmed Zhuo Luo. Just as he was about to revel in his perceived superiority, he caught a glimpse of something glistening at the corner of Zhuo Luo's eye. Tears. Zhuo Luo was perplexed by the inexplicable emotions that seemed to emanate from his very being, as if this body possessed an innate sense of sorrow. This phenomenon was utterly beyond his comprehension. Even the infamous Deathblade had never witnessed such an occurrence. A chilling realization gripped him. Something must have happened to his family. I must return and ascertain the truth. Zhuo Luo's immediate reaction was the fear that something had happened to his family. Although they were not his true relatives, these individuals imparted a sense of warmth to him, even if only for a few months. There was no point in going. It would serve no purpose. As long as one remained within the confines of the Sword Continent, the outcome would be inevitable. Even if he were to venture forth, it would be futile. Instead, it would be wiser to acquire some skills and empower himself. Zhuo Luo experienced an inexplicable sorrow for the first time due to an outsider, a peculiar sensation that, though strange, was undeniably real. This profound emotion made him acutely aware that in his lifetime, the loss of a single individual could evoke feelings comparable to this. However, the words of the swift blade rang true. He found himself utterly powerless to act. This sense of helplessness stemmed from the overwhelming strength of his adversary, far beyond his imagination. Even if he were to perish in his current, insignificant state, what purpose would it serve? He recognized that he was still too weak. He must wait until he has truly grown stronger before taking action. The world still has time to offer him. All that is required of him is to seize the opportunities created for him, rise in strength, Zhuo, and become the mightiest swordsman in this chaotic world. Establishing a new order amidst the turmoil, Zhuo concealed his emotions, still uncertain whether his fears had already come to pass. If they had not yet materialized, then perhaps there was still hope. He resolved to grow even stronger, for he could not bear to lose any more cherished individuals. He had already endured too much loss. Meanwhile, in Anan City, all traces of the Zhuo family had been completely eradicated. They had been utterly annihilated. The remnants of any resistance had been swiftly crushed, leaving only despair in their wake. Those who witnessed this were engulfed in hopelessness, having experienced the terrifying might of a 10th-level swordsman. Such power obliterated any thoughts of rebellion. As the instinct for survival always supersedes all else, only in life can one truly comprehend their own worth. From this day forth, should anyone dare to provoke the authority of my Lord's residence, this will be your fate. Do you understand? The might of the Northern Valley Lord has surpassed all imaginations. His words are astonishing, carrying an ominous weight that instills fear. His power has reached an incomprehensible level, and the populace now dares not entertain any rebellious thoughts. They are genuinely terrified. Eradicating the Zhuo family was as simple as a fleeting thought, and the same fate awaits you. In this Anan City, only I hold the reins of power. The Northern Valley exudes an imposing aura, with none daring to defy him. To do so would be to invite certain death. He employs strength as a means of reasoning, silencing all dissent, as they fear a sudden display of his formidable prowess. Let us proceed to seal off the Southern Ridge Mountain and eliminate that ruthless killer. His existence must be obliterated. To take a life is indeed the gravest of errors. Northern Valley has no intention of wasting a moment. The remnants of the Zhuo family still linger with the killer, and should they escape, it would pose an ongoing threat. Furthermore, if the killer continues to assist them, he cannot be allowed to survive for long. Northern Valley is well aware of the organization known as Reverse Blood, a truly fearsome entity responsible for much of the chaos across the continent. The killer is one of their ranks, and should that Zhuo family scion join their ranks, it would spell disaster for them. Such an occurrence is absolutely intolerable and must be prevented at all costs. The demise of the Zhuo family is, in essence, a trivial matter, insignificant in the grand tapestry of the ancient continent. However, the fact that Bega personally intervened has left many in astonishment. The emergence of such a formidable entity taking direct action suggests that the situation is far from simple. Furthermore, his immediate journey to Namai Mountain raises questions. Has something amiss transpired there recently? The involvement of a level 10 powerhouse signifies an extraordinary upheaval. Notably, it has been merely 2 days since Mang Hao and his companions returned to Anan City, implying that Zhuo has been afforded little time. They are on the brink of facing the gravest crisis of their lives. A level 10 swordsman, capable of obliterating a family in an instant, particularly one devoid of any means of resistance, presents a visual shock that transcends ordinary terror. Zhuo was still diligently practicing the techniques of the Grass-Seeing School, a sect characterized by merely 5 fundamental moves. However, these maneuvers required harmonious integration with his blade. Without this synergy, their true potency would remain unexploited, rendering them mere ordinary techniques. It is important to note that the deadly quick blade had evolved these techniques into a lethal art of assassination, underscoring the mastery he had attained. Yet, Zhuo found himself struggling to execute them proficiently. It was evident that mastering these skills in a short span was no trivial undertaking. He realized he would have to demonstrate the techniques once more, for it seemed improbable that Zhuo could grasp them swiftly on his own. Having observed the deadly quick blade countless times, he still perceived Zhuo as insufficiently skilled. These moves could not be developed to their fullest potential by him. This was understandable, as it was the culmination of his life's work, and it was unreasonable to expect this young man to master it so rapidly. Just as he prepared to instruct him again, he sensed an ominous presence approaching, sending a chill down his spine. The force emanating from it far surpassed his own. Could it be? That individual had truly arrived. The deadly quick blade was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that the opponent's strength eclipsed his own. Though reluctant to admit it, the power he sensed was indeed far more terrifying than before, exponentially so. Who could it be that instilled such astonishment in you? Could it possibly be the so-called foremost expert of Anan City, Begu? Zhuo was taken aback. This old fellow was surprisingly fearful. It seemed that an extraordinary individual had arrived, for such astonishment could not be provoked without cause. Indeed, the aura emanating from him was even more formidable than before, suggesting that he was on the verge of transcending the realm of severance. Given a few years, he might truly surpass the ability to sever iron. What? Damn it. It appears our fates are destined to part. It would likely take him a day to reach this place, and there is no alternative. This is the final time. Observe closely, for our time is running out. I never anticipated that matters would become so convoluted. I had assumed his arrival would be straightforward. Yet I did not foresee his enhanced strength. I am no longer his match. I dread that you too might perish. At this moment, the blade of death exuded a sense of bewilderment. He found himself devoid of any viable options, forced to confront such a formidable monster. He truly faced a dead end. The abrupt emergence of Bega sent waves of fear through the blade of death, a fear born of instinct, an instinct urging him to flee this place lest he be slain. This is a primal instinct inherent in all living beings, and he was no exception. He would certainly seek to eliminate us. Our existence posed a significant threat to him. Yet we remained powerless to act. Should we abandon this place? Zhuo comprehended that they were not even remotely capable of being each other's adversaries. Departing from this place was indeed a prudent decision. After all, there was no necessity for them to jeopardize their lives here. Although the deadly blade had persistently asserted that he was nearing his end, there remained ample time to live on, with no doubt about that. Moreover, the opportunity to flee still lingered. Often, combat does not resolve issues, and many circumstances can be circumvented. This ability to retreat is a hallmark of the truly strong. Fleeing is not a mark of shame, but rather a manifestation of self-awareness. I shall not flee. In the final chapter of my life, I intend to make these invaders aware of our resolve. While retreat may sometimes resolve matters, there are moments when retreat is simply not an option. Allow me to present the ultimate form of the grass blade style. My life reaches its conclusion here. The deadly blade, at this juncture, harbored no desire to evade anything. He found himself unable to escape. Weighing the pros and cons, he determined that engaging in battle was the best course of action, and he would leave his legacy to the next generation. Zhuo comprehended that this individual truly intended to march towards death, though he remained unaware of the rationale behind such a choice. Yet, what significance does it hold? Could it be that death has lost its meaning for them? Thus, he cast the knife to his adversary, feeling an oppressive weight in his heart. Despite the certainty that Bega had reasons for locating this place, many of the factors leading to this situation were indeed of his own making. He had a modicum of responsibility in this matter. This time, he meticulously reviewed the techniques, his final thorough examination. It must be said that there was a profound essence within. The Grassview School comprises 5 forms: following the wind, breaking the ground, returning, veiling, and all things as tools. Among these, 3 forms are overt while 2 remain concealed. As the deadly quick blade is renowned for its assassination prowess, particularly the breaking the ground and veiling techniques, which pertain to stealthy strikes. The other 3 are overt but possess substantial lethality, relying on the intricacies of the blade's movement. In other words, the blade's variability becomes the overt technique, while the true deadly strikes emanate from the blade's natural state. The deadly quick blade evidently deviates from conventional methods, explaining the potency of its techniques. Many would anticipate his covert attacks, yet few would consider that he might strike openly. Such extraordinary maneuvers often become instruments of fear. The essence of this knife technique lies in the interplay of reality and illusion, but if 2 knives could be combined, the full potential of this style could surely be unleashed. The term quick and deadly quick blade serves to compensate for the shortcomings in speed during strikes. Possessing 2 knives would effortlessly amend this deficiency. Moreover, this enhancement must be predicated on exceptional speed, allowing for such transformations even without the Grassview blade. The Grassview School is indeed formidable, and I shall master it. By harnessing its strengths and mitigating its weaknesses, I shall navigate the ultimate trajectory of this blade technique. After concluding his review, Zhuo felt a complex array of emotions. Witnessing someone willing to embrace death is, frankly, quite distressing. Although this individual was not particularly famous, at this moment, his resolve became unmistakable, a determination to rescue his kin, a truly noble conviction. Yet, despite its grandeur, this resolve is destined for demise, as he must perish to affirm his beliefs. This is something that Zhuo finds difficult to comprehend. He understands that the only recourse is to learn this individual's techniques, ensuring their perpetuation. This is the best he can do. I have little else to offer you. I possess some amethyst and healing potions, which should enable you to ascend to level 2 and grow stronger. Remain here for the time being. This location is relatively concealed. Given Begu's nature, he will undoubtedly encircle this area. However, he is also impatient. If you can endure that duration, you will live. I shall do my utmost to clear your path. The deadly quick blade handed the knife to Zhuo, affirming that his words were indeed correct. Yet, it is precisely now that one must consider the intricacies of human nature. If all of this were merely a ruse to deceive him, it would be perilously dangerous. It is not that he is overly cautious. Rather, at this juncture, he cannot afford to die. Should anything happen to the Zhuo family, who would come to his aid? The kindness of the deadly quick blade exceeds that of ordinary individuals, yet if the intent were merely to kill him, it would require no elaborate schemes. Still, an unsettling feeling of potential betrayal lingered within him. In the past, this would not have concerned him, but now, the situation is markedly different. He senses a subtlety at play. What is the matter? Afraid I might betray you at a critical moment? Haha, that is quite normal. Not everyone is trustworthy. I understand your concerns, and I shall not obstruct your decisions. How you choose to proceed is entirely your affair. However, the deadly quick blade dismissed his apprehensions nonchalantly. Acknowledging Zhuo's perspective. In this world, only through caution can one hope to emerge victorious in the end. It is a commonplace truth. No, I choose to trust you. At this moment, I must place my faith in you. After all, it is your hand that has saved my life. If you wish to kill me, that would be entirely reasonable. I am a dignified swordsman, not one who quakes in fear of death. Zhuo remarked that in an instant, he had made his judgment. As a swordsman, he should have long since cast aside concerns about life and death, rather than fretting over matters that were insignificant. If his adversary truly wished to kill him, it would not require such elaborate means. He possessed nothing of value that would warrant such attention. Thus, he concluded that the conditions for both parties were rather similar. Indeed, at times, boldness is more crucial than anything else and can serve as a source of strength. Today marks our final meeting. Perhaps our next encounter will be in the afterlife? Perhaps, but perhaps not. Take care. I shall repay your kindness by ensuring that this sword technique resonates throughout the heavens. What say you? That would be splendid, allowing me to maintain my dignity. Haha. Both men chuckled, understanding one another, and they dispelled the myriad of conflicts that had previously arisen between them, conflicts that were wholly unnecessary. If that is the case, let us forget everything. They were about to face a formidable opponent. Naturally, both could perish, an inescapable truth. The question of whether Zhuo would survive was indeed grave. The Lord of Bega City was a man who would never grant anyone the chance to resist. He was a truly fearsome adversary, should he choose to strike. It would undoubtedly spell despair, a reflection of his nature. As a longtime rival of the Lord of Begu, Zhuo was acutely aware of this. It was precisely because he understood this that he could devise a strategy to confront him. Zhuo had become his support. He could not allow Zhuo to perish. For his death would be a grievous blow to their cause. The reverse blood faction was in dire need of youthful bloodlines. If even the young were reluctant to engage, their resistance would be nothing more than a fantasy, utterly impossible. I will do my utmost to eliminate foes and divert their attention, so you focus on your cultivation. You must reach the second rank before you venture out. During this time, you must not leave. Do you understand? The Deathblade trusted Zhuo, and it was this trust that compelled him to protect him. Should Zhuo continue to grow, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the reverse blood faction, which was of utmost importance. I understand. Farewell. Farewell. The two parted ways, for it was no longer necessary to dwell on trifles. Their separation was inevitable, perhaps leaving open the possibility of future encounters. Zhuo had more pressing matters at hand. He needed to cultivate his strength to the second rank. Only by achieving this could he hope for a greater chance of escape. It was essential to note that upon arriving here, they had initially faced opponents of the third rank. Confronting them with his current abilities would be exceedingly challenging, if not entirely futile. Yet, if he grew even slightly stronger and leveraged his assassination skills, he might be able to eliminate some foes. However, engaging them directly would likely prove exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, the techniques of the grass scene school could be employed, with the interplay of light and shadow serving as a new means for him. He felt fortunate to have the opportunity to learn these skills, which would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival. Meanwhile, the Lord of Begu had arrived at Nanmai Mountain. A vast expanse, over 3 times the area of Annan City, largely uncharted and untouched by man. Otherwise, such a massive wolf pack would not exist. This was a testament to the wilderness. Given the enormity of the terrain, locating the Deathblade swiftly was no simple task, perhaps even impossible. As an assassin, concealing one's presence is fundamental. If one cannot master this, then one is doomed. We must secure this area. A 10-mile radius needs to be cordoned off. I am certain that the old rascal, the Deathblade, will emerge on his own. Moreover, any individuals exiting Nanmai Mountain must be apprehended. Should anyone resist, they shall be executed. I will take matters into my own hands, but you must also remain vigilant against the Deathblade. The Lord of Bega commanded, genuinely concerned about the potential repercussions should the Deathblade appear. If the Deathblade sought to play mind games, he would find himself in dire straits. Among those he had brought along were both his trusted men and members of the Shadow Gate. Losing the latter posed no significant issue. But losing his own men would be a source of great distress. After all, not everyone is easily trained. Yet, the Death Blade must be eliminated. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would wield 2 blades, a considerable asset, potentially elevating him to a level capable of breaking through to the iron-cutting tier. Breaking through limits can extend one's lifespan. Naturally, everyone desires to live, for only the living can comprehend the true essence of existence. The temptation to survive is overwhelming, rendering it nearly irresistible. He had brought over 30 loyal followers, along with a dozen from the Shadow Gate, rapidly surrounding the 10-mile radius. They were paired off. For being alone would be dangerously precarious, given the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. Previously, Zhuo had inadvertently drawn a horde, resulting in irreparable losses. Thus, he ventured forth, maintaining control over the positions of all his men, meaning he could respond swiftly in times of crisis. Clearly, he was not entirely composed, should anything go awry. The consequences would be dire, as these were his subordinates. The Sword Continent does not frown upon internal strife. Indeed, even within his own territory, vigilance is paramount. One misstep, and he could easily be undone. Others would certainly seek to eliminate him first. On one hand, he sought resources to fortify his position. On the other, he needed to maintain and enhance his strength, making everyone hesitant to challenge him. He aspired to become a true king, a lifelong ambition, though it may seem insignificant. The privileges of kingship are unparalleled. Finally, unable to contain yourself, are you? In such a short time, you have grown so formidable. Truly, time apart reveals much. The Death Blade was acutely aware of his opponent's capabilities. Killing him seemed nearly impossible, but inflicting significant harm was still within reach. However, the opportunity was singular. If he missed this chance, it could very well be his end. Yet, the presence of so many formidable foes was indeed impressive. The weakest among them was of the 3rd rank. The prospect of that young man escaping was a daunting challenge. It seemed necessary to eliminate a few of them. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the Death Blade. The battle commenced, a game of cat and mouse. Where the outcome remained uncertain, would they attain their desires, or would I eradicate all the weaklings? The stage was set for this thrilling contest. The Death Blade's figure flickered, swift as a shadow, and thus the battle officially began. The game of cat and mouse commenced amidst the tension. Unnoticed by all, a figure lurked in the shadows. Much like a cat waiting for a mouse, poised to strike the moment the mouse appeared, ready to claim its prey. Begu is indeed perplexed by the intentions of the Death Blade. He finds himself aimlessly searching within a considerable radius of 10 miles. Given the multitude of people present, there is a rationale behind his decision to station guards. By separating them, he provides the Death Blade with an opportunity to strike. Ostensibly, it is a defensive measure. Yet in reality, it serves as bait. With a larger contingent, he stands a better chance of luring out more adversaries, thus presenting him with numerous opportunities. Initially, his goal was merely to persuade the opponent to surrender. After all, attaining the strength of a level 9 is a rarity. Aligning with such a formidable figure would bolster his own power and enable him to seize territory from neighboring regions. A vast domain would grant him access to abundant resources, whether they be weapons or cultivation materials, propelling his ambition to become a king, a lifelong aspiration. The prospect of reigning as a monarch is an immensely noble objective. To gain status and authority, one must act before the ancient continent and the Sword Continent fully merge. Once peace prevails, further expansion of power would become exceedingly challenging. As long as the Sword Continent's dominion remains incomplete, opportunities abound. Presently, the forces on the ancient continent include the rebellious Blood Organization, the Emperor of the Sword Continent, and various regional factions. Among these, the most fragile is the regional power, characterized by fragility and competition, under the control of the Sword Continent's emperor. Begu, as the lord of a city, occupies a subordinate position among these factions. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to such a southern locale, surrounded by 3 similar powers. Should he successfully absorb the surrounding territories, his strength would surge, and noble titles would surely follow. Thus, acquiring the Death Blade is crucial, especially as he is a member of the rebellious Blood Organization. If Begu can destabilize this organization, his status will become enviable. One must be willing to make sacrifices to attain greater gains. A level 9 individual is worth the equivalent of dozens of level 3 warriors, an astute investment, if necessary. Eliminating him would still be a notable achievement. Begu has devised a plan to mitigate the situation, realizing that avoidance is no longer an option. He aims to minimize risk. ideally sacrificing a few to secure maximum benefits, a trait befitting a cunning merchant. Unbeknownst to him, his formidable presence is facilitating this transaction. The Deathblade, aware of the danger, opts for a covert approach. His strengths lie in stealth and assassination, creating a stark contrast between the visible and the hidden. This is a contest of dominance. Whoever controls time commands all, and in this case, time equates to speed, a race where agility determines success. The Deathblade has been mobilized. The key lies in whether his movements attract attention. The magnitude of his actions is irrelevant. He possesses a decisive advantage in perception, a skill unmatched by those below level 10, allowing him to swiftly assess the situation and prepare to counter the Deathblade. However, the Deathblade too has a singular opportunity. He must act decisively. He quickly enters enemy territory, where two level 3 swordsmen stand united. Their fear of the Deathblade palpable. One misstep could lead to their demise. They find themselves compelled to confront this foe, regardless of his whereabouts, unless they fall in battle. With only one chance, he refuses to grant them any opportunity. The rebellious blood requires room for growth and stimulation. Faced with such a formidable adversary, despair lurks. Yet amidst it, he senses a flicker of his own potential, a pinnacle moment in his life. The two adversaries remain oblivious to the impending threat, unaware that a level 9 warrior, 3 times their strength, approaches. Suddenly, a noise alerts them, causing their nerves to tense. They are genuinely apprehensive, knowing the intent to kill lies ahead. Yet, a moment later, they exhale in relief. It is merely a squirrel, its large eyes fixed upon them. They had not anticipated the turn of events. One approaches the creature, which appears unafraid, its eyes wide. Yet, in that instant, he perceives a fleeting glimmer in the squirrel's gaze. When he refocuses, he realizes his companion has been decapitated. Indeed, at that critical moment, the Deathblade has struck. The seemingly innocuous squirrel unwittingly aided him, transforming a mundane scenario into a shocking spectacle. Overcome with fear, he forgets to fight. Terror constricts his body, and in an instant, his heart is pierced by the Deathblade. A cry escapes him before he succumbs to death, a vital piece of information for Baegu, who senses the disappearance of two presences and swiftly heads in that direction. The battle commences. The Deathblade swiftly dispatches the two foes. However, no matter how rapid his actions, he cannot evade the cunning Baegu, who has discerned the opponent's tactics. Both sides are aware of each other's strategies, yet the advantage tilts toward Baegu. Nevertheless, the Deathblade retains familiarity with the terrain, leaving him with the advantage of guerrilla tactics. The pressing question remains, how long can he sustain this? It is a frustrating predicament, driving him to rely on such methods. He would prefer a direct confrontation if circumstances allowed. The potent aura surrounding him indicates that he has been detected. This old fox should not be underestimated. He employs such cunning tactics. If so, let us see when he will attempt to thwart me. The Deathblade quickly comprehends his opponent's strategy, and now he is determined to see if he can eliminate them all. If such a feat could be accomplished, it would imply that he could offer a final semblance of assistance to Zhuo, at the very least ensuring that Zhuo would not be relentlessly pursued during his escape. Thus, a perilous game between hunter and wolf commenced, with the wolf striving to evade the trap set by the hunter. He found himself unable to directly avoid these snares. Indeed, it seemed as though the traps were all aimed squarely at him. He was utterly powerless, for should he evade them, others would undoubtedly suffer. In but a short span, Baegu appeared, his speed astonishingly swift, rivaling even the deadly blade. One might even assert that he surpassed the deadly blade in speed. It is no wonder that the deadly blade harbored concerns regarding this formidable adversary. He found himself in a dire predicament. This opponent was vastly superior, and a direct confrontation was unequivocally futile. Even attempts to employ subterfuge appeared to be in vain, for this individual was simply too terrifying. TCH, he managed to escape. This fellow truly possesses an uncanny ability to flee. I refuse to believe you can elude my grasp. With your intellect, you must be aware of my intentions. Henceforth, I shall take a gamble on my fortune, eager to discern who shall emerge victorious in this contest. Upon glancing at the corpse, the Lord of Baega comprehended much. The deadly blade had left behind even the belongings of his victims, indicating his hasty departure. He had evidently been overcome with anxiety, fearing his pursuer. This revelation rendered the game all the more exhilarating. His fear became a source of confidence. This competition shall soon yield its outcome. You shall never escape my clutches. Haha. I am positively eager to bring you to heel. Will you submit to my will? Or do you desire to perish beneath my blade, becoming one of my spectral minions? Surely, your head must hold value akin to certain treasures. The Lord of Baega suddenly felt a curious thrill, seemingly indifferent to the life or death of his opponent. as though the unfolding events contradicted his original intent. Meanwhile, Zhuo remained entirely unaware of this turmoil, engrossed in his cultivation with the violet crystal. He had nearly mastered the techniques of the Grassview sect, yet, without applying them in combat, they were mere superfluous motions. Moreover, he could no longer afford to wait. He must first augment his strength. If he could transcend his current limitations, his offensive capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. He did not harbor hopes of slaying those adversaries. Such feats were beyond his reach. Since that was unattainable, he could only strive to enhance his own power. This splendid opportunity lay before him, and to squander it would be an egregious affront. The violet crystal is a manifestation of energy. Its potency vastly superior to that derived from natural sources. This is the most favored resource among Qi practitioners. Yet it is not easily acquired. One must discover a natural vein or resort to exchange. Previously, he had resorted to the most crude methods to attain the status of a Qi practitioner. Now, he could only utilize what was at hand. Striving to become a second-tier practitioner in the shortest time possible, merely to augment his chances. It is indeed ironic. The weak must pay such exorbitant costs to survive, while the strong remain utterly unconcerned for the fates of others. This presents a lamentable reality, a stark embodiment of the survival of the fittest. Such a blatant scenario unfolds before him, and with his meager strength, he finds himself disregarded, as others seek to eliminate troublesome individuals first. He possesses not even the slightest chance of being valued. If I wish to establish my foothold in this world, I must become a cold-hearted individual. Indeed, I must be prepared to tread the path of Asura. This is the essence of my survival henceforth, casting aside all sentiment. Zhuo suddenly entertained a notion within his heart, to set aside his emotions, or rather, to conceal them, and traverse this world as a cold, solitary wanderer, seeking the true answers that existence has to offer. Though such an approach may seem somewhat reckless, the desire to pursue it now consumed him. He wished to no longer witness the demise of others. Yet, who among them could fathom his thoughts? Or perhaps, they remained entirely indifferent to his plight. The Deathblade sought only to embrace death, while the Lord of Begu's city merely coveted the blades that adorned their beings, driven solely by his own desires, with no ulterior motives beyond that. Now, with Zhuo's arrival, he had presented a blade that propelled the Lord into further madness. Two blades, such a tantalizing prospect, were resources, immense capital that no capitalist would ever relinquish when it lay within reach. The three individuals represented three distinct motivations. One wished to survive, another aspired to wealth, and the third was willing to sacrifice his life for future generations. Originally strangers, they gradually became inextricably linked due to a trivial circumstance. The Deathblade had irrevocably transformed into a predator of the weak. These individuals hailed from the Sword Continent, meaning they were inherently mortal foes. Their deaths were entirely plausible. He sought to make his final contribution to the organization known as Reverse Blood, a selfless act of sacrifice. Yet, such devotion bore a terrifying weight, for it signified bloodshed and conflict. This turmoil stemmed from their ancient continent's unforeseen defeat. Had they not lost, none of this would have transpired. That old scoundrel of Begu truly offered no respite. Yet, even in death, I shall not afford you the spoils of my demise. The only asset of value I possess is my own head, worth perhaps a mere few thousand purple crystals. However, the lives taken render it worthwhile. The Deathblade longs to bequeath all that he possesses to Zhuo, who has now become his successor. Yet, this is nearly impossible, should he fall in battle. The only thing he could offer the Lord of Begu would be something of little worth. Nevertheless, the valuation remains stable, ensuring minimal loss. The contest has only just begun, and no one can predict the outcome. Will he be discovered in the next moment, or will he continue his slaughter until none remain, ultimately being vanquished himself? Or perhaps an unforeseen twist awaits him, leading to an early defeat? The safest course of action now lies in shadowing certain individuals, fully concealing his presence, and lying in wait for the cunning old rogue. Otherwise, all actions would be rendered futile. The Lord of Begu, too, contemplated the notion of ambush, though it posed complications. He had previously dispersed his forces, leaving dozens scattered. While ambush could indeed capture the foe, if they continued their killing spree without encountering him, the body count would rise, leaving him with only a handful of survivors. Such a strategy would yield significant losses. Cursed be it. Had I come alone, I would have suffered far less. This Deathblade is perilously dangerous. Who knows what further chaos he might unleash? The Lord, despite formulating a plan, felt increasingly hopeless, lamenting such a grave error. What fear could a mere level 1 novice evoke? If he could achieve another breakthrough, he would ascend to the level of iron cutting. At such a level, would he truly concern himself with a trivial novice? Even a gifted level 1, in a realm where resources are strictly controlled, would find growth nearly impossible. Yet, in his quest for absolute security, he had committed such a reckless act. Now, he could only confront the consequences of his own actions, as ambush remained the sole viable method for eradicating his adversaries. Two individuals, each pursuing their own objectives, began their clash amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Despite their divergent aims, fate would grant them certain opportunities for direct confrontation, an unavoidable destiny. Combat was assured, and it would not conclude easily. Their struggle would be profoundly harrowing. Neither side was aware of the other's intentions, and the Deathblade hesitated to act rashly. A mere slight movement had already alerted the other, indicating their readiness for confrontation, and any further action might provoke undue alarm. Ultimately, the Deathblade would strike. His aim was to weaken his adversaries as much as possible, without concern for anything beyond that. Just moments ago, he narrowly avoided disaster. He had no knowledge of where his opponent might next appear or whether their followers were all at level 3. If they were, assassination would be simple, but failure would spell his doom. The distance between them was a mere 5 miles, and his speed matched Zhuo's. Should he fail to secure a swift victory, it would be a catastrophic blow. After assessing the situation, the Deathblade realized that direct confrontation was not yet prudent. Engaging now would contradict his intentions. He must maximize his chances of success. To suffer significant losses was unacceptable, thus he would proceed cautiously. Quickly, he took action. Rather than being intimidated, he seized the opportunity to eliminate more adversaries, an approach befitting a shrewd entrepreneur. After traversing a distance, he was finally ready to kill. As an assassin, he understood that murder must be executed in an instant. Exceeding that window would invite peril. He would not grant the opportunity for failure. With the right weapon in hand, he believed he would not easily falter. The grass blade was his signature weapon, the one with which he felt most at ease. It represented his peak prowess. However, that was no longer necessary, and he must now adopt a serious demeanor. Only with such seriousness could he ascertain whether his skills had waned. A competent assassin must consider myriad factors. Indeed, he soon discerned the intentions of his foes. If his instincts were correct, at least 2 individuals lay within a 10-mile radius. Hidden yet inadequately prepared, the duo he had just dispatched had evidently lacked proper equipment. Had these individuals been adequately prepared, they would not have afforded him such a fortuitous opportunity. Even in the absence of opportunities, one must strive to create them. After a thorough examination, he discerned the true nature of the 2 individuals before him. They were rather unremarkable, despite their attempts to conceal themselves in a relatively hidden location. Their method of hiding was, in fact, quite antiquated and even rather subpar. They were utterly insufficient in the face of his capabilities. He had never anticipated that he would find himself compelled to act in such a manner. For the sake of taking a life, he was prepared to undertake any action necessary. One of these individuals was ensconced within the thickets, effectively camouflaging his form, while the other perched upon a tree adorned with lush foliage. Both seemed oblivious to the presence of an intruder, which presented a prime opportunity for the Grimblade. He targeted the one in the tree first, for their choice of hiding spots was hardly conducive for effective movement. To them, it was merely an attempt to evade detection, as their adversary was but a first-tier existence, hardly a cause for trepidation. Little did they know, a formidable figure awaited just beyond their awareness. However, the Grimblade did not intend to strike immediately. He believed that for his plan to achieve its utmost efficacy, he must wait for them to lower their guard, so he could eliminate them in a heartbeat. He had meticulously devised a strategy for swiftly dispatching them. At that moment, the swordsman in the tree suddenly yawned, his eyes nearly closing in fatigue. In that fleeting instant, he was about to confront his final breath, as the Grimblade had already locked onto his target. In his moment of negligence, a shadow emerged, a hand clasping tightly around his throat. His pupils dilated in horror, sensing a searing pain as a blade pierced his heart. He was beyond salvation. What is wrong? Have you sensed something amiss? The other individual, alerted by the commotion, instinctively felt that something had transpired, yet he could not fathom the sudden appearance of a hand. Indeed, it was a hand. The Grimblade severed it and tossed it to the ground before the man. The sight sent him into a panic. as he had never imagined such a horrifying turn of events. Yet, what lay ahead was even more terrifying. An elder appeared, his blade stained with fresh blood. The man was left utterly stunned. This scene unfolded far too abruptly for him to react. Ultimately, he attempted to strike back, but it was far too late. Even before he could fully emerge from the underbrush, an astonishing wave of sword energy surged towards him, while the grim blade remained unfazed. Opting to retreat, he understood that another adversary awaited him, and he could not underestimate this foe. This was a fundamental principle of an assassin. Once action is taken, doubt must not linger. Doubt invites perilous complications. Simultaneously, several miles away, the Lord of Begu sensed the deaths of the two men, leaving him astounded. This old rogue was indeed intent on evading him, systematically eliminating his targets. And how little time had elapsed since the first murder. This was sheer madness. The Grim Blade's actions were a test for Begu. Should Begu truly wish to ensnare him, he would not relent. The Grim Blade was keen to observe whether this individual would rush to respond, or if he had begun to contemplate a more cautious approach. Akin to a sparrow lying in wait behind a mantis. This time, he did not immediately sense the overwhelming power, indicating that Begu had not yet acted. However, this only complicated matters further. No one could ascertain his true intentions. Both men were evidently adept at psychological warfare, which explained their mutual suspicion. This was a troubling predicament. Without insight into each other's motives, neither could gain the upper hand. Not everyone possesses exceptional cunning. To the Grim Blade, Begu's inaction was perplexing. Could it be that his adversary had anticipated his thoughts? Or was Begu merely allowing him to continue, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? This left the Grim Blade contemplating numerous uncertainties regarding control. Was he the master of his fate, or merely a pawn in someone else's game? Was Begu attempting to decipher his patterns, or was he merely lying in wait? The Grim Blade found himself grappling with these questions, as he was utterly at a loss. Logically, if he continued his spree of murders, it would inevitably lead to direct confrontation with Begu, the timing of which remained unpredictable, a daunting dilemma. Yet, he had no choice but to persist in his killing. What other option did he possess? To refrain from murder would render him a mere recluse. Besides, his purpose for venturing out was to take lives. If he could not fulfill that, what significance would his actions hold? Ah, that cunning fellow, clearly. The years of the lordship had not been in vain. Let me witness whether you can truly impede my progress or if our paths will cross, resulting in your demise. This posed a serious question, yet he remained skeptical. Could Begu truly capture him in that instant? The Grim Blade harbored a profound admiration for this adversary. As rivals, neither could ascertain whose predictions would prove more accurate or if fate would favor one over the other. However, one certainty remained. They possessed but a single opportunity. Should they both falter, their chances would be irrevocably lost. The Grim Blade, driven by a singular focus on destruction, would not cease until every last individual lay dead. Conversely, the Lord of Begu sought only to apprehend the Grim Blade. He regretted not coming alone, for then he could unleash his full power, turning the tide in his favor. Retrieving a single person would prove a far simpler task. Yet, having made a fateful decision, he resolved to rectify his miscalculation. 2 more lives had been extinguished. Approximately 4 miles from his position, it appeared the old rogue dared not act too far afield. This posed a complication. If he could close the distance by a mile, he could neutralize the threat. The Lord of Begu felt a pang of frustration. He was still too far from his target. Even with superior speed, he could not hope to reach him in an instant, risking exposure and granting the Grim Blade an escape route. Ah, but wait. How could he have forgotten this? Suddenly, the Lord of Begu felt a surge of confidence. How had he allowed himself to be so easily manipulated? He had come prepared, and he should not have found himself in such a predicament. At last, the tides of fortune seemed poised to turn. The Lord of Begu took out an object from his waist. It was a transparent bead. Seemingly unremarkable yet imbued with a peculiar essence that could directly inform the assassin of his potential to become one, perhaps even more suited for the role. He crushed the bead, and in an instant, a bubble-like aura enveloped him entirely. What? His presence vanished. The swift blade, who had been vigilantly observing Begu's movements, suddenly sensed something amiss. He could no longer detect the other's presence, a most unusual occurrence. This was impossible. Could it be that he had also mastered the art of concealing his aura? How exceedingly strange. The swift blade was now profoundly astonished. If the opponent possessed such a skill, it would indeed complicate matters to an extreme degree. Having lost his prior advantage, he now faced a multitude of adversaries. A veritable conundrum. He had not anticipated the timely deployment of this artifact. However, if it could serve his purpose, he would accept it, should it prove futile. Then he would resort to lethal measures. The Lord of Bago had prepared this device for a long time, anticipating such a scenario. It was procured from the Shadow Gate. A precaution taken after nearly falling victim to the Swift Blade's treachery in their last encounter. Now, he intended to turn the tables. By allowing me to wield the Shadow Bead, you have already made a significant investment. Even in death, it shall be worth it. The Lord of Bago was genuinely incensed. Yet he recognized the necessity of his course of action. The situation had grown increasingly chaotic, with all advantages tipping in his favor. Now, I find myself in a predicament I had never foreseen. How utterly dismal. Yet, the true battle was only just beginning. I refuse to believe that you can thwart my intent to kill. The Swift Blade, now heedless, recognized that the opportunity lay before him, and he had little to lose. Let us see who can return to the reality of their inevitable defeat. The intensity of their conflict escalated. The Swift Blade had not anticipated such a tactic from his foe, a most peculiar revelation. However, it was not entirely unexpected for them to possess such a tool. What remained uncertain was how long the opponent could sustain this advantage. Nevertheless, he was determined to kill as many as possible. Each life claimed was a gain for him. Now, it was a contest of skill, and the Lord of Bago would undoubtedly take the initiative. He had perhaps only 2 chances to strike, and these would determine the victor. He had already envisioned the expression on his opponent's face, one of profound embarrassment, since he would find himself bereft of all he desired. Having relinquished everything to Zhuo. Should Zhuo fall, they would seize those very objectives. Yet, he firmly believed that Zhuo would successfully escape. Thus, in his eyes, he was utterly unconcerned with the unfolding events. As long as he could slay a few more, that would suffice. Each death diminished their adversarial strength. And that was his noble pursuit. On another front, Zhuo was diligently cultivating. Previously, he had voraciously absorbed energy, but now, in a bid to save time, he resorted to the quickest method, devouring vast amounts of energy from the purple crystals, assimilating it entirely into his being. This method of cultivation was one Zhuo could not hope to replicate. Had he possessed such an abundance of purple crystals, he would not have stagnated at the 4th level. Now, in his quest to reach the 2nd level, he could only resort to such desperate measures, facing numerous 3rd-level swordsmen, against whom he stood little chance. He had never engaged a true 3rd-level swordsman, thus unaware of their formidable strength. Now, he was prepared to go to any lengths to become a more powerful entity. Only by growing stronger could he rise. At present, he was the weakest, easily outmatched by any passerby, let alone by numerous foes. When he departed from the Zhuo family, Zhuo had remarked that unleashing his full potential might allow him to contend with a 3rd-level fighter. This meant that only by harnessing all his strength could he hope to battle an ordinary foe. If he could elevate his abilities, perhaps he could eventually face a 3rd-level adversary. For this reason, he was willing to be as reckless as necessary. It was a struggle for survival. A fundamental instinct he had long neglected. Should an outsider witness his plight, what thoughts might they entertain? I cannot allow others to suffer due to my failures. I must become the mightiest swordsman in this realm. How could I permit others to perish for my sake? That is utterly unacceptable. I refuse to remain so subservient. I shall become a formidable force, one upon whom others can rely. Zhuo's heart cried out in despair, questioning why he felt so weak. Despite being one of the first aboard the ship, he believed he should be the one to protect others. He felt he ought to be the most capable guardian, second only to Luffy and the chef with the curly brows. Yet, he felt he should indeed be the strongest. His approach to training was undeniably intense. A method so frenzied that most would struggle to endure it, yet he managed to withstand it. This showcased his uniqueness. However, at this moment, he yearned for a power far greater than mere incremental growth. On another front, the Death Blade found another target, this time 2 level 3 swordsmen. There was little suspense. He acted swiftly, eliminating them instantaneously. With the aura of the North Valley Lord now vanished, there was no chance of retreat. The number he could slay was limited to those who approached, for it was destined that they would clash. He had already taken 6 lives and sensed that many more awaited their fate. But where was the North Valley Lord hiding? The Death Blade felt a bloodthirsty urge surging within him. If he were to confront the North Valley Lord now, he would do so. As he was on the brink of losing his sanity, it is often said that people fear the insane, and this holds true. He had become so unhinged that he no longer feared anyone. He was a seasoned madman. Another 2 fell to his blade. And it seemed he truly wished to confront me directly. I refuse to believe you can evade my grasp. You are merely 2 miles away. Await your demise. Your head will be mine, and all that you possess will belong to me. You are nothing more than prey in my hands." The North Valley Lord was acutely aware of his opponent's location and felt no concern. He understood what the next move would entail. If the trajectory continued as planned, it would likely lead to the Shadowgate's members. The Shadowgate, if possible to eliminate, would be dealt with, as they were mere obstacles in his path. The more he could slay, the better, for to him, all enemies deserved death. There was no room for the living among them. He was a terrifying figure, one who would ensure that all foes perished. "Once you strike, I shall retaliate, and the threat to Anon City will be extinguished. The southern territories will undoubtedly fall into my possession." The North Valley Lord was a competent strategist, knowing how to confront his adversaries rather than simply accommodating them. Should any foe pose a serious threat, he would spare no effort in their annihilation. This is the quality of a true warlord. The Deathblade's plans were indeed aligning with his expectations, effectively alleviating his pressure. "Go forth, become my puppet, eliminate the damned, and then meet your own end." This is the narrative that ought to unfold. You are but an actor meant to deliver a captivating performance for the audience. At last, the Deathblade stood before the two swordsmen. They were unlike those he had encountered before, cloaked entirely in black. They belonged to a different faction. The Shadowgate, indeed? It seems they too are embroiled in this affair. However, that is of no consequence, for you are all destined to die. The Shadowgate represented a significant threat, their danger rivaling that posed by the North Valley's forces, perhaps even exceeding it. They targeted the Reversed Blood Organization and pledged allegiance to the Emperor of the Sword Continent. Such individuals must be eliminated. All are enemies, all must perish. Your existence warrants death. I will ensure you recognize my prowess, for your demise is imminent. The Deathblade raised his weapon, now drenched in blood. Though he had slain only a few, each had succumbed to grievous wounds. Suddenly, one of the Shadowgate members exclaimed, sensing the metallic tang of blood. Instantly alert, he turned, but in that fleeting moment, he was met with a formidable sword aura. Dazed, he attempted to retaliate, but it was too late. His sword energy was no match for the Deathblade's might. In an instant, his energy shattered. Yet he narrowly avoided a fatal wound, sustaining only a superficial cut. Indeed, the Shadowgate members were clearly on a different level compared to those from the Lord's estate. Nevertheless, today, you shall meet your end. You no longer possess a reason to survive. At this moment, the Deathblade appeared, somewhat numb to the exposure of his identity. He had accepted that revelation was merely a matter of time. You are the Deathblade, a Class D wanted criminal. It seems your purpose here is far from simple. One of the individuals immediately recognized him, and it was evident to all that he was the Deathblade. There was only one who fit such a description. Indeed, you possess keen insight, yet you are still destined for death. You are a considerable threat, a nuisance I cannot allow to live and jeopardize the Reversed Blood Organization. Thus, he charged forward, intent on claiming more lives to grant Zhuo the best chance to escape. He also sought to demonstrate his power to these fools. Signs of battle emerged. It appeared they had commenced their confrontation. Excellent, Deathblade, your legend shall conclude today. Suddenly, the North Valley Lord sensed the clash, and a smile crept across his face. The time had come to eliminate these detestable foes. Remarkably, he would not need to exert any effort, reaping the benefits of the conflict. Such an opportunity was rare. Alas, the two members of the Shadowgate ultimately fell. No matter how powerful they were, they could never rival the Deathblade. The disparity between them was glaring. Fools, death is a release. The Deathblade's coldness was palpable. He was nearing the edge of reason. After a prolonged absence from killing, this sensation was exhilarating. Indeed, useless individuals should not squander resources. Their demise is a welcome relief. Ancient Blade Master, do you still wish to escape? At that moment, a voice sent a chill down the Deathblade's spine. His lifelong nemesis had finally arrived. Their paths had converged at last. This was an unavoidable clash, a confrontation fated to occur. The two finally stood face to face, their long-prepared encounter now unavoidable. A destiny set in stone that would not be altered. So, the reason your presence faded was due to this. No wonder I could not sense you. It seems you have gone to great lengths to ensnare me. I must not underestimate you. But how do you intend to confront these challenges? Do you wish to kill me, or do you seek to subdue me? The deathly blade has now become remarkably composed, for after all, death is inevitable. He has long ceased to care about such matters. Since death is certain, he might as well embrace the notion of dying in battle. Initially, I had intended to offer you an opportunity to join me, as your 9th level power is indeed something I hold in high regard. After all, such strength is rare among ordinary individuals. How could I possibly disregard it? Alas, you have repeatedly tested my limits. And now I feel that taking your life may prove to be far more meaningful. 100,000 amethyst, you notorious fugitive. The Lord of Bega City is on the verge of succumbing to his overwhelming desire to kill. His anger has reached an unalterable state. Regardless of how formidable one might be at this moment, they have become a necessary target for elimination. If you had not come here, none of this turmoil would have arisen. This is all of your own making. I am merely a protector of my homeland. If you seek to take my life, then come forth. You shall gain nothing in the end. I have already entrusted my blade to another, and that person has departed. You shall never possess it. The once boiling blood of the deathly blade has now turned cold in the presence of such overwhelming power. He is acutely aware that he stands no chance against this foe. The moment they strike, his survival is impossible. This is an undeniable truth. Indeed, for the sake of survival, sacrificing the weak is a natural process of evolution. You are merely an outdated people destined to be swept away by the tides of time. We have brought forth a more enlightened civilization, and what is so wrong with that? The evolution of life is a result that not everyone wishes to witness, is it? This is but your own delusion. We did not compel you to come here. You chose to arrive on your own accord, bringing turmoil to the lives of countless citizens of the ancient continent. Is this what you call the evolution of life? However, the evolution of life demands significant sacrifices. Without sacrifice, how can success be achieved? They contribute to the evolution of the mortal realm. Is that not commendable? Absurd. Do you truly believe yourself to be so grand? You are merely a band of murderers. What right do you have to discuss such matters? At last, the deathly blade could no longer tolerate it. It has become painfully evident just how insufferable this individual truly is. A battle is imminent, a conflict between two peoples that has long since become irreconcilable. This is as it should be. Since you are destined to die, let it be for the sake of the world. Both warriors unleash their formidable sword energies, creating a force that seems capable of rending the very earth. Spectacularly, the ancient blade is nearly stunned, for the disparity in their sword energies is of an entirely different caliber. In that fleeting moment when both unleashed their sword energies, it became clear that no favorable outcome awaited them. The gap in power was glaringly evident. Moreover, he wielded an ordinary blade, further solidifying the fact that he could never hope to match his opponent. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. He felt a profound despair. He initially thought the disparity was manageable, yet he never anticipated it to be so vast. It was utterly terrifying. Futile. Do you still harbor the illusion that you can defeat me? I am a master of the iron-cutting level, while you possess nothing more than a mere weapon. I fail to comprehend the source of your audacity in daring to challenge me. It is indeed quite arrogant. The Lord of Begu no longer wishes to deal with this old man. In his view, it is far more prudent to eliminate him. As for that young lad, he is confident that the individual has not escaped. Thus, both blades remain in the possession of that youth. Dealing with a mere child requires no effort at all. It is as effortless as plucking a flower. This venture has already cost him dearly, with over 10 lives lost, a significant blow to his force. Yet, this ancient blade is merely a D-grade fugitive, valued at a mere 100,000 amethyst, which is not an insignificant sum. If he could procure a master of the iron-cutting level among his own ranks, it would be beneficial, reducing his losses considerably. It seems you have prepared extensively for this day. Truly, a powerful figure capable of establishing their own territory is indeed exceptional. I had never intended to survive. I came merely to test your skills. My earlier failure to eliminate you only served to make you stronger. That was my miscalculation. Even if I die in battle today, it will be sufficient. A smile graced the ancient blade's face, one imbued with an extraordinary essence. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming might, he can only resign himself to fate. There is no escaping death. The lord of the city was once fond of talent, but if our political views differ, then it is only fitting that I request your demise. Become a wraith beneath my blade. Indeed, perish. Behold my most powerful strike. All things shall be forged into weapons. The two swordsmen finally engaged in their duel, their figures intertwining amidst flashes of steel. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, signaling the shattering of the deathly blade's weapon. This meant his defeat. So be it. It appears I have consistently overestimated you. Now, you may rest in peace as a spirit beneath my blade. It seems I am left with only this much strength. Upon uttering these words, the ancient blade finally collapsed, marking the end of the legendary tale of the deathly blade, slain beneath the sword of an iron-cutting level master. A fitting end for a swordsman. The battle concluded in an instant. Such a swift process was inevitable given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. To have even crossed blades with him is already commendable. The deathly blade never envisioned he could severely wound his opponent. It was simply beyond his capacity. He had long since resolved how he would meet his end, fighting solely to uphold the dignity of his identity as a swordsman. He would not perish quietly, but in glorious battle. Were you not a fugitive? Perhaps I might have spared your corpse, but alas, you are my adversary. Your head will bring me certain benefits, and thus, I have no reason to let you go. I shall claim it. The Lord of Begu has resolved to take this man's head, worth 100,000 amethyst. Such wealth is no small matter. Yet, in comparison to his prized grass-seeing blade, it pales in significance. The grass-seeing blade is paramount. The nature of that young man's blade remains uncertain. If it is but an ordinary weapon, then it is truly of little value. All members of the Shadow Gate, come forth. Mark this man's head as a trophy, and continue the search for another. The Lord of Begu is aware that the Shadow Gate has always been close by. This time, they have concealed themselves well, presenting little trouble. Should he succeed in eliminating every member of the Shadow Gate, he would achieve his ultimate goal and alter the course of everything. Certainly, it is precisely due to the remote nature of this place that he dares to be so audacious. Their emperor is a fearsome entity, reputed to possess the ability to comprehend the human heart, with an astonishingly vast range of perception. Anyone who dares to defy him faces dire consequences. Thankfully, this area is quite secluded, yet seclusion does not equate to liberation from his grasp. The Shadow Gate exists for this very purpose, thus, it is a most formidable organization, rendering the reverse bloodline insignificant in its presence. As anticipated, two figures clad in black appeared without warning. Although these individuals were not as powerful as North Valley, due to certain reasons, North Valley treated them with a modicum of respect. The members of the Shadow Gate are truly terrifying. He dares not engage them in conflict. The Lord of North Valley has achieved yet another significant feat. It seems that it will not be long before he is conferred a title based solely on his merits. The wanted criminal, the Ancient Blade, has been confirmed. Will the reward be delivered directly to his residence? One of the Shadow Gate members spoke, acknowledging their reluctance to offend the Lord of the city. It can be said that these power structures mutually restrain one another, yet there is one exception, the Emperor. His strength is formidable, and his abilities are extraordinary. Within merely 2 decades, he unified the Sword Continent and subsequently launched a successful campaign against the ancient continent. This is truly perplexing. However, no one can contest such prowess. Power is paramount, and what can they do but submit? The people of the Sword Continent are acutely aware of the situation. It is akin to a waking nightmare. Well then, deliver it to my residence. I have matters to attend to. If successful, it will yield another fortune. The Lord of North Valley departed, fully aware that he could find no common ground with these individuals. Engaging in excessive conversation might lead to unnecessary complications, hence it is prudent to maintain a respectful distance. He left, knowing that the situation was far from resolved. He had yet to acquire the grass blade. Without it, everything remains unfinished. Should he fail to obtain it, the loss of several men for a mere 100,000 purple crystals would indeed be an unacceptable price. After slaying the Reaper's blade, his spirits were relatively unperturbed, as he regarded the deceased merely as an old fool. As long as his plans were not disrupted, that sufficed. He compressed the items he carried into a singular orb. A costly acquisition indeed. Had it not been for such a troublesome adversary, he likely would not have resorted to its use. Now, having dispatched one foe, only a level 1 remained. Facing such an opponent is an exceedingly simple task, easily resolved without excessive effort. Damn it. Finding one person now feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Where could that brat possibly be? The Reaper's blade had divulged no useful information, placing him in a rather troublesome predicament. In that moment, he realized he might have fallen into the other party's trap. Locating a single individual would now prove exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, in another city, a rotund man, previously indulging in a chicken leg, froze in disbelief, the leg tumbling to the ground. His eyes brimmed with incredulity. What? The Ancient Blade is dead? How could it have happened so swiftly? His body quivered with shock, startling those around him, though they soon returned to their usual demeanor. After all, this man was merely a beggar. They had no intention of engaging with him. Damn it. Could it be that all my compatriots in Anan City have been exterminated? I cannot afford to linger here. He rose, his expression grave. Yet the abundance of flesh on his frame lent him a comical appearance, contrasting sharply with the demeanor expected of a 9th-level powerhouse. He too was a wanted criminal, having concealed his identity for some time. Although many had suspected him, only a few had accurately identified him. Most had already been silenced. Thus, he departed, eager to discover the truth of the situation. If the circumstances had escalated to a critical level, he could no longer remain passive. It is crucial to remember that the ancient blade possessed a treasured weapon. These artifacts of the ancient continent must not fall into the hands of those scoundrels. To do so would be a grievous waste. Yet, at that moment, someone had taken notice of him. His actions had been too conspicuous to avoid scrutiny. However, he was unconcerned. His comrades were dead, and how could he find peace in such a predicament? The reverse bloodline would undoubtedly take action. He represented one of its movements. He must locate the blade and ensure it does not fall into the hands of the Sword Continent. Now, all eyes inadvertently focused on Zhuo, a development he had not anticipated. He had never considered such a scenario. His singular desire was to grow stronger and escape this place. He could not thwart the Reaper's blade as choice. If the man sought death, would he obstruct him? Such is a man's resolve. To intervene would be a disservice to himself and a disrespect to another's will. This is an unchangeable truth. To alter one's fate, one must become powerful. Only the strong can safeguard all that is dear, while the weak remain forever powerless. He recklessly absorbed an immense amount of energy. Urgency coursing through him as he pondered the fate of the Reaper's blade. Had he perished in battle, or was he still alive? Uncertainty engulfed him. He did not know when he would attain the rank of a second-level warrior. At present, the only course available to him was to exert his utmost to bring this matter to a close. Yet, his agitation hindered his focus, leading to a decline in efficiency. What was once swift now felt painfully slow. He was at a loss. No one had ever informed him of the intricacies of cultivation, and thus he remained unaware. Had there been a systematic approach, he would have progressed rapidly, for his innate talent was commendable, rendering these challenges mere trifles. His purple crystals could have sustained considerable training for others, yet he consumed them all at once, a true extravagance indeed, yet he remained indifferent, perceiving it as a substantial investment in his cultivation. In the outside world, the Lord of North Valley was on the verge of losing his temper, having scoured a 10-mile radius without success. Nevertheless, he believed Zhuo had not departed, if he truly had. He could not fathom the Reaper's blade being such a simple adversary. They must have laid a trap, implying that the young man had yet to escape. But where could he be hiding? The southern mountain range spans thousands of miles. Finding a single individual within such vastness is an impossible task. If a level 1 swordsman became lost here, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. These circumstances unequivocally indicate that it is implausible. In other words, the individual must be nearby. Yet, the precise location remains a formidable conundrum. He is unwilling to squander all that he has invested, only to gain nothing in return. With a keen business acumen, such a loss is utterly unacceptable, indeed insufferable. Damn the lethal blade. Could it be that you have anticipated my failure to locate that scoundrel? No, that is simply impossible. I shall find him, without fail. Just you wait and see. Although you are deceased, I will ensure that I maximize my advantages. You shall not impede my progress. Vega has revitalized himself. This time, he is resolute in his conviction that he is not mistaken, that Brad is indeed still in the vicinity. Fearing he might escape, he refrained from enlisting too many accomplices. Otherwise, efficiency could have been greatly enhanced. However, he is left with no choice but to employ this method for now. Should it turn out that the lethal blade's assertions hold true, missing the opportunity would be an irretrievable regret. That young man is merely at the first level. Even if he conceals his presence, he should not possess formidable prowess. It appears I have been overly hasty. Why should I be so anxious about a mere first-level individual? It must be said that when a person achieves calmness, they gain clarity on their course of action. Indeed, he can exploit the fact that his opponent is still grappling with certain techniques. He sits cross-legged, resorting to this approach. Yet his perception is limited to a mere 1-mile radius. Beyond that, he cannot discern any details. Nonetheless, this method is essential. As he is deeply concerned about those two blades, his desire for them is akin to that of a parent for their child. This is his dream, and he has never been closer to realizing it. He cannot afford to let this chance slip away. In an instant, he maximizes his sensory acuity. A chi cultivator not only cultivates energy but also hones their 6 senses, with the 6th sense being the instinctual awareness of danger. Some exceptionally skilled individuals can even elevate their 6th sense to supplant the commonly used 5. However, achieving such mastery is exceedingly difficult. The most renowned practitioner of the 6th sense is said to be the Emperor of the Sword Continent, whose abilities are rumored to extend to an extraordinary level, enabling him to perceive the entire continent. It is worth noting that the Sword Continent is not any smaller than the ancient continent. Yet he alone can sense every individual across the land, a prowess that leaves many in awe, indeed a power that defies nature, explaining how he unified the entire Sword Continent. On the other hand, Zhuo has absorbed all the purple crystal energy into his body. His physique, reminiscent of his previous form, appears astonishingly beyond human limits. Though he is not made of rubber, he achieves such feats, which seem excruciating. Human skin has its tensile limits, yet he dares to disregard his own life. Life returned. Transform into my strength. At this moment, he is compelled to employ the ability of life return. In an instant, his power is dramatically compressed, shattering his constraints. And he successfully ascends to become a second-level chi cultivator, albeit at a tremendous cost. After accomplishing this, blood seeps from every pore in his body, rendering him akin to a being of blood. He nearly loses control over his consciousness. It seems this method is unsuitable for continual use. However, once my body becomes stronger, I trust that I will be able to master this power. That group of CP9 is indeed formidable, capable of cultivating such abilities. Yet, I have not fully grasped it. It appears I must dedicate time to mastering this power. Zhuo clenched his fists. At this moment, he had ascended to the rank of a second-tier chi refining practitioner. His chances of survival had certainly increased, albeit only slightly. Nevertheless, he truly needed to acquire some of that purple crystal, for it was undeniably beneficial. Astonishingly, it had the power to enhance my strength. Zhuo sensed the profound significance of this matter. No wonder his father arrived at the 4th tier so late. It was evidently due to an acute scarcity of resources. Had it not been for this insufficiency, achieving a level beyond the 5th tier would have been far from impossible. He pondered the current state of the Zhuo family. The emotions he experienced at that time were astonishingly vivid. Could it be that something truly transpired? Or was it merely a figment of his imagination? Zhuo felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain whether death was truly imminent. The sensation was hauntingly vivid. Despite his body feeling entirely unresponsive, such an occurrence should not have been possible. Nevertheless, he resolved to postpone his concerns until he could escape this place. With so much left unknown, he remained steadfast in his belief that death was not an option. Far too many had sacrificed themselves for his sake. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, this was hardly the time for rest. The real battle raged on, and the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. His fate, whether life or death, was yet to be determined. He was acutely aware that he stood on the precipice of the unknown, a world fraught with unpredictability that loomed before him. Not here? He pondered, realizing the enormity of the task ahead. Bigu opened his eyes, the heaviness around them indicative of the immense power he had been wielding. Such strength was not something an ordinary person could sustain indefinitely, yet he found himself with no alternative. The area he had delineated spanned 10 miles, meaning he would need to exert himself at least 5 times to glean any meaningful insights, a daunting pressure indeed. After just a single exertion, he sensed that his internal energy had already dwindled significantly. Continuously maintaining this effort was unfeasible. Even at his peak, he could manage no more than 3 uses, necessitating a brief respite to recuperate. This presented Zhuo with a fleeting opportunity for escape. However, his situation was far from favorable. He remained oblivious to the current circumstances, which meant he could not act recklessly lest it lead to his own demise. No, I cannot afford to rest here. Regardless of the situation, I must venture outside. I cannot gamble with the lives of others. I absolutely refuse to allow such a thing to transpire. After taking a brief respite, Zhuo resolved to take action. Despite the fact that only a day had elapsed since the fatal blade's demise. This serves to illustrate the astonishingly rapid cultivation speed of the amethyst previously. He had required over 30 days to achieve a breakthrough, yet this time it had taken him merely a little over 2 days. However, he had lost all sense of time. It felt to him as though a considerable amount of time had passed. Yet, if he were to realize that the duration he had spent was merely a tenth of what he had previously invested, one wonders how he would react. Regardless of the circumstances, I must act now, to affirm the essence of my existence. Zhuo, unable to endure the solitude, yearned to venture into the world outside. As he once expressed on the Sky Island, when encountering a deity, slay the deity. When encountering a Buddha, slay the Buddha. He was inherently restless, destined for the thrill of battle. At that moment, Wangqing, the portly companion, was on his journey. Since he sensed the death of a comrade, an ominous feeling had enveloped him. He was compelled to ascertain the circumstances, perplexed by the inexplicable demise of a seemingly invincible ally who had passed away without a sound. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him, leaving him bewildered about the cause. Could it be that the Sword Continent had launched a full-scale assault against them? If so, the southern branch must exercise extreme caution, for the main forces were located in the northeast, while the south remained their weakest point, with limited power and covert operations. What could the situation possibly entail? The death of his comrade weighed heavily on his heart, pushing him toward a perilous precipice. He could no longer remain passive. It was time for action, though he remained uncertain of the outcome. The moment he pushed open the entrance to the cave of the deadly blade, the curtain was lifted on a life-and-death struggle, rendering even Zhuo powerless to dictate his own fate. He found himself utterly at the mercy of the unfolding events. As he stepped outside, an unprecedented sensation washed over him, his senses heightened, as if he had been reborn. This exquisite feeling was akin to a cleansing, a true renaissance. Was this the transformation of the second tier? It was astonishingly potent. He sensed his strength had doubled, while he remained unaware of the true power of the third tier. He surmised that he could now contend with half of his father's might. Zhuo sensed the transformation within himself, realizing that if this continued, it would not be long before he surpassed his former self. Was his original self ever truly imbued with such formidable power? This newfound sensation instilled in him a profound understanding of his limitless potential, enabling him to transcend his previous limitations. It was a confidence that, were he not uncertain of the present circumstances, might have compelled him to engage in a confrontation. Seeking a worthy opponent would be the most direct manifestation of his capabilities. And thus, he felt the need to ascertain the extent of his prowess. It seems there is a faint aura emanating from the northwest. Could it be a secondary level presence? Surely, the weakest should only be at the primary level. How could there be a secondary one? Has that young man managed to break through? The Lord of Bega City immediately detected a subtle energy, but having previously exhausted himself, he found himself unable to act at the moment. Yet, the mere presence of this energy indicated that the heavens had not forsaken him. There remained a glimmer of opportunity. Just now, he sensed an incredibly powerful presence. This aura is terrifying, more potent than even the ancient blade. Zhuo sensed it as well, just moments ago. He felt an overwhelming force, one so formidable that it instilled a deep sense of dread within him. This heightened awareness, a result of sharpened senses, rendered him acutely aware of the imminent danger, awakening his primal instincts. His innate survival instincts urged him to flee from this place immediately, for staying could very well lead to his demise. The opponent he faced was nothing short of a monstrous entity, far beyond his capabilities to confront. The absence of the ancient blade's presence raised alarming questions. Had the ancient blade succumbed to death? What manner of adversary was he now confronted with? Why did he tremble uncontrollably? His instincts screamed that retreat was his only option. Failure to heed this warning would result in dire consequences. The existence before him, akin to a beast of legend, rendered him paralyzed with fear, for he comprehended that he stood no chance against such a formidable foe. The implications of this realization were profoundly unsettling. This being was truly terrifying, a foe he could not hope to challenge. It was wise to avoid provoking him further. The essence of the ancient blade was completely absent, leaving him in uncertainty about whether it still drew breath or had indeed perished. Zhuo found himself in a quandary, yet reason dictated that survival was paramount. Everything else was trivial in comparison. Only by remaining alive could he address the myriad issues at hand. Should he perish, all would culminate in futility. Conversely, his demise would silence the thoughts and aspirations of many, an outcome he could not bear to witness. Thus, he resolutely opted for escape. Acutely aware of his own limitations and the necessity of caution, to act recklessly could indeed lead to dire consequences. Although uncertain of his ability to evade danger, he recognized that he had reached a juncture where such drastic measures had become imperative. Zhuo is no fool. He comprehends that everything is already under the control of his adversaries. Yet, he feels compelled to resist. For it is only through defiance that he may discern the true significance of his plight. He recognizes that he is encircled by enemies, and he must proceed cautiously, uncertain of what fate awaits him. Will he perish here, or might he seize an opportunity to escape? It appears that a formidable opponent has emerged, having unexpectedly ascended to a second-tier existence. This individual is indeed a troublesome adversary. It seems that the weapon in his hand is anything but ordinary. Everything will belong to me. An immutable fact. The Lord of Bega City now understands that this young man is far from simple. While breakthroughs may seem straightforward, the ability to choose such a moment for one's ascension is a feat not within the reach of just anyone. Even when presented with an opportunity, most would likely choose to bide their time rather than seize it directly. From this perspective, this individual possesses something unique, a key element to his rise that shall not be allowed to flourish. This young man harbors too many unknown variables. He cannot be regarded as an ordinary person. For doing so would only lead to the detriment of his pursuer. I shall not allow such an opportunity to arise. Prepare yourself. Soon you shall learn the true meaning of death. Begu is now consumed with fury, If he fails to eliminate a mere weakling, it would indeed be a monumental failure. He has already seen 2 blades materialize before his eyes, and with these weapons, he is convinced that his strength can achieve yet another breakthrough. Soon, transcending the iron-cutting level will no longer be a mere fantasy. His lifelong ambition is to become an entity beyond that level, not to linger indefinitely in mediocrity. To ascend to kingship necessitates extensive development, and this moment presents a pivotal opportunity that he cannot afford to miss. His speed has significantly increased. It seems this adversary has sensed his presence. Indeed, he poses a threat that cannot be allowed to live. The Zhuo family is undeniably a pack of madmen. Allow me to sever your family's last vestiges of hope. Begu senses the energy around him gradually weakening, indicating that his opponent is beginning to retreat. Yet, he requires a little more time to prepare. Had he known, he would have advanced further, at least retaining some strength to resist, rather than remaining here. Sensing but unaware of his enemy's exact location. To be out of reach, what a profoundly sorrowful feeling. However, he finds himself powerless to change the situation. If this were to become public knowledge, he would surely become the subject of mockery. A being of the 10th level of iron cutting cannot possibly be ridiculed so easily. This is a matter of pride, and he will not permit such an event to transpire. At this moment, Zhuo has begun to take action. Although he still requires time to fully react, he is already feeling overwhelmed. Despite possessing 10th level strength, he cannot defy the essence of this world. Finally, Zhuo is afforded an opportunity to escape, though he remains oblivious to what this truly signifies. For now, he simply desires to find a way out. As everything he does is a cost incurred to ensure his survival, he wonders if he is inherently different from others. As he perceives things that elude the senses of those around him, these insights merely serve to enhance his chances of survival. The battle for survival has commenced. He merely wishes to live, to leave this place and ascertain whether his kin are still alive. What then if they have all perished? His current strength is woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of accomplishing anything. The power of his foes exceeds his imagination, while his own abilities are meager. Merely surviving is a significant achievement. The ancient blade may already be lost. How could a 9th level warrior perish so effortlessly? Surely, only one person possesses such capability. Alas, he has sensed multiple energies, all nearly at the 3rd level. To escape this place, he must act with utmost speed. But can he truly prevail against them? Their levels surpass his own. While defeating them may be possible, achieving it in an instant is nearly impossible. Zhuo was perplexed by the inexplicable sensation he experienced. As he became acutely aware of the presence of formidable energies surrounding him, all at the 3rd level, while he might have the capacity to vanquish a single 3rd level adversary, the prospect of confronting 2 was utterly beyond his reach. The situation had escalated to a perilous juncture, with an even more powerful opponent awaiting him. This was a stark reality he could not afford to overlook. Yet, he had never contemplated the extent of his own perceptive abilities, which had astonishingly matured to rival that of the Lord of Bega City in such a brief span of time, an aspect that had been regrettably overlooked by others. Zhuo was utterly unaware of the formidable power he possessed. Intriguingly, the Lord of Bega City had also overlooked this fact, as he deemed the young man to be doomed. In his mind, if the boy was destined to perish, there would be no complications involved. All that was required was to eliminate him. If he were to recall everything now, one might wonder how he would react. The notion that a mere level 2 individual could possess a perception ability nearly equivalent to his own was indeed alarming. Might it be possible that if allowed to develop further, this young man could ascend to the level of an emperor? Even if he did not reach such heights, he would undoubtedly be formidable. At the very least, this concern was not given the weight it deserved. The Lord of Begu himself failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. To him, it was merely a matter of dispatching a level 2 foe. No trouble at all. This sentiment reflected his innermost thoughts, as he harbored an excessive faith in his own capabilities, bolstered by his strength. After all, who could blame him for believing in his prowess? A level 10 warrior was no trifling matter. In the southern regions, such a figure held considerable influence. Given that this area was the weakest, the individuals born here had significant limitations. Locals rarely surpassed level 10, with most level 10s being from the Sword Continent. However, this did not imply that a more powerful entity could not emerge in this world. Even the weak have the potential to rise, which is why those with talent are often abducted to prevent their factions from flourishing. Yet, in all things, exceptions exist. Zhuo's talents had been grossly underestimated, simply because they assumed he would meet his demise. The solution appeared deceptively simple: eliminate him, and all hypothetical scenarios would vanish forever. Such was the stark reality. Zhuo has already begun to take action. He has conceived a plan that could significantly enhance his chances of survival. However, he is currently at a loss regarding his next steps. His uncertainty lies in whether he can locate a substantial group of wild beasts. For such a gathering would incite maximum chaos, thus providing him with an opportunity. He senses a few individuals ahead of him, albeit this intuition is faint and might even be deemed unreliable. Nevertheless, he is convinced that enemies surround him, having encircled him completely. What other options does he have? He must incite turmoil, allowing chaos to reign. This would inevitably lead to a repeat of the previous incident. He is certain that dangerous beasts capable of posing a threat are present, and all he needs to do is find them. Yet, within this limited space, will he be able to discover them? Or should he continue to conceal himself, evading their search, and wait for the cover of night to strike? In truth, this is the only path left to him. He has no retreat. To devise a solution, he must resort to such measures. This is what one might call a desperate strategy. He would never be foolish enough to confront them head-on, for direct confrontation only leads to death. Yet, he cannot avoid fighting and must engage in this manner. So let him proceed with this plan. He will create some disturbances. He shall not grant them any opportunities. Having just acquired the grass-cutting knife, he is eager to discover its true utility. Zhuo held 2 blades in his hands, and an extraordinary thought suddenly struck him. He yearned to attempt the techniques of the Grassview sect, having witnessed others execute them with finesse. His hands itched with anticipation, and he longed to discover whether he could achieve the same. Although devoid of any scientific basis, his desire to try was insatiable. Was this sect truly as formidable as rumored? With no avenue for retreat, he understood that only through peril could he unleash his most potent power, the kind of power that could alter the very fabric of existence. He faced a grim reality. He must kill to carve a path through the blood-soaked chaos. True survival was born of bloodshed. Only a fierce spirit could incite change. While the outcome of his reckless endeavor remained uncertain, inaction would likely lead to his demise. This was a gamble. Should he lose, death awaited him. Should he succeed, life would be his reward. Let it be, he declared with conviction. I refuse to believe I will perish here. It is utterly impossible. I shall survive. My confidence is unwavering. Let me witness the true might of this assassination technique. Having resolved to fight, he was consumed by the singular desire to live. If there were alternative paths, he would not resort to such drastic measures. He would never jest with his own life. This was beyond consideration. Yet what choice remained? He could only engage in battle, for combat was the only route to survival. The fervor within him simmered, driving him to seek confrontation, to slay, to grasp the very essence of life itself. This primal instinct for survival surged through him. It was an innate desire that propelled him to fight. Everyone possesses this instinct, and he was no exception. The urge to survive compelled him to battle, for only through combat could he hope to endure. Thus, he pressed forward, unafraid. In the past, he had never faltered in the face of adversity, even against those he could not hope to defeat. Facing an opponent like Eagle I had elicited no fear, only exhilaration. Now, spurred by his instinct for survival, he was more determined than ever to live. This meant he would fight until the very end. A transformation was underway. He aspired to be the one who defied death. Trusting his instincts, he advanced towards his adversaries, his mind solely focused on combat. To him, fighting was the most effective means to resolve conflict. Failure to engage would result in a grim fate. The urgency of survival was paramount. If he could not live, then all would be rendered meaningless. He sought significance through his actions, a significance born from the sacrifice of life. If he were to perish, he would fail those who had paid the ultimate price for him. Though he was unaware of the current state of the Zhuo family, he sensed that it could not be favorable. A foreboding feeling told him that the outcome would be unfavorable. Thus, he resolved to create a better fate, to instigate change. Yet, he remained uncertain of the odds stacked against him. Nevertheless, he was determined to act. Without action, he would never know his limits. A swordsman does not reside solely in the realm of ideals. He must navigate the treacherous landscape of survival, for it is within such environments that greatness is forged. He now understood this truth and cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the battle ahead. At last, he arrived at a location where his intuition was sharply attuned to his surroundings. He knew 2 individuals awaited him to make an impact. He needed to catch them off guard. If they were unable to react, everything would fall into place. He envisioned the scenario in his mind, unwilling to let his efforts be in vain. The opportunity was singular. If his assassination attempt were detected, it would all be for naught. Let us act, he urged himself. I must strike before that old man arrives. I can only imagine how formidable he may be. He will undoubtedly surpass me. Let me see if he can outsmart me. Faced with adversaries far more powerful than himself, he had no choice but to rely on his intellect to gain the upper hand. If he could catch them unawares, they would be left vulnerable, though the chances of success were slim. He had resolved to proceed with this audacious plan, a decision born of desperation and one that few would dare to consider. Who in this world would have the audacity to act in such a manner? How many could conceive of such a strategy? He was driven by instinct, acting spontaneously without a trace of hesitation. The young man would not escape this place. It was teeming with third-tier masters. If he wished to engage them, all the better, then he might avoid direct confrontation. The Lord of Bega City had grown somewhat arrogant, believing he had everything under control. Did he truly think anyone would dare to challenge a powerful foe? Surely not, unless they were mad or reckless. Such individuals, however, played directly into his hands. If he dared to defy, death would be the consequence. Even if he could vanquish one third-tier opponent, the two working in tandem would surely prevail. This was a certainty known to all. The Lord had grown so confident that he even slowed his pace, convinced of his imminent victory. His imagination was so vivid that it scarcely resembled rational thought. Yet, this arrogance inadvertently provided Zhuo with a chance. He had come with the mindset to test the waters, and now he could finally set his plan into motion. His madness would leave a profound impression on the haughty lord. Zhuo arrived at a distance of 30 meters from the two individuals, hesitating to make any movement, as it was not yet the opportune moment for them to be aware of his presence, unless they themselves discerned him, which was indeed a possibility given the proximity he had achieved. If they were vigilant, they could easily detect his existence. It was a gamble, a wager on the capriciousness of fortune. Yet, fear no longer plagued him. He had been thoroughly ensnared by madness, albeit still retaining a sliver of reason. Excellent. They have yet to notice me. It seems their fate is sealed. I shall present to you an astonishing display of magic. Zhuo exhaled deeply, now devoid of any fear. He spotted a stone and, without hesitation, picked it up. He instinctively hurled it away, and in that instant, both individuals became alert. For they heard the sound of whistling wind. They turned around immediately, but only beheld a mere stone. At the moment he threw the stone, he seized a fleeting opportunity to leap onto a tree. His hands crossed before him, adopting a stance reminiscent of a rampaging wild bull, which was indeed rather intimidating. Wait. He was in the tree. One person noticed Zhuo, but by that time, Zhuo had already launched his offensive. Bull demon. Slash. He appeared with astonishing speed, suddenly standing before his opponent, whose strike left them hesitant to confront him directly, prompting them to leap away instead. However, this only played into Zhuo's strategy. He would not allow them the strength to act, ensuring they would swiftly lose their combat capability. 72 Troublesome Phoenix. He unleashed a new attack upon one of them, this time employing the 72 Troublesome Phoenix technique. With two blades in hand, his strikes were significantly more powerful than before, imbued with an icy chill. What? How is this possible? The individual was momentarily dumbfounded, utterly unaware that Zhuo possessed such extraordinary abilities. He had fallen victim in an instant. What? Is this something a second-tier individual can do? How can this be? The other person was equally astonished, as he had never anticipated that a second-tier could wield such formidable power. Zhuo's sudden strike was entirely unexpected by everyone. They believed that a mere second-tier individual would not engage in such audacious behavior. This move defied conventional logic. The ferocity of his attack was remarkably challenging, as it was inconceivable that someone of his rank could possess such formidable power. Could a second-tier practitioner truly unleash such astonishing sword energy? This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. At least, none of them had yet reached the level of effortlessly executing such feats, yet he had succeeded. Such prowess, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish anyone. This was nothing short of a miracle wrought by a second-tier swordsman. It was a phenomenon rife with serendipity. Were it not for these fortuitous circumstances, Zhuo would have been unable to capture the moment. One could only attribute his success to an extraordinary stroke of luck that bordered on the unbelievable. However, his opponent was ultimately a third-tier swordsman, who, upon realizing the threat, immediately countered the attack. He drew his sword and dove downwards with great speed, seemingly intent on cleaving Zhuo in two. Yet, Zhuo displayed no inclination to evade, as if he were resolutely determined to stand his ground and confront the impending blow. Clang! Zhuo was astonished by the immense strength of his opponent, realizing that he had sunk a whole inch into the ground. This force was truly extraordinary. Tornado! Zhuo skillfully conjured a whirlwind to counter the impending strike. However, it was ultimately just a pair of blades, and the force of the whirlwind was not the most formidable. What? Yet, his opponent was evidently taken aback. Utterly unprepared for the array of techniques this young man possessed. Could he truly be a mere second-tier fighter? Moreover, it appeared that his strength surpassed that of his adversary, which was indeed astonishing. This fellow is quite impressive. It seems I must unveil some of my true prowess, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Zhuo sensed the formidable prowess of his opponent, recognizing that they were on entirely different levels. Yet, he remained resolute. The battle was far from over, and he was determined to emerge victorious. However, uncertainty loomed over him. He questioned whether he could endure, and he pondered when his adversary would become aware of his presence. Should that moment arise, his predicament could become dire. Confronting a being of such monstrous caliber instilled fear in him, despite his audacious spirit. He understood that certain matters were best left untouched. Behold, you wield 2 blades, an act that constitutes a crime. We possess the authority to extinguish your life. The assailant made his move, having assumed the role of enforcer, intent on eliminating those before him. However, what no one anticipated was Zhuo's complete lack of trepidation. He had already taken the initiative, incapacitating one opponent before they could retaliate. He was confident that with just a few more strikes, he would dispatch this adversary. Such was the simplicity of his resolve. He aimed to employ his assassination skills to conclude this conflict, having meticulously prepared for the decisive confrontation. He defended against his opponent's assaults with a single blade, which proved somewhat taxing, for this adversary was no ordinary foe. Despite feeling the strain, his technique, the Songchuex, remained effortlessly executed, as if he possessed foreknowledge of his opponent's every move. At that moment, he unleashed a lethal maneuver known as Migai, propelling himself with astonishing speed. Each motion executed with remarkable familiarity. This technique was one he deemed most effective, having previously clashed with masters of such swordplay. He recalled an encounter with a samurai aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship, where he first witnessed this style in action, thus grasping how to counter it. The opponent, however, dismissed Zhuo's approach, perceiving it as a chaotic and trivial combat style. Little did he realize that Zhuo was fighting with one hand while preparing with the other. Beware of that lad. He is not as simple as he appears. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. One of the defeated opponents managed to utter a word, having come to a profound understanding of Zhuo's terrifying capabilities. This young man was far from ordinary. His strength was indeed formidable. And to label him as merely a 3rd-tier fighter would be an understatement. What did you say? Yet, at that moment, he made a grievous error. He became distracted amidst the battle. Such a lapse in focus could prove fatal, and it was clear that his life hung in the balance. To allow oneself to be distracted during combat was a cardinal sin. Break ground. Although Zhuo found himself somewhat challenged by this opponent, it did not necessarily imply that he would remain in such a predicament indefinitely. After all, he was a master of the 3-sword style. He possessed another blade, one that served as the swift harbinger of this foe's demise. In an instant, his other hand struck forth, and the blade appeared as a coiled serpent, poised to strike, manifesting before the man with astonishing speed. What? At that moment, the man realized he had underestimated his adversary. If they were to confront one another face to face, it would indeed be futile. Fortunately, his reflexes were relatively swift, and he instinctively leaned back, sensing the imminent danger. Yet, he committed a grave error by diverting his gaze from the individual preparing to attack. Once he made this misstep, he was confronted with a perilous dilemma that could very well cost him his life. There was no altering his fate. He had already lost. The moment he resolved to cease his resistance, his destiny was irrevocably sealed. Crab stings. Zhuo struck once more, this time intent on bisecting his opponent. His dual blades were poised before and behind the individual, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed his strike with deadly precision. He landed flawlessly, however. The expression on his adversary's face was one of sheer agony, for his body had been cleaved apart, resulting in a fatal injury. This outcome signified his victory in the battle. How could this be? How could a mere 2nd-tier combatant possess such formidable power? It was unfathomable. The already wounded individual was left in utter shock, grappling with the reality that they had indeed been bested by someone they deemed weak. This revelation was astonishing. They had succumbed to a person they considered inferior, a reality that defied belief. The manner of their demise was truly beyond imagination. And another thing, I never anticipated your weakness to be so profound. I had expected to exert considerable effort, yet it turned out to be unnecessary. You have utterly disappointed me. Is it that I am exceptionally powerful, or that you are simply too feeble? At this juncture, Zhuo felt remarkably at ease. That individual had become utterly ineffectual. Eliminating him would simplify matters considerably. He was but a hair's breadth away from a successful escape. If he could just dispatch the person before him, it would suffice. What do you intend to do? The other man trembled with fear, acutely aware that he might soon be the one to meet his demise. His chances of survival had evaporated, especially since his companion had been ruthlessly slain, which clearly illustrated the situation. Killing him would be a trivial endeavor. What else could I possibly do? You are left with but a singular path, death. There is no way I would allow you to live. You pose a significant threat to me. I must eliminate you to ensure my own survival. At this moment, Zhuo's expression bore no semblance of kindness. Indeed, it was terrifying. To the extent that one could hardly believe this individual was stoppable. He was a devil. How could it be possible that a third tier could be vanquished? Could such an event genuinely occur? It was utterly inconceivable. Was this truly the person I sought? This was simply too horrifying. The Lord of Begus suddenly sensed a presence dissipate, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this be? A second tier had managed to defeat a third tier. Moreover, it appeared that he had assumed a dominant position, as if the aura of the other individual had also become subtly altered. Could this truly be an achievement of a mere second tier? This was indeed astonishing. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before, and yet here it was, an extraordinary phenomenon. This individual could not be allowed to live. If given time, ascending to a 10th tier would pose no insurmountable challenge, and that would spell doom for me. This was genuinely terrifying. One must concede that the Lord of Begu remained relatively rational. He had begun to grasp the formidable threat posed by his adversary, whose exhibited menace could very well unsettle him in the future. He would absolutely not allow such a situation to unfold. Not for a moment. To the southeast. 7 miles away. It seems I must ascertain the truth of this matter. Let me witness what abilities you possess, young man. The Lord of Begu could no longer contain himself. If he lingered any longer, the opponent might truly escape. Should that happen, he would be left defenseless. And he would not permit such an occurrence to transpire. Absolutely not. Are you prepared to meet your dear friend? Your time is indeed running out. However, before that, I wish to inquire about the current circumstances. If your response satisfies me, I may spare your life. Nevertheless, it would be a simple matter to end it. Currently, he held the upper hand. Eliminating an individual was hardly a daunting task. Yet, he genuinely sought to uncover information regarding the fabled Deathblade, for he knew nothing about it. The Deathblade had once aided him, and he felt compelled to rescue him, provided, of course, that he still drew breath. Ask away. As long as it spares my life, I shall divulge all that I know. I beg you. I do not wish to die. Faced with mortality, one could only resign oneself to fate, yet when presented with an opportunity, surrender was out of the question. Absolutely not. This was the essence of humanity's purification, the understanding of mercy, but only when conversing with someone amenable. Should dialogue prove impossible, then all would be in vain. Excellent. I admire such individuals. Those who comprehend are agreeable to converse, while those who do not are utterly uncommunicative. Suddenly, Zhuo felt an overwhelming sense of danger. A visceral fear inherent to life itself, emanating from that astonishing individual. It was utterly shocking. This profound terror coursing through him halted him in his tracks. Should this continue, calamity would surely ensue. How formidable. The threat was now alarmingly close. This truly spelled trouble. Zhuo's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave, as though he had encountered an adversary deemed utterly insurmountable. The terror he felt compelled him to flee, for he was convinced that failure to escape would inevitably lead to his demise. This was an indisputable fact. What is happening? I implore you, please do not take my life. The individual before him, thoroughly frightened, perceived the abrupt change in Zhuo's demeanor and instantaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, he found himself utterly devoid of any strength. Regrettably, my sole desire now is to end your life. You no longer possess any reason to continue existing. Zhuo dared not linger any longer. At this moment, further delay could very well cost him his own life. He could not afford to toy with his existence, for it was a matter of life and death. No, please. I implore you, do not. As a swordsman, one must possess the resolve to face death in battle. Otherwise, one would only be scorned by the world. Zhuo wore a grave expression. In his eyes, this individual was utterly unworthy of being a swordsman. Yet, such is the nature of humanity. He found himself devoid of any justification to spare him now. He was resolute in his intent to strike, determined to eliminate this man. With a swift motion, he swung his blade towards the man's neck, causing the latter to faint from sheer terror. However, Zhuo did not follow through. The edge of his blade hovered perilously close to the man's throat, mere moments away from extinguishing his life. Humph. I would never strike down one who possesses no capacity for resistance. Consider yourself fortunate to have been spared this time. Reflect on your actions wisely. Zhuo departed with urgency, acutely aware of the formidable force closing in behind him. Should he linger any longer, he would face an inescapable demise, a genuine dead end. Shortly after his departure, the Lord of Bega's city appeared, swift and enigmatic, yet his expression betrayed a deep perplexity. He sensed that another individual yet lived, an unexpected revelation. It was indeed curious that this person had not taken measures to eliminate all threats. Perhaps he was simply lacking in foresight. Awaken. What transpired here? The Lord of Begu unleashed his aura, causing the individual to regain consciousness immediately. The overwhelming strength of his adversary had left him devoid of thoughts. Survival now hinged on his alertness. Lord, what brings you here? The man recoiled in fear upon recognizing the Lord of Begu, drenched in cold sweat. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Speak quickly. What is the nature of this calamity? How could a warrior be so easily incapacitated? His urgency was palpable, for the consequences of his failure loomed ominously. The Lord of Begu's irritation simmered. He had never anticipated such ineptitude from those he had trained. It reflected poorly on him, indicating a flaw in his own judgment. Indeed, my lord, we were ambushed by a second-tier swordsman wielding twin blades. His technique was peculiar, seemingly an amalgamation of two styles, and he wielded sword energy surpassing the third tier, beyond our capabilities to counter. The man's voice trembled as he recounted the humiliating defeat. The fact that two third-tier warriors had succumbed to a mere second-tier foe was a disgrace they could hardly bear. Describe the weapons he possessed. You must have taken note. The Lord of Begu inquired, his expression darkening as he grappled with the realization of his elite's inadequacy. He sought merely to understand the nature of the swords, his focus narrowing to that singular query. They were two blades of strikingly different hues, one entirely white, the other a deep azure. The azure blade appeared capable of altering its form, suggesting it was no ordinary weapon. The man recounted, his anxiety palpable. He understood the Lord's volatile nature all too well, aware that even those within his ranks were not exempt from his wrath. Oh, it seems the Chaos Blade has indeed fallen into his possession, and those swords may not be commonplace either. I must discern their true nature, the Lord of Bega mused, a glint of avarice illuminating his countenance, his eyes shimmering with an unsettling fervor. Which direction did he take? I am intent on avenging this affront. The Lord's formidable aura surged forth, capable of crushing the weak beneath its weight. I do not know. I was rendered unconscious during the encounter, and I cannot ascertain his whereabouts. The man quaked at the thought of revealing his own failure, fearful that the truth of his incapacitation would lead to dire consequences. Unconscious? You presume I am unaware? My subordinate was bested by one beneath his rank. The Lord's voice dripped with scorn. Your failure renders you expendable. The Lord of Begu possessed a keen sense of perception, and the notion that he could remain ignorant of such events was an affront to his capabilities. His patience waned, and the prospect of violence loomed. Please, my lord, I do not wish to die. I can still serve you. Spare me, and I will ensure that wretch is eliminated. The man's pleas were desperate, his terror palpable as he envisioned his imminent demise. Uselessness is intolerable. You will die a martyr's death, the Lord retorted, dismissing him with a glance as he pressed on in search of Zhuo, unwilling to squander time on the pitiful. Once the Lord departed, a fleeting sense of relief washed over the man, but it was swiftly eclipsed by horror as he felt his own body disintegrate, piece by piece, in a gruesome and silent death. Indeed, the Lord of Begu was a man of his word. His threat was not a mere jest. The man perished without even comprehending the swiftness of his end, his life extinguished in a manner so precise it was as though he had been meticulously carved apart. The Lord's ruthlessness became evident in that moment. Should Zhuo have witnessed this, he would have been struck with profound shock. For the Lord's capacity for brutality was beyond ordinary comprehension. He dealt death even to his own, a testament to the lengths he would go to secure his position, a position he had attained through unyielding and unscrupulous means, remaining untouchable for years. Such was the reality of his ascent to power. That young man is currently heading northwest at quite a swift pace. It seems his perceptive abilities are rather commendable, as he has managed to detect my presence in such a short span of time. However, he cannot possibly evade my grasp. I am eagerly anticipating the moment when I can deal with him. The Lord of Bega's city can distinctly sense the direction of his adversary, and in his desperation to escape, He has resorted to every possible means, even neglecting to conceal his aura. Yet, this is quite understandable. If he were to be aware of such nuances, it would indeed be terrifying, for no one can achieve such mastery. It can only be concluded that this young man has underestimated the complexities of the world, which is typical of someone inexperienced. Surely, one cannot expect a novice to be overwhelmingly formidable, can they? If that were the case, he would truly deserve execution. Just wait, I shall soon bring you to heel. Everything about you will belong to me, and no one will care about the events that transpire concerning you. After all, you have infringed upon the laws of this world, and death is your inevitable fate. At this juncture, the Lord of Bega City felt no trepidation. However, to err on the side of caution, he sent out a signal. For ensuring success is the hallmark of a competent capitalist. Thus, everything began to change. What is that? A signal flare. Damn it, he reacted so swiftly. It appears this fellow is not so easily dealt with. What should I do? Zhuo beheld the flare bursting in the sky, and in an instant, a chill enveloped his heart. How could he possibly continue in such a dire situation? Were they truly intent on tormenting a weaker individual like himself? Their prowess evidently surpassed his own, yet they chose to toy with him in such a manner, an occurrence indeed rare. Now, he must muster every ounce of strength to flee. If they were to catch up with him, his demise would be inevitable. Zhuo quickened his pace, exerting every ounce of strength he had left. Driven by an instinctual desire to survive. Faced with so many formidable opponents, what could he do but flee? A true warrior is one who can discern the gravity of their situation. Yet, he could not shake off the sensation of an overwhelming force trailing closely behind him. A presence so terrifying that he yearned to distance himself from it. Escaping was his utmost priority. He had no desire to continue engaging in this relentless battle. Before long, those around him spotted the signal flare and instantly understood its implications. They rushed over, unwilling to defy this fearsome individual, this powerhouse who instilled dread in everyone. His ruthlessness was legendary. For him, taking a life was but a trivial matter. Clearly, this person was no longer one of their own. The realm of Zhuo remains firmly under the dominion of the Lord of Bega City, who appears to be utterly indifferent to the situation. This is quite normal, as he has suddenly developed a desire to engage in a little game, curious to ascertain whether this individual truly possesses such formidable prowess. Should he indeed prove to be exceptional, the Lord may contemplate welcoming him into his ranks. Despite having obliterated the man's family, he harbors a profound appreciation for talent. This individual is undeniably remarkable, and the Lord aspires to augment his own strength by acquiring capable allies. For it is only through exceptional talent that he can realize his ambitions. With such individuals at his disposal, he would become significantly more powerful. As his aspirations are far from trivial, he seeks to ascend as a king in the south. Zhuo has ignited a flicker of hope within him. For the ability to vanquish two third-tier opponents with a mere second-tier warrior is truly extraordinary. The individuals he summoned soon arrived, their faces marked by trepidation. Uncertain if their presence here was indeed correct, and bewildered by the sudden actions of their lord. Excellent, you have all gathered. I summoned you here to expand your perimeter to 20 miles, encircling this area, and remain vigilant for any unfamiliar faces. Just moments ago, two third-tier warriors were slain by none other than a second-tier fighter. Should you underestimate your adversary, you too shall meet a grim fate, declared the Lord of Begu, eager to observe their reactions. If they exhibit a sense of urgency, it bodes well for the potential strengthening of his forces. However, should they display complacency, he would be compelled to reorganize and instill discipline within his ranks. Now proceed. Do not present me with a feeble team. I have no need for burdensome liabilities. With that he departed, sensing that Zhuo was beginning to drift away from his grasp. Yet, with so many present, his exit felt like an affront. A resounding slap to the face. Cursed fool, what game does he wish to play? He pondered. I am no match for him. My only recourse is to flee. Zhuo sensed the movement of his opponent, and instantaneously, anxiety gripped him, for the swiftness of his adversary was truly astonishing. He found himself at a loss, contemplating whether he must engage in battle. What were the odds of his triumph? Or would he meet his demise? Flee. Let me witness the strength of your will to survive. I am eager to discern what makes you unique. Haha. The Lord of Begaching remained composed, firmly believing that Zhuo could never escape this place, absolutely impossible. Yet, he was curious to see the capabilities of this fellow. However, Zhuo's singular focus was on escape. As the distance between them dwindled rapidly, if nothing unforeseen occurred, a resolution would soon manifest. They would inevitably confront one another, whether he wished it or not. He urged himself to move faster, to hasten his flight. This was a reflection of Zhuo's inner turmoil. He yearned to depart swiftly from this place. For he was devoid of any other options, escape was his only recourse. To battle someone who instilled such trepidation within him was akin to courting death. He could not afford to perish here. His speed was remarkable, nearly reaching its zenith. It felt akin to being pursued by the relentless tide in the underwater passage of Eni's lobby. Facing a dire predicament, he now lamented that his velocity was insufficient. If only he were swifter, he could depart more rapidly, for only by leaving could he unleash his aspirations. He bore the hopes of many upon his shoulders. He could not betray their expectations. These individuals would risk their lives for him. How could he forsake the responsibilities of a man for the sake of trivial matters? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Lord of Beigaching had meticulously orchestrated everything, awaiting his arrival. He was now encircled, and escape was no longer a mere task. He needed to evade a level 10 opponent while discreetly eliminating 1 or 2 level 3 foes. For someone of his level 2 status, this opportunity was nearly impossible. No matter how extraordinary he was, he remained merely a level 2. Could a level 2 truly achieve such a feat? The answer was unequivocally no. His prior strategies could no longer serve him, and even if they did, the chances of success would be minimal. Danger. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril enveloped him, closing in with alarming proximity. He halted abruptly, taken aback by the shock. A formidable sword aura, akin to a force capable of rending the earth itself, surged towards him with astonishing speed. What kind of sword aura was this? It was entirely beyond his comprehension. The spectacle before him was a visual feast, an awe-inspiring sword aura towering over 10 meters, hurtling in his direction with incredible swiftness. He abandoned the notion of fleeing. The opponent had chosen to strike, indicating that they were now near. What could he possibly do? 72 troublesome phoenixes. He could only unleash his most potent technique, transforming his sword energy into a phoenix that soared towards the impending sword aura. Boom. His sword energy disintegrated completely, and his expression morphed into one of despair. For he realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. No, not merely an opponent, but a monstrous entity. This creature was terrifying. So much so that it was almost unbearable to behold. Damn it, the disparity is staggering. This situation was far more daunting than he had anticipated. Zhuo muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly dodged. Had he not done so, he might have faced dire consequences. That sword chi was no trifling matter. It could likely cleave through a mountain with ease. As the sword chi swept past him, he distinctly felt a powerful gust of wind that nearly knocked him off his feet. Such a force was truly terrifying. And it was the first time he had encountered an opponent of this caliber. How infuriating. He surmised that this was merely a test of his abilities. Otherwise, this strike would have surely claimed his life. It seemed that he might genuinely meet his end here. Zhuo gazed at the ground, marked by deep gashes. His expression a tapestry of emotions. Even during his prime, he might not have reached such a state. What kind of extraordinary level has this individual attained to unleash such terrifying sword energy? It is you. At first glance, you appear quite ordinary. Yet you have managed to defeat 2 third-tier swordsmen. This indicates that your prowess has indeed reached the 3rd tier. After all these years, I have finally encountered a formidable opponent. Just now, were you attempting to use your sword energy to block my strike? The Lord of Bega City, clad in flowing white garments, exudes an air of chivalry. However, his eyes betray him, as if they are urging him to surrender promptly. Otherwise, I may not be able to preserve this exquisite sensation. Who are you? Did you slay the ancient blade? Zhuo realized that escape was nearly impossible, prompting him to inquire about the nature of the situation. If he had indeed been the one to end the life of the ancient sword wielder, he would be doomed to follow in his footsteps, fully aware that he could not alter his fate. I am Bei Gu, he declared, confidently asserting that the old warrior had likely introduced him. Indeed, I was the one who brought about his demise, and I did so with a single stroke. After all this time, he has shown no improvement. It truly disappoints me. Therefore, I advise you to relinquish the weapon you hold. I have a profound appreciation for individuals of talent. Would you care to join me in an extraordinary endeavor? The Lord of Bei Gu revealed his malevolent nature, believing that Zhuo had no grounds for negotiation. No, Zhuo lacked the qualifications, for he was a mere weakling, devoid of any authority. Impossible, Zhuo retorted. Though my current strength may not suffice to vanquish you, I am a man, and more importantly, a swordsman. Do you expect me to forsake my dignity as a man? That is absolutely out of the question. Even in death, I will not surrender to anyone. Zhuo remarked that his temperament was indeed not one to easily concede. If surrendering were such a simple matter, he would hardly embody the spirit of a man, let alone that of a swordsman. What a remarkable lad you are. Pray tell, what is your name? It is quite rare for me to encounter such a resolute individual. Truly, this is a first. Even the Lord of Bega's city has fallen to Zhuo. Indeed, this world is filled with all manner of people. It is astonishing to find someone so fearless. And this is genuinely unprecedented. However, this may very well be the last encounter of its kind. He shall certainly remember this opponent. I am Rorinoa Zhuo. Keep that in mind. At this moment, Zoro no longer cared and directly revealed his full name. At least he was still unaware of the fate of his family. He could not divulge his name, lest it bring harm to others. While his name is indeed unique, it bears no significance. Rorinoa Zoro, a rather peculiar surname. Yet at this juncture, surnames seem irrelevant. If a surname could indeed alter everything, it would be a remarkable phenomenon. So, how do you intend to resolve your current predicament? Combat appears to be the only avenue available to you. Yet given your present strength, it seems you are ill-equipped to contend with me, are you not? Or do you still wish to engage me in battle? The Lord of Bega's city exuded confidence. If he could not handle this fellow, it would indeed reflect poorly on him. However, he did not believe he would falter against this young man. With no retreat in sight, only confrontation remains, does it not? I shall not be intimidated by your presence. Although my body quakes at the thought of battling you, I am driven by a desire to discover whether I might perish here. Thus, my instinct for survival is guiding me on how to engage in this fight. Zhuo unsheathed his blade, brandishing the concealed snow, embodying an indomitable spirit that yearned for battle despite the tremors coursing through his body. This internal conflict was profoundly paradoxical. That knife in your hand appears quite remarkable. It seems I have encountered a true weapon this time. It appears that the grass-seeing blade has also found its way into your possession. The Lord of Begu felt an immediate sense of the blade's extraordinary nature. If he could acquire both of these swords, he would fulfill his ambitions. To him, these two blades represented invaluable resources, indeed, crucial assets. Was not this endeavor undertaken solely for such treasures? Indeed, it rests within my grasp. Do you desire it? If so, come forth and engage in battle. Come and seize it. I have never feared a single soul, not even you, and I shall never succumb to fear. Zhuo unsheathed the blade known as Chaojian. And at this moment, he could only commit himself wholeheartedly to the endeavor, though the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. What is the name of that knife? I cannot recall ever hearing of such a blade in the city of Anan. It appears to possess a quality surpassing that of the Chaojian. At this juncture, the Lord of Bega's city finally regained his composure, having discerned the uniqueness of this blade. He surmised that this time, he might indeed have struck a remarkable bargain. One of significant magnitude. As long as the knife rivaled the Chaojin in merit, it held considerable intrigue. As for its true prowess, I cannot ascertain. This blade is called Sangqiwei, and in my view, it is a knife of great commemorative value, not available for purchase. Zhuo was uncertain about the true grade of these blades. His assessment was not based on craftsmanship but rather on the affinity the knife had with him. What use was a treasured sword if he could not wield it? It was no better than an ordinary standard knife. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure this time. Suddenly, he felt an urge to propose a game. Should you win, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you lose, you shall become my subordinate. The Lord of Bega's city increasingly admired Zhuo. This young man exuded an intriguing aura. A mutual recognition shared among the strong. In that moment, he acknowledged Zhuo as a formidable warrior, albeit somewhat lacking in certain aspects. How amusing. What manner of game is this? Surely, you do not wish for me to kill you? That would be utterly impractical. Yet, as long as I can survive, I cannot afford to overlook any opportunity. I simply do not comprehend the significance of your actions. Zhuo also found it somewhat peculiar. What on earth was this fellow intending to do? Logically, there was no need to grant him so much respite, yet this individual insisted on behaving in such a manner, which was indeed quite strange. Of course, everyone possesses their own quirks. However, given that this person already held a decisive advantage, why would he choose to act in this way? I find you rather intriguing, nothing more. Do not misinterpret my words. You stand no chance of surviving this game, for you remain utterly oblivious to the nature of the game I speak of. This ignorance allows you to maintain your composure, but once you grasp the reality, I wonder how your perspective will shift. So what is this game? I am eager to discover what you truly wish to engage in. Zhuo found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, pondering the unfolding narrative. What could possibly be the thoughts of this peculiar individual? His mindset deviated significantly from that of a typical person. Yet, Zhuo perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. This man was undeniably an enigma. This game resembled a grand hunt. I am the hunter, and you are the prey. Should you manage to survive for an hour, I shall spare you and welcome you into my fold. Quite the intriguing game, is it not? What? Are you then intending to play me to death? An hour is no trifling matter. What? Do you not wish to seize this rare opportunity to survive? Who claim to desire it not? This battle has merely commenced, and I have yet to be defeated. I am resolute in my determination to endure. Excellent. It has been long since I encountered someone of your caliber. You are indeed quite extraordinary. However, the disparity in our strength shall remain unchanged. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Come forth. Let me witness whether fate truly intends for me to survive. Zhuo, having cast aside all reservations, found himself devoid of thoughts at this moment. Ideas had become a burden. He resolved to rid himself of these encumbrances and engage in battle with utter abandon. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him, compelling him to retreat without hesitation, for he truly sensed that remaining in place would lead to his own dismemberment. Quite impressive indeed. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. What did you just do that I failed to perceive? Is this the true might of a level 10? Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat, genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the manner of his opponent's assault would be imperceptible. You must tread carefully. My attacks are far from simple. Whether you survive this ordeal is solely your concern. I shall strike again. No sooner had the words left his lips than a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. He sensed a fierce gust of wind that suddenly lacerated his skin. Once more, he had failed to perceive his adversary's move, as if the opponent could manipulate the very winds. This was exceedingly terrifying. If he could not detect such attacks, not only could he not endure for an hour, but even a mere quarter of that time would be insurmountable. Invisible assaults are the most lethal. The inability to foresee such attacks is extremely perilous, and he could scarcely fathom how many times he might evade them. If he could not discern his opponent's strikes, how could he possibly survive? He needed to endure for an entire hour. A formidable challenge indeed. Quite impressive. It seems you possess immense potential, further captivating my interest. Were you my offspring, you would undoubtedly augment my formidable prowess. Alas, you are not. Prepare yourself, for my next wave of attacks is imminent. Can you withstand it? The Lord of Bega City, observing Zhuo's performance, found himself increasingly enamored with him, recognizing the formidable skill he possessed. Yet the question remained, could he harness this power for himself? You scoundrel, preying on the weak with such terrifying abilities. Were it not for my extensive experience in battle, I would have surely become yet another soul claimed by your hand. Zhuo found himself in a dire predicament. He could only sense the impending force at the very moment of its assault, rendering it nearly impossible to anticipate. Consequently, he was at a loss as to how to respond. The brief interval for foreknowledge proved insufficient to achieve the desired outcome. Who can say? Ultimately, the duration of battle remains unaltered. What means might one employ to withstand such an onslaught? I am genuinely concerned. You wretched fiend. Zhuo's expression abruptly shifted. He had not even witnessed his opponent's strike. Yet, in an instant, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying force bearing down upon him. Spotting a large boulder nearby, he dashed towards it, seeking refuge, for remaining exposed was far too perilous. As he crouched behind the stone, a searing pain radiated through him. Turning to look, he discovered his clothing soaked in crimson blood. Furthermore, he perceived that the stone behind him had been cleaved. This indicated that his adversary possessed the capability to effortlessly slice through stone, and this was without the use of a sword. Of course, he remained oblivious to whether the opponent had indeed wielded a sword, as he had not even glimpsed the manner in which the attack had been executed. Thus, he found himself utterly bewildered and uncertain about how to proceed. However, he had never been one to endure solitude passively. He was more than capable of retaliating. Hiding was futile. My attacks are far from simple. If you take a moment to contemplate how to counter my onslaught, you shall meet your demise. You will undoubtedly not survive beyond a quarter of an hour. The words of the Lord of Bega City resonated within Zhuo like an ominous ultimatum. He understood that this battle was a torment, as the disparity in strength between them was unimaginably vast. If he wished to continue the fight, he would need to devise a strategy. Thus, he resolved to unveil his own slashing technique. He could not allow his opponent to remain so conceited. Zhuo found himself engulfed in a sense of frustration, pondering why the adversaries he faced were so formidable. What approach do you intend to employ? I am indeed eager to witness your strategy. Or do you find yourself limited to such capabilities at present? The Lord of Bega City remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of unshakable calmness. He did not even entertain the notion that Zhuo could inflict the slightest harm upon him. Even now, he approached this encounter with a playful demeanor, for after all, it was rather absurd to become enraged when confronting a level 10 opponent with a mere level 2. To lose one's temper in such circumstances would be nothing short of a disgrace. Thus, it is as it stands. Zhuo suddenly sprang to his feet, unleashing two formidable sword energies that surged forth, aimed directly at the Lord of Begu City. He was convinced that no mortal body could withstand such a lethal strike, except, of course, for those with extraordinary physical prowess. It was inconceivable. Even a level 10 warrior would surely falter. Indeed, your sword energy is unlike any other, imbued with a potent force, yet it remains insufficient. Were your strength at level 7, I would not dare to confront your onslaught so boldly. The Lord of Begu City merely extended his hand, foregoing even the need to draw his sword, as he effortlessly absorbed Zhuo's assault with his bare hands. This display was astonishingly casual, to the point of being shocking. The two slashes were easily crushed in his grip. Indeed, he simply pinched them away. Zhuo was left in sheer disbelief. Was this man sent by heaven to bring about his demise? The very notion that his strikes could be dismissed so casually was utterly unfathomable. It was beyond reason. How could this be possible? Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that his strike would prove so utterly ineffective, effortlessly countered by his opponent. Yet, it was not entirely without merit. It seemed he had underestimated you, as evidenced by the bruises now marring his body. It appears a lesson is in order. The Lord of Begu City was genuinely taken aback, astonished that a mere lowly swordsman could inflict such wounds upon him, particularly in a moment of his own confidence. This was a stark blow to his pride. He found it utterly impossible to accept such a reality, absolutely inconceivable. It seems you may not be as formidable as you once appeared. At the very least, it indicates that your prophecies have begun to falter. Zhuo, however, possessed a certain level of acceptance. If his attacks failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent, that would indeed be the true tragedy. He was a competent swordsman, not merely a performer of tricks. But have you ever contemplated the consequences should you provoke my wrath? I suspect this thought has never crossed your mind. The Lord of Begu City remained composed, yet his words had shifted, revealing his growing ire. For he was infuriated by having been wounded by someone of lesser rank, a truly humiliating experience. Now, allow me to demonstrate just how terrifying I can be when angered. As he closed his eyes, Zhuo felt an unsettling transformation within himself. His body no longer seemed to belong to him. Numerous wounds appeared upon his form, the origins of which were a complete mystery, yet they had manifested, leaving him in utter disbelief. A harrowing scream erupted from his lips, a sound that reverberated through the air. For the pain was excruciating. Every cell within his body cried out in agony, reflecting the sheer intensity of his suffering. He even dared to compare this assault to the punishments endured aboard a fearsome three-masted ship at the hands of the tyrannical Bear King. Yet, this time, he was utterly oblivious to the nature of his opponent's abilities, which had allowed such an onslaught to befall him. It transcended the realm of human comprehension. This was, after all, an inherently unequal battle. Zhuo sensed the terrifying prowess of his opponent, having been struck down in an instant. It was the first time he truly felt the magnitude of this individual's might, defeated without even witnessing the nature of the attack. This was an unprecedented style of combat, leaving him utterly at a loss. The opponent instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet, despite not being dead, how remarkably resilient this young man was. However, no matter how tough he seemed, it did not alter the situation at hand. The Lord of Begu City never anticipated such extraordinary endurance. To withstand his blow and still be able to move was beyond the limits of an ordinary person. It appeared this young man had diligently honed his abilities. If this continued, death would be inevitable. How could it be that he was unable to perceive his adversary's attacks? Was it truly feasible to remain entangled with him for an entire hour? Zhuo was on the verge of surrender, never having anticipated that the terrifying prowess of his adversary could render him defenseless without a single blow. His abilities were utterly insufficient to contend with such strength, yet, inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming urge to wield his sword. This sensation was reminiscent of a past encounter, but now it surged with an intensity he had never experienced before. No, I cannot succumb to death. I must not perish here. Zhuo rose to his feet, consumed by a singular thought, the resolve to fight until the very end. Irrespective of the outcome. You can still stand? Young man, I shall remember you. My admiration for you has only deepened. The Lord of Begu City regarded this young man with newfound respect, recognizing his immense willpower. Such an acknowledgement was rare from him. as he seldom bestowed such high praise upon the youth, deeming most unworthy. Yet, this one was different. I will not perish, nor can I. My blade, I can sense your fighting spirit. Surely, you do not wish to be forgotten in my hands. Zhuo appeared to have suddenly discovered a breakthrough. As if he had unearthed a winning talisman, an insane glint flickered in his eyes in that moment. It seemed as though he was the sole stronghold amidst a sea of warriors. What was his intention? Had he truly lost his sanity? Did he still dare to challenge me to a duel? It was rather amusing. The Lord of Bega's city sensed a stark difference in Zhuo. He seemed unhinged, as if madness had truly claimed him. If he were indeed mad, there would be little significance in their confrontation. A madman holds no value. Do you dare to withstand my strike? This blow represents the pinnacle of my current abilities. Do you wish to test your mettle against it? Zhuo picked up his blade, known as Zhang Shui, and a long-forgotten technique came to his mind. It was a maneuver he had once employed to vanquish his first formidable opponent upon entering the Grand Line. Now, he merely sought to astonish his adversary with this technique, for he understood that victory was beyond his reach. Nonetheless, he believed that instilling fear in his opponent could pave the way for an opportunity, a crucial opportunity at that. How intriguing. I am curious to witness the true might of your skill, or perhaps you possess nothing but this meager ability. The Lord of Bega's city was equally taken aback. This fellow had the audacity to challenge him to withstand his technique. Was this not a figment of his imagination? Did he truly believe his opponent would fear him? You shall soon discover. Zhuo, unfazed, swiftly drew his blade, tracing a circle in the air with deliberate grace. The motion was slow enough to reveal the lingering afterimage of the sword before he sheathed it at his waist. It was peculiar. What was the significance of placing the sword back in its scabbard? Did he intend to defeat me with an unsheathed blade? The Lord of Bega's city felt a surge of curiosity, realizing he could not decipher the transformation of this young man. His actions were undeniably strange, bordering on the unfathomable. A single sword style. Suddenly, the Lord sensed an ominous shift. This individual posed a genuine threat, his techniques now exhibiting a certain depth. It felt as though he had become the prey, ensnared by a ferocious beast, the very person standing before him. Something was amiss. Lions sing. In that fleeting moment, the Lord of Bega's city glimpsed a fearsome entity, one that was merely a second tier, yet emanated an imposing aura. He finally comprehended why he had triumphed over two third-tier warriors. His own realm had ascended to profound depths. No, I must defend myself, or I shall perish. A sense of dread took root within the Lord, an unsettling sensation that had now fully manifested. Clang. The world seemed to dissolve into the echo of that singular, crisp sound, leaving everything else in silence. Yet, both combatants wore expressions of shock upon their faces. Zhuo's astonishment stemmed from the fact that his strike had been successfully thwarted. Indeed, it had been repelled. Did this not imply the ineffectiveness of his techniques? Meanwhile, Bega's astonishment arose from the realization that this opponent could evoke a sense of fear within him. What a terrifying notion that is. It is crucial to note that this adversary is merely at the second level. A second-level individual managed to corner him to such an extent that he was compelled to draw his sword. The very act of drawing his sword was necessary to conclude this encounter. How utterly chilling. What? After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhuo unleashed an immense force against his opponent, drawing upon every ounce of strength within him. Fear coursed through him as he realized that his most powerful strike had proven to be rather unreliable. The Lord of Bega's city stood momentarily stunned, never having anticipated that this seemingly insignificant individual could possess such formidable power. Yet, Zhuo was not one to be trifled with. He intensified his efforts and successfully forced his adversary back, a feat of considerable significance. Still caught in a daze, the Lord of Bega's city had never before encountered someone who instilled such terror within him. His thoughts drifted far and wide, contemplating various outcomes, including the possibility of eliminating his opponent or enduring the previous strike. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuo made his escape. He was acutely aware that he could no longer contend with this formidable foe. A sense of helplessness enveloped him, a feeling that would render anyone powerless upon confrontation. However, the Lord of Bega's city was experiencing a sensation he had never felt before, the realization that even those beneath his rank could potentially defeat him. The terror was so profound that he found it difficult to meet his own gaze. He admitted to feeling genuine fear moments ago, a sentiment he had not encountered in a long time, especially in the presence of someone he deemed far inferior. Bewilderment consumed him as he pondered the events that had just unfolded. What had he just experienced? What was his current predicament? What was he truly doing? Having been flung away, He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. A person he usually regarded as an insect had compelled him to take action, even drawing his sword. He could not deny that had he not drawn his weapon, that strike would have surely inflicted harm upon him. It was a scenario he had not faced in ages. Such a strike was terrifyingly potent, leaving him perplexed about the origins of this young man, who seemed far more formidable than one of merely second tier. Was he truly facing an opponent of that level? It appeared that this individual was immensely powerful. This person was either to be recruited into his ranks or eliminated without hesitation. Their potential for friendship was utterly extinguished, leaving only the option of death as a simple solution. Yet, the Lord of Bega City found it difficult to quell the turmoil within him. He had genuinely encountered something extraordinary. This young man, he conceded, if given time, would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force. Even breaking through iron would pose no significant challenge for him. However, the game was far from over. Having drawn his sword, there was no point in sheathing it now. He waited in anticipation, eager for the unfolding events to become increasingly thrilling. The Lord of Bega City was now exhilarated, curious to witness the evolution of this young man. Would he rise to the occasion, or was this his limit? A profound shift had occurred, for Zhuo's displayed prowess was undeniably formidable, compelling the Lord to treat him with the seriousness he deserved. Perhaps this individual could bring him some newfound amusement. At the very least, the excitement surged within him as he yearned to uncover the true capabilities of this astonishing young man. The first of his kind to elicit such astonishment, certainly not someone of a weaker tier. Zhuo had not contemplated much. His sole desire was to escape this place. For the outcome of the battle was painfully evident, his inevitable defeat. There was no need for him to make such futile sacrifices. Had he momentarily evaded his pursuer? He could hardly believe that his usually infallible tactics had been so easily vanquished by his opponent. Indeed, this individual was far from ordinary. The disparity in their levels was strikingly apparent. Zhuo was utterly exhausted. His final gambit had proven futile in altering the deteriorating situation. He felt utterly powerless. Although he was uncertain whether his adversary had intentionally relinquished the fight, he comprehended that continuing to grapple with such a monstrous entity could seal his fate. He had never anticipated that combat could be so arduous, to the point where he might lose his life so easily. It was an overwhelming sensation of physical and mental fatigue, rendering him weary from this relentless struggle. This was genuine exhaustion. He desperately needed respite. As his numerous wounds required urgent care, without proper treatment, his life could very well slip away, a tragic end he refused to accept. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was now encircled, his range of movement restricted to a mere 20 miles, a painfully small territory, especially in his injured state. To survive, he had no choice but to evade his pursuers, uncertain of his ability to do so. Survival instincts were all that remained, guiding him through the haze of despair. Without that, he would surely meet his end, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Astonishingly, even his signature move, the lion song, was thwarted, leaving him in awe of his opponent's swordsmanship. The ability to react and parry so swiftly was beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. He recalled that when he unleashed the lion's song, hardly anyone could withstand its might. Mr. One, Kaku, and even the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma had succumbed to its power. This was a move he took great pride in, now rendered ineffectual by a mere 10th-level swordsman. This revelation struck a blow to his confidence. He had to concede that there were indeed beings more formidable than himself in this world. His abilities paled in comparison. He was at a loss regarding his whereabouts. He had never envisioned such an outcome. Now, he was acutely aware of the bitter taste of defeat. Although this battle had been grossly uneven, he accepted his loss with a stark clarity. At last, he discovered a cave, utterly depleted of strength. Should he be found, he would face certain demise. As he collapsed, consciousness slipped away, plunging him into a deep, disorienting void, a terrifying experience. Had his breath ceased? Could it be that he was dead? The Lord of Bega City suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Was he truly no longer among the living? Yet, considering the extraordinary battle he had endured, if he were to survive, he would indeed be a terrifying entity, possessing an almost unfathomable vitality. If he were alive, however, it would pose a significant problem, far from ordinary. This was the first time he felt that a person could be so fearsome, surpassing all imagination. Nevertheless, he had lost track of his descent into oblivion. No one would ever know what transpired. The only certainty was that locating his corpse would conclude this chapter. Meanwhile, as Zhuo lay unconscious, he succumbed to a high fever, suffering immensely. Yet, At this moment, no one was there to save him. He was utterly alone, completely and irrevocably alone. Even if he were to perish here, it would stir little concern, for he had no one by his side. Yet, within this solitude, he encountered a peculiar dream, one that blurred the lines between his identity and something foreign. He envisioned himself on an unknown island, besieged by a formidable troop of baboons capable of overwhelming him. This was an astonishing dream. In this realm, he was but a mere mortal, injured, facing an army of weapon-wielding baboons, and he felt an immense pressure. These creatures were no ordinary baboons, their prowess rivaling that of a naval officer. And they were not alone. In the dream, he was painfully weak, utterly outmatched by these baboons. Before long, they rendered him nearly unrecognizable. He was certain that in reality, without any injuries, he would never succumb so easily. Yet here he was, completely defeated by these formidable baboons. This was a shocking outcome, leaving him to ponder what kind of place could birth such beings. It was beyond his comprehension. It seemed that the creatures of the Grand Line were not to be trifled with, and humanity appeared insignificant in their presence. Yet, he remained indifferent. In the dream, he sought to reach the shore, but the vessel to the sea had been destroyed by the baboons. To his astonishment, one of the baboons began to mimic him with remarkable accuracy, suggesting that these creatures possessed a talent for imitating human behavior. This meant he was to confront a terrifying assembly of adversaries, yet he was undeterred, yearning to reach the open sea. However, with his poor sense of direction and the multitude of foes, victory seemed elusive. Faced with monsters that could utilize his own techniques, he had no choice but to take them seriously. Had he not been injured, he might have been capable of overcoming them, perhaps even dispatching them altogether. Alas, it seemed he had fallen from grace, unable to vanquish even a common baboon. After struggling to defeat a wave of them, he encountered an unexpected figure, his target, Mihawk. Mihawk's presence was astonishing, a most unexpected turn of events. However, the news he brought left Zhuo in utter shock. He had never anticipated such startling revelations. He had gained the information he sought, yet it was indeed shocking. Ace, the powerful warrior, had perished, and in front of Luffy no less. This was monumental news. The reality of such an occurrence was unfathomable. Instantly, he was jolted awake. This dream was truly terrifying. He awoke drenched in cold sweat, unable to discern reality from illusion. The vividness of the dream was unsettling, yet the underlying truth felt elusive. Which of these was the true essence of himself? Or perhaps neither was authentic. Or they both could be fabrications of someone else's imagination. He felt an overwhelming strangeness, even he was unsure of how to proceed. Now awake, he was acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. Despite the agony, a deeper sorrow consumed him, for his captain, his companion, had lost his brother, a profoundly heartbreaking reality. Luffy, what has become of you? What am I to do? He felt utterly weakened, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. He was weary of fighting, yearning only for a peaceful slumber. All he desired was to sleep soundly, hoping that upon awakening, he would find himself far from this dire predicament. However, all of this seems impossible, if it were true. And he genuinely wished to sleep in such a manner, then everything would be devoid of any issues. Yet, he simply cannot find rest. This time, he is sincerely fatigued, both mentally and physically, exhibiting a demeanor far removed from that of a normal individual. At this moment, a deer unexpectedly appears, tending to its wounds. It is known that animals will lick their injuries to aid in healing, yet he remains uncertain whether it can assist in his own recovery. Regardless, he is utterly exhausted. Little creature, I appreciate your kindness. I have a friend who bears a striking resemblance to you. If he were here now, he would undoubtedly assist me in my healing. Yet, I find myself alone, unsure of what to do. All I can do is wait. I yearn to return to my companions, but this aspiration proves exceedingly challenging, as there seems to be no means of escaping this place. I feel profoundly weak. I had vowed to protect my friends and not succumb to defeat. Yet I have repeatedly been vanquished. Am I truly so ineffectual? Zhuo was uncertain as to why he felt compelled to express these thoughts. He simply yearned for someone to confide in. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly alone. To his astonishment, he began to articulate his feelings to a deer. However, once he spoke, an inexplicable lightness enveloped his spirit. All right, little creature, you must depart from my side. Otherwise, you may meet a grim fate. I have provoked a truly terrifying individual, one capable of taking lives, and he may soon discover this place. If that happens, your situation will be dire. I cannot bear the thought of you being entangled in this peril. Zhuo was uncertain how much time had elapsed during his unconsciousness. He had always been somewhat indifferent to the passage of time, and he even contemplated that he might have been in a deep slumber for an extended period, or perhaps merely for a brief moment. However, the deer seemed oblivious to his predicament, remaining steadfastly by his side. At a loss for words, he pondered the futility of the situation. If that were the case, there would be nothing to be done, and he would undoubtedly ensure its protection. The Lord of Bega City was indeed an extraordinary menace. To have been reduced to such a state was utterly humiliating. Once I manage to escape this place alive, I shall defeat you without fail. I refuse to believe that I will remain subjugated by you indefinitely. Zhuo quickly came to a realization. He found himself in a situation where change was no longer an option. However, he resolved to fight on. He was still alive, his aspirations remained unfulfilled. And thus he vowed that he would not succumb to defeat. He made a solemn promise within his heart that, once he grew stronger, he would vanquish this formidable opponent. Surrender was not a reflection of his true self. Rather, you should grow bolder with each battle, striving to overcome every swordsman in existence. His ambition was to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and he understood that he must live for this dream, not yield in despair. To surrender now would be a betrayal of the very essence of manhood. He declared with unwavering determination that he would become the powerful force capable of reshaping the world. Destined to be the mightiest individual on this planet, defeat was not an option. It was utterly inconceivable. He would not lose, absolutely not. He was resolute in his commitment to becoming ever more formidable. Zhuo has made a resolute decision, and his aspirations have once again been solidified. Sometimes, existence itself is a testament to unwavering ideals. Only those who possess ideals can confront adversity and continue to live. The essence of existence is a conundrum that humanity may never fully comprehend, yet the absence of ideals undoubtedly brings about profound turmoil. Presently, he finds himself at a loss as to how to navigate through it all. He is uncertain whether the vision of himself in his dreams reflects reality or if he is merely trapped within an illusion. This confusion leaves him feeling utterly helpless. Nevertheless, he yearns to transform his circumstances, to grow stronger, and to unveil the true nature of this realm. He is convinced of the existence of cause and effect, and thus believes that his presence here must be rooted in a reason, while the outcome remains beyond his grasp, for were it not so, he would not be engulfed in such bewilderment. His physical state is frail, and there exists the peril that he may drift into an eternal slumber, leading to his ultimate demise. Yet, he has firmly embraced his ideals, which now stand as the sole pillars supporting his will to live. I never truly anticipated finding myself in such a situation. Indeed, it is a rare miracle. I must venture further afield, lest I be discovered by them. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation. Zhuo found the situation somewhat amusing, yet at present, he was utterly incapacitated. This was a true reflection of his reality. Even the slightest movement must have felt like an arduous task. It had been 2 days, and it was inconceivable that his whereabouts remained undiscovered. Even if he had perished, locating his corpse should have been a straightforward endeavor. So why was it so elusive now? The Lord of Bega City was taken aback. They truly could not trace Zhuo, not even his lifeless form. He merely sought 2 blades. As for Zhuo, whether he lived or died held no significance. If he were still alive, he could simply be eliminated. However, the crux of the matter lay in the inability to locate Zhuo, which was of paramount importance. The reality that he could not find Zhuo meant he had failed to obtain what he desired. This was a devastating setback he could scarcely bear. Find him. We must locate him. He absolutely cannot leave this place alive. That is non-negotiable. I refuse to believe that a mere second-tier swordsman possesses such formidable abilities. That is simply impossible. The Lord of Bega City was unwilling to accept this harsh truth. He was so close to success. How could he allow it to slip away? Those were 2 priceless swords. They were treasures that must not fall into anyone else's hands. They were rightfully his. He had already searched for 2 days. Convinced that Zhuo was still nearby, certainly within a 20-mile radius, yet he remained elusive. If Zhuo were alive, perhaps he could sense his presence. But the uncertainty of whether he was dead or alive posed a grave dilemma. Until he found him, no conclusions could be drawn lightly. He had never anticipated that the situation could become so dire. Now, he had no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods of search. If he failed to find Zhuo, he might truly lose his temper. It was entirely his own fault for underestimating the boy. Otherwise, such a predicament would not have arisen. How could he have encountered such misfortune? It was utterly dreadful. How could there be such troublesome matters in this world? He had issued a death command. Find Zhuo's body, or him alive, or even just the swords would suffice. He was determined to go all out. Meanwhile, Zhuo was indifferent to these concerns. His sole desire was to survive, to first heal his injuries. If discovered, he would not even have a chance to resist. A scenario he wished to avoid. However, this was no simple task. He had never felt so profoundly weakened. Every movement brought pain. This was the stark reality he faced. And he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, a deer appeared, seemingly injured, yet it exhibited no fear, as if this minor wound were trivial. It placed an apple on the ground, evidently aware of its own incapacity to move, offering him sustenance in this simple act. Zhuo paid no heed to the deer. Despite the pain his movements inflicted, he had to act to survive. This was the only means to ensure his continued existence, such was the simplicity of his wish. The deer, unfazed by the situation, wandered deeper into the enclosure. Zhuo presumed it sought rest and paid it no mind, as he was preoccupied with his own survival. After finishing the apple, he estimated that at this pace, it might take several days to regain even a modicum of strength. This was indeed a first for him. A situation few could fathom. Before long, the deer reemerged, and Zhuo was astonished to find it bore no wounds. Instead, it appeared as a damp, pristine creature. Its large, expressive eyes gazing innocently at him. Zhuo was taken aback. He had never witnessed anything like this before, exceeding his imagination. What kind of power could heal wounds so swiftly? It was truly astonishing. Could there be something within that facilitated such healing? Zhuo was filled with joy. He finally had a means to transform his circumstances. If there truly existed a place capable of healing his injuries, he must certainly explore it. This was an opportunity that he could not afford to relinquish. Of course, this was merely an ordinary deer, oblivious to Zhuo's words. Yet it understood that the contents within were undoubtedly invaluable, potentially aiding him in overcoming his current predicament. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before him. How could he possibly depart from this place? It appeared that a considerable distance lay ahead of him. Must he truly crawl his way through? Never mind, he would give it a try. If it turned out to be as he envisioned, that would be splendid. It seemed that fate had deliberately orchestrated this moment for him. Zhuo maintained a rather optimistic outlook, perceiving this moment as a significant opportunity, one that was indeed quite remarkable. He believed that if he could seize it, he possessed the ability to rise once more. The thought of remaining in this place, which was never truly safe and could always be discovered, spurred him on. His foremost endeavor was to evade detection. With great difficulty, he managed to turn over. A testament to the severity of his injuries, as even such a simple act had become an arduous struggle, beyond the capability of an ordinary person. How could he possibly succumb here? Absolutely not. He was determined to transform this world. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he yearned to reach his destination swiftly. Unwilling to resign himself to death, not now, not ever. Each movement brought him excruciating pain. The scabs that had formed on his wounds were torn anew, as if he were recklessly gambling with his life. Yet, it was through this very gamble that he sought to secure his survival. The simplicity of his plight belied its difficulty. For one in such a grievous state, taking action was indeed a monumental challenge. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he trudged forward, only to realize he had traversed but a minuscule distance. The depth of the pit remained a mystery. Yet the sole force propelling him onwards was a fragile belief, his faith. He felt his instinct for movement waning, a numbing sensation enveloping his body, rendering him almost entirely insensate. He could only perceive a growing stiffness, yet he pressed on, driven solely by the flicker of his conviction. At long last, he beheld a feeble glimmer of light. His vision blurred, yet he persevered, intent on altering his fate. Despite the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that enveloped him, he continued to advance, his consciousness fading. Yet his body instinctively moved forward. This sensation was surreal, as he found himself utterly disconnected from the outside world. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed him collapsed by a pond, his body gradually submerging into the water, devoid of awareness. It was the deer that had inadvertently granted him this chance, nudging him into the water. Without that, he surely would have met his end. Fortunately, this ordeal concluded as he was successfully submerged. The nature of the water remained a mystery to him as he sank beneath its surface. Completely enveloped, the water began to flow into his wounds, almost as if it sought to invade his very being. Remarkably, the wounds appeared to merge at an astonishing pace, even external injuries healing instantaneously, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Before long, Zhuo felt a peculiar sensation, a gentle itch enveloping his entire being. Moments later, an unprecedented lightness washed over him, prompting him to open his eyes. His gaze reflected a profound disbelief as he experienced an extraordinary sense of relief. In an instant, he was fully awake, yet a choking sensation accompanied this awakening, reminding him of his vitality. It was an odd feeling, but he was undeniably alive. This place was indeed capable of mending one's wounds. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed. That nearly drowned me, yet this sensation is remarkably refreshing. It has allowed me to heal. Zhuo was somewhat exhilarated. He had never anticipated that this object possessed such extraordinary power. It was akin to discovering a hidden treasure, a place that could serve as an excellent sanctuary for healing in the future. This was indeed an unexpected boon. However, he quickly came to a realization. While this object was undoubtedly a treasure, it appeared to be immovable. If it could not be relocated, it would merely be a marvelous artifact. Nonetheless, this wondrous item had indeed aided him. He had already regained about 70 to 80% of his strength, and he was confident that it would not be long before he could move freely once more. Little one, thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly do not know when I would have recovered, or if I might have even perished. Thankfully, I have been saved. I am immensely grateful to you. Even though you may not comprehend my words, I still thank you for allowing me to live. Zhuo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had, at long last, reclaimed a precious fragment of life. Though uncertain of how long this reprieve would last, he recognized that this deer had become his savior. At times, he pondered the notion that humanity pales in comparison to the simplicity of animals, which are unburdened by the myriad complexities of human nature. Indeed, humans often appear driven solely by self-interest, leading him to conclude that, in many respects, animals embody a form of existence far superior to that of humans. Zhuo felt a sense of moral decay for even entertaining such thoughts in the company of an animal. It was utterly astonishing to him. Had he not found himself in such a predicament, he might have considered consuming the creature. Such is the enigma of humanity, perpetually intricate and convoluted. The deer, oblivious to the philosophical musings of Zhuo, remained focused solely on its own recovery. It understood little of the emotional turmoil surrounding it, for it was, after all, merely an animal, and emotions held little significance in its world. Now, he felt emboldened to leave this place, recognizing that the battle was far from over. He would endure and emerge stronger than before, resolute in his belief that those with a narrow vision would never surpass him. Zhuo exuded confidence, a sentiment he had not experienced in quite some time. He was resolute in his ability to alter his circumstances. He was destined to become the most formidable of them all. He aimed for his name to resonate throughout the entire world, which implied a complete upheaval of the status quo. Only by transforming this world could he incite a frenzy in it. His name would undoubtedly become a resounding exclamation point in this world. Zhuo took some time to truly recover. It must be said that this ordeal was indeed formidable, almost costing him his life. It is no exaggeration to assert that his survival hinged on numerous factors. Had it not been for his unwavering will and a myriad of circumstances, he might very well have perished. Now, having finally survived, his sole objective was to escape this place. He was uncertain how many were surrounding him, or even the whereabouts of the Lord of Bega's city. All he could do was prolong the inevitable. With time, their vigilance, though commendable, would undoubtedly wane, presenting him with an opportunity. Thus, he found himself in no rush. Instead, he began to examine this extraordinary substance, the water, which astonishingly had the ability to heal his wounds, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Such miraculous entities should not exist in this world, and he was compelled to uncover the secrets that lay behind this wonder. Could he possibly unlock the key to this mystery? If he were to harness such power, would it bestow upon him unparalleled strength? The prospect of possessing such abilities thrilled him. Could it mean he would no longer live in fear of being slain? His curiosity piqued. He pondered the potential outcomes. He dared not envision a scenario in which he would not face death, for then he could engage in battle with unrestrained audacity, free from excessive reservations. True combat requires a disregard for all else, though his approach may seem unfair. It would grant him the profound sense of participation that a warrior ought to experience. This was an essential process he needed to master. Once he grasped the crux of this issue, he would be able to achieve his desired outcome. Little dear, I shall remain here for a while longer. Once I comprehend the key to this place, I will take my leave. I am, after all, merely human, a different race from you, and I have my own life to live. Thank you for your care during this time. Zhuo harbored a fondness for this deer, yet he was acutely aware that he would eventually depart from this place. He understood that following him would only result in the deer being drawn into peril. Thus he resolved to shield it from any danger. The deer blinked its eyes, seemingly perplexed by the human's utterances. Nevertheless, it remained quietly observant, gazing at Zhuo as if he were one of its kin. However, Zhuo was oblivious to the thoughts of the animal. His sole desire was to unravel the mystery before him. The allure of the situation was overwhelmingly potent, so much so that it compelled him to seek a dagger as a substitute for his curiosity. Suddenly, he submerged beneath the surface, discovering that this realm was far more expansive than he had initially envisioned. It appeared to connect to something extraordinary, beckoning him closer. The underwater scene was not an endless abyss of darkness. Rather, it emanated an indescribable essence akin to gazing at the stars in the night sky. It was evident that this place was profoundly unique, imbuing the adventure with significance. He was entirely consumed by the desire to explore this enigma further. What transformations awaited him? Or perhaps this was the beginning of a metamorphosis. He was eager to discern the true nature of this phenomenon. With a splash, he breached the surface of the water, realizing that he had encountered something remarkable. The depth of this place was astonishing, undeniably abnormal, suggesting the presence of something extraordinary, a discovery he yearned for. The depth was truly staggering. He had never anticipated such profundity. It seemed imperative that he conduct a thorough investigation, lest his insatiable curiosity remain unfulfilled. When Zhuo first beheld the profound waters within the cave, he pondered whether this could indeed be a river. If it were to be so, he felt an irresistible urge to discover its destination. Should it lead to the outside world, it would be a splendid opportunity for him to escape. Truly, this was a fortuitous chance. He was determined to investigate further. Little one, he mused, if this river does connect to the outside, I shall take my leave. I am grateful for your care. Perhaps fate shall reunite us once more. Zhuo inhaled deeply before submerging once more, feeling as though he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. It was time for transformation. He was on the brink of liberation, and the sensation of freedom was indeed exquisite. This time, he dove deeper, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secrets hidden within. Or perhaps, he pondered, this plunge would lead to his downfall? Such contemplations were worthy of reflection. He encountered an abundance of ethereal lights, their origins a mystery to him, yet they radiated with a brilliance that was surreal. It felt as if he were not submerged in a mere pond, but rather adrift in a vast cosmos. This sensation was profoundly enchanting. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the effects seemed to become. What could account for this phenomenon? It was undeniably peculiar, yet if it could be harnessed to his advantage, then it would be a remarkable skill indeed. This was a gift bestowed upon me by the heavens, and I would not let it slip away. Zhuo sensed that the water here seemed to possess a certain vitality, capable of alleviating his fatigue. He could scarcely believe the wonders that might exist within it. Could it be that healing was its sole function? Surely, it must encompass more than that. At last, he beheld a peculiar organism. One so strange that without his keen eyesight, he might have overlooked its presence entirely. This creature appeared to be transparent, resembling a fish, which indicated that life thrived here, suggesting the possibility of an escape. Stagnant water could never nurture life. Moreover, he could perceive a current flowing, reinforcing the notion that this was not lifeless water. As long as it was not stagnant, a way out must exist. He felt that an opportunity was approaching, yet he remained oblivious to the distance that lay ahead. If he were to find himself entirely surrounded by water, he would surely perish. Despite his strengths, he was still merely an ordinary man, reliant on oxygen for survival. Without it, life was impossible. When, he wondered, would this journey find its conclusion? Why did it feel as though he was traversing an endless expanse? What secrets lurked in this enigmatic place that he could not fathom? Zhuo found himself perplexed, pondering the nature of his surroundings. What manner of place was this? How far might it extend? If he could indeed discover a passage that connected him to the outside world, he would be able to escape unnoticed. After all, it would be a stretch for any rational individual to conceive of someone traversing such a peculiar route. It was a path most unusual, one that would certainly elude the average mind. At this moment, all he needed was to ascertain the length of this enigmatic route. Should it prove to be exceedingly long, he would have no choice but to abandon such aspirations, for not everyone possesses the capacity to navigate through water for extended periods. If he could, he would have departed long ago. The presence of flowing water suggested a connection to the outside world, and as long as there was such a link, his escape was conceivable. Yet, he remained in the dark regarding the vastness of this realm. After all, there remained numerous enigmas in this world that eluded comprehension. Was the water level shifting? Could he be approaching the end? Zhuo sensed a change in the water level. He was perplexed by the situation unfolding around him. What could possibly account for such a transformation? The fluctuation in water level merely evoked a sensation within him, leaving him uncertain if any genuine alteration had occurred. Yet, The feeling of change was undeniable. Emerging from the surface, he was oblivious to the depth of the water beneath him. His sole desire was to momentarily escape its grasp, to rise above and inhale the precious air, for he was nearing his limits. This predicament was not one to be trifled with. It was a palpable threat. He dared not swim too swiftly, for the pressure of the water would impart a painful lesson. Thus, he proceeded cautiously, burdened by an oppressive fear that bordered on terror. Despite his trepidation, he persevered, losing track of time in the absence of any landmarks. He had no notion of how long he had been submerged, completely devoid of any sense of temporal passage. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he burst forth from the water, gasping for breath. Yet, the air here felt thin, and he remained unaware of the duration of his swim. The distance traversed was beyond calculation. If one could indeed measure it, it would surely defy reason. This was an unexpected tactic, an approach that had never crossed anyone's mind, born from the randomness of experience. Even Zhuo had not envisioned such a scenario, yet it unfolded with startling completeness. What manner of place was this? Was the cavernous expanse not overly vast? In the distance, could that be land? Zhuo found himself in a place whose nature eluded his understanding. The vastness of the space was astonishing, almost akin to a hidden paradise, far beyond his imagination. He began to question whether he had arrived at the correct destination. If not, it would be imperative for him to confront the reality of his situation. As he ventured onto the expansive land, he realized it bore no resemblance to a typical cave, but rather resembled a miniature world, completely isolated from the outside realm. The water here was truly miraculous, possessing the extraordinary ability to heal his wounds. What could possibly account for such a phenomenon? Furthermore, the sheer volume of water was astounding, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary cavern. What factors could have contributed to this remarkable occurrence? Zoro was truly experiencing the miraculous nature of these waters for the first time, so extraordinary that he felt compelled to take them with him. With such power, he could become an invincible warrior, one who feared no death. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something peculiar, an imprint, as though crushed by some immense weight. Intrigued, he approached to examine it more closely, only to realize the mark was far more significant than he had initially thought. What is this? The imprint grew larger and larger. What could it possibly be? Zhuo suddenly caught sight of an object that resembled the skin of some creature, and he immediately became alert. If this were indeed a biological entity, how immense must it be? The marks it left behind could not possibly be attributed to an ordinary creature. He picked up the skin, and his expression instantly changed. This was snake skin. If it were snake skin, then just how colossal could this serpent be? Upon a cursory examination, he surmised that this was no ordinary size. It was astonishing, a continuous series of surprises that seemed endless. He had thought he had escaped the encirclement, only to find himself in an even more astonishing place. He observed the surroundings, noting that the smallest remnants were as large as his foot, likely the tail of the snake. Typically, a snake's anatomy features a small head, a large body, and a diminutive tail. Yet even the smallest portion was already as wide as his foot. If he were to extrapolate from this, the serpent's length must be at least 20 meters. And he noted that the widest part was as high as his own body. Truly terrifying. Goodness gracious, what manner of monster have I encountered this time? Could such a size truly exist? Zhuo found himself utterly astonished, for he had never anticipated that his adversary would manifest as such a terrifying creature. He vividly recalled the serpent encountered in the Sky Island, a foe he had been utterly incapable of vanquishing. That serpent possessed an almost impervious hide, one he could not hope to penetrate. The peculiarities of this place left him bewildered, uncertain of the events that might unfold. Would that serpent grow to an immense size? This question lingered, an enigma he could not fathom. If a confrontation were inevitable, he would much prefer to flee, as he had lost track of time and was uncertain whether he had already become the target of this menacing creature. This was indeed a dire situation, and he realized the urgency of his escape. Lingering could lead to calamity. Zhuo realized that he was the weakest among them. Being the weakest, he must seize every opportunity rather than succumb to defeat. This was far from the outcome he desired. He merely wished to survive. However, he could never have anticipated that this opponent would be so formidable. This was truly no trivial matter. He had hoped for a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Anxiety began to creep in as he found himself confronted with such an extraordinary situation. Life had thrown him completely off balance. He had never envisioned such an occurrence. Yet now he had no choice but to face it alone. I must hasten to leave this place. Otherwise, a calamity may indeed befall me. I cannot allow myself to perish here. Zhuo was devoid of any thoughts. He simply yearned to escape this place. He found himself trapped between perilous foes, with danger lurking not just ahead but also behind him. The threat he faced was no ordinary predator, but an unknown beast far more terrifying than anything familiar. In that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him, akin to that of a hunter poised to seize its unsuspecting prey. The battle commenced in an instant, and Zhuo was engulfed by an unprecedented suffocating dread. This feeling was alarmingly palpable. He sensed that a monstrous entity had set its sights on him, and the most alarming aspect was his utter ignorance of its whereabouts. This posed a grave dilemma. How would this situation unfold, and what fate awaited this formidable creature? Zhuo found himself at a loss, acutely aware that the situation was far from simple. All he could do was summon every ounce of his strength to fight back. Resistance was his only option, for inaction would surely lead to dire consequences. He comprehended with startling clarity that this creature had set its sights on him. The time had come for him to confront it. At least this monster appeared less formidable than a human adversary, a reality he could not overlook. As he surveyed his surroundings, a peculiar sensation washed over him. In the dimly lit environment, he discerned a pair of luminous eyes, though it remained uncertain whether they were indeed eyes, each as large as a human head, resembling two glowing lanterns. The distance between the eyes exceeded 2 meters, indicating that the creature's head must span at least that length, and coupled with its body, it truly was a behemoth. There was no mistaking it. This was undeniably a monster. Good heavens! It was astonishingly large, perhaps even too vast for him to fit between its teeth. Zhuo, upon witnessing such a terrifying sight, found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he perceived this creature as exceedingly formidable, even dreadfully so. Suddenly, a serpent's head emerged from the water's surface, revealing an astonishing height that dwarfed Zhuo, who stood at merely 1/10 of its stature. Due to the lighting conditions, he could not discern the intricate patterns or other markings on its body. All he could perceive was an ominous, dark silhouette and its 2 glaring, luminous eyes, which struck him as distinctly unsettling. The existence of such a monstrous being in this tranquil pond led him to ponder whether there might be treasures hidden within this mysterious locale. Zhuo had heard from others that wherever peculiar creatures dwell, extraordinary treasures are often found, safeguarded by these enigmatic beings. This suggested that there might indeed be hidden riches in this place. The waters here exhibited bizarre phenomena that left him utterly perplexed, and he could not ascertain the cause of such oddities. However, he had reached a conclusion. There was something amiss here. If he could vanquish the serpent, he would obtain what he sought, or rather, the answers he craved. The serpent hissed menacingly, exhaling a foul stench that felt akin to a toxic gas. Even if it was not truly venomous, it seemed intent on devouring him, yet he was determined to see if it possessed the prowess to do so. He harbored no belief in its superiority. No matter how formidable it seemed, he was convinced he was the mightiest of all. For he aspired to become the most powerful individual in the world. Now, the time for battle had arrived. As the confrontation loomed, he resolved to unleash his full strength. Defeating this adversary would grant him something of profound significance, something destined for him, thereby aligning with the fairness of this world. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air as Zhuo beheld a shadowy figure appear before him with astonishing speed. He had anticipated a direct charge from his opponent, but never expected it to utilize its tail. It appeared that this creature was not so easily subdued. How intriguing! Let me experience the extent of your power. Zhuo merely found the situation intriguing, without harboring too many thoughts. Perhaps he believed that overthinking might not be beneficial. Thus, he accepted the challenge. I refuse to believe that you are more fearsome than the creatures of the Sky Island. Allow me to witness whether you possess the ability to defeat me. Zhuo intended to withstand the impending strike, yet when the attack landed upon him, it was already fated. He could not endure such overwhelming force and was sent soaring through the air. Goodness! How could you be so formidable? Zhuo had truly underestimated this individual. He was unexpectedly sent flying, and the impact was thoroughly overwhelming. His hands felt somewhat numb, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the opponent's strength. Yet, perhaps this was to be expected. What had happened to him? He had even forgotten the combat techniques he had once mastered, which was decidedly disheartening. Orochi was also taken aback. This young one remained unscathed. It seemed that a more engaging encounter was in order, as it had been far too long since he had tasted the thrill of battle, an experience he greatly yearned for. Since you have offered me a gesture of goodwill, allow me to reciprocate. It would be remiss of me not to do so. Zhuo is indeed a quintessential warrior. He unleashed a formidable strike known as the 72 Troublesome Phoenix, and the serpent made no attempt to evade, as if it possessed a profound understanding of humanity. After all, Snakes are inherently perceptive creatures. It seemed to revel in the thrill of combat. Boom. The slash struck true, inflicting injuries, yet it bore no significant damage. Zhuo sensed a mounting pressure. It appeared this serpent was not so easily vanquished. Combat must possess such significance. Come forth, let me witness the extent of our disparity. This evenly matched conflict is precisely what he yearned for. He sought to unleash his strength amidst adversity. The Lord of Bega City may not be able to conquer him, but that is merely a temporary state. He holds no belief that he cannot ascend to the pinnacle of power if he remains unable to defeat a mere reptile. It would indeed be a grave inadequacy. Bring it on. I refuse to believe I could be bested by you. Such an outcome is utterly inconceivable. I shall never concede defeat to you. Zhuo charged forth without hesitation, for evasion was no longer an option. The conflicts between men are resolved through combat. The gender of the serpent was of little consequence now. The snake, too, appeared invigorated. It had not feasted upon such a monkey in ages. This particular monkey seemed rather advantageous, and since fate had brought them together, it could not be spared, absolutely not. The serpent swiftly coiled its tail, its lengthy form making movement cumbersome. Yet, Zhuo was indifferent to these considerations. The battle had commenced, and no circumstance warranted mercy. This was a true struggle for survival. Only the living had the right to speak. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the serpent's back. The previous strike had failed to inflict damage, indicating the resilience of its skin. Now, he aimed to test the sensation of cutting into it. However, the serpent's skin was rather smooth. Reaching its vulnerable spots was no simple task. Moreover, as a serpent, it possessed the ability to strike from either end, meaning it could swiftly pivot to launch an attack. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, the serpent acted accordingly. It opened its gaping maw, revealing menacing fangs and a plume of ominous black gas. Surely not an encouraging sight. Did it intend to consume him along with its meal? Such audacity was remarkable, but could it truly accomplish that? Zhuo could discern that this creature had become exceedingly ravenous, to the point of desiring to devour its own flesh. Such behavior is not uncommon in the natural world. However, under these circumstances, everything had shifted, for the water here possesses healing properties, rendering the creature indifferent to its plight. Of course, Zhuo shares a similar advantage. Yet he is fundamentally different from the beast, as their injuries vary significantly. In other words, the area of impact on his body is considerably larger, leading to a prolonged recovery period. Moreover, he is more susceptible to internal injuries, and it remains uncertain whether this water can mend such wounds. If it cannot, the situation becomes dire. He cannot guarantee his safety in combat, for who can truly assure that mishaps won't occur in the throes of battle? The serpent's fangs could rival the sharpness of a blade, and should it strike, survival would be highly improbable. Furthermore, it appears to possess venom, which would render any hope of survival utterly futile. Zhuo was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he dared not act recklessly and could only resort to a strategy of circumnavigation. He truly found it hard to believe that this serpent possessed no vulnerabilities whatsoever. Such a notion was utterly implausible. If he could identify the creature's most fragile point, he could deliver a potentially fatal blow. How could this monstrous being possess such immense strength? It was simply astonishing. Yet, it was precisely this kind of power that made the battle achievable. Tornado. Zhuo is now finally able to engage in battle with abandon. He perceives that this serpent's strength certainly does not exceed level 9. Otherwise, he would not dare to confront it head-on. The force of the whirlwind fails to significantly impact him, merely nudging the creature aside, for its power is indeed formidable, leaving him to rely on this method of combat. Yet, he remains overly complacent and is abruptly struck by the creature's tail, sending him crashing to the ground. The pain is excruciating, nearly costing him half his life. Cough, cough, cough. Is there truly no way for me to defeat it? He struggles, bewildered as to why his attacks have no effect on this beast. He feels entirely led by the adversary, and such a battle is undeniably humiliating. Once his fighting spirit wavers even slightly, the contest becomes exceedingly lopsided. It is now evident that Zhuo cannot even approach the creature. He is struck instead, and the situation is becoming increasingly dire. As anticipated, in the ensuing skirmish, he finds himself relentlessly pursued and assaulted, a phenomenon that is quite severe, leaving him with no opportunity for counterattack. This predicament has become glaringly apparent. No, if this continues, I shall surely be defeated. I aspire to be the world's strongest swordsman. How can I possibly fail to vanquish a mere beast? This is absolutely unacceptable. I must defeat it. Otherwise, How can I ever hope to become a true powerhouse? Zhuo is beginning to feel that he is truly too feeble. It is an utter disgrace that he is unable to defeat a mere reptile. It is understandable that he cannot overcome the Lord of Bega City, but to be bested by a snake is simply unacceptable. Come on. I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer you. How can I ever become powerful if I do not vanquish you? Zhuo has gone all out. This battle has truly surpassed his wildest expectations. He never imagined that he could feel so weak, a reality he finds extraordinarily difficult to accept. He must fight to the bitter end. Death. Lion. The serpent seems to sense the fury of its opponent and knows it must take the matter seriously, for otherwise, disaster may indeed ensue. With a sweeping motion of its tail, the snake unleashed a force akin to the wrath of nature itself. However, Zhuo remained undeterred. He was determined to unleash his most formidable technique, aiming to shatter his adversary's weapon. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, sweeping across everything in its path. Zhuo stood resolutely in place, yet the serpent's tail was severed in an instant. The colossal snake let out a piercing wail. Utterly shocked that its own body had been cleaved by another. It was beyond its expectations. How formidable! His most powerful strike failed to deliver a fatal blow. Had it not been for the serpent's astonishing speed, it would have been impossible for Zhuo to triumph. Nevertheless, he has finally inflicted significant damage. Now, he refuses to believe that the serpent has no vulnerabilities. Zhuo felt a lingering sense of trepidation. He had undeniably faced defeat just moments ago. This encounter instilled within him an unprecedented sense of urgency. However, he had now discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities and was optimistic about his chances of triumph. Indeed, in this world, no adversary should be underestimated. The serpent before him was no exception. Its most formidable moves had proven ineffective in piercing through his defenses, a situation that struck him as rather audacious. This was a scenario he had never before encountered. While he had previously faced formidable foes, they were either endowed with extraordinary abilities or possessed peculiar martial techniques. He had not anticipated crossing paths with such a monstrous entity. Zhuo was uncertain whether he had grown weaker or if it was merely a fleeting moment of doubt, but he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. No, to be precise, he was aware of the course of action he should take. It was simply fraught with considerable risk. The enormous serpent, caught off guard, never anticipated that its body could be severed by another. This notion had never crossed its mind throughout its existence. However, it swiftly made its way toward the water's surface. As it found itself in a dire situation, without its tail, its combat prowess would diminish significantly. Moreover, the water possessed healing properties. And since the tail had not been entirely severed, there remained a possibility for recovery. Yet, Zhuo would not grant it the opportunity. After much effort, he had finally discovered this creature's vulnerability, and losing it would spell genuine trouble. There would be no escape. Did it think he would allow it a chance? Zhuo was undoubtedly aware of the thoughts occupying this individual's mind. Seizing the moment, he acted decisively. Such a rare opportunity, akin to striking when one is vulnerable, must not be squandered. The hunt was on. Zhuo surged forth like a fierce tiger, though armed with only 2 blades. He was determined to unleash the full potential of his technique. The opportunity had presented itself, and he aimed to resolve the matter decisively. With a swift strike, he found his blows effortlessly effective against the serpent. The flesh of the snake yielded easily to his assault. In a frenzy, Zhuo unleashed a torrent of wild slashes, relentlessly targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. His movements were fluid and unimpeded, and before long, he had severed the serpent's body. In this chaotic display, the serpent suffered considerable loss, an experience it had never endured before, being bested by a mere human. This was indeed a first. The man before it was nothing short of a madman. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Zhuo continued his relentless cutting with remarkable precision. He was a true anomaly, fitting to be a butcher, embodying the role with fervor. Die, he roared. Even the Buddha would be slain, and gods would fall before me. You wretched reptile, do you dare aspire to become a dragon? Zhuo had become utterly consumed by rage. The serpent likely never anticipated it would meet its demise in such a manner. Like a parasitic entity, he relentlessly feasted upon its flesh, having nearly severed its internal organs and muscle tissue. The creature now appeared as nothing more than a hollow shell, utterly unable to rise. Zhuo remained unaware of how long he had been at this gruesome task, only recognizing the sheer exhilaration it brought him. When he finally regained his senses, everything had irrevocably changed. The serpent had long since breathed its last. Such a method of death was indeed shocking and unexpected, something no one had ever considered. Including himself, he had merely exploited the creature's vulnerabilities with a furious onslaught. Yet, no one could have foreseen that this relentless barrage would lead to its untimely demise. Had he not felt the cramping in his hands, he likely would have continued his assault. At that moment, he comprehended that victory was his. This battle had finally been won. He had slain the monster, albeit through somewhat dubious means, but the fact remained, he had triumphed, and it was as simple as that, astonishingly straightforward. However, he found himself utterly drained. Feeling an exhaustion he had never known before, this was the most taxing battle of his life. He had never envisioned such an outcome, though no one bore witness. It was indeed through his own strength that he had vanquished a creature far more formidable than himself. This was his victory. Zhuo gasped for breath, having truly surpassed his limits. The environment here was inherently disadvantageous for him, yet he managed to endure, which attests to his remarkable prowess. Most individuals would find it exceedingly challenging to engage in combat under such hypoxic conditions, yet he triumphed, showcasing his exceptional abilities. However, Zhuo remained oblivious to this. He merely felt that he had behaved rather disgracefully. To have defeated an opponent in such a manner seemed unbefitting of a swordsman, an affront to the very essence of swordsmanship. Thankfully, there were no witnesses. Otherwise, he would have found it utterly unbearable. Zhuo is rather concerned about his pride. For every individual possesses a sense of dignity. The notion of existing without it is simply inconceivable. Fortunately, he finds himself in solitude at this moment, having vanquished the serpent. His next endeavor involves uncovering the treasures hidden within this place. If he can locate such an object, it would signify that he has not truly failed. Well, since no one is watching, I shall cast aside my reservations and search diligently. I refuse to believe that I cannot find what I seek. Zhuo rose to his feet, having triumphed over an adversary, marking a significant step forward in his journey. He was resolute that, with the acquisition of a third blade, he would undoubtedly elevate his prowess further. He felt he had reached his limits. To grow stronger, he needed that elusive third knife. With it, his struggles would transform, and defeating a mere serpent would no longer be such a formidable task. It seemed the time had come to seek out this final weapon. He pondered where this path might lead. If it could open a gateway to the outside world, it would be most fortuitous. Zhuo was feeling somewhat fatigued. Indeed, wielding 2 knives did not suit him. He required 3 for a more natural and effortless approach to vanquishing his adversaries. However, at this moment, the paramount concern was merely to survive and escape from this place, for that was the crux of the matter. If he could not find a way to leave alive, the pressure would become unbearable. Outside, 5 days had already elapsed. During this time, the Lord of Bago had nearly scoured the area, teetering on the brink of despair. He never anticipated that a boy he had once defeated would prove so elusive. This was highly unusual. The distance was merely 20 miles. Even if Zhuo had not perished, he could not have traveled far in 5 days. The Lord had been continuously attuned to his surroundings. Yet there was no result, truly a perplexing phenomenon. It was as if such an occurrence were entirely impossible. Yet, here he was, grappling with the inexplicable reality of Zhuo vanishing right beneath his nose. It was a phenomenon difficult to comprehend. In hindsight, he wished he had dispatched him in an instant rather than engaging in this futile game. Now it seemed, he was faced with a genuine crisis. Zhuo had inexplicably vanished with 2 knives in hand. Was it truly possible for such an event to occur right before his eyes? He found it impossible to accept. He coveted those 2 blades, for they were the key to his ascent and power, and he would not allow their disappearance without a fight. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. All his efforts to locate Zhuo had borne no fruit. If he could have found him, he would not have been so troubled. Those were 2 precious knives he was unwilling to relinquish. Frustrated, the Lord of Bago seethed with anger, having not experienced such rage in a long time. He felt an overwhelming urge to punish his subordinates for their ineptitude in handling this seemingly trivial task. The fact that those from the Lord's estate could be so ineffectual was beyond his comprehension. He had been in this place for an extended period. What on earth were they searching for? Was it possible that their enemy had not yet perished? Fatty Wong had concealed himself in a rather inconspicuous location. His skills in stealth and his lethal knife techniques were akin, thus, he could resolve matters with relative ease. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Lord of Bago would come personally. What was truly at stake here? How had the lethal knife met its demise? What circumstances surrounded its end? These were all questions demanding answers, and at present, many matters required elucidation. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. What, exactly, was the Lord of Bago seeking? Based on available clues, it appeared that the opponent's level was not particularly high, indeed, quite weak. Yet, how could such a person exert such influence over a 10th level powerhouse? This was exceedingly perplexing. It seemed that events unfolding here had far surpassed his imagination. He was utterly bewildered by the happenings. The ancient knife was surely dead, that much was certain. Could it be that the ancient knife had sacrificed itself to protect that boy? If so, the knife was likely still in the boy's possession, which would explain the Lord's presence here. It appeared he would need to find that boy first. Wang Cheng was taken aback, pondering what sort of individual could possess such formidable power. This was indeed a question worthy of contemplation. However, one thing was certain, the individual in question was likely one of his own. Therefore, he had a duty to rescue him, as he was one of their own. It seemed that matters were aligning in this regard, but he could not fathom why the ancient knife would entrust its weapon to a mere boy. This was, indeed, curious. It was imperative to locate that boy. Wang Cheng's analytical prowess was exceptional, and in an instant, he sensed the underlying anomaly and began to contemplate the intentions of the ancient knife. Thus, the priority was to locate that boy, as it represented the most judicious course of action. It was no surprise, after all. He was one of the most capable members of the Reverse Blood organization in the South. While he might not be the most powerful, his intellect was sharp, and he quickly formulated a plan of action. Meanwhile, Zhuo remained oblivious to such machinations. He intended to prolong his stay in this place for a few more days. Uncertain of the circumstances outside, he believed that allowing them to wait would eventually erode their patience, granting him the opportunity to strike when they least expected it. This was, at present, the most advantageous strategy. The availability of fish provided sustenance for a while, allowing him to remain here and investigate the peculiarities of his surroundings. If he could uncover something extraordinary, it would be all the better. Zhuo pondered for a moment. Venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to his demise, a scenario he deemed utterly unacceptable. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to wear down their patience, affording him the opportunity to elevate his prowess to its zenith, and then strike unexpectedly. A truly ingenious plan. Consequently, he began to live quite comfortably, occasionally venturing to the cave entrance to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the deer seemed to regard him as family. "Little one, if I manage to escape from this place, would you accompany me?" Zhuo could only express such sentiments, for this deer had indeed bestowed upon him a significant favor. Had it not been for this noble creature, he might have met with death. Thus, he resolved to coexist with it. Naturally, he must ascertain whether the deer would be obedient. If it proved otherwise, there would be little he could do. The deer merely blinked, seemingly acknowledging his words. "Ha, wait for me. Once I resolve the issues at hand, I shall take you away from here, and together we shall venture into the world." Zhuo chuckled, for he truly found himself unconcerned at this moment. His curiosity was piqued. He yearned to discover what challenges awaited him here and whether they could augment his prowess. Thus, he submerged himself in the water, having already transported the majority of the serpent's remains to the shore, where they were buried. After all, should these remnants drift into the outside world, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If they were to be discovered, it would spell trouble for him. Naturally, he pondered the possibility of the snake's venom. Contamination of the water would pose a significant threat, especially if it flowed into the river. Yet, after all was said and done, Zhuo realized how exhausting this endeavor had been. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish this creature, he wielded his blade without hesitation, reducing it to mere fragments. This arduous task had laid bare the extent of his labor, and he had no choice but to accept the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a formidable challenge, and had he not prepared himself adequately, he would have found it insurmountable. Nevertheless, he felt liberated from concern for what lay ahead. He was prepared to bide his time, exhibiting patience until the storm passed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have acted in such a manner, yet he found himself with no other recourse. For he was no match for his adversaries. Their strength eclipsed his own, leaving him in a state of despair. However, this world had imparted upon him unique insights, revealing many truths. It became clear that acknowledging one's limitations was inconsequential. The inherent inequalities of existence could not be altered. The might of others was beyond his control, and the only transformation he could effect was to ensure his own survival. To live was to confront and resolve many of life's challenges. This time, I shall endure this humiliation and bear the burden. Once I emerge, I shall undoubtedly become far more formidable, poised to dismantle your reign. The wait shall not be prolonged. Prepare yourself, for I shall make you aware of my prowess. I, Zoro, am not someone to be trifled with. Should you wish to bully me, be ready to face your demise. Zhuo is indeed the type who harbors a deep-seated desire for retribution. To offend him is to invite dire consequences. Naturally, this is contingent upon the removal of certain individuals whom he deems worthy of respect, a feat that few can achieve. Thus, he remains largely indifferent to such matters. At present, his ambition is to vanquish Begu. Armed with pertinent information, he has submerged himself into the waters, this time encountering no hindrances. The previous monstrous entity had truly astonished him. He cannot fathom the possibility of another such creature existing in this world. Such a notion is utterly implausible. If, by some chance, that were indeed the case, it would pose a significant predicament, yet such a scenario is exceedingly unlikely. As he contemplates, he begins to grasp why this place possesses the remarkable ability to heal. It likely stems from these peculiar ores, which seem to possess unique qualities, emitting substances capable of altering the water's properties. This substance appears to facilitate the healing of wounds. What exactly are these entities? They seem to emanate from these stones. Could it be that these very stones are the source of the healing? What consequences might await him upon leaving this place? Zhuo found himself increasingly intrigued, pondering what peculiarities lay within this place. Thus, he resolved to conduct an experiment. Perhaps this endeavor would unravel the enigmas that surrounded him. However, he understood that this experiment would demand a considerable amount of time. While it could be deemed small, it was, in truth, quite substantial. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed. For if he wished to wield such power, he must first ascertain its existence through experimentation. Should he succeed in acquiring this formidable strength, he would be free to engage in combat without restraint, dismissing any concerns about the aftermath. After all, a conclusion had already been reached, rendering him indifferent to future outcomes. The water resembled a cosmos, adorned with countless stars. At last, he comprehended that these celestial entities were likely the key. If he could grasp the essence of these stars, he might possess the ability to manipulate their powers. The capacity for restoration was coveted by many, and should he truly attain it, he could revolutionize his approach to battle, a remarkable skill indeed. The luminous entities surrounding him appeared to be fragments shed from the nearby bedrock. Perhaps they were the very catalysts altering the quality of this water. He was eager to observe the speed at which healing transpired in this extraordinary environment. Zhuo drew a knife and made a swift incision on his fingertip, causing blood to flow forth instantaneously. However, before long, the bleeding ceased, and the speed of coagulation was remarkably swift, leaving no trace behind. Such rapidity was impressive. It seemed this device was indeed formidable, bordering on the terrifying. Perhaps it would be prudent to experiment elsewhere. Zhuo emerged from the water, feeling rather uncomfortable in its embrace. However, he had gleaned some insights. This water was incapable of healing internal injuries, although it posed no issues for external wounds. Despite its limitations in treating internal afflictions, he deemed it quite beneficial, as it could significantly mitigate external injuries. The conclusion he arrived at was that the efficacy of the water's healing properties varied with the quantity of crystals present within it. He remained uncertain about the outcomes in areas where the crystals were sparse. Zhuo meticulously analyzed the situation, yet he found himself still perplexed, compelled to continue his experiments. After all, he had ample time at his disposal to engage in this endeavor. However, the food here was undeniably unpalatable, to an extent that it was quite distasteful. With no alternative, he resigned himself to consuming it. Following his efforts, he finally grasped the underlying reason for the peculiarities he observed. The alteration in water quality was largely attributed to the particles present within it. Areas with a higher concentration of these particles exhibited remarkable healing properties, albeit incapable of addressing internal injuries, which remained immutable. Nonetheless, this was not entirely disadvantageous, as battles among swordsmen predominantly resulted in external wounds. Yet, he remained uncertain about the feasibility of utilizing these elements once removed. This posed a significant dilemma. If their removal rendered them ineffective, it would equate to the destruction of this locale, a notion he was reluctant to entertain, especially considering it was a gift from nature itself. Zhuo has been engaged in research for quite some time, and he has now resolved to take action and experiment. Should the outcome differ from his expectations, he will have no choice but to explore each possibility individually. Conversely, if his attempts yield the anticipated results, that would be satisfactory. However, he must remain discreet for the time being, as these are extraordinary circumstances. He is uncertain whether he possesses the capability to vanquish his adversary. Moreover, The situation here only requires a minimal amount of external water. Acquiring just a little should adequately address the issue at hand. At present, I have largely resolved the problem, which has proven to be rather straightforward. Nonetheless, I must conduct one final experiment. Once this trial concludes, I will be poised to take action. Zhuo is certainly no fool. He is acutely aware of his adversary's intentions. Nevertheless, he yearns to explore the possibility of altering the current circumstances. He remains uncertain whether the Lord of Bega City has departed. Should he have left, the situation would be devoid of complications. However, if his opponent remains, Zhuo must exercise utmost caution. He has no desire to confront such a formidable adversary once more, a prospect he wishes to avoid for a lifetime. For now, all he can do is await the ray. There is little else to occupy his time, so he shall embrace the art of patience. Zhuo had resolutely determined how to address this matter, which no longer seemed significant to him. At present, his only course of action was to utilize these serendipitously discovered elements to transform himself. Indeed, as long as it rained, he could collect rainwater, facilitating his final experiment. If his experiment yielded no errors, it would essentially confirm that there were no issues with this endeavor. He was prepared to assume the role of a typical pirate, plundering. In truth, the progression of time unfolded as Zhuo had envisioned. The opposing party was beginning to lose their composure, particularly the Lord of Bega City. As the ruler of Anan City, he could not linger here for long, especially with the surrounding populace watching him closely. A single misstep could alter everything, and he was determined to prevent such an occurrence. He understood the significance of his position, which was paramount, and one that no ordinary individual would dare relinquish. This exemplified the pitfalls of feudal powers. Without sufficient strength, one risks being usurped. Although he yearned for a solitary witness to the conclusion, it appeared that this aspiration was unattainable. Thus, he finally summoned everyone, who were now tasked with resolving this predicament. Keep a vigilant watch. If you spot that boy, eliminate him on sight. Leave no survivors. I will appoint the young lord to lead you. His word is mine. If a month passes without resolution, we shall seal this place off, allowing no one to enter. Anyone who encounters an intruder is to be executed on the spot. Do you understand? The Lord of Begu was exceedingly reluctant to entrust this matter to others, fearing that delegation might lead to calamity. Zhuo had already demonstrated the capability to slay 2 third-level beings. Such a person was indeed formidable. He was uncertain about what might transpire next, and there was a distinct possibility that Zhuo was still alive. As long as he drew breath, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Should these individuals confront Zhuo, the outcome could be disastrous. However, the immediate dilemma was their inability to locate him, which was perplexing. Was he alive or dead? This question weighed heavily upon them. What could these individuals possibly say? They were left with no recourse but to submit to the overwhelming strength of the opponent. Yet, they found it perplexing that a second-level being could instill such fear in a 10th-level individual. How would they react if they knew that a second level could wound a 10th level? It was utterly insane. Zhuo had become a source of terror, and that was an undeniable fact. 3 days passed, and the time since Zhuo's disappearance had lengthened. They even began to doubt the existence of this individual, which was indeed bizarre. During this period, the long-awaited rain finally fell, and Zhuo was well prepared. His experiment had reached its final moment. If he could validate his hypothesis, he would unleash his pent-up fervor, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. He emerged with a mineral specimen, having already excavated a pit containing some water. It was not as if no one had ventured here before. After all, this cave was the only one in the vicinity, making it an excellent hideout. However, they were unaware that the cave's interior concealed a wondrous world. In the absence of any discoveries, they merely regarded it as an ordinary cavern, while Zhuo felt profoundly fortunate. Zhuo could be said to have narrowly escaped with his life due to these circumstances. However, he is already preparing to depart from this place. Provided that the experiment succeeds, he will promptly gather his belongings and leave. He has no desire to linger here any longer. To be frank, the meals over the past few days have been truly abysmal. During the monotonous days, he can only practice his swordsmanship, and his hands have grown restless, yearning for a worthy opponent rather than remaining idle in this dreary environment. Although he would never seek out the Lord of Bega City, for that individual is undeniably formidable. After placing the ore into the water, he eventually nicked his finger, and in an instant, bright crimson blood gushed forth. The moment to witness my thoughts has finally arrived. I, Zhuo, am on the verge of departing from this place. Zhuo dipped his fingers into the water, and in an instant, he felt a slight itch at his wound. However, it soon subsided, confirming his suspicions. Splendid! At last, he could depart from this place, and he truly owed it to that fellow from Baegu. Had it not been for him, perhaps he would have never acquired these treasures. This undertaking had been nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, he had merely intended to venture out alone for some personal training, yet no one could have anticipated encountering the Lord's forces here, intent on exterminating the deadly blade. His original aim was simply to embark on a solitary journey of self-improvement, but who could have foreseen that he would face an adversary determined to bring about his demise? With no alternative, he had no choice but to strike first. Though he never expected that his preemptive action would attract the attention of the Lord of Baegu, an utterly astonishing turn of events. Subsequently, the deadly blade came to his aid. A truly remarkable twist. Eventually, the deadly blade met his demise, leaving Zhuo in a precarious situation. However, his strength had indeed surged, elevating him to the status of a second-class swordsman. He had also acquired the grass sight blade and the grass sight school, which could not be dismissed as insignificant progress. One might argue that he emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this ordeal, yet all of this still hinged on his ability to escape. If he could not extricate himself from this predicament, all would be in vain, and he was unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. It was high time to leave. He had lingered here far too long. Yet, he pondered how much assurance he truly possessed in his ability to escape this place. Zhuo had fully prepared himself. He was ready to depart from this place. However, he had discovered an alternate route, one that traversed through waterways. Upon realizing that the waters were alive, he understood the course of action he needed to take. Consequently, he found the river and knew he must swim across. This time, he intended to take the deer with him. Had it not been for this deer during his time here, he might have truly met his end. Fortunately, he was still alive. Follow me, he urged. Let us take the waterway. I refuse to believe they can track my whereabouts. Zhuo spoke to the deer, acknowledging the grace it had bestowed upon him. He felt compelled to repay this kindness, and he believed that the moment for such restitution had arrived. Rather than allow the creature to meet a grim fate here, he contemplated the merits of taking it with him. After all, having a deer by his side seemed rather delightful. He recalled his time in Alabasta when he had similarly accompanied a deer. Let us depart, he declared. It is time to leave this place. I shall undoubtedly grow stronger, and I will make this world tremble in awe. In this moment, I, Zhuo, pledge my vow. After carving his name in the cave, Zhuo departed, accompanied by a deer. He fashioned a pouch from snake skin to carry away some minerals. For he could not take everything with him. It would suffice if he could acquire something akin to the ancient sword in due time. After a considerable period of swimming, he finally reached a well-lit area. This was the passage on the other side, albeit somewhat concealed, likely overlooked by anyone who might venture near. This location was inadvertently discovered by Zhuo, a place he had sought for a long time, thanks to the great serpent. Without the serpent's assistance, locating this spot would have proven exceedingly challenging. Now that he had found it, he intended to employ this newfound knowledge to escape. After all, no one would suspect his presence here, which he successfully capitalized on. Indeed, everything unfolded remarkably smoothly, yet he had not anticipated that the deer would nearly drown. As not all creatures are adept swimmers. Nevertheless, he had managed to leave this place. At last, he emerged, and with just a bit more perseverance, he would be free. He held steadfast in his belief that no one would foresee his appearance here. Zhuo inhaled deeply, savoring the sensation of fresh air filling his lungs. It must be said that this time, he had truly been suffocated. He was unaware of how long he had been underground, having completely lost track of time. Yet he believed that all of this was worthwhile. If it were not, it would indeed be rather awkward. From this moment forth, we shall depart from this place, finally free from the burden of anxiety. However, vigilance is still essential. If the situation demands, you must leave on your own. I would not wish to be the cause of your troubles. Should we succeed in our escape, let us embark on an adventure together. I shall take you to see the sea. Zhuo felt a surge of joy. For as long as he remained cautious, he could finally escape this place. With Baegu absent, he was confident in his ability to leave. Yet, an odd sensation lingered within him, suggesting that something was amiss. However, he had no reason to turn back now. Having ventured forth, he refused to succumb to cowardice any longer, having endured such days far too long. Thus, he set off with Lu, utterly oblivious to the true nature of his surroundings, relying on sheer luck to guide him. Moreover, he possessed a heightened sense of perception. Should danger arise, he would undoubtedly sense it, ensuring he was not entirely helpless. After traversing a considerable distance, He soon realized that his sense of direction remained as woefully inadequate as ever, leading him up a mountain. This unfamiliar terrain only compounded his predicament. And he mused that should he inadvertently circle back, it would indeed be quite the farce. Nevertheless, he trusted in himself. As long as he did not provoke anyone, he would be fine. They had waited so long, and if they continued this way, they would surely be quite deranged. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant. After what felt like an eternity, Zhuo finally halted. Along the way, he sensed that someone had been following him, a revelation that struck him as rather peculiar, as the notion of being tailed was beyond his expectations. Furthermore, it appeared that this individual possessed considerable strength, a fact he could not afford to underestimate. In truth, he realized that he could not underestimate anyone at present, especially since he was perceived as the weakest among them, a notion that was undeniably true. "Come forth," he called. "Having followed me for so long, is your blade resonating as well?" Zhuo remarked that he sensed he was being followed due to two factors, the palpable presence of another and the tremors of the two blades he possessed. This phenomenon, previously mentioned by an ancient sword, was indicative of resonance. The continuous quivering of his sword suggested that his pursuer also wielded a blade. Moreover, he surmised that this individual's prowess was undoubtedly formidable, as he could not decipher their identity at all. It was truly astonishing that his meticulous yet seemingly casual actions had been tracked by someone. What could have gone awry to attract such a skilled adversary? Was it the blades? Who are you? And what is the reason for your prolonged pursuit? Do you truly believe I cannot uncover your presence? Zhuo spoke. Yet no one responded, seemingly intent on conveying to him that all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, Zhuo was acutely aware that he was being followed. He was certain, even possessing a vague sense of the individual's appearance. However, silence persisted, deepening Zhuo's confusion. Was he truly such a negligible presence, a mere secondary character, that the other party felt the need to remain so vigilant? "Come out. I know where you are. If you do not reveal yourself, do not blame me for being unkind." Zhuo did not genuinely wish to engage in conflict. It was imperative to leave this place without inciting any turmoil. Should others discover him, the consequences would be far from simple. He had now comprehended the appropriate course of action. "If you are unwilling to emerge, then I shall force you out. Are you certain you wish to remain hidden? If you do not step forth, I shall take it upon myself to invite you out. Zoro is no saint either, since you wish to hide. Very well, I shall draw you out. Let us see whether you can evade me or if I shall succeed in dragging you into the open. My hands itch for a fight." He merely wishes to cross blades briefly before making his escape. He cannot gauge the opponent's true strength. But the man does not seem as formidable as Kitadani. As long as he is not on Kitadani's level, the situation remains manageable. The thought of facing another terrifying adversary like Kitadani truly unsettles him. With a swift motion, he releases a slash of sword energy toward a tree, cleaving it cleanly in half. At that moment, a figure emerges, or rather, a mass of flesh, for the man is corpulent. It is baffling how he managed to merge his body so seamlessly with the tree. A curious technique indeed, now that the opponent has finally revealed himself. The real challenge begins: how to defeat him. This one is clearly no pushover. It seems he has encountered a worthy adversary at last. Would it not have been simpler to show yourself earlier? He demands. "Who are you? An agent of Lord Kitadani? Or do you serve another faction? I am in no mood for delays. If we are to fight, then let us begin." Zhuo remarked that he could no longer underestimate this individual. Yet, he recognized the necessity of restraint. He was aware that he was not a match for him, but he could still put up a fight, at the very least, to buy himself some time to escape. It was abundantly clear that this was his only course of action. "I am not from Baegu. Yet there are matters I must inquire of you," the stout man declared. With Zhuo's sudden appearance, there seemed no reason to concern himself with anything else. Clearly, he was the person Baegu had been searching for during this period. Capturing him would render all inquiries moot. "Since you are not from Baegu, then who are you?" I hardly believe anyone else would seek to ask trivial matters. The individual confronting him was undoubtedly no virtuous soul, that much was certain. However, how had he managed to locate this place? Moreover, the resonance of the blade in his hand suggested that this man possessed a weapon. If he wielded a blade, what could his true identity be? Could he possibly belong to the so-called Blood Rebellion organization? Or was he merely an aficionado of sorts? This posed a grave dilemma. What should he do next? How had the infamous blade master met his demise? And where was the grass-cutting sword he wielded? The stout man finally voiced the query that had been gnawing at him. He believed this young man could never hope to defeat him. Yet it was indeed peculiar that he had managed to discover his presence. This young man surely harbored some hidden anomaly, though he remained oblivious to it for now. An ancient blade? I know not of such things. If only trivial matters are on your mind, then cease your pursuit of me. Should you wish to continue following, I shall have no choice but to engage you in combat. I have previously dealt a heavy blow to Begu. My instincts tell me you lack their formidable prowess. At this moment, Zhuo could only rely on the pretense of authority. He understood everything quite well. It was evident that he was ill-suited for combat now. His only course of action was to depart rather than remain in this place. It seems you are indeed the catalyst for all these events. The demise of the ancient Blade Society is likely entangled with your influence, is it not? The rotund figure discerned the underlying truth. This young man was undoubtedly the source of the peculiar occurrences here. One could only wonder what kind of prowess this individual possessed. I am uncertain. But should you desire to engage in battle, I too shall rise to the challenge. Zhuo is not one to shy away from combat simply because an adversary appears formidable. Zhuo could only express his own intentions. At this moment, if a battle were to ensue, then let it come. After all, inciting chaos seems rather appealing. I see. What you desire now is to stir up a disturbance. I assent to it. You truly are quite cunning. It appears this is indeed not an appropriate place for dialogue. The rotund fellow quickly grasped Zhuo's thoughts. His plan is indeed feasible. If chaos is incited, it will undoubtedly attract that group of individuals, and things will not be so simple then. Indeed. It seems you are not foolish. I merely wish to leave this place. If you wish to inquire about the situation, you must wait until I have exited. Moreover, I am not the one who killed the ancient sword wielder. If you are his enemy, then the battle can commence directly. For I shall take his place and eliminate his foes. Zhuo no longer felt the need to conceal anything. The current situation was beyond his control. If a battle was indeed imminent, he was ready to engage. If one possesses courage, then follow me. I will lead you away from this place. For it is certainly not a suitable setting for conversation. Moreover, I have traversed this vicinity extensively, rendering it pointless to squander time with those individuals. This is not a moment for delay. The appearance of this corpulent figure completely disrupted Zhuo's perception. Yet, he sensed that he could follow him. Though he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it all. The circumstances had become exceedingly peculiar. How could a stranger suddenly emerge, possessing such clarity regarding his location? This was indeed quite strange. At this juncture, the rotund man exuded an air of mystery, so enigmatic that Zhuo could not discern whether he was friend or foe. Zhuo was uncertain why he felt compelled to heed the words of this individual. Nonetheless, the matter had already been conveyed to him, and it was imperative that he prepared adequately. Although this person exuded an air of formidable prowess, he wielded a blade, and in this world, those who brandish weapons are rarely benevolent. At least for the moment, Zhuo was unsure whether he should place his trust in this man, who seemed to possess some enigmatic knowledge. He did not perceive within the man's gaze the assurance he sought. Instead, he felt an unsettling calmness that starkly contrasted with the aura emanated by the Lord of Begu City. I shall accompany you, but you must answer my questions. My mind is inundated with inquiries, and I need to comprehend the nature of these circumstances. Are you one of the blood reversers? Zhuo articulated his conditions. For at present, he was shrouded in uncertainty, oblivious to what lay ahead. However, the mere presence of this individual here undoubtedly raised suspicions. Yet, the nature of the issue at hand still required clarification. It appears that you possess an abundance of knowledge, as it seems the ancient blade has entrusted its secrets to you. Have you, perchance, become one of the reversed blood? The stout man suddenly spoke with a grave demeanor. The term reversed blood carries profound implications, and even he found himself perplexed by it. The mere emergence of this name signified that something was amiss. Indeed. Could it be true that you are one of the reversed blood? Zhuo expressed his desire to comprehend the true nature of this reversed blood. It surely could not be as simplistic as he understood. There must be numerous aspects that eluded his grasp. I am of the reversed blood, he proclaimed, as he tore off his garments, revealing a pronounced character for reverse emblazoned upon his chest. It appeared somewhat unnatural, accentuated by his notably corpulent physique, with flesh quivering at every movement. Very well, it seems I can place my trust in you. Zhuo chose to place his trust in this individual. Despite being unaware of his true origins, the presence of the character upon him indicated that, at the very least, he was trustworthy in the present moment. If even he could not be trusted, then indeed, there would be no one left to trust. Welcome to our ranks in the reversed blood. From now on, you shall be our companion. Now, leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere, for it is truly unsuitable for conversation. The stout man exhaled in relief. With this understanding established, there was no need for conflict. The priority now was to depart from this location. Who knows if the Lord of Bega's city might reappear? He was acquainted with the latter, and the terror that man instilled was not easily gauged. Very well, I assume there will be no issue in bringing my deer along? Zhuo remarked. If I can properly care for this deer, it might very well become a splendid means of transportation. This does seem to be a rather intriguing notion. No worries, it is your freedom, and I have no means to interfere with it. Furthermore, I am Wang Cheng, a 9th-level swordsman. The rotund fellow finally recalled that he should introduce himself first, yet Zhuo gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this individual would be a 9th-level swordsman, whose prowess should not be underestimated. I am Zhuo, hailing from Anan City. Recently, I received the acknowledgement of an ancient blade and became its inheritor. Zhuo felt it necessary to express his identity. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as a person devoid of status. He was someone who cherished his reputation greatly, a man of considerable complexity rather than simplicity. Although his strength might not be the most formidable, he aspired to be the one who commanded the most respect. He believed that only in such a manner could he honor the title of a swordsman. For a true swordsman ought to possess such grandeur. Greetings, Zhuo. Let us depart from this place. We should venture to another city. It seems you can no longer remain in Anan City. From my understanding of the Lord of Bega's city, if he has already discovered your lineage, your family may be in grave danger. He is a devil of sorts, utterly indifferent to the lives of others, viewing it all merely as a game, Wang Cheng remarked. He intended this statement to prevent Zhuo from dwelling excessively on his thoughts. If Zhuo were to suddenly seek out his family, it would indeed pose a significant complication, for now was not the time for such endeavors. However, I cannot simply disregard them. I must see for myself. They are of utmost importance to me. If they were to perish, I must witness it with my own eyes. Although my current strength is lacking, I understand that some moments, once lost, can never be regained. I shall not permit such an eventuality in my life as trajectory. Zhuo was resolute. He must go. Otherwise, he felt he would be tarnishing his own life. A person aspiring to become the mightiest swordsman knows that existence is not merely about combat. Living with dignity is a crucial measure of one's worth. In other words, to survive, and to do so with utmost grace, is the quality that a world champion ought to possess, rather than abandoning everything. This is not a trait befitting a true warrior. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Currently, Begu is patiently waiting for you to take the bait. Do you truly wish to court death? Such an action is hardly sagacious. However, if I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter, then I am unworthy of being called human. Is one still a person if they forsake all emotions? I cannot achieve that. But have you considered the possibility that your demise might coincide with your discovery by Begu? What fate would await you then? Surely, you would perish, and the 2 blades in your possession would become tools in their hands. Are you truly willing to proceed in such a manner? I must investigate, for they are my kin. If they have met with misfortune, it is my duty to gather their remains. Conversely, if they are still alive, then all is well. This would also allow me to grow stronger. Only then can I genuinely assist them in overcoming adversity. This is the mindset that a true warrior should embody. Zhuo's words resonated with an undeniable power, managing to sway the very heart of the royal city. What, then, is the purpose of becoming a formidable force? It is not merely for the sake of combat. Rather, it is to safeguard others. That, indeed, is the essence of true strength. Zhuo's words left the royal city in a state of astonishment. He never anticipated that a mere boy could utter such profound sentiments. It was indeed a shocking revelation, one he had never considered possible. This young man seemed to possess a uniqueness that set him apart. Perhaps this was the very reason the ancient sword had taken notice of him. He was a formidable figure, and should he flourish in the future, his prowess would undoubtedly be extraordinary, far beyond his current capabilities, and he could evolve into an even more formidable force. He harbored a pure desire to grow stronger, a sentiment that had become a rarity. Such individuals may indeed be the most fearsome in this world, for they possess boundless potential. In these tumultuous times, one must ponder how many would forsake their opportunities for survival in the name of familial bonds. While some may cling to those ties, many others abandon such considerations, choosing instead to lead solitary lives, such is the nature of human choice. In the face of life and death, many are willing to forsake everything, driven solely by the will to survive, opting for a path of mutual indifference. Yet, some choose to support one another, showcasing the profound power of familial love. It is conceivable that Zhuo's family has been annihilated by the Northern Valley, Yet his desire to witness it speaks volumes about the profound emotions he cannot sever. Many aspire to cultivate themselves to the point where they can sever all emotional ties, aiming to emerge as the strongest, devoid of any weaknesses. However, is such a state truly attainable? As it stands, the royal city has yet to witness such an achievement. I require a reason to fight, without a purpose. I would merely become a machine of slaughter, far from the esteemed swordsman capable of severing all that binds. Zhuo's words once again astonished the royal city. This young man appears to be truly remarkable. His state of mind has reached an alarming level, surpassing the understanding of combat possessed by many others. Such insights could hardly be articulated by someone in their teenage years. He must have undergone a multitude of experiences. What could a person so young have possibly endured to transform in such a manner? This is indeed quite peculiar. Very well, I can take you to see it. But we may only linger for a mere quarter of an hour. Beyond that, we must depart. You should be aware of the formidable nature of the Northern Valley. And I certainly cannot contend with it. This is an immutable truth, and I will not gamble with my life. Even if you are the heir of the ancient blade, the same principle applies, do you understand? The royal city finds it difficult to resist this individual, yet there are admirable qualities within him. He undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an extraordinarily formidable figure, provided he remains alive. If he cannot sustain his existence, then all will amount to naught. Thank you. I am well aware of what I must do. I simply wish to assess the situation. I cannot afford to perish in such a manner. Having awareness is commendable. Yet I still advise you to temper your confidence. After all, there are countless individuals in this world that you cannot possibly predict. And this realm has never been devoid of the strong. This is the essence of their power. Our blood reversal also boasts formidable warriors, and they are currently preparing to counterattack. If we, the lesser beings, can incite a rebellion across the continent, then it is only a matter of time before we can overturn the Sword Continent. These matters are of little concern to me. What I desire is to be the greatest in the world. Everything else holds no significance. Zhuo, however, harbored no such noble aspirations. At present, his singular desire was to become the most formidable being in existence, and that sufficed for him. The liberation of others was far beyond his capabilities, for he considered himself merely an ordinary person. Rescuing others was merely a matter of convenience. It seems you are indeed quite audacious. Not aspiring to be a grand hero, truly perplexing. Wang Qin was somewhat intoxicated by this revelation. What manner of extraordinary individual was this youth? He yearned to be the most powerful swordsman, yet showed no inclination to save a world engulfed in suffering. Out of selfishness, he secretly wished for this individual to become the savior of the ancient continent's inhabitants. They, the reverse blood, existed solely for this purpose. Yet it appeared that something was amiss. Regardless, he could only aspire to gradually alter this person's perspective. Once he managed that, everything would indeed fall into place. He had faith in the brainwashing capabilities of the reverse blood, at the very least hoping to instill in him the notion that the protection of the ancient continent should be his foremost command, rather than chasing an impractical dream. Thus, they departed. After enduring much turmoil, they had finally resolved several matters. It seemed that the Lord of Bago had no means of capturing him on the southern ridge mountain. This was his victory. A second-tier swordsman, in his struggle for survival, had managed to stalemate against such a fearsome adversary for so long. That was quite impressive. However, throughout their journey, they could not afford to walk openly, as the presence of many people remained. Should these individuals become entangled, it would not be a trivial matter and could very well attract the attention of Bagu. If that old coot set his sights upon them, all would become meaningless. After a day and night of travel, they ultimately succeeded in evading the Lord's forces. This was truly extraordinary. Once they accomplished this feat and emerged from their long confinement, they finally dared to exhale. They had at last escaped the encirclement of those individuals. He had expected yet another confrontation, yet it had unfolded so smoothly. Zhuo has truly endured great frustration during this period. He has felt utterly constrained. While others exhibit strength, he finds himself powerless, forced to remain in hiding. This has undoubtedly been the most oppressive phase of his life, but fortunately it has come to an end. Thankfully, that fellow from Bago has finally departed. Had he remained, we would have faced dire consequences. I managed to evade Bagu's scrutiny, but you would not have been so fortunate. In any case, I express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance, I might still be ensnared in peril. I will remember this kindness and assure you, I shall repay it without fail. At long last, they have managed to leave Nanmai Mountain unscathed. To be candid, this operation was fraught with danger, and any misstep could have led to catastrophe. Now, however, they find themselves free from any threat. Yet, owing to Zhuo circumstances, they must venture into the territory of the Beigu Lord, which is far from pleasant. Should the Beigu Lord become aware that 3 blades are present in his domain, he would not overlook it. He would surely take matters into his own hands. And then the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Who knows what a madman might do? Zhuo, meanwhile, is determined to reach Annan City. In order to temper his expectations and expose him to the harsh realities of this world, it seems necessary for him to experience disappointment, for perhaps it would strengthen him. Under such circumstances, everything would become manageable. After all, the current situation is not entirely bleak. As long as Zhuo does not act recklessly, all should be well. Yet, he genuinely fears that Zhuo might, in a moment of impulse, storm the Lord's mansion, which would certainly not be a prudent choice. However, he believes that such an event is unlikely. Zhuo possesses a modicum of rationality, and as long as he remains reasonable, no unexpected incident should arise. Certainly not. What he fails to comprehend is Zhuo's unique character. He is far from ordinary, and only he can truly understand himself. Others would never guess correctly. Naturally, those on Nanmai Mountain remain blissfully unaware that their elusive quarry, Zhuo, has already slipped through their fingers, completely circumventing them. They are entirely oblivious. Should they ever discover this, what would they say? Would they label him a monster? Yet, his strength does not reach the level of a monster. It is merely his extraordinary luck that has allowed him to evade capture by so many. It is indeed one of the most bizarre occurrences in the world. By the time they realize what has transpired, several days will have passed. They never anticipated that anyone could be so elusive, but now, such a formidable opponent will inevitably become a thorn in their side. They remain unaware of how far this situation has escalated. Here, take this. Carrying a blade into crowded places is not a wise endeavor. If they catch wind of it, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble, said Wang Cheng. Now that they are entering the city, they are stepping onto the territory of the Sword Continent, where they cannot simply stroll in nonchalantly. Of course, they have means to enter, but it will not be in a conventional manner. What is this? What use does it have for me? This is called a storage bag. It can hold a certain volume of items. If you were to carry 2 blades and they harbor no suspicions, that would indeed be remarkable. That sounds quite convenient. How does one use it? Just let a drop of your blood fall upon it, and you will understand how to utilize it. Remember, as you enter the city, do not incite any disturbances. You are now the person the Beigu Lord most desires to eliminate, should that old fellow become aware of your presence. It would spell great trouble. Rest assured, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. I merely wish to ascertain the fate of my family. Should they be in peril, I will ensure they face the consequences. Zhuo followed the instructions given to him by the royal city, and indeed, after his blood dripped onto the surface, a faint connection emerged in his mind. It was a marvelous process, one he had never anticipated would unfold in such a manner. However, now that he possessed this object, there was no longer a need to carry those other items. By the way, could this object contain living beings? I happen to have a deer here, and I believe that if it could accommodate living creatures, it would simplify matters considerably. Zhuo found that carrying a deer was indeed rather conspicuous, leading him to ponder whether he should bring the creature along. It seemed improbable. Such a rudimentary item, if it could truly accommodate living beings, would be quite remarkable. Furthermore, the necessity of this deer was apparent, for its presence would allow us to enter the city with utmost legitimacy. However, the royal city swiftly dismissed Zhuo's notion. After all, if there existed such a remarkably useful object in this world, it would certainly be advantageous. Yet, given its simplistic nature, the likelihood of such a possibility was exceedingly slim. What a pity. Zhuo and his companion took action. This was not the time for idle chatter. To be candid, he was quite concerned about his family. He had been away for an extended period, and if that old scoundrel from Beigu were to discover his true identity, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The outcome was all too predictable. Tragedy would certainly ensue. Yet, they still needed to enter the city. After masquerading as hunters, they managed to gain entry with relative ease. However, due to Wang Cheng's rather portly physique, many regarded him as anything but a hunter. The sheer visual impact of his bulk was striking. Such corpulence was indeed a rare sight. Fortunately, Wang Cheng's acting skills were commendable, allowing them to navigate into the city. Annan City was vast, and they proceeded with utmost caution, wary of alerting the Shadow Gate, for its members were the most formidable of all. Their threat overshadowed even that of Beigu, a fact that was irrefutable. Be cautious. How far are we from the Zhuo residence? We are nearly there. yet a sense of unease gnaws at me. An intense feeling that something is amiss. Then let us hasten our pace. I too sense that there is something not quite right. We must not underestimate our adversaries here. For this is their stronghold, and they are fully capable of vanquishing us. I understand. Thus, they finally arrived at the Zhuo residence, only to find that no structure remained. All that lay before them was a desolate expanse of ruins, with nothing left intact. What is this? It seems you have arrived too late. That scoundrel from Begu has already taken action against your family. We must leave at once. There is no reason to linger here. Zhuo was utterly astonished. What immense hatred must one possess to utterly annihilate their family? Upon witnessing the desolate ruins, his heart was overwhelmed with shock, teetering on the brink of fury. In that moment, his lineage had been completely obliterated, leaving him profoundly stunned. Moreover, it appeared as though this devastation had been executed with alarming ease. He could discern, even feel, that there was no lingering stench of corpses, nor any other scent to be found, as if this world had callously erased their existence. It seems my conjecture was correct. Perhaps it would have been best not to bring you here. Let us depart. We cannot linger in this place for long. Wang Cheng felt a sense of helplessness, for he had anticipated such a scenario, understanding that his presence would have made little difference. The current situation merely confirmed his thoughts. Yet, Zhuo remained unresponsive, which was not unexpected. His emotions, to some extent, were understandably tumultuous, an entirely human reaction. If Zhuo were devoid of such emotions, he would indeed be an exceedingly terrifying individual. At least, he would not consider himself to be human. HM, have you seen enough? If you have, then leave at once. If anything were to happen now, it would truly become quite troublesome. Wang Qing suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Was this boy truly supposed to behave in such a manner? It certainly did not appear so. Yet, why did he have an unsettling feeling that the other party must be harboring some dreadful thoughts, as if such notions had previously manifested within this young man? Nevertheless, Zhuo remained utterly indifferent. His entire being trembled, a tremor so profound that it was the first of its kind he had ever experienced in years. He had never before felt the urge to take a life, yet now a sensation coursed through him, compelling him to kill. He must kill, or else he would undoubtedly lose something of great significance. What is wrong with you? If you create a commotion now, neither of us will survive. Is this truly what you desire? Do not forget, I am still here. Do not entangle me in this. Wang Cheng began to panic. They had only just managed to escape from Namai Mountain. If something were to go awry now, all their efforts would be in vain. This situation was indeed perilous, and he had no wish to perish here. Dying in such a place would be utterly tragic. However, Zhuo could no longer heed any words. He had succumbed to madness. All he wished for was to kill. If one were to claim he had found the purpose of his existence, it would undoubtedly be in the act of taking lives rather than anything else. He simply yearned to kill, and it was as uncomplicated as that. In that moment, he felt as though he existed solely to kill, not for any other reason. He truly longed to rush forward recklessly and slay someone. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was a target he wished to eliminate. Yet, a fragment of his remaining rationality whispered to him that he was utterly powerless to act. He was but a feeble being. What could he possibly accomplish? It was impossible. Thud. Zhuo knelt down, a final act of desperation. For he realized he was utterly powerless, acknowledging that his strength paled in comparison to Begu. If he possessed such prowess as Begu's, would he find himself in such a predicament? Yet, he is Zhuo, merely a second-tier swordsman. What could he possibly achieve in the face of such formidable adversaries? He was utterly incapable of effecting any change, and even the mere act of preserving his own life had become an arduous challenge. He had truly fallen to such depths. Have you come to understand? Wang Qing observed Zhuo's sudden shift, as if a light had finally dawned upon him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was not a fool. To perish here would be utterly futile. I have come to terms with it. I genuinely desire to take a life. Can you fathom that sensation? It is a profoundly helpless feeling. I have sworn an oath. Yet, I remain unable to fulfill it. I am still so weak. Why must I remain so weak? I aspire to become the mightiest swordsman in the world. Yet, why am I incapable of safeguarding those I ought to protect? Why? Zhuo's emotions were in a state of turmoil. He felt an unprecedented sense of disappointment within himself, a sentiment he had never encountered before. Presently, he was engulfed by two conflicting feelings that threatened to push him to the brink of collapse. Calm down. You are not a true warrior. A true warrior earns recognition through countless trials and tribulations. You do not possess the merit to be deemed a warrior. You are merely a coward, a genuine coward, and nothing more. Wang Cheng's emotions were equally stirred. This young man was indeed remarkable in his own right. Yet this uniqueness stemmed solely from his unwillingness to confront reality. Release me. I demand to confront Beiguo. Zhuo regained his composure. Indeed, he felt profoundly weakened. However, he yearned to vent the overwhelming emotions he could no longer bear, emotions that must not linger within him. What do you intend to do? Are you truly seeking your own demise? Wang Qing felt a pang of anxiety. This line of thought could indeed lead to disaster. What on earth was this young man contemplating? Rest assured, I have come to understand what I must do. I shall not allow myself to perish so easily. Though I am reluctant to admit it, there is no necessity for me to sacrifice my life here. Such a notion is utterly unwarranted. Yet, I cannot remain passive in the face of this situation. That would be devoid of honor. I declare war against Beiguo. Grant me an opportunity. Zhuo's tone finally returned to its usual self. He now believed that there was but one course of action left, which was to declare war on Beiguo. This was, at present, the only meaningful approach. Of course, he had to confront the grim reality that he was being relentlessly hunted by Beiguo. This wretch would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to push himself further, to elevate his own prowess. The one strategy that came to mind was to declare war. After all, there was no turning back now. Perhaps it was time to exacerbate the situation. Declare war? Are you truly intending to make such a proclamation here? Indeed. You may leave first. Trust me, I will not perish. I shall become his nightmare, instilling terror within him each day, leaving him in a state of constant dread. Wang Qing cast a glance at Zhuo, and at that moment, he finally grasped the extent of this man's terrifying nature. He operated outside conventional norms, akin to a wild beast, poised to unleash profoundly alarming actions. It appeared that his primal instincts had been awakened, making him distinctly different from his usual self. Very well, since we have reached this juncture, there is no need for fear. I never anticipated you would be such a formidable individual. Go ahead and act. I am eager to witness your approach. Wang Qing was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, he deemed Zhuo's perspective to be astute. After all, they belonged to opposing factions. There was no need to be afraid of them. Apprehension was simply misguided. That is settled then. We shall be ready to leave this place at any moment. I look forward to your guidance. I must grow even stronger. Zhuo remarked that it was exceedingly difficult for him to grow stronger alone. Thus he required certain means to enhance his prowess. He had resolutely decided to embark upon the path of the Asura. In this world, only the Asura path could provide an outlet for the tumultuous emotions he felt. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to calm his emotions. He grasped the hidden blade, closed his eyes, and seemed to wish to forget everything in this world. In that moment, it felt as though he was the sole entity in existence. Nay, it could be said that only the blade remained. This blade was destined to carve open the heavens, and he would become the architect of this world. His strike would shatter the mundane, dispelling the filth that pervaded the realm and ushering in clarity. One blade style. Great dawn tremor. As he opened his eyes, an aura of fierce energy erupted forth, resembling the purest force in existence, wielding an unparalleled strength poised to sever the impurities of the world. How can this be possible? The royal city was left in shock. He had never anticipated that this individual could possess such terrifying power. The fact that such strength could be manifested by a mere second-tier swordsman was utterly incomprehensible. He was certain that he himself could not unleash such a technique, not at least at this moment. Zhuo appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the strength of his recent strike. To him, this action was merely a laborious exertion, one he could not replicate in a brief span of time. The force behind it stemmed solely from his innate power, a manifestation of instinctual strength. Yet, as he unleashed this blow, the ground was violently torn apart by an invisible sword aura, an alarming phenomenon that surged toward a specific location, its length surpassing the imagination of an ordinary observer. Everywhere the sword energy traversed, devastation ensued. Some individuals were left unconscious before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, while numerous structures faced utter destruction. This assault was indiscriminate, and Zhuo was acutely aware that, having executed this technique, there was no turning back. He had irrevocably chosen the path of Asura. Was it possible that a formidable adversary had emerged? The Lord of Beiguo City, engrossed in his duties, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, its unexpectedness rendering him incapable of swift reaction. Old thief of Beiguo, just wait. Though I may not possess the means to eliminate you now, rest assured that one day I, Zhuo, shall return. When I do, it will herald your demise. I hereby formally declare war against you. Our enmity shall persist until one of us lies dead. I await you, Zhuo. At that moment, Zhuo's audacious declaration resonated widely, audible to all who practiced martial arts. To utter such words beneath the very nose of the Beigu lord was astonishing indeed. Many were left astounded by the sheer audacity of this individual, daring to proclaim such sentiments in the heart of Beigu. The implications of his return had never crossed the minds of most, leaving them in shock. What? How did that brat return here? How is this possible? Is he still alive? The Beigu lord recognized the source of the voice, and his expression shifted dramatically. The sudden turn of events left him in a state of disbelief. What kind of power did this individual possess to become so formidable? It was simply unfathomable. We should leave at once. The Beigu fellow has certainly discovered our presence by now, and he must be somewhat shaken. Therefore, he likely won't notice us immediately. Zhuo was already prepared to escape, for he believed that the only way for everything to succeed was to create an element of surprise. Surely, even the seasoned lord of Beigu would never have anticipated such a tactic from him. This strategy might have been somewhat excessive. Yet Zhuo recognized that it had succeeded in startling his opponent, which was precisely the outcome he desired. So, you have utilized common knowledge, he mused. It seemed at this time, the adversary would likely be quite apprehensive. Shall we proceed? I will take you to the distribution of the reverse blood. Since you are now one of the reverse blood practitioners, it is imperative that you understand its workings. Absolutely. I too wish to experience what this reverse blood phenomenon truly entails. It is time for a conclusion to this matter. Thus, the two departed, their combined strength rendering their exit from the city an effortless endeavor. However, Zhuo's formidable might had dealt a severe blow to the city, with numerous structures reduced to rubble, including a third of the lord's residence. Otherwise, how could the lord of Beigu still be in a state of shock? Utterly bewildered by the presence of such a formidable foe? For a fleeting moment, he believed this adversary was on par with him. Yet, who could fathom that this was merely the attack of a secondary swordsman? Such a feat was astonishing, far exceeding the capabilities expected of one at the second tier. Indeed, only he from Anan City could achieve such a thing. This was an immense revelation. The entire situation surpassed all conceivable boundaries, leaving the lord astounded by Zhuo's display. What sort of technique was this, possessing such overwhelming power? It was truly unfathomable. Was he even still a normal person? When he finally composed himself, he realized that this young man had taken the initiative to strike, indicating a significant shift in the situation. There was no longer any need to seek him out. He could simply put an end to him. Was this not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? To let such a chance slip away would be an unspeakable folly. Yet, he remained in shock. After all, encountering such a colossal blunder would astonish any rational individual, as this strike had transcended the imagination of an ordinary person. One must ponder how a secondary practitioner could unleash such a terrifying blow. Surely something was amiss. The intensity of this strike had reached unprecedented levels. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to wield such formidable techniques, yet here it was, executed by one who was anything but ordinary, at least in his understanding. No one should possess such capabilities. This was the most alarming aspect. No one was supposed to achieve this. Yet here was a second-tier individual doing the impossible. It was, without a doubt, an extraordinary phenomenon. How had this young man become so formidable, capable of unleashing such sword energy? This could not possibly be the work of an ordinary person. The lord of Beigu was genuinely astonished. He had never encountered anything like this before and found himself at a loss for words, utterly shocked by the audacity of this youth. This was a first in his life. He stood frozen for a considerable time, completely failing to consider capturing his foe, an opportunity squandered. Quickly, seal the city gates. He must not be allowed to escape. We must eliminate him at once. Finally, the lord of Beigu regained his composure, but it was too late. Zhuo had cast aside all reservations. He had resolved to proceed, and whatever consequences ensued were merely to be expected. How could this young man's growth have accelerated so rapidly? That last strike had barely reached the level of iron-cutting strength, which was truly terrifying. He was certain that Zhuo had not yet attained such power, so what could explain this newfound strength? The lord was genuinely taken aback, never having imagined such a scenario. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he knew he must first deal with this threat. This was the most pressing concern at hand. But what significance did it hold now? The adversary had already departed, rendering any action meaningless. The combined strength of the two was beyond what an ordinary individual could counter. And it was far too late. They had long since made their exit. Zhuo was no longer the same Zhuo. He was now a man resolute in his chosen path. You truly are audacious. At this rate, It won't be long before a bounty is placed upon your head, and the reward will undoubtedly be substantial, perhaps rivaling my own. The lord of the royal city now understood the meaning of the phrase "the student surpasses the master," as this young man epitomized that very concept. He had grown beyond his former self. Ah, well, such is life. After all, I have done this many times before. We are merely returning to familiar territory. Zhuo, however, remained unfazed, perceiving all of this as rather ordinary. If it were not, what chaos might ensue? They had previously engaged in endeavors on the great maritime route that others would scarcely dare to contemplate, thus rendering this merely a trivial matter. Yet, this triviality had escalated into a grave predicament. The Lord of Begu was in a frenzy, for Zhuo was the coveted prize he had long desired, and now, that prize had eluded him. This was a scenario he had never envisioned. Being cornered by an adversary he deemed inferior was indeed an abnormality. He activated his perceptive abilities, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the young man. Yet, his abilities confirmed that the latter had already departed. In truth, they had indeed left. Otherwise, the outcomes could have been unpredictable. He was uncertain whether he could rein in his temper, or if he might resort to violence in a moment of rage. Once his emotions spiraled out of control, calamity would surely follow. Perhaps the entire city of Anan would face annihilation. Such a fate was entirely plausible, yet at this juncture, nothing mattered anymore. Zhuo had vacated Anan. Blast it. Issue a warrant for Zhuo, offering a bounty of 200,000 purple crystals in the name of Anan City. Make sure it reaches higher authorities. There is no longer any reason to allow him to live. The Lord of Begu had reached a point of desperation, compelled to issue the warrant. Such warrants were universally recognized. Of course, they needed to be reported. He simply wished to eliminate this young man, thus necessitating this course of action. The boy had become exceedingly formidable. If left unchecked, he would indeed become an even greater threat. It was evident that Begu had exhausted all options to deal with him. It was better to act swiftly. Naturally, he preferred others to carry out the deed, as it would spare him the inconvenience. He would merely need to expend some financial resources. He never imagined he would be cornered by a young man to such an extent. This was indeed a first. Yet, he believed it would also be the last. He had no desire to prolong this predicament, even if it meant relinquishing 2 blades. He had resolved firmly. Sacrificing 2 blades to eliminate a menace seemed a worthy trade. Thus, the warrant for Zhuo was issued. A second-tier individual attracting a bounty of 200,000 purple crystals was an alarming occurrence. Typically, only 9th-tier individuals warranted such sums. The abruptness of these events left the Lord of Begu with no choice but to resort to this measure. He would never have taken such actions if alternatives had been available. Zhuo has already departed from Anan City, and he finds himself unable to pursue that young man any longer. However, this does not imply that he is powerless to eliminate Zhuo. It is essential to recognize that there exists a remarkable profession in this world, bounty hunters. A skilled bounty hunter can become extraordinarily formidable, for their vocation is fraught with peril, where one misstep can result in death. Yet, high risk invariably translates to high reward. Once they receive their compensation, they can devote themselves to rigorous training, thereby enhancing their prowess. This phenomenon is a crucial aspect of growth in both the ancient continent and the sword continent, as the strength of these individuals is not easily comparable. Indeed, one could say their power is so fearsome that it defies description. They occupy a morally ambiguous position in this world, for in their eyes, only wealth holds significance. To them, money speaks volumes, while everything else is merely verbal rhetoric. This is the terrifying nature of bounty hunters. However, their primary motivation is simply to augment their own strength, fundamentally. They are just individuals driven by the harsh realities of life. Nothing more, nothing extraordinary, merely striving to become powerful enough to instigate a transformation in the world. Yet, is it truly so simple to attain the status of the mightiest in such a world? It is impossible, for many covet what you possess. To them, everything you own is merely a ripe target waiting to be seized. One undeniable truth remains. The efficiency of bounty hunters is astonishing. Their speed is nearly unbelievable. Present them with any challenge, and they often require minimal effort to resolve it. A bounty of 200,000 purple crystals for a second-tier swordsman is an enticing offer that would undoubtedly capture the attention of many. This could easily become a goal for numerous individuals. After all, anyone wielding a blade is deemed unlawful. The Lord of Bega City is truly investing heavily. A second-tier swordsman is hardly worth such a sum, Yet he is offering such a substantial bounty, which serves as a deadly temptation that most would struggle to resist. Thus, it won't be long before Zhuo meets his demise. Once he is gone, many troubles will dissipate. He has come to recognize that a formidable adversary is gradually rising, and his objective is to firmly suppress this opportunity to make Zhuo understand the consequences of offending a powerful being. However, by then, Zhuo may already be dead. Leaving nothing to fear, once he is gone, everything will be manageable. It is time to eliminate this threat. Witnessing a third of the Lord's manor reduced to rubble is indeed shocking. Subsequent inquiries revealed that the assault originated from a considerable distance, indicating that a close-range attack would have yielded a different outcome. If this destruction was indeed wrought by a second-tier swordsman, it is genuinely alarming. How could a second-tier individual possess such extraordinary capabilities? This suggests the presence of a truly formidable figure nearby, likely the source of that explosive attack. Otherwise, such an occurrence is difficult to fathom. He cannot fathom that a mere second-tier swordsman could wield such power. Yet, his previous encounter with Zhuo made him realize that this particular second-tier warrior was unlike any other, regardless of the second-tier's prowess. He is certain he will be defeated. This is inevitable. The bounty hunters will undoubtedly bring him news. Lord Beidou, are you truly considering placing a bounty on the one known as Zhuo? At this moment, members of the Shadow Gate emerged. The Shadow Gate is responsible for overseeing these matters, ensuring that no one acts recklessly. If bounties were carelessly issued, such financial expenditure would not be trivial and must be categorized by rank rather than arbitrarily assigning 200,000. This is a significant sum. Yes, I intend to place a bounty on him. He is indeed worthy of 200,000, declared the Lord of Beidou. He does not underestimate Zhuo, nor does he dare to. If Zhuo is accompanied by a powerful ally, it could spell trouble. He is unwilling to allow these troubles to escalate and come crashing down upon him. Currently, we can only offer 20,000, in essence. The Lord must cover an additional 180,000 for the bounty to be issued. Do you still wish to proceed, my lord? 180,000, you say? Very well. Here is the sum. Handle this matter promptly. I have no desire to discuss it further. The Lord of Beidou, somewhat displeased, found it alarming that the bounty was set at such a high figure. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, for spending 180,000 to eliminate a threat seemed reasonable. Rest assured, the Shadow Gate will take care of this. I hope you achieve your objective swiftly, Lord Beidou. I also wish to see how long this young man can continue to smile. The Lord of Beidou remained convinced that Zhuo posed a significant danger. Allowing such a perilous individual to live would be a grave mistake. Thus, he must be eradicated. In an instant, the entire Anan city was thrown into turmoil upon receiving the news that a bounty of 200,000 had been placed on a second-tier individual. This sum is certainly extraordinary. Moreover, that it comes from a second-tier swordsman is remarkably peculiar. Such a bounty for one of his rank is unprecedented. Many displayed avaricious expressions. As if a second-tier warrior could indeed be worth such a fortune, there was no reason to let him slip away. This is entirely reasonable, after all. Earning money is no easy feat. The outcome aligns closely with the expectations of Wang Qing, whose bounty was also quite substantial, amounting to 220,000 purple crystals, 2,000 more than the death blade, illustrating the gravity of the situation. Zhuo, undeterred, has also been placed under a bounty of 200,000, a truly unprecedented occurrence. No one has ever encountered such treatment. But he now finds himself in such a position, which is commendable. However, he certainly does not desire such a fate, for it only leads to relentless conflict. The battle has yet to commence. When it does, it will be entirely different. No one can predict what will unfold next. You've really stirred up quite the storm. Surely the bounty should be forthcoming. After all, who could deny your formidable nature? When you have a moment, teach me that technique. Its power is truly immense, rivaling that of a blade capable of cutting through steel. Wang Qing is eager to learn from this young man, who has brought him a considerable surprise. This revelation has made him realize that he cannot underestimate Zhuo. The latter undoubtedly harbors many secrets. That particular move cannot be learned. I myself am uncertain why I was able to execute it. However, I sense that I am currently incapable of replicating that strike. Therefore, please do not hold me in excessively high regard, Zhuo remarked, uncertain of why he had unleashed such a strike. It felt as though he had channeled all the power within him, as if he had expelled every ounce of negative emotion. This sensation was profoundly liberating, and it was precisely due to that singular blow that he comprehended the path he was destined to tread. Undoubtedly, it would not align with the ordinary course of others. He envisioned his future filled with countless battles against formidable opponents until he emerged as the strongest among them. It was rather disheartening. However, he had managed to vent the pent-up frustrations of our ancient continent, which should now serve to remind those individuals of our formidable prowess. Did they genuinely believe that our ancient realm was devoid of capable individuals? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Wang Cheng felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a release of pent-up anger, something he had not experienced in quite some time. He was genuinely elated. And he wished that Zhuo could impart that incredible technique to him, for he had witnessed its extraordinary potency, truly unparalleled. Once I fully grasp it, I shall repay you. He mused, after all, you are my savior, and I have little else to offer in gratitude. Perhaps I shall teach you my swordsmanship in return? Zhuo's emotions have now stabilized. It must be acknowledged that the impact was indeed formidable. Henceforth, diligent study is essential. For the emergence of the strong in this world is invariably a gradual process forged through training. Let us agree on this and hasten our journey to the faction of Shui, where you shall witness the operations of Shui firsthand. You will undoubtedly be astonished, though the comprehension of it all will only come upon your arrival. Wang Cheng spoke with a tone imbued with admiration. For this organization belongs to them and is arguably the most powerful entity in the ancient continent, the sole force capable of altering the existing order. He takes immense pride in being part of such a distinguished group, striving for the liberation of the ancient continent's peoples, truly a noble endeavor. I, too, wish to explore what this so-called Shui truly embodies and what makes it so formidable. If it lacks any remarkable qualities, I shall not join. You will inevitably join. For it is only through Shui that one can ascend the path of strength. If you aspire to grow rapidly in power, this is the sole course of action. Trust me, you will uncover a new realm. Did you not declare war against Begu? If you find yourself lacking strength at this juncture, this is your singular opportunity to grow. Will you not consider it? Is it truly as extraordinary as you claim? Does this imply that all individuals within Shui are exceptionally powerful? Indeed, they are overwhelmingly strong, surpassing your capabilities and even those of Begu. Many are on the verge of reaching the rank of Emperor of the Sword Continent. However, they have since stepped back from the fray. Yet, it is their presence that has sustained Shui's existence. Without a few powerful figures in command, the situation would be quite different. Emperor, what manner of individual possesses such extraordinary abilities? Who, in this world, is the strongest of them all? Zhuo found himself increasingly intrigued. He was unaware of the multitude of formidable beings that existed in this world. His aspiration was to become the strongest among them, which necessitated acquaintance with these powerhouses. He was determined to vanquish each one, as they represented his ambitions. The Emperor, in particular, was an extraordinary entity. Rumored to wield the power of thunder and possessing the uncanny ability to perceive the essence of all things, including the thoughts of humankind. This bestowed upon him a prophetic prowess, rendering him a most formidable adversary. It was precisely due to such abilities that his opponents faced defeat. Nevertheless, they were currently endeavoring to comprehend this power, for if they could harness it, they would surely be able to overthrow the Emperor. The royal city spoke of the Emperor's terrifying might, recounting how he single-handedly annihilated an army of tens of thousands from the ancient continent in an instant. Under his influence, no one could hope to defeat him, which elucidated their failures. It could be asserted that the entirety of this conflict unfolded under the Emperor's orchestration, with victories achieved effortlessly. However, the situation had since shifted. His existence had stirred the ancient beings of the continent, ultimately curtailing his ambitions. Yet, this was inconsequential, as it was already too late. They had forfeited their chance at victory. Nonetheless, they had not surrendered, convinced that monumental events awaited them in the future, thus giving rise to the organization known as Reverse Blood. Thus, the current dynamics emerged, leaving one to ponder how events might have unfolded otherwise. One point remained perplexing to them: the Emperor's intention to seize every blade in existence. Consequently, the enmity between the two ancient sword continents commenced. Having dared to provoke the taboo surrounding swords, a matter of grave significance. The inception of all these events stemmed from the Emperor's eccentric disposition. Zhuo felt an uncanny resemblance in the Emperor, as if he had encountered him before. It was as though he were a mere replica of someone else. However, that seemed implausible, for he was a man who dared to proclaim himself as a deity. After all, this was merely an emperor, so it should be impossible. Nevertheless, there was something peculiar about it. Why did this emperor bear such striking similarities to that god? The sense of this resemblance was persistently perplexing. If he were indeed that individual, it might provide some clarity. Yet, if he truly were that person, it would pose a significant dilemma. considering the shadows of the past loomed large. They had once exerted their utmost efforts yet failed to make any impact against him, which was an exceedingly grave matter. Despite being numerous at the time, they could not inflict even a scratch upon him. If it were indeed him, then he would have to explore ways to defeat him, for he would not allow himself to be bested twice by the same opponent. The Emperor's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a past adversary I had encountered, though ultimately, that opponent was vanquished. I wonder how he fared in the end. Zhuo remarked that he found it hard to believe such coincidences could occur. If it were indeed so fortuitous, he would certainly test his mettle against this formidable opponent to redeem his past failures. It seemed improbable, for the Emperor was truly awe-inspiring, a veritable monster in this world, seemingly omnipotent. The existence of such an individual, if left unchecked, threatened any hope of success for the rest. The royal city held a profound apprehension towards this emperor, recognizing his exceptional prowess. He had transcended the realm of the ordinary, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, it was clear that he was not an opponent one could encounter at their current level. Hence, there was no need to excessively elevate another's stature. Once I confront him, I shall discern his true nature. Regardless of his identity, I am resolute in my intention to bring him down from his pedestal. I aspire to be the strongest, and he shall merely be a target on my path. Zhuo spoke with remarkable composure, as if he had come to fully accept this reality. After all, he was still young, with a vast journey of development ahead of him. These individuals would merely serve as stepping stones along his path. Your perspective is indeed impressive, and I must admit, it is the first time I have encountered such a thought. However, having dreams is commendable. I believe you may indeed achieve it. Once you reach the point of adversity, you will come to understand. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Until I possess absolute strength, I will not act recklessly. I assure you, I have significant responsibilities to uphold. Zhuo exuded confidence. Upon careful reflection, he recognized that the path he was about to tread was irrevocable. Yet, the potential for acquiring protective power made his choice seem undeniably worthwhile. Consequently, the two of them embarked on their journey, with their foremost priority being to vacate the premises, as they were still within the jurisdiction of Anan City. Should Beidou truly unleash his wrath, the consequences would be dire. Despite their formidable abilities, they were acutely aware that their options were limited. Unbeknownst to them, news of Zhuo had spread like wildfire throughout Anan City in an instant. Many were driven to madness, unable to fathom that such a seemingly feeble individual had somehow become their target, which was utterly astonishing. A level 2 bounty worth 200,000. How many lives would need to be extinguished to attain such a sum? The mere act of slaying a level 2 individual could yield such a fortune. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Countless souls were now frenzied, for they had never encountered such an opportunity before. This was truly unprecedented. They would not let such a chance slip through their fingers. After all, hunting a level 2 individual was remarkably simple, almost as effortless as sipping water. This time, they were poised to reap enormous rewards. Astonished that such a benefit could exist in this world, it seemed that Zhuo's fate was sealed. Was this lad not a descendant of the Zhuo family? It appeared he had offended the lord of Beidou City, adding a tantalizing twist to the tale. 200,000, I shall claim it. Yet, did they genuinely believe he was merely a level 2? If he were indeed at that level, who could have unleashed such a breathtaking sword energy? Surely, it could not have been produced by someone of that caliber. Could they truly defeat him? What nonsense! A level 2? That was implausible. A level 2 could not possibly wield such terrifying power. How could this be? It was beyond belief. If that were remotely possible, would it not imply the existence of a monster in this world? Consider this. Could a level 2 genuinely achieve such heights? It seemed utterly impossible, suggesting that he possessed extraordinary abilities. Everything about this scenario appeared questionable. It is often said that the eyes of the masses are keenly discerning, allowing many issues to be easily elucidated. Zhuo, so young yet with such a hefty bounty, seemed inherently suspicious. A level 2 must either harbor a secret or possess remarkable prowess to warrant a bounty of 200,000. Yet, from their perspective, Zhuo appeared to have little to fear, as they assumed he was cloaked in mystery. After all, how could a level 2 individual possess such capabilities? However, they remained blissfully unaware that Zhuo was indeed exceptionally powerful, to an extent that defied explanation. A level 2 individual so formidable was nothing short of astonishing. Zhuo and his companion were expending every ounce of their strength to flee, consumed by a singular purpose: to reach Guoli City, their sanctuary. Once there, all would become clear, and the burdens of their current plight would dissipate. However, the bounty on Zhuo's head was utterly terrifying. 200,000 was no trifling sum, a figure that many toil for an entire year to accumulate. Now, the task was reduced to eliminating a second-tier target, and the allure of such a reward had spread like wildfire, resulting in Zhuo's notoriety permeating the surrounding areas. Interest in claiming his head surged, even reaching distant cities, all drawn by the overwhelming power of temptation. This temptation was indeed monumental. The allure of Zhuo is undeniably immense, a phenomenon without parallel. Yet, Zhuo remains indifferent to it all, perceiving this grand spectacle as entirely unrelated to him. His sole focus is on reaching Guoli City. Eager to witness the nature of the most formidable organization in existence, he yearns to discern what sets it apart, if there truly is a distinction. He is determined to uncover it. However, he remains oblivious to the extent of the situation that has unfolded. His reputation has swiftly spread throughout the southern regions, for the sum involved is extraordinarily substantial. With 200,000, one could nearly transform into a formidable force. To forego such an opportunity would indeed be regrettable. Their departure from Anan City was remarkably smooth, the journey marked by an unusual safety, as if no one had set their sights upon them. This is not surprising, considering their whereabouts remain unknown to others. Yet, were his bounty and location to be revealed, his fortunes might shift dramatically. He has become a figure of great renown, a target for those seeking to seize his wealth. The isolation they have experienced during this period has shielded them from the unfolding events. Had they been aware, they would likely have been profoundly astonished. At long last, they arrived at their destination, Guoli City, recognized as the weakest stronghold in the south. Its vulnerability had rendered it an attractive target, establishing it as a base for the reverse blood faction. Within this enclave resides an individual of considerable prowess, nearing the threshold of iron-slicing strength, a capability befitting a branch leader. Without such skill, it would indeed raise eyebrows. Wang Qing, well acquainted with the territory, guided Zhuo with ease. Having brought into a small village situated in the northwest corner of Guoli City. "Is this your branch?" Zhuo inquired, observing the seemingly ordinary surroundings. Could it truly harbor any formidable warriors? Zhuo felt a twinge of curiosity. Could there really be formidable beings here? It appeared more akin to a dilapidated village, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary individuals. However, this place is not merely what it seems on the surface. There are many aspects you have yet to experience, which is why you make such remarks, for you are still quite youthful. The powerful beings here are truly remarkable, and encounters with them are exceedingly rare. Wang Qing remained unfazed, fully aware that Zhuo's youth rendered him oblivious to the realities at play. Yet, powerful individuals indeed inhabit this realm, many of whom surpass him in strength. "Come," he urged, "you are currently unfamiliar with the concept of reverse blood, which is why you express such sentiments. Should you grasp its significance, your perspective would undoubtedly shift." "Very well," Zhuo conceded. "I shall observe and discern the true essence of this reverse blood. It must possess remarkable qualities to warrant such concern from you." Zhuo chose not to elaborate further, for he understood that the mere survival of this organization in such dire circumstances attested to its formidable prowess. An organization capable of enduring under such conditions could not possibly be trivial. Under Wang Qing's guidance, they arrived at a nondescript, dilapidated cottage that appeared exceedingly worn. Inside the modest abode was a solitary figure clad in a raincoat, exuding an air of weariness, yet he was merely middle-aged. This middle-aged man possessed a certain gravitas that took Zhuo by surprise. This individual was not to be underestimated. That was Zhuo's initial impression. He found the man profoundly intimidating to the point of astonishment. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the Deathblade, and Zhuo was unable to penetrate the depths of his being. "Wang Qing, you have arrived? The ancient blade has perished, has he not?" inquired the middle-aged man, his voice gravelly, leaving one uncertain whether it stemmed from a throat ailment. "Mr. Liu, as you have stated, the ancient blade is indeed deceased. However, I have located his successor, who is now a member of our blood reversal organization." Wang Qing seemed reluctant to conceal anything in the presence of this formidable individual, indicating that the man's strength surpassed his own. Indeed, that lad has ventured forth with a resolve to meet his demise. We are now left with but a handful of 9th-level elites. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, the middle-aged man sighed, as if already aware of the unfolding events. "The ancient blade sacrificed himself so that I might live. In living, I stand as testament to his existence. I shall avenge his grievances." "But do you possess the means to enhance my strength?" Zhuo remarked that the ancient sword indeed commanded his deep admiration, had it not been for its influence. He might have met with death by now. Of course, he bore his own share of responsibility, as it was his actions that had precipitated such a series of events. "You are Zhuo, are you not?" The middle-aged man cast a glance at Zhuo and uttered a statement that left both Zhuo and Wang Qing astonished. Who was this individual, capable of discerning his identity? It was nothing short of astonishing. "Whom are you referring to? How could you possibly know my identity?" Zhuo was utterly astonished. He was certain he had never encountered this individual before. How could he possibly know his name? This was indeed quite peculiar. "Oh, it seems you are unaware of the trouble you've recently stirred up. A true problem child, aren't you? Your exploits must be quite renowned throughout the southern region by now," remarked the middle-aged man. He too was momentarily taken aback, realizing that their return here had been rather effortless. Otherwise, they might have faced far greater complications. "You are now being offered a bounty of 200,000 amethyst, almost on par with the royal city. Yet, you are merely a second-tier individual and have attracted such an exaggerated sum. It appears you have accomplished something truly remarkable," the middle-aged man continued. At this moment, Zhuo stood in disbelief. He was indeed being sought after. Although he was aware of it, the sheer amount of 200,000 struck him as extraordinarily high. He never imagined he would become such an infamous fugitive. "It seems you are on the verge of surpassing me. You are indeed a promising talent. I cannot fathom just how formidable you will become in the future." Wang Qing expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated such a substantial bounty. It seemed fitting for his status. However, Zhuo appeared unfazed, as if he had already anticipated the bounty on his head, and remarkably, he could still smile. "Now that was truly amusing. You are indeed exceptional, young man. I never expected someone on the run could maintain such an optimistic demeanor." The middle-aged man chuckled at this revelation. He had never considered that a wanted individual could exhibit such levity. It was utterly incomprehensible. "What else could I do? Since my life has been confined by others, I must shatter these constraints. My existence is not meant to be bound by so many limitations." Zhuo, when will you allow yourself to embrace negativity? You are inherently a disruptor of convention, as if you were destined for this role. It is splendid. The blood reversal requires your participation, and the ancient blade has seemingly found its rightful heir. Enter, for this is not a place for idle chatter. The middle-aged man perceived Zhuo as a promising individual, believing it essential to nurture his potential. Perhaps he could evolve into an even mightier grim blade, after all. Becoming an extraordinary figure is the ultimate aspiration. I have come here to grow stronger, and if this environment does not facilitate my ascension, I shall remain indifferent. My ambition is to become a formidable force, and to fulfill this purpose, I must indeed cultivate my strength." Zhuo remarked that he now comprehends the prowess of this individual. However, the question that lingers in his mind is whether this person can indeed facilitate his transformation into a formidable force. Rest assured, no individual is beyond the realm of growth. Rather, it is the potential for becoming even stronger that lies within reach. With sufficient determination, one can ascend to extraordinary heights, astonishing others with their strength. The middle-aged man spoke with a gravity that suggested he possessed the resolve to elevate Zhuo, his serious tone evoking a sense of curiosity. Yet, Zhuo felt an inexplicable trust in him. "Is it true? You seem remarkably confident in my ability to grow stronger. Very well, I shall put it to the test. Should you fail to empower me, I will ensure you understand that I, Zhuo, am not one to be easily subdued." Zhuo harbored some doubts. Yet he chose to place his trust in this individual, recognizing that if this person were indeed formidable, he would possess the means to help him grow stronger. "Rest assured, temper your emotions. You are not a beast, but a human. Emotions are a form of power, and if you can master the strength of the appropriate emotions, you will become an immensely powerful force." The middle-aged man remained composed, seemingly already aware of Zhuo's potential actions. To him, Zhuo appeared to be merely an immature individual with much to learn, suggesting that the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. "Trust me, mister. Lu's strength is quite formidable, even surpassing my own. You should familiarize yourself with the concept of inverted blood. Once you grasp all this, your perspective will surely change." Wang Qing remarked. Zhuo's audacity seemed inappropriate. One must be mindful of decorum when addressing a leader. "It's all right. Youth is a virtue. This lad truly reminds me of my own youthful days. I find him quite amusing and anticipate that he will present me with many intriguing experiences. I am not a mere plaything. I have never encountered a beast that refrains from biting. Indeed, no beast is without its bite. However, you are not a beast, but simply a human striving for strength. You possess no extraordinary qualities. Your current mindset leaves much to be desired. A swordsman must not harbor confusion. Yet I can clearly see your uncertainty. The middle-aged man's words struck deeply, prompting Zhuo to reflect. Indeed, he once aspired solely to become the strongest swordsman. Yet it seemed that the path ahead was far more complex than he had initially perceived. After listening to the words, Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. What kind of swordsmanship was he truly practicing? It felt as though it was not the path he had envisioned. And he had been straying from his true course all along. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I nearly lost sight of my goal. I wish to learn the art of the sword from you. Zhuo recognized that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he could offer a glimmer of hope for his own advancement. However, the middle-aged man firmly asserted, do not rely on others. Your path must be forged by your own efforts. I cannot influence your journey, and my swordsmanship is not particularly exceptional. Your situation is unique, and you must navigate it independently. His rejection was unambiguous, leaving Zhuo with a sense of disappointment. He had harbored aspirations of becoming formidable. Yet he had not anticipated such a turn of events. I, too, am charting my own course. Naturally, you must explore yours alone. For no one else can alter your fate. The middle-aged man spoke with the wisdom of a sage, his words resonating profoundly with Zhuo, illuminating many truths for him. I see now. I believe it is essential for me to investigate this reverse blood phenomenon and discern the nature of its power. Is it truly as formidable as rumored? Zhuo discerned what he needed to do at this moment. It was time to grasp many things. Thus, a group of them ventured inside, instantly transported to an entirely different realm. This was far from a dilapidated dwelling. It was a place of hidden wonders. There was an abundance of items. But what struck Zhuo most was the multitude of portraits adorning the walls, each accompanied by a series of numbers. These were unmistakably bounty notices, many of which bore considerable value, some even surpassing his own worth. Our primary mission as the reversed blood is to take lives. We are the most wanted by the Sword Continent. If they can pursue and eliminate us, why should we not be able to do the same to them? They are clearly outsiders. How can they claim dominion over us? Are we truly inferior to them? This is inconceivable. Therefore, we must make these shameless individuals aware that we, too, possess a spirit of rebellion on the ancient continent. Our existence is dedicated to their overthrow. This is our essence. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice resonating with a newfound strength, resembling someone who has endured much. He exhibited a profound loathing for the Sword Continent. This sentiment starkly contrasted with Zhuo's previous perception of him, as if he were a person transformed. The man's distorted emotions bewildered Zhuo, making him feel as though he were in the presence of a different individual altogether. Perhaps this was the reason he claimed he did not belong? Zhuo had not contemplated this deeply. It only just dawned on him that he had indeed been exceedingly indecisive, easily swayed by mere words. It appears that his cultivation remains insufficient, and he must continue to refine himself, striving to become even more formidable. Are these individuals all from the Sword Continent? Is that the North Valley? Zhuo carefully scrutinized the wanted posters, and upon seeing one particular individual, a surge of rage coursed through his veins. This was a person he could never forget. It was precisely due to him that his current predicament had arisen. He must find an opportunity to eliminate him. If he failed to do so, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. It had been a long time since he felt such intense emotions. Beidou, indeed, it was him. He had remained stagnant at 1,000,000 for quite some time. Yet, 1,000,000 is still a substantial figure, sufficient to elevate one's cultivation to the 5th level. The words of the middle-aged man stirred something within Zhuo. Reaching the 5th level would undoubtedly allow him to unleash a greater array of techniques, each possessing formidable power. However, at this moment, defeating him was out of the question. The bounty on his head had lingered for years, and no one had managed to confront him otherwise. That would indeed be remarkable. What do you think? Do you wish to kill him? The middle-aged man observed Zhuo's evident fixation on this individual, sensing a hint of curiosity. Just how deep did this young man's hatred for Beidou run? It appeared to border on a serious vendetta. Perhaps even a desire for bloodshed. This was certainly troubling. Of course, I will claim his head. He is my target. However, if you seek to pry into my personal affairs, I find it unnecessary. You will discover the answers you seek in due time, so there is no need for further inquiries. Zhuo expressed that he would not allow himself to be ensnared by the words of others. Such a sensation felt exceedingly peculiar. Of course, this was a personal issue, for he had always been engaged in combat. Revealing secrets could indeed pose significant risks. Moreover, there was no necessity to divulge excessive information, after all. The outcomes of these matters were destined to be comprehended by future generations. Our primary objective is to live in the present. The middle-aged man finally grasped the essence of this realization and ceased to be concerned, for these truths would eventually come to light, thus alleviating any urgency. Our rebellion against the bloodline signifies the eradication of those overt rulers, with the aim of liberating the entire ancient continent. This is our sacred mission. Furthermore, by eliminating these figures, we can destabilize their dominion. This is our aspiration. As the middle-aged man gazed at Zhuo, his countenance radiated excitement, as if they were engaged in the most righteous endeavor in the world. In addition to the reward of purple crystals, is there anything else? Perhaps weapons, such as blades? Zhuo's aspirations were as simple as the desire to grow stronger. Everything else held no significance for him. Thus, the pursuit of a reliable weapon was paramount, as it would enable him to enhance his prowess. As long as what we possessed in our inventory equated to the worth of those you vanquished, that sufficed. Hence, the fruits of this endeavor would be a testament to your own efforts. Go forth and create miracles. This world no longer demands fairness. It yearns for a formidable force to govern it, leading its people to become the mightiest existence within it. I do not require any justification for my actions. I merely seek to exploit every available resource that can bolster my strength, and nothing more. You may deem me a restless spirit, but Chrollo unequivocally rejected such notions. He had always lived for himself and would not waver over trivial matters. His resolute belief was to become the most powerful swordsman in the world, ready to pursue this goal at any cost, embracing a path distinct from others, as anticipated, despite his reluctance. Your unique insights have indeed earned you a place among the blood reversal. I am Lu Zaixian, the leader of the Guoli City branch, a pinnacle-level swordsman of the 9th rank. We, the blood reversal, represent the last vestige of vitality needed to restore the ancient continent. And thus we require the infusion of fresh blood like yours to revive its former glory. The middle-aged man finally revealed his identity. Yet Zhuo was merely intrigued by the other's cultivation level. He had not expected to encounter so many 9th-level practitioners in just a few months, let alone a 10th-level one. Indeed, troubles seemed to gravitate toward him. He was destined to be restless. You have traveled a great distance. Today, take the time to rest. If you wish to undertake a mission, I have no objections, Lu Zaixian remarked. The rapid transformation he had undergone left Chrollo somewhat perplexed. He had not anticipated such peculiar individuals existing in this world, and the thought of learning from such a character felt almost mad. Let us rest for a few days. Once I ascertain my course of action, I shall consult with you. Although reluctant to acknowledge any connection with such a person, upon reflection, he found himself lacking better options, thus settling here for the time being. As they established themselves, Zhuo pondered whether this organization was indeed as rumored. Should he eliminate Begu? A substantial fortune would be his, enhancing his strength even further. He was not unfamiliar with such a business model, having once been a bounty hunter, however. It had never been his choice, merely a means to survive. Let us commence from here, he resolved, aware that the road ahead was long and uncertain. With the ultimate outcome still veiled in mystery, Zhuo could only calm himself. These individuals may not possess admirable qualities, yet they could offer him a glimmer of hope, a catalyst for his own strength. This young man is beyond our control. Should he manage to survive, his power will undoubtedly be formidable. Indeed, you have perceived it correctly. This lad possesses numerous distinctive traits, albeit they have yet to manifest fully. Lu Zaixian and Wang Cheng both recognize that Zhuo is no ordinary person, but their curiosity has intensified regarding the future developments surrounding this enigmatic figure. Shall we make a wager? Lu Zaixian suddenly proposed. Eager to discern the trajectory of this young man's evolution, would he rise to greatness or remain stagnant? What shall we wager on? Wang Cheng inquired, intrigued. Although Lu often exuded reliability, he had a penchant for unpredictability at critical moments, leaving Wang Cheng to wonder what scheme he had in mind. I wager that this young man will evolve into someone capable of vanquishing the Northern Valley within a decade. Are you serious? Do you truly believe that is feasible within 10 years? Wang Cheng responded with astonishment. If he could indeed reach such a level of prowess, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yes, I am quite serious. Have you not always aspired to attain a level of mastery akin to that of a slayer of iron? The wager will involve a crucial artifact that could elevate you to that pinnacle. What do you say? Is that so? Very well, I accept. If I lose, I shall relinquish my swordsmanship to you. Does that sound agreeable? Agreed. Your swordsmanship will suffice. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Their thoughts remained shrouded in secrecy, and the significance of their wager was lost on others. However, for them, it held genuine value. Meanwhile, as matters concerning Zhuo reached a standstill, A fervor ignited among many who sought to claim his head. Their eyes were ablaze with ambition. Another figure had emerged. With a bounty of 200,000 on his head, a coveted target for all. At the Lord's manor of Guole City, a messenger rushed before Lord Wei Zichong, presenting a wanted notice. The typically composed lord felt an unsettling shift within him. His thick mustache trembled, and his bald head gleamed under the light. What on earth is the Northern Valley scheming? They have placed such a high bounty on this individual, who does not appear particularly formidable. Yet, why is he valued at 200,000? Has he uncovered some hidden secret? A sense of foreboding enveloped Wei Zichong. If this young man possessed a secret, it could indeed be worth such a sum. Capturing him would certainly be of great interest. An idea sparked within Wei Zichong. If Zhuo was, in truth, only a level 2 individual, then there must be something amiss. As an adversary of the Northern Valley, this seemed highly peculiar. It felt akin to a blatant display of misdirection, leading him to conclude that Zhuo was undoubtedly suspicious. Fascinating. I must keep a close watch on this young man. He cannot fall into the hands of a Nan city, for he may harbor astonishing secrets. The bounty of 200,000 is certainly suspect. It would be best to capture him alive. I must unveil this secret. Wei Zichong sensed an opportunity at last. He had long desired to annex the Northern Valley, yet had never found the right moment until now. This apparent misdirection could not escape his scrutiny. He understood the intentions of his adversaries and resolved to counter their plans, inflicting some suffering upon the Northern Valley in the process. Whenever there are conflicting interests, hostilities inevitably arise. Furthermore, in the absence of comprehensive understanding, suspicion will flourish. These suspicions served merely to temper the surrounding forces' dynamics. Should their equilibrium shift, dire consequences could ensue. Given that they were typically adversaries, if the scales tipped too far, it would spell disaster. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Hence Chrollo had become a target for others. This entire situation stemmed from his bounty. A level 2 individual commanding such a price was no trivial matter. The bounty rivaled those of level 9 individuals. There was no denying that Zhuo was a figure of concern. With the issue now apparent, there was no need for hesitation. Zhuo must be apprehended. Of course, others shared similar thoughts. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the Northern Valley merely sought to exploit others to eliminate Zhuo. Although Zhuo appeared weak at present, it did not imply that he would remain so indefinitely. He could very well evolve into one of the most perilous beings in existence. This was merely the beginning, and the potential he exhibited was already glaringly evident. It was impossible to dismiss the likelihood of him growing even stronger. Change was inevitable. The only question that remained was how this transformation would unfold. Zhuo must be eliminated. If circumstances permitted, Begu would personally see to his removal, for he is indeed exceedingly perilous. For now, he prefers to let others handle the matter, as his focus lies on cultivation. He senses that a breakthrough is imminent, a realization that dawned upon him unexpectedly. This fortunate turn of events can be attributed to Zhuo. Had he not been startled by him, he might not have perceived the barriers within himself. Once he breaks through, his strength will rank him among the most formidable in the southern 3 cities, signifying the commencement of his grand design. The resources of these 3 cities are of paramount importance to him, rendering him indifferent to the current turmoil. He feels everything is well within his control. The prospect of becoming a sovereign is tantalizingly close, his aspirations inching ever nearer. His goal is to vanquish a single adversary, preferably the weakest among them, thereby minimizing risk and loss. He muses that these individuals will likely assist him in eliminating that young man, a development he views as fortuitous. Utilizing their efforts, he will reap the benefits, and they will undoubtedly perceive Zhuo as a significant threat. This, in his eyes, is the most favorable outcome. Begu suddenly comprehends the implications of his seemingly inadvertent actions. Firstly, he can eliminate his foe indirectly, and secondly, create an air of mystery around the situation. The financial expenditure of 18,000 is negligible compared to the potential resolution of numerous issues, which ultimately serves his interests. Unbeknownst to anyone, Begu is acutely aware that victory is within his grasp. If he navigates this step wisely, everything could change. Although Zhuo has had a considerable impact on him, upon reflection, it appears there are also advantages to be gained, perhaps even numerous benefits. Let them flounder in their own machinations. He shall await the fruits of their labor. For this turmoil is of their own making. Begu feels a surge of gratitude for this newfound insight, believing that fate is favoring him. How else could circumstances have unfolded in such a favorable manner? Everything seems to align in his favor, a testament to divine providence. Meanwhile, Zhuo remains oblivious to his rising status as a prominent figure in the south. He merely views the situation as somewhat surprising. Previously, during his time in the Great Maritime Path, he encountered no shortage of challenges, considering them quite normal. What is the current state of my blade? What truly transpired with that last strike? At the time, it felt as though all my strength had been unleashed, the force immense. Even terrifying, certainly not a display of my usual prowess. Night has fallen, and Zhuo stands atop the roof, gazing at the heavens, pondering the peculiar nature of that formidable blow. It was undeniably powerful, surpassing even that of the lion's song. He has never before experienced such overwhelming force. And now he comprehends its significance. If only there were wine at this moment. It has been far too long since he indulged, as it serves as a balm for the soul. Wait for me, my companions. I shall return. Our journey has not yet reached its conclusion. Zhuo now finds that the strength propelling him forward is dwindling to but a mere flicker. Sustained solely by the unwavering promise he made to his companions, an oath that is immutable and must be honored. Surely, one must feel loneliness and solitude, right? What do you suppose I have brought along? At that moment, a voice shattered the tranquility of the night, heralding the arrival of the royal city. It seemed that he too was restless, seeking a breath of fresh air, and fortuitously encountered Zhuo, prompting him to engage in a friendly conversation. Do you have any wine? Zhuo merely inquired, expressing a strong desire for a drink. As for everything else, it seemed rather inconsequential. Yet, at such a tender age, you already indulge in alcohol? Is there truly a distinction of age when it comes to drinking? I think not. It is the valiant and heroic who ought to partake in libations. It has been quite some time since I last enjoyed a drink. Shall we resolve to drink until we are inebriated tonight? Splendid. I seek the embrace of alcohol to help me forget certain matters. I no longer wish to be obscured by the shadows of the past. How curious it is that the youth possess such profound thoughts. Might you indulge me with tales of your past? I sense that you harbor many secrets. Secrets that I yearn to uncover. Zhuo paused in contemplation, realizing that he must voice his thoughts, for there remained much he needed to comprehend. He pondered whether there existed a route to the Grand Line from this place, or if perhaps this was indeed the New World itself. It was imperative for him to acquire such knowledge, and he believed that the local indigenous people could provide the insights he sought. Should he fail to uncover this information, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express his inquiries, hoping that someone might lend credence to his concerns. Zhuo ultimately decided to unveil his secret, considering that it was not truly a secret at all. To exist in this vast world, one must seek knowledge and engage in communication with others, often necessitating the assistance of certain individuals. After all, the world is immense, and perhaps one's troubles are but trifles. Rather than bottling them up, it is far better to express them. Wang Cheng, brimming with impatience, produced 2 jars of wine, carelessly breaking the seals and indulging in a hearty drink. Indeed, in a world so expansive and populated, it can withstand much. I am merely a small individual. And while I may aspire to change this world in the future, I remain fundamentally myself. Zhuo took a sip of the wine and experienced a piquant sensation. It was peculiar, as this was his first encounter with such a beverage, and it felt entirely different from anything he had previously tasted. Indeed, why not express it? Perhaps I could provide some clarity on the matter. In truth, I often feel as though I am not of this world, yet I find myself living within it. It is truly a wondrous feeling, as if there exists another version of me in an alternate realm. Zoro expressed his profound uncertainty about his own identity. Should he be referred to as Rorno as Zoro, or is it more appropriate to identify as Zoro from the Zoro family? Perhaps this is the essence of your true self. Is it conceivable that the individuals you perceive in this duality of worlds are merely reflections of your own being? Or could it be that everything you observe is but an illusion, while your alternate imaginings constitute reality? Nevertheless, from my perspective, you are undeniably real, unequivocally authentic. Thus, do not allow yourself to be swayed by conflicting emotions. The king remarked that such situations have indeed occurred before. Yet who truly pays heed to events that have come to pass? Is it not the most commendable pursuit to live well for oneself? True. But the techniques I am currently employing are derived from another version of myself, or perhaps it is more accurate to say they are inherently my own. However, due to the absence of 3 swords, I find myself unable to unleash my full potential. Zhuo took another hearty sip, feeling that the more he drank, the more exhilarated his spirits became. It is no wonder, then, that I found it peculiar for you to wield 2 blades. It appears to be the very essence of your style. The art of the 3 blades is indeed distinct from merely handling 3 swords. And one day you shall witness me execute this technique. I shall eagerly await that moment, for I too am curious to behold the true nature of the three blades. A profound silence enveloped the two for a brief moment, yet it was soon replaced by a joyous atmosphere as they realized their kinship, which allowed their conversation to flow so naturally. By the way, have you ever heard of the Grand Line? It is an ocean teeming with formidable individuals. I once journeyed there myself, though I was eventually defeated and found my way here. Do you know how one might escape this place? The Grand Line, you say? I must confess, I am quite unfamiliar with it, for I have never ventured to sea, and the ancient continent is indeed vast. Is that so? It appears I have many days ahead of me. Zhuo felt a tinge of melancholy, for he had yet to uncover any information regarding the Grand Line. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. It is often beneficial to express one's thoughts, as doing so may alleviate unnecessary emotions. After all, the world is replete with enigmas that defy explanation. Perhaps the two of them are mere figments of imagination. Or could it be that the one in his dreams is the illusion? Ultimately, all of this presents a conundrum that eludes comprehension, a question shrouded in uncertainty. Who can ascertain whether they are merely a construct of one's mind? The name Grand Line was a novel revelation to Wang Cheng. He had never encountered it before. Now that he is aware of it, what difference does it make? To live is paramount, for there will come a day when the answers will reveal themselves. This is merely a trivial matter, and with sufficient strength, one can uncover greater truths. Zhuo seemed to have attained some understanding, since these matters are beyond alteration. One can only approach them with composure. Perhaps when one's ambitions reach a certain zenith, these concerns will no longer appear as grave issues, but merely as occurrences from another realm. Indeed, let us continue to live, for perhaps when you become the most formidable individual in this world, the essence of all these matters will become clear. Many of life's quandaries are, in truth, quite simple. How much more can your worries escalate? Wang Cheng, having lived for a considerable duration, naturally comprehends this. Perhaps the essence of existence lies in the pursuit of minor joys. The essence of sword and tent is, in fact, a reflection of life's insights, thus rendering human existence replete with the extraordinary. I am grateful to you, were it not for your presence. I might have been ensnared in this dilemma for an extended period. Let us continue to drink. This wine is truly peculiar. It is the most unusual wine I have ever tasted, compelling me to crave it even more. What kind of wine is this? Zhuo found it quite peculiar. This particular liquor seemed almost sentient, as if it possessed the power to invigorate him, enabling him to forget certain memories. He increasingly developed an affinity for this beverage. Yet, it was merely an ordinary drink. The finest wines were held by the denizens of the Sword Continent, who boasted exquisite selections. I still hold a certain fondness for those. Considering my infrequent indulgences, the royal city evokes nostalgia for the wines of yore. After vanquishing an adversary, he claimed all their treasures, which included a type of wine that stirred fond memories within him. Alas, he seldom resorts to violence these days. Otherwise, those exquisite wines would still be within his grasp. Nevertheless, I have resolved to become a bounty hunter. I have dabbled in it before, and once my strength burgeons, I shall acquire the coveted respite wine. In due time, I shall offer it to you, for you have saved my life. I believe a token of gratitude is but a small gesture. Zhuo contemplated that if he could assist others, it would lighten the burden on his conscience, which seemed rather commendable. After all, he was merely a normal individual. And if certain matters could be resolved effortlessly, why not address them? He eagerly anticipated the outcomes, having long cherished the thought of acquiring these coveted items. Their attainment would be truly worthwhile. Upon hearing Zhuo express this sentiment, he felt a surge of excitement within. His involvement in bounty actions had diminished significantly, largely due to the shifts in his position, which had altered many aspects of his life. His current assignments were far more formidable. Nevertheless, he mused, without you, I would not be who I am today. I am quite perceptive regarding certain matters, so do not consider me ungrateful. It seemed that the bond between them was divinely orchestrated. Thus, he proposed a toast to their friendship. I have not felt such joy in a long time. Wang Cheng was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhuo's character to be so profound. Initially, he had perceived him as someone driven solely by self-interest. Yet it became evident that this was far from the truth. This young man possessed a hidden depth that inspired a desire for a closer relationship. Consequently, the two indulged in their libations, and with each drink, Zhuo's excitement intensified. Many concerns that once loomed large now seemed trivial. Nothing appeared particularly strange. He was undergoing a transformation, realizing that not everything held equal significance. As long as he lived well, that sufficed. He was Zhuo, an individual in his own right. unbound by the opinions of others. There remains a vast world for me to explore. I have no time for sorrow. I am a warrior, and a warrior must continuously confront all challenges. Only by grasping the essence of this world can one sever all that binds. Whatever it may be, all can indeed be cut away. Zhuo suddenly gained a new understanding of his sword intent. Often, a sword is merely an object. However, more frequently, it embodies an extension of oneself, an integral part of the human form. Therefore, to regard the sword as an external entity would hinder one's journey along the path of swordsmanship. This is Zhuo's conviction. He has begun to unravel certain truths and deepen his comprehension of the sword way. Consequently, his heart has attained an unsettling tranquility, one that borders on the eerie. He became ensnared in contemplation, unable to react for an extended period, perplexed by the nature of his thoughts. Within him, there exists an undeniable urge to manifest this newfound power. He feels that if he does not express it, he may never attain true strength. This sensation is one I believe I cannot resist. Zhuo could no longer contain himself. It was time for him to unleash his latent power. Drawing forth 2 blades, he leaped down and began to demonstrate his swordsmanship. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he had discovered new techniques or gained fresh insights. What does this young man intend to do now? Is he planning to showcase his sword skills? Wang Qing observed Zhuo with curiosity, pondering what exactly the youth was up to. He seemed to be employing a 3-sword style. Intrigued, Wang Qing thought to himself, let me witness this. If he could discern his opponent's tactics, perhaps it would aid him in overcoming his own stagnation. He had been trapped at level 9 for quite some time. Yearning to break through, which was no simple feat. Suddenly, he felt that Zhuo's abilities might just unlock a door for him. Ah, you wish to dance with your swords, do you? Very well, I shall provide you with one. I am eager to see the true nature of your 3-sword style and whether it possesses genuine strength. Wang Qing had yet to witness this 3-sword technique and was eager to understand what made it so remarkable. He tossed a blade to Zhuo, who accepted it. And in that instant, his demeanor transformed radically. It seemed as though only with 3 swords could Zhuo truly embody his essence. Without them, he appeared incomplete. The transformation in the young man was indeed striking. It was evident that the 3-sword style diverged significantly from the 2-sword variant, just as Zhuo had claimed. Wang Qing was keen to observe the distinctiveness of this so-called 3-sword style. Now, it was clear that Zhuo's aura had irrevocably changed. Wang Qing had never before encountered someone capable of altering their presence so dramatically in an instant. This was truly a novel experience for him. Very well. I shall reveal to you the intricacies of the 3-sword style. It is far more than merely wielding 3 blades. Zhuo brimmed with confidence. For he had finally entered his domain, a realm unlike any other. He was determined to astonish everyone, to unveil the extraordinary nature of this unparalleled style that none had ever witnessed before. Just how formidable could it truly be? The 3-blade style, the blade wolf style. Zhuo's body finally began to move, as if endowed with boundless reflexes. His movements were incredibly peculiar, appearing to lack any discernible trajectory. However, one aspect stood out distinctly. These actions emanated entirely from instinct. This form of movement was undeniably strange, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed remarkably logical, akin to a wolf, fully unleashed in pursuit of its prey. Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Is this what they call the 3-blade flow? Indeed, it is unlike anything else. It seems this encounter promises to be truly intriguing. I am eager to discover what other surprises you have in store. Wang Qing's senses were abruptly heightened. Sensing a delightful thrill, this young man appeared to possess many undisclosed facets yet to be revealed. Now, let us see what he truly has to offer. 3-blade flow. 3 lives, 108 disturbances of the phoenix. Zhuo once again unleashed his prowess, this time showcasing the skills he had fully mastered on the Sky Island. 3 streams of sword energy soared into the heavens, only to meld into one magnificent blade of light, piercing the clouds with astonishing force. This spectacle caught the attention of the royal city. The young man's remarkable talent was utterly unexpected, leaving them genuinely astonished. Yet, he found himself grappling with a troubling realization. His strength was waning. It seemed that he had been regressing rather than advancing. Such a trend was far from favorable. Although the onlookers were captivated, Zhuo was acutely aware of his decline. It had been quite some time since he last employed the 3-blade technique, and he had not anticipated how rusty he had become. This occurrence, while not entirely unprecedented, indicated a troubling dependency on his blades, a situation he deemed decidedly unfavorable. He had once believed that acquiring 3 swords would significantly enhance his abilities, only to be met with the disheartening truth that his power remained stagnant. How could he possibly aspire to become a formidable warrior under these circumstances? It seemed utterly implausible. He was intent on becoming the most powerful figure in this realm, not the one whose decline was most evident. This outcome was not what he sought. He refused to succumb to despair. His swordsmanship could not be riddled with such imperfections. He was determined to pursue a flawless technique, one that would elevate him to the pinnacle of sword mastery. This was his true ambition. Zoro was inherently the type who feared no hardship and utterly refused to believe in any form of defeatism. He firmly believed there remained vast room for improvement within himself, that opportunities to grow stronger still lay ahead rather than resigning to mediocrity. Such surrender was utterly unnecessary. What's happening with this lad? His swordsmanship seems unusual. Wang Qing too sensed something amiss. This divergence from his previous form shouldn't be possible, yet the transformation was undeniable. If this continued, calamity might truly befall him. The young man had begun to lose his way. While wielding formidable power, his pursuit of perfection plunged him into confusion. Now it was the swords while controlling him, not the other way around. This path would lead only to self-destruction. Lu Zixi appeared abruptly, sensing the anomaly in Zoro's demeanor. Simultaneously, he marveled at the youth's extraordinary prowess. This transcended normal human capability. The 3-sword style was truly fearsome. Master Lu, what shall we do? This boy possesses remarkable potential to ascend to greater heights, yet now he seems to have strayed onto a different path. This cannot continue. Wang Qing grew anxious. He held high hopes for this promising youth and couldn't bear to see him perish so young. Peace. With me present, no harm shall befall him. Let us observe, should the situation deteriorate, intervention remains timely. Should he find his own way out, all the better. This is his sword's will, not ours to alter. He must forge his own path, perhaps he'll emerge stronger for it. Lu Zixi wished to witness the conclusion, whether Zoro would refine his 3-sword style or abandon it entirely. These possibilities intrigued him, and he refrained from disrupting the youth's cultivation. Very well. We can only await the outcome now. Perhaps I was too hasty. Wang Qing regained composure. Agitation served no purpose. This was Zoro's own journey. Only the swordsman himself could determine his fate. Then Zoro moved again, executing a series of bizarre techniques, unfathomable sword forms unknown to any present. Strange yet fascinating, particularly the blade clenched between his teeth. How could such precise movements originate from such limited cranial mobility? Could ordinary humans achieve this? Impossible for most, yet he accomplishes it. His neck exhibits extraordinary flexibility and power rivaling any warrior's arm. This lad is indeed a prodigy, devising such unorthodox methods. Yet I suspect none could replicate this, a swordsmanship tailored exclusively for himself. Remarkable, perhaps beyond even our mastery. Lu Zixi observed with deepening fascination. This youth's potential remained constrained, awaiting full liberation. A most promising individual. True, yet greater horizons await this young talent. His full capabilities remain veiled. How I long to witness his ultimate manifestation. Wang Qing maintained high expectations. After all, Zoro was a disciple of the ancient blade school. He knew Master Gu Dao's discerning I would never settle for mediocrity. He begins to comprehend his sword's intent now. Observe, his movements grow increasingly natural. Nearly unfamiliar territory earlier. Our reverse blood faction has acquired a rare gem, a once-in-an-era genius. Lu Zixi felt genuine astonishment, the first such sensation in years. Indeed, that such talent still lives bodes well. With this potential, he shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Wang Qing swelled with pride. This recruit was his discovery, a monumental contribution to reverse blood strength. A monumental contribution indeed. Nearly 2 years since ancient continents' fall. Without significant action within the next decade, we risk permanent subjugation. Our current strength proves woefully inadequate. The situation grows dire. Time alters all with terrifying swiftness. Our options dwindle. We must act decisively, proving ancient continents' bloodline cannot be so easily extinguished. Wang Qing clenched his fist. The political landscape had darkened irreversibly, particularly among those earliest conquered by sword continent. Now acclimated to subservience, they could no longer inspire rebellion across ancient continent. Hence we focus on the southern, western, and northern regions. My plans are set. Within 5 years, I shall ignite war to potentially liberate the south. Realistic odds? Our position remains precarious. Regardless of probability, we must act. Who else will shoulder this responsibility? True. How ironic that we who failed to protect our homeland now seek to reclaim it. Count me in. This time, surrender is no option. As they strategize for an uncertain future. Zoro remained oblivious, consumed by his frenzied pursuit of swordsmanship's pinnacle, a quest now straining his very limits. Wait, this aura. Is he breaking through? Both men started as Zoro's energy underwent a radical transformation, a palpable force straining to emerge, the unmistakable precursor to ascension. Impossible, having barely reached second rank a month prior. How could he now challenge third rank's threshold? Wang Qing was among the first to encounter Zhuo, having thoroughly examined him long ago. He never anticipated that Zhuo could achieve such a breakthrough in such a brief period. What kind of miracle could this individual possibly bestow upon them? It seemed as though he was perpetually creating wonders. In truth, this phenomenon is quite normal, largely attributed to his unique cultivation method, which is notably distinct from others and exceedingly energy-intensive, akin to a laborious endeavor that yields little reward. This has resulted in a rapid accumulation of energy within him, facilitating such extraordinary occurrences. As he executed the three blades technique, he repeatedly drew forth his own strength, culminating in his current state, where he fully unleashed his power. Thus, a breakthrough became a natural outcome, indicating that everything is indeed possible. It is merely that they remain unaware of it. Within the ancient sword-esque cave, he had already absorbed a considerable amount of energy, yet had been unable to activate it until now. Finally, he managed to harness this energy, leading to a seamless progression. Consequently, this provided him with the energy necessary to attain the third level, suggesting that while it may appear coincidental, in reality, it is far from mere happenstance. It is the result of a series of fortuitous transformations. Zhuo had never anticipated that such an event would transpire. He was merely experimenting with his three-sword technique. However, this very technique ushered in a transformative change for him, as he was on the verge of ascending to the third level. One could only say that he turned misfortune into fortune, for he had accumulated a significant amount of energy within him, which the three-sword technique had now catalyzed. Thus, this newfound power became the pivotal key to his breakthrough. This was an opportunity unique to Zhuo, one that not everyone could relish, as they simply lacked the chance to experience it. Yet, Zhuo himself was oblivious to the fact that he had reached a moment ripe for advancement at present. He was merely showcasing his swordsmanship. His dedication to the art of the sword had transformed him in ways he could scarcely recall. He aspired to become the most formidable swordsman in the world, and to achieve this, his swordsmanship must traverse an extraordinary path, rendering it impenetrable to any adversary. This was his ultimate desire. As for cultivating energy, he deemed it less significant. Once one's skills attained a certain caliber, perhaps energy would become secondary. Was this young man truly unaware of his current circumstances? Patience was warranted. I sense he is destined to perform feats that will astonish us all. So let us wait and see. Lu Zaixian remained relatively calm. He did not foresee any calamity befalling Zhuo. After all, he was merely at the second level. And even if something were to occur, it would likely be a trivial matter, not warranting such elaborate concern. Zhuo continued to practice his swordsmanship, now immersed in a state where he felt oblivious to the presence of others. He was resolute in his belief that he could further develop the three-sword style. If he could strengthen this technique, he would ensure that its reputation reached the heavens, making it known to those above that he had never wavered in his determination. For this purpose, he would never relinquish his quest. To abandon it would render his existence devoid of meaning, would it not? The three-sword style ought not to be tainted by impurities. My swordsmanship should not be burdened by emotions that should not arise. It must embody an invincible technique. I aspire to pursue a purer form of swordsmanship, one capable of severing all things in this world. That is the essence of what I seek. Zhuo appeared to be driven to madness, fervently pursuing a greater power that he deemed essential. He believed that only by acquiring this power could he possibly ascend to become the most formidable swordsman in a world teeming with swordsmen. The uncertainty of his potential greatness loomed large, and he recognized the peril that he could face along this treacherous path. Some things are beyond prediction. Yet he understood that if he did not take action, he would remain forever ensnared in mediocrity. His swordsmanship mirrored this sentiment, currently devoid of significant strength. He was merely striving for survival, devoid of any lofty aspirations. However, achieving true survival was no simple feat. He was acutely aware that if he failed to grow, many would perish because of him, a prospect he could not bear. The gravity of the situation demanded that he not let history repeat itself. Far too many had already fallen for his sake. Thus, the only viable solution lay in safeguarding these individuals, ensuring their safety. And fortifying himself became an imperative path he must tread. With a tumultuous array of emotions coursing through him, his aura intensified, reaching the pinnacle of the second rank. On the cusp of becoming a third-rank swordsman, this transformation was evident to all. He was on the verge of breaking free from his self-imposed constraints, a privilege for which we were fortunate witnesses. Lu Zaixian sensed Zhuo impending breakthrough, acknowledging the formidable nature of this power. It was remarkable, as he had never witnessed anyone achieve such a breakthrough in this manner. No one had dared to attempt such a feat. Yet this young man had the audacity to do so, marking an unprecedented occurrence. It is said that each individual possesses a unique journey, and one cannot ascertain whether these events are suited to everyone. This young man was indeed extraordinary, and one could only wonder how he had progressed to this point. Would he continue to venture into realms that others dared not explore? Wang Cheng found himself bewildered. This young man consistently challenged their confidence. Yuan Bei had initially thought him an ordinary individual, yet who could have predicted such an outrageous display of strength? This was not mere folly. It was astonishing how he could transform himself through such unconventional means. This was undoubtedly a remarkable chapter in the annals of cultivation history. Who could genuinely believe such a reality? If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who would have thought this young man capable of such feats? Zhuo was indeed a miraculous individual, defying all conventional understanding. Having successfully transcended his limitations, this young man truly impressed. At last, he presented them with something captivating. They had already grasped many aspects of the situation, yet they were eager to see just how far this breakthrough could extend, whether it could indeed manifest a miracle. Thus, under their watchful gaze, Zhuo ultimately succeeded in breaking through to become a third-rank swordsman. This transformation appeared nothing short of magical. Yet it was entirely within the realm of possibility. If he had not ascended to this rank, it would have defied all reason. Zhuo never imagined that he would achieve such a remarkable breakthrough. He had believed there was still a long journey ahead of him. However, he did not foresee that his path would unfold so smoothly, allowing him to become a third-tier swordsman in a manner that no one else had attempted. What is this sensation? Have I truly transcended? What does this mean? At this moment, Zhuo finally comprehended the situation. His previous obtuseness had reached a perplexing degree. He had successfully achieved a breakthrough yet remained unaware of it, which was indeed quite peculiar. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to calm down. What further gains could he hope to achieve in his current state? It would be more beneficial to consolidate his progress. He had indeed made a breakthrough, and it was the first time I had witnessed such a remarkable occurrence, truly astonishing. Lu Zai said that Zhuo was indeed a remarkable individual. It was precisely because of his extraordinary nature that he glimpsed the possibility of hope. He was eager to discover the depth of this young man's potential. The impact he had made was genuinely unprecedented. Is that so? I understand now. Zhuo soon realized what he needed to pursue. He was on the path to becoming a more formidable individual, with opportunities presenting themselves. Upon reaching the third level, his strength would undoubtedly become impressive, at least significantly enhanced. This advancement might even enable him to contend with those at the fourth and fifth levels. It was evident that his power was on the brink of transforming everything. The aspiration to grow stronger was a desire shared by many, and Zhuo had finally awaited his chance. He had indeed ascended to the rank of a third-level swordsman. Although his aura was not yet overtly pronounced, he had genuinely achieved this status. Thus, he embarked on his training, finally seizing the long-awaited opportunity, allowing himself to confidently believe he had reached an impressive stage. While he was still unable to rival Bei Gu, his abilities had undeniably improved, which was the outcome he sought. As long as his strength could be genuinely enhanced, perhaps he could still wield the three-blade flow. He was steadily growing stronger. So why should he allow trivial matters to vex him? Such concerns were utterly unnecessary. He had yet to truly acknowledge that his three-blade flow had reached a remarkable level. Many aspects were still far from perfected. Should he really allow these minor issues to stir such emotional turbulence? Was this not a display of immaturity? When had he become this way? At that moment, he began to thoughtfully reflect on certain issues, realizing that not all questions could be simply resolved. Some matters required a calm perspective to understand their underlying reasons, and many things were subject to change. Now he finally grasped what he should be doing, rather than remaining in a state of confusion. There was no room for uncertainty about many matters. Lingering in confusion would only hinder his development. As dawn broke, Zhuo opened his eyes, his aura now restored to its usual state, even more subdued than before. He had indeed become a third-level swordsman. With just one more step, he would be on par with the strongest in the Zhuo family. He had accomplished this, albeit at a considerable cost. Was this what it meant to be at the third level? His strength had indeed grown significantly compared to before. He should be able to contend with his father, at least in theory. His first instinct was to compare himself to Zhuo. While he was unsure if he could defeat Zhuo now, one thing was certain: his current strength was formidable. He could effortlessly face the 2/3 level opponents he had previously vanquished on Namai Mountain. He felt capable of battling even stronger adversaries and was eager to confront the powerful individuals present, driven by an insatiable desire to enhance his abilities further. How about it? A genius, indeed. It appears you've not been training for long, yet you possess such remarkable skills. I'm genuinely impressed. Perhaps you might even take the head of that fellow Beiguo, Lu Zixin remarked, confidently affirming Zhuo Luo's prowess. The power he displayed was undeniably impressive, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could become even stronger. This was precisely the kind of talent that their blood reversal organization needed. Such potential was rare. It matters not. I will certainly eliminate that target of mine. No one can usurp my ambitions. However, I shall not be satisfied with merely defeating Beiguo. I seek to attain even greater strength, to vanquish all the formidable beings in this world, and to establish my three-blade flow as the most powerful swordsmanship style. Zhuo Luo has awakened to a great extent. Many issues are beginning to transform. He has gained a clearer understanding of what he truly desires to pursue in the future. Certain aspects of his life necessitate change, and his aspirations require a more profound enhancement, transcending the mere ambition of achieving legendary swordsmanship or becoming a legend himself. He aims to establish his martial school as the most formidable in the world, rendering it unassailable and unshakable by anyone. Only then will he find peace in death. It appears that this young fellow's ambitions are indeed formidable, striving to attain excellence in these matters. One cannot help but wonder what further aspirations he harbors. Wang Qing perceives that Zhuo Luo's ambitions are extraordinarily powerful, capable of astonishing everyone. Setting aside his current state, the two continents of ancient sword are already home to countless formidable warriors. Should he truly achieve his goals, it would undeniably signify his immense strength. As few could manage to effect such profound change. Perhaps this ambition seems unrealistic at present, yet I am resolute in my desire to pursue it. Such a path could illuminate my future and dispel the confusion that currently envelopes me, for I feel overwhelmed by uncertainty that I must eradicate. Zhuo Luo remarked that, seemingly, there was nothing amiss in his utterance. Rather, it was entirely feasible. This was indeed his driving force. If a person lacks the very motivation to exist, then, regardless of whether their swordsmanship is the most formidable in the world, what significance does it hold? It would merely become a defunct school of thought, inevitably supplanted by emerging sections. The latter would undoubtedly be invigorated by a fresh influx of vitality, marking a distinct divergence. This was precisely what Zhuo Luo aspired to achieve, and he believed wholeheartedly in his capability to realize it. This was not merely a dream. It was a profound pursuit, a conviction, a tangible outcome he envisioned as attainable. How about a duel? I sense your body is yearning for battle, and it has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. Allow me to witness the prowess of the three-sword style, Lu Zixin suddenly interjected, his proposal leaving everyone in shock, especially Zhuo Luo, who had not anticipated such directness from his opponent. This was indeed beyond his expectations. I share the same curiosity. I wish to ascertain whether my swordsmanship is truly feeble or if I have yet to unleash my full potential. Zhuo Luo readily accepted the challenge, for he understood that combat is the pathway to personal growth. Mere theoretical discussions yield no advancement. He was acutely aware of this truth, and thus, he would never forego the opportunity to engage in battle, especially against a formidable opponent who also happened to be akin to a senior figure in his life. The weight of such an encounter was not something he could easily dismiss. To let it pass would be an act of sheer folly. Although uncertain of the extent of his capabilities, he recognized this moment as a pivotal opportunity, one he could not afford to squander, for what would that say about his character? Indeed, you are a remarkably perilous individual, yet I find you quite admirable. Allow me to witness the true essence of the three-sword style. Lu Zixin was equally prepared. For some matters require no excessive justification, the desire to battle suffices. He was merely eager to discover what remarkable prowess Zhuo Luo truly possessed. But do tread carefully. I have previously inflicted wounds upon Beiguo, he cautioned. Though it was merely a scratch, I hold no illusions that, when wielding the three-sword style, I shall remain merely an ordinary level 3 swordsman. Zhuo Luo proclaimed that he was now equipped with 3 blades, yet these were no ordinary knives. They represented an entirely different concept. Is that so? Allow me to witness what sets them apart, or is it merely a distinction in your perception? A true master of swordsmanship does not readily unveil their prowess. Authentic demonstrations of skill occur in the blink of an eye. Lu Zixin felt that this young man was indeed rather arrogant, and he considered it time to impart a minor lesson. To instill the understanding that some matters require a degree of humility, excessive arrogance often leads to unfavorable outcomes. Indeed, however, I possess more than mere rudimentary sword techniques. I also wield the power of the Grassview School. Would you care to test your mettle? Zhuo, undoubtedly, is not one to possess a mild temperament. How could he possibly allow others to speak of him in such a manner? He is, after all, a person who values his dignity. How could he forsake it so easily? Very well, let us proceed. It has been quite some time since I have engaged in battle. So allow me to witness whether you truly possess such formidable strength. Lu Zai took out a knife, which appeared to be quite standard. Reflecting his belief that confronting someone like Zhuo did not necessitate an extraordinary weapon, a mere commonplace knife would suffice. To wield a conventional blade is rather dismissive of my capabilities, is it not? Whether it is underestimation or not shall be revealed in combat. I maintain that if one's own strength is formidable, even a blade of grass or a twig can serve as the mightiest weapon. A knife is merely a vessel. Or perhaps you remain confined within a rigid mindset. Regardless, whatever may enhance my power is welcome. Come forth, you monstrous fiend. Zhuo remained steadfast in his ways, rarely heeding the counsel of others. Moreover, he had begun to swell with arrogance, a transformation that heralded numerous changes, even altering some fundamental truths. Such a formidable aura of menace. What on earth has this young man been up to? The intensity of his killing intent is astonishing, yet it is not insurmountable. Lu Zixin sensed Zhuo's murderous energy, yet he remained remarkably composed, understanding that this aura posed no real threat to him. Suddenly, the blade in his hand began to dance, reminiscent of willow catkins swaying gently in the breeze. This peculiar sensation caused Zhuo to feel an ominous shift in the atmosphere. To his astonishment, countless strands of willow fluff manifested before him. A phenomenon that was utterly unexpected. These tendrils resembled numerous tentacles that, even when severed, would regenerate. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It is so bizarre. It appears that I have encountered a true master this time. Zhuo was equally astonished. This time, he truly mentioned the hardboard. However, he would never concede defeat. For possessing such prowess makes one a genuinely worthy adversary. Three-blade style, tornado. Unleash and shatter everything before me. A tornado materialized, instantly transforming the surroundings. As a tempest swept through, carrying all the willow fluff away. Indeed, you have chosen to confront challenges with sheer force. It seems your swordsmanship leans towards the masculine. Yet, this style harbors a critical flaw. It cannot vanquish the delicate swordsmanship. Unfortunately for you, I embody that very finesse. Your moves are all too apparent. At that moment, Lu Zixin's voice echoed in Zhuo's ears, leaving him utterly stunned. He was unable to perceive the opponent's actions, and in a moment of carelessness, he had unwittingly provided them with an opening. You have lost. Your confidence is excessive, yet I find your self-assuredness quite appealing. Grow. Become a remarkable swordsmanship master. Rather than inflating your ego at this juncture, the path ahead of you is still long. You have yet to reach your limits. I believe it is merely a matter of time before you surpass me, as well as others. But remember, you must stay alive to witness it. I concede defeat, wholeheartedly accepting my loss. It appears that on this journey, there remains much for me to learn. Zhuo retracted his blade. Yet the weapon remained a mere 3 inches from Lu Zixin, whose knife was already poised against his throat. It was undeniable that he had succumbed in a typical confrontation. He would have already lost his head. You have shown commendable skill, but there remains much for you to learn. Your journey is far from over. I acknowledge your mastery of the three-blade technique. Zhuo, having come to a profound realization of his opponent's formidable strength, found himself defeated in the blink of an eye. He had never anticipated that this individual would possess such remarkable prowess. Astonishingly, within such a brief span, his adversary discerned the flaw in his execution of the tornado technique, which ultimately became the catalyst for this transformation. He was utterly incapable of withstanding that blow. Were it a real combat scenario, there would be no room for speculation. He would undoubtedly meet his demise. In genuine warfare, outcomes can manifest with alarming swiftness. However, on this occasion, his opponent refrained from striking. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the dire circumstances that might ensue. It appears that I still have a long journey ahead of me. Nevertheless, I am resolutely determined to surpass you. As you have articulated, it is merely a matter of time. Zoro handed the sword back to Wang Qing while remarking, this time, my defeat is undeniable, a scenario I never fathomed, to lose so utterly. Yet in battle, Victory and defeat are inevitable companions, a truth I comprehend well. Hence, I concede this round. The road ahead stretches long, strength shall be mine in due time, for it is merely a matter of patience. Indeed, becoming a bounty hunter may be the most fitting path for you in this lifetime. Hunt down those scoundrels. Alter the fate of our ancient continent. With your prowess, I have no doubt you can breathe new vitality into this land. Though Lu Zixi held considerable faith in Zoro's potential, who could guarantee his survival? The world teemed with formidable warriors, and his brash demeanor was bound to court grave misfortune. The most Lu could offer was counsel. Without question, I shall ascend as the world's greatest swordsman. Until that day arrives, I must forge every opportunity to grow stronger. Zhuo seemed to understand the course of action he was to undertake next. Many matters would soon become clear to him. Today's contest imparted invaluable lessons, and he held a steadfast belief in both himself and his blade. Presently, the most crucial task was to acquire a new sword, for the three-sword style must remain unbroken. Now, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Hence, I shall allow Wang Qing to guide you in gaining a deeper understanding. As long as you are one of us from the blood reversal, we shall not treat you unjustly. Your mission is to vanquish your foes and seize opportunities for growth. This is the duty that rightfully belongs to you. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, I am still capable of discerning right from wrong. There are certain principles I shall never contravene. Even within the confines of the blood reversal, I will not allow it to bind me too tightly. I am who I am, and I possess my own path to growth. Zhuo hesitantly remarked that he simply could not endure being controlled. No one could restrain him. Of course, if anyone wished to try, they could see for themselves whether he truly was itching for a challenge. Lu Zixi and Wang Qing departed, opting not to interfere with Zhuo for the time being. They believed that once Zhuo became truly formidable, he would come to understand the reasons behind their actions. Some matters cannot merely be articulated. You should accompany this young man in your endeavors. For adversaries around level 5, allow him to handle them on his own. For those beyond level 5, lend him assistance. He remains blissfully unaware of the perils this world harbors, likely due to his youth. Lu Zixi felt that Zhuo's frivolous demeanor was excessively pronounced, which could lead to significant misfortune in the future. Especially for someone as proud and ambitious as Zhuo, he would inevitably encounter numerous challenges, none of which would be particularly pleasant. Lu Zixi did not wish to see such a talented young individual stray further down a path that could lead to early decline. That was not the outcome he desired. It seems this young man possesses a promising future. Indeed, he does, but he may suffer greatly, even to the point of death. I cannot bear the thought of losing him like that. In the future, I wish to witness whether he will partake in the upheaval I plan to orchestrate. It is high time to rattle this decaying continent, and he shall be a principal force, if he survives. Rest assured, as long as I am present. Unless we encounter an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, I believe we shall prevail. Wang Qing was aware that some matters could only be approached through personal experience. Zhuo, being a problematic individual, would not easily be made to comply. At times, certain events seem predestined, and those of them who oppose fate must tread cautiously. Prudence is paramount. Lu Zixi sensed that Zhuo would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future, but he was also acutely aware that Zhuo embodied a significant conundrum. He perceived Zhuo as a person born to create problems. Such individuals are the most formidable, for they never recognize the chaos they instigate. Indeed, it appears this young man is quite troublesome. Yet, it is these problem children who often make the finest soldiers, is it not? We have grown old. It is time for the youth to take charge. Wang Qing understood this, but for now, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Some matters required alteration, and they envisioned a different future through Zhuo, a distant future, one that remained shrouded in uncertainty, merely an imaginative prospect. I understand now. I aspire to become a powerful individual. Thus, becoming a bounty hunter is imperative for me. Strengthening myself through the hunt, is that it? Although I initially pursued this path for survival, my current desire is to grow stronger. It seems the title of pirate hunter will endure. Let me see what else this world has to offer. I am resolute in my decision to take action and become the strongest hunter in existence. Zoro has resolutely made up his mind. He shall embrace the role of a hunter. Perhaps he will acquire what others cannot attain. Moreover, he is in dire need of a blade. Otherwise, his three-sword style will inevitably dwindle to a mere two-sword technique. Just wait. I shall rise, and the world will come to recognize my existence. The name Zoro will echo across the farthest reaches of the globe, ensuring that my comrades are aware of my prowess. Zhuo currently finds himself unaware of the whereabouts of the Great Route. The only recourse is to empower himself further, to alter the circumstances, and to ensure that his name resonates throughout the lands, thereby attracting companions to his side. It echoes the promise he made in his youth, to carry his fame to distant realms. A dream he now seeks to revive by pledging once again to spread his name across this world. Ensuring his allies recognize his existence and understand that he has yet to concede defeat, persistently growing stronger. Naturally, he must commence with the fundamentals, gradually enhancing his capabilities until he reaches a formidable stature, at which point no one could possibly challenge him. Yet, he remains oblivious to the perils that lie along the path to fame. Numerous individuals are already plotting to thwart his aspirations. A bounty of 200,000 on a mere second-tier individual is an enticing opportunity that no one would dare overlook, as it represents a veritable windfall. Moreover, many have grown curious about the peculiar nature of Zhuo's bounty. What manner of person possesses such capabilities to warrant a reward of that magnitude? Comparable to that of a grade 9 bounty? Such an anomaly cannot be deemed ordinary. Rather, it is profoundly unusual. Speculation abounds. Could Zhuo harbor a monumental secret? If one were to capture him, might they uncover the hidden truths concerning the Lord of Begu City? A secret valued at 200,000 purple crystals suggests the potential for even greater revelations. If it pertains to a grand treasure, would it not be a grievous waste to allow the Lord of Begu to lay claim to it? Such valuable discoveries should rightfully belong to oneself. Relinquishing them to others would be an affront to one's own interests. Thus, if a secret exists, it would be prudent to uncover it first, with other considerations deferred. At the very least, the risk of loss is minimal. 200,000 is indeed a staggering figure, and it represents a remarkably lucrative transaction. They are undeterred by the potential for chaos from Begu, bolstered by the support of the Shadow Gate, viewing this venture as a fortuitous opportunity. Zhuo has become a coveted target, and it seems that everyone is eager to partake in this endeavor, as if the circumstances are entirely favorable. In their hubris, they underestimate Zhuo, believing he poses no significant threat. Little do they realize that he harbors no secrets and is far from an ordinary second-tier adversary. He is a formidable foe. Currently, their minds are clouded by the allure of the bounty, oblivious to the true implications of their actions. Even those opposed to Begu are convinced they are on the verge of discovering a weakness within its ranks. One must concede that Begu's stratagem is astutely devised, capturing the collective imagination of all involved, a development that is indeed alarming. In an instant, he has ensnared their thoughts, a twist unforeseen by any. Even Zhuo himself revels in the peculiar excitement of such a lofty bounty. It is unprecedented for a first-time reward to reach such heights, evoking a sense of unease that he cannot quite articulate. Nevertheless, his confidence remains unshaken, for the high bounty is precisely what he desires. Yet, he remains unaware of the ominous implications that lie beneath this recognition. It signifies that danger lurks, not merely of the ordinary kind, but one capable of altering his very destiny. For the moment, safety prevails, and Zhuo's arrival in Guoli City remains a secret. Had it been known, tranquility would have long since dissipated. Days have passed, and Zhuo has fortified his cultivation. He now finds himself restless, eager to embark on his mission. Time is of the essence, for he yearns to reunite with his companions, unwilling to let his own delays jeopardize Luffy's aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. His time is critically limited, and he refuses to squander it idly. Life is but fleeting. He must undertake his mission promptly, for lingering any longer would risk stagnation. There are matters he wishes not to entangle himself in further. Zhuo is fervently eager for battle. He is a battle enthusiast who yearns for conflict, unwilling to miss any opportunity for combat, and this time is no exception. Enough, enough. Are you even aware of the current situation? You have become a target for many who wish to see you eliminated. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact you are causing? The royal city finds it increasingly difficult to manage this young man, who seems utterly oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. Shouldn't you at least wait for the storm to pass? Yet, the tempest is at its peak. Furthermore, your notoriety has spread to other regions. Should you venture outside, you might indeed become a coveted figure. However, remaining here offers me no opportunity for growth. Only through battle can I hope to enhance my abilities. It is solely through conflict that I can demonstrate my potential. I, too, require pressure. Zhuo possesses an exceedingly strong-willed character, prioritizing dignity above all else, rendering such individuals truly formidable. Their essence is indeed fearsome. However, many now seem intent on your destruction. it is likely that several of those ranked at levels 5 and 6 are resolutely determined against you. Do you wish to venture outside? And if so, what of it? Is it conceivable that I would succumb to their onslaught? This remains uncertain. The discord between the two has escalated to a point that could aptly be described as a standoff. At this juncture, Lu Zixin could no longer contain himself. These two ruffians were exceedingly arrogant, brazenly quarreling over such trivial matters. Enough is enough. What kind of decorum is this? You seek battle, do you? Very well. That is your prerogative. How it unfolds has no bearing on me. Your demise would alter nothing for me. Thus, should you desire to engage in combat, I shall not hinder you. Go forth. Lu Zixin's words were laced with a fierce determination, surpassing his own expectations. He had never anticipated encountering such audacity. The notion of wanting to fight was truly astonishing. This is how it should be. A pirate cannot be shackled by others. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. One must live in absolute freedom, for those who do not are simply not of sound mind. Zhuo has also presented a set of his theories, and I must admit that his assertions hold a degree of truth. However, the current situation does not involve pirates. At best, we are faced with mere mountain bandits. His demeanor undoubtedly exemplifies that of a restless spirit, and I never anticipated that this young man would prove to be so troublesome. Well, do as you wish. Your prey is limited to these few. Take a good look, but do not overestimate your prowess. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Lu Zixin found himself at a loss with this impetuous youth, and thus produced a collection of wanted posters, all of which featured relatively weak individuals. Confident that he could manipulate the situation in his favor. Most of these wanted notices pertain to level 4 targets, with some even reaching level 5. While he might be able to handle the level 4 criminals, the level 5 ones present a significant challenge, as they are individuals worthy of a bounty. How could they possibly be weak? This is nearly inconceivable. In fact, these individuals are exceptionally formidable, comparable to Zhuo himself, albeit with significantly lower bounties. Zhuo possesses a bounty of 200,000, while these individuals only range from 10 to 20,000, at most 40 to 50,000, clearly not on the same level. He is truly an anomaly. While others toil to attain such formidable bounties, he has effortlessly ascended to such heights, a feat beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Thus, on the surface, he may underestimate these individuals, yet he is acutely aware of the reasons behind his exorbitant bounty. It is not merely a coincidence. It stems from Beigu's fear of him. Were it not for this, his bounty would not be so substantial, perhaps even non-existent. However, now that he is indeed under a bounty, he must respond accordingly. Some matters are beyond one's control, especially for someone of his caliber, though this is merely his own perception. So, let us consider this. There should be one nearby, with a bounty of 30,000, which must be quite formidable. Zhuo has chosen an individual whose bounty exceeds 30,000, a formidable figure at level 4. This indicates he is no ordinary person, for typically, those at level 4 command bounties around 20,000. The elevated bounty suggests exceptional capabilities. Certainly, he must possess remarkable prowess. The stronger one becomes, the more one can amplify their own strength, a principle that holds true in this realm. Xiao Mao, that young man, indeed possesses some skills. He has established himself as a bandit king upon a nearby mountain, perpetually endangering the populace, particularly the citizens of our ancient continent. Yet, some disdain the notion of eliminating him. Quite fittingly, why not send Zhuo to confront him? His strength should only slightly surpass your own. But only a confrontation will reveal the truth. Lu merely provided a brief overview. After all, such insignificant figures hardly warrant his attention. Recently, this young man has become rather arrogant, so let Zhuo have his chance. Hasn't he always yearned to make a commotion? If he can defeat Xiao Mao, it will be enlightening to gauge his true capabilities. Even if he cannot prevail, he will not face death, and perhaps he can enjoy a moment of peace. What could be better than that? Shall I proceed? Zhuo inquired, yearning for battle. His true desire was to acquire a third blade, for possessing merely two felt rather unnatural. Thus, he resolved to restore his sense of normalcy. Very well, came the response. But I shall accompany you upon completion. You have become a figure of great renown, and it is likely that many formidable opponents may seek to eliminate you. Hence I cannot allow you to face any peril. The strength of the royal city is indeed noteworthy in this region, so you need not worry. Lu Zixin naturally could not permit this young man to meet an untimely end. He held a considerable regard for him, and could not afford to lose him so easily. All right, in any case, I am unfamiliar with the way. With the royal city as my guide, I believe I can reach my destination more swiftly. Zhuo readily agreed, for he was not a fool. He understood certain matters. After all, having a free bodyguard was indeed a delightful prospect. This was largely due to an old habit he had yet to shake off at getting lost. Strangely enough, despite his changes, he still found himself disoriented, as if being lost had become an intrinsic part of his very soul. However, this was a secret that could not be disclosed. If it were revealed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, a source of great embarrassment. It could be said that he would have lost face to the utmost degree, yet he found himself powerless to alter this reality. Lu Zaixian breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that this young man was not causing chaos. Otherwise, it would indeed have been quite overwhelming. One could say that Zhuo was relatively normal, even if he appeared as a wild beast at times. Even beasts have their gentle phases. So, when do you plan to set off? Tomorrow. I can hardly wait to witness the prowess of this world's strongest. Trust me, I shall bring about change. Upon receiving affirmation, Zhuo felt a surge of joy. At last, he was ready to take action. When will this young man ever behave normally? It seems that he only exhibits a semblance of normalcy during battle. At all other times, he is rather peculiar. Wang Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Zhuo was indeed a troubled youth, one whom no one could truly manage. While it was true that this young man exuded vitality, there was an odd quality about him. Observing him, one could sense that he might play a significant role in the future. There were indeed redeeming qualities within him. As Lu Zaixian gazed at Zhuo, he saw a reflection of his younger self, albeit without the latter's youthful exuberance. Perhaps this was the passage of time? He was a combat prodigy, perhaps a person who fought for the sake of battle itself. To expect him to be led was indeed a heavy burden. Wang Qing had witnessed Zhuo's formidable strike firsthand. The spectacle had left him astounded, compelling him to acknowledge Zhuo's prowess. It seems you have experienced his strength firsthand. However, he remains a troubled youth. Some lessons must be learned through experience. Adversity should impart wisdom to him. Troubled youths need challenges to temper them and instill a sense of order. Lu Zaixian believed Zhuo had great potential, yet this potential was fraught with complexity, requiring thorough preparation. If he were to understand the rules of this world, he might become extraordinarily formidable. Yet, if he continued to be reckless, he would ultimately jeopardize his own future. Some matters are not as simple as they appear. This world is multifaceted, filled with complexities that require understanding. A troubled youth cannot ascend to dominion over this world. They would only become the subject of ridicule in the annals of time. The path to becoming the strongest swordsman is long and may even be endless. Thus, after much reluctance, they finally set forth, albeit with just 2 individuals. Wang Qing was not particularly eager to embark, but out of respect for Lu Zaixian, he acquiesced, for Lu Zaixian was no ordinary person. This time, do not cause me any trouble. Defeat your opponent, and refrain from stirring up further issues. I truly fear your potential for chaos. Zhuo is truly formidable, utterly beyond the realm of conventional thought. Just imagine, a mere second-tier individual brazenly declaring war on a 10th-tier one. Surely, no rational person would ever contemplate such an audacious act. While it may not be entirely impossible, Zhuo astonishingly executed this, which is nothing short of unfathomable. If such behavior were commonplace, it would indeed be terrifying. Yet, Zhuo has done just that, revealing an utterly deranged disposition. He is clearly not a normal individual. How could an ordinary person engage in such actions? I find myself genuinely frightened, perplexed by how he has managed to survive up until now, truly a remarkable phenomenon. Nonetheless, there are certain matters he will undoubtedly remain oblivious to. Even the secrets Zhuo harbors are beyond his comprehension. He merely finds this young man rather intriguing, so intriguing, in fact, that it might be wiser to keep a safe distance. Consequently, the 2 of them continue their banter, each refusing to yield, engaging in an exchange that could easily escalate into a crisis were it not for their notably relaxed dispositions. I sincerely hope they can cultivate their relationship positively. Zhuo, I am genuinely eager to witness your progression. The unfolding events are becoming increasingly captivating. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lu Zaixian mused aloud, as if addressing another, yet equally as if conversing with himself. This is indeed peculiar, though quite natural. Some things simply unfold in such a manner. Where is it that we are destined to go? It seems rather distant, yet perhaps not so far after all. Zhuo had been walking for quite some time when he suddenly realized how utterly tedious this endeavor had become. After all, he had come seeking a battle. There was still a distance to cover, so he decided to proceed at a leisurely pace, for this journey had not yet reached its true conclusion. Xiaomao would not escape, yet I believe there are certain matters we must confront earnestly, such as, for instance, those who trail behind us. Wouldn't you agree? Zhuo abruptly interrupted him, for he had already sensed the presence of his opponents and felt that the time to act had arrived. So, you have noticed as well. Young one. However, in my view, it would suffice to leave these fellows to you. Their strength is rather insignificant. Upon closer inspection, Wang Chen concluded that there was no need for him to intervene. These individuals were merely at the third level, and he could not fathom their audacity in thinking they could resolve this situation. Perhaps they had never truly contemplated the implications of their actions. Now, Zhuo had ascended to the rank of a third-level swordsman. It was evident that these third-level opponents were oblivious to whom they were challenging. A third-level swordsman who, even at the second level, had managed to inflict injuries upon a 10th-level powerhouse. His strength had only grown since then. How could mere third-level combatants hope to defeat him? Surely, one would expect more formidable adversaries to emerge. Their reckless approach was akin to courting death, yet Zhuo remained unfazed, as these challengers sought to vanquish him. He had already grasped the essence of the situation. He was no mere beast that would refrain from biting. Now, he yearned to strike down his foes. Could he defeat them? It mattered little. After all, no one was truly his ally anymore. They merely sought to take his life. Fear not, for those who wish to slay me must first prove their true prowess. At times, taking decisive action is the better course. Zhuo drew his knife, considering it merely an appetizer. After all, these individuals were nothing more than that. He yearned to discern the caliber of those who sought to take his life. Would they crumble at the slightest provocation, or could they engage him in a true contest of skill? Step forth, my friend, if you wish to avoid death. Then reveal yourself. Once I make my move, the outcome shall be irrevocably altered. Zhuo addressed the empty space behind him, fully aware of his opponent's position. It was merely that the adversary was reluctant to reveal themselves. However, this posed no concern for him, as he was entirely capable of provoking them into action. What? Did they still believe they were shy opponents? Did they truly wish to forego the opportunity to claim my head, which is worth a staggering 200,000? If so, they ought to emerge forthwith. I am eager to witness the manner in which they intend to vanquish me. Zhuo, emboldened by his newfound strength, found the circumstances all too evident. He no longer felt the need to fear this adversary. In the past, a confrontation might have been unavoidable, but now such a necessity had dissipated entirely. You must be Zhuo. With a bounty of 200,000, my brother and I shall eliminate you today. We, the twin swordmasters, are not to be underestimated. At that moment, two swordsmen appeared, identical in appearance, both being third-tier swordsmen, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Oh, and what of it? I have never heard of you anyway. When it comes to battle, let us engage without further ado. I am utterly eager for a fight. Zhuo paid no heed to these individuals. His sole desire was to engage in combat, purely for the thrill of battle, intent on vanquishing his foes without any other considerations. Any swordsman would suffice as his adversary, each one a worthy opponent he yearned to defeat. Let us, then, as brothers, test the prowess of this so-called Zhuo. Both drew their swords, and it appeared that they might indeed present a formidable challenge. If a battle is to ensue, let it commence without the encumbrance of superfluous dialogue. I shall not concern myself with the names or visages of those who fall before me. Zhuo launched his attack with unrestrained ferocity, akin to a beast poised for combat, fully prepared for the fray. As he had proclaimed, he would never burden his mind with the trivialities of his vanquished foes, for his intellect was not designed for such recollections. The phenomenon of dual souls is indeed a rarity. It is said that theirs are peculiar, seemingly resonating on a psychic level. If this holds true, then there lies an opportunity for delightful exploration. This marked his inaugural encounter with the dual soul. Although he had previously faced the Lynx brothers, they were hardly formidable adversaries. He was merely eager to discover what astonishing surprises his current opponent might unveil. The bull demon. Zhuo struck first. However, the two opponents unexpectedly stood together, their figures perfectly overlapping. They appeared as a single entity rather than two distinct individuals. Turning to tricks. Do you truly believe such a skill can vanquish me? Zhuo let out a derisive laugh, pondering what these brothers could possibly be thinking. Could they genuinely believe themselves to be formidable? However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as his adversary suddenly launched an attack. The individual in the forefront executed a sweeping motion, unleashing a remarkable surge of sword energy that left him genuinely astonished. The intensity of this sword energy was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the other brother seized the opportunity. As Zhuo's focus was drawn towards the first, he sprang into action, leaping unexpectedly. The sensation was rather peculiar. Zhuo had not anticipated such a move, for he had been entirely oblivious to the presence of his opponent. This was truly alarming. He had failed to detect the foe's aura, yet he could sense an astonishing sword energy hurtling towards him. He dared not underestimate these two adversaries. The disturbance caused by them rendered his previous tactics ineffective. At this juncture, he regained his composure, realizing that he could not afford to underestimate this pair. It became clear that they were exploiting their fraternal resemblance to execute their strategy. How should one contend with them? Wang Qing quickly discerned the intentions of these two rascals. Yet whether Zhuo would grasp the situation remained uncertain. This was the outcome he desired from the confrontation, and it was for him to discover the significance of his actions. What was happening? How could he have been unaware of when his opponent struck? This was indeed perplexing. It seemed that these twins were far from ordinary. Zhuo began to take things seriously at last. At this moment, he finally comprehended the situation. However, he still believed that he could vanquish them. If he could not overcome such odds, it would indeed be a monumental failure, wouldn't it? Not bad. It seems your prowess has also seen an enhancement, yet the 200,000 is a sum we brothers are determined to secure. So, what do you say? Do you wish to continue the battle? One of the twin brothers remarked, their appearances strikingly identical, their voices almost indistinguishable, which elicited a rather irksome feeling. Continuing the fight. Some matters are not as arduous as they seem. You merely exhibit commendable coordination. If one of you can be defeated, wouldn't that be splendid? By the way, are there any bounties on your heads? Zhuo licked the blade of his knife, contemplating that if a bounty were placed upon the two, there would be no hesitation in apprehending them. However, the specifics remain uncertain. We are merely bounty hunters. Even if a reward exists, it likely pertains to the bloodline of the ancient continent. As a fugitive, there is little to discuss. Eliminating you would yield a sum of 200,000, equivalent to a 9th-tier existence. But what of it? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Do not jest. I will not be vanquished by mere nobodies like you. Make your move, for otherwise, you shall find no opportunity to strike. Zhuo displayed an exceedingly peculiar smile, one that seemed rather ominous, yet, to him, it epitomized confidence. At times, such a demeanor could alter the course of events significantly. Is that not so? Then let us proceed. The true battle has only just commenced. Suddenly, both adversaries launched their attacks, but Zhuo sensed an unsettling predicament. The feeling was extraordinarily strange, as if these two opponents were not merely two individuals. There appeared to be a third presence, or perhaps it was merely a single entity manifesting in dual forms. This sensation was truly bizarre, and in an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage, which astonished him greatly. He had never anticipated that these two would prove to be so formidable. However, this was entirely reasonable. If they were not challenging, the encounter would lack significance. Genuine combat must be engaged in such a manner to hold meaning. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. What is the matter? Were you not quite formidable? How is it that you now find yourself in such a predicament? Zhuo suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. A stark contrast to his earlier assertions. It seemed as though he had been slapped in the face by reality. However, he continued to fight valiantly, convinced that he would not succumb to them. The battle was far from over. Did they truly believe they had emerged victorious? They were merely this, nothing more. Zhuo remained unperturbed, gradually acclimating himself after the challenging encounter. It seemed he had begun to comprehend certain truths. These adversaries were not devoid of vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tornado, dispersing them effectively. Engaging in a struggle with them would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. He had come to grasp the formidable nature of his opponents, yet he also discerned the path to their defeat. It was not a matter of sheer numbers. In fact, they were merely two individuals, sharing a semblance of energy. However, upon closer inspection, their differences became apparent. If I am not mistaken, their strategy is one of deception. Therefore, I shall ensure that you are left with no room for doubt. Zhuo meticulously analyzed the situation and finally discerned a glimmer of opportunity. These two opponents no longer possessed the capacity to instill fear within him. In a fleeting moment, he would vanquish them. Let this technique determine the victor. The Meige technique. He resolved to employ the Keikan style, which was currently the most suitable for such adversaries. With astonishing speed, he unleashed his attack, rendering it indistinguishable whether he wielded a single blade or an innumerable array of them. Instantly, countless blades enveloped the two, leaving them astonished, unable to fathom that Zhuo possessed such prowess. This was indeed dire for them. Allow me to sever your future. Dual blade style. Aido, Rashomon. Suddenly, they felt a gust of wind sweep past. They remained oblivious to the fact that they were ensnared within Zhuo's swordsmanship and had already fallen victim. This was a battle defined by swiftness. In an instant, the outcome had been determined, a scenario none had anticipated. Yet, Zhuo had accomplished it. Utilizing the Kin style's feints combined with his real strikes, capitalizing on the fact that his opponents were utterly unaware of his offensive techniques. Their lack of experience had undeniably led to this predicament, a mere possibility that could have been avoided had they been more cautious. Such is the nature of challenge. And yet he emerged victorious. Before the two could even comprehend the situation, their defeat had been sealed. This was due to Zhuo's astonishing speed, which left them no opportunity to react, illustrating how velocity alters everything. As long as one possesses formidable speed, miracles can be wrought. This was Zhuo's conviction. A realization gleaned from his battles with Longma. Longma's blade was indeed swift, revealing to him that rapid swordplay could wield immense power. Thus, he endeavored to emulate that. However, to truly achieve the sensation akin to Brook's prowess, he still had much to learn. Nevertheless, against these adversaries, his current skill was more than sufficient. He could only exhibit this level of ability, but when faced with opponents of similar caliber, it was hardly a contest. The outcome was clear. They were destined to remain mere dust in this world, unable to ascend to the rank of true strength. Pitiful souls, you remain far too weak. Zhuo sheathed his blade, having bested his adversaries. However, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for these individuals had already surrendered their capacity to resist, thus no longer posing a threat to him. Had they been bountied, Zhuo would undoubtedly have eliminated them without hesitation. Yet, he sought only to extinguish the life of a more conventional foe. These individuals, in his eyes, had deviated significantly from what he deemed normal. Therefore, there was no necessity to extinguish their lives. How did you uncover our secret? One of the twins inquired. Their collaboration had not sprung up overnight, yet they had never anticipated being seen through by a mere third-tier individual. This revelation brought forth a sense of helplessness within them. They had believed themselves formidable, yet never did they fathom their own vulnerability. It is merely a matter of intuition. You must have exploited your own advantages to present yourselves as a singular entity, or perhaps as multiple individuals. However, I am convinced that regardless of the guise, as long as one is human, achieving perfect harmony is an impossibility. This, I believe, is the root of your failure. Quite simple, I assent to it. Zhuo remarked that perhaps they were indeed quite formidable, but it was precisely due to his excessive confidence in himself that such a situation came to pass. This overwhelming belief in his own abilities became the prelude to their downfall. Every adversary should be met with utmost seriousness, rather than succumbing so easily in battle. Is that so? But why not eliminate us then? Surely, killing us would be an effortless task for you. Kill you? Is it truly necessary? My sole intention is to pursue Xiaomao. You are hardly my rivals. Why would I expend effort to slay you? Moreover, you bear no bounty. Were you to be placed under a reward, I would undoubtedly see to your demise. I am neither a virtuous individual nor a malevolent one. If one wishes to take my life, one must be prepared for the possibility of their own demise. Yet, I shall not extinguish the lives of those incapable of resistance. That is simply my stance. Zhuo remarked that this truly embodies his character, as he has always been thus. Though the mission of a swordsman dictates that one must kill once the blade is drawn, he is Zhuo, not someone else. His path does not require validation from others. His actions stem solely from his own heart, devoid of ulterior motives. Perhaps this is what he refers to as freedom. A pursuit of the spirit, and indeed, the aspiration of a true warrior. It appears that we have lost this time, however, mark our words. We shall return to challenge you once more. When that time comes, we will ensure your defeat, returning your words to you unaltered. Rest assured. We will not take your life then. The two have genuinely acknowledged their defeat. It is an unavoidable reality, for their opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, terrifyingly so, particularly his demeanor, which led them to question whether he might be insane for uttering such statements. It is utterly inconceivable. Could there truly be such individuals in this world? Or perhaps, the world ought to have such beings. This encounter has completely subdued them with Zhuo's martial ethics and prowess, an outcome entirely unforeseen by all. Such an extraordinary occurrence has transpired. Let us depart. You may speak as you wish, this is your freedom. However, I shall never refuse a challenge from any strong contender. I, Zhuo, am determined to become the strongest swordsman in this world. I shall never be vanquished by anyone. The only one who could defeat me would be myself. Zhuo declared a domineering proclamation, marking the first time in many years he had spoken in such a manner. No. This was indeed the first occasion in this world that he had uttered such words to his adversaries. Yet, he found immense satisfaction in expressing such sentiments. A true warrior ought to embody this essence. Why do you not eliminate them? Wang Qing inquired, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that someone like Zhuo would be quick to resort to violence, especially given that he had unleashed such a devastating blow in Anan City, which had claimed the lives of many innocents. This indicated that he was indeed a being capable of taking lives, yet he chose to spare his enemies. At times, preserving life holds greater significance than extinguishing it. Those who pursue the essence of the sword with pure intent would never betray their beliefs. This, too, is a means of transforming this world. Is coexistence not preferable? You truly possess an intriguing perspective. Perhaps, as you say, all of this is indeed possible. However, I advise you to refrain from harboring such sentiments of compassion. We are not engaged in philanthropy, nor are we free from our own destinies. If everything were to change, the consequences could be dire. Wang Qing remained steadfast in his belief that enemies should be vanquished to prevent future complications. Yet, Zhuo's choice was undeniably peculiar. Nonetheless, as he had articulated, such actions might yield unforeseen benefits. Perhaps he could indeed inspire them? Yet, he still doubted Zhuo's potential to become a formidable warrior. But then again, he pondered, would this truly pose any issue? This was Zhuo's own path. Who would dare to interfere? Contemplating further, he mused that perhaps everything would unfold as he envisioned. Would it not be admirable for a warrior to emerge? After all, as long as adversaries trailed behind him, would he not grow stronger? If he could indeed become more powerful, then no one could threaten him. Is that not a desirable outcome? Zhuo articulated such sentiments with remarkable composure. Some matters unfold in a particular manner. As long as there exists someone steadfastly waiting in the wings, he could indeed grow immensely powerful. Ambition is the key. Those bereft of it can never hope to become his adversaries. Well then, how does the thrill of battle feel? Those twins possess certain merits. Should they fortify their strengths, they could undoubtedly alter the tide of battle today. Alas, they remain too feeble, pitifully so. The king remarked that once their powers aligned perfectly, it would be truly remarkable, achieving a state where one exists within the other. However, they are still too inexperienced, swiftly revealing the flaws in their collaboration. Thus, it is abundantly clear that defeat is inevitable for them. Once they succumb, the game is indeed over. A true master can conclude a battle in but a fleeting moment. I believe their synergy remains insufficient, perhaps due to their youth. Nevertheless, they have already lost. And that is an undeniable truth. Once defeat is theirs, all is concluded. I shall certainly not afford them any opportunities. Zhuo remarked that he is indeed a combat genius in certain respects. In almost an instant, he discerned his opponent's fatal weaknesses and devised a tactical approach to swiftly subdue them. Had this been an ordinary individual, the outcome may not have been as seamless. His exceptional success is a testament to his formidable prowess. Consider, if one has not engaged in battle for an extended period, who could effortlessly achieve such feats? It is precisely because he has accomplished this that one cannot help but be awestruck by his capabilities. The ability to grasp everything in a split second is truly beyond the reach of the average person. Such brilliance in combat is the hallmark of a true prodigy. It appears you are indeed someone who fights for the sake of fighting. I cannot help but wonder what your existence would entail in the absence of conflict. Who knows? I believe that anyone with ambition is bound to be a formidable adversary, and my blade shall sever their aspirations entirely. Allow me to be the harbinger of their dreams' demise. Zhuo's confident smile was indeed somewhat terrifying. One wonders if an ordinary person could entertain such thoughts. Surely, no rational individual would. Gulu. Wang Qing was taken aback. It seemed that everything this young man uttered was undeniably accurate. Now that was truly fearsome. He appeared oblivious to the absurdity of his words, as if everything he envisioned was entirely attainable. In that fleeting moment, he felt he had glimpsed a distant future, one that Zhuo himself had forged. It was as if he possessed the power to create worlds, and yet, these utterances were in the hands of someone he could easily crush with a single hand. How could that not seem utterly amiss? Yet, Zhuo wore a countenance of complete normalcy, showing no signs of doubting his own thoughts. Such prowess was remarkable. Would an ordinary person harbor such notions? He could not help but wonder if he were dreaming. Come now, why linger in thought? It was time to depart. I had no desire to remain here any longer. I must claim the head of Xiao Mao, for he is now my adversary, and I eagerly anticipate our battle. Zhuo was filled with excitement, akin to a child's insatiable curiosity for the unknown, which left Wang Qing feeling somewhat exasperated. When would this lad ever exhibit a semblance of normalcy? Truly, he was a troublesome child. Consequently, They set out once more to locate the whereabouts of Xiao Mao. However, as they drew nearer to the domain governed by Xiao Mao, they were met with an overwhelming desolation that suggested the absence of habitation. Yet, they could distinctly sense the presence of individuals, albeit those who appeared to be frail and frightened. The remnants of the populace, old and ailing, peered through cracks in doors and windowsills, too fearful to emerge, as if they had suffered greatly at the hands of others. Why was this place so desolate? Were the bandits of today truly so merciless? Zhuo discerned the predicament at a glance. It was evident that the mountain bandits had wrought havoc here. Such individuals undoubtedly warranted a bounty on their heads. Failing to do so would indeed pose a greater issue, for they have already become a scourge to the region. Indeed, Xiao Mao should have long since met his demise. He is utterly devoid of rationality. Had it not been for the lack of opportunity to eliminate him, how could he possibly still be drawing breath? The royal city has long harbored intentions to eradicate him, yet certain matters remain unaddressed. As few are inclined to concern themselves with such affairs, they are preoccupied with their own survival. Were it not for Zhuo's proactive desire to bring about his end, the situation might have unfolded quite differently. Fellow villagers, I, Zhuo, have come forth to ensure the demise of Xiao Mao. Rest assured, should he survive the morrow, I will undoubtedly see to his end. Zhuo raised his voice towards the densely populated area of the village, observing the people with a sense of foreboding. It was disheartening to witness them being subjected to such indignities. However, what awaited him was an unsettling silence. This left him in an awkward predicament, as he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that these individuals were genuinely uninterested in engaging with him. Zhuo felt a profound sense of embarrassment, for he had expressed himself more than once, yet no one seemed to pay him heed. This truly was an awkward situation. Can you not extend me a modicum of respect? Are you truly content to have your lives dictated by others for eternity? Do you not yearn to rise and alter this dismal reality? This is an opportunity. Do you genuinely wish to forfeit your fate without a fight? It struck him as exceedingly peculiar that these individuals appeared as though their very essence had been siphoned away, showing no inclination to take action. This left Zhuo feeling quite uncomfortable. Such behavior was hardly befitting of a rational being, was it? Shouldn't a normal person be eager to welcome their saviors? Why was there an utter absence of response this time, bordering on the absurd? What game were these people playing? You needn't call out. They have likely been cowed by prior bullying, or perhaps someone has made promises without delivering, subjecting them to even more harrowing experiences. This could explain their palpable fear of us. Wang Chung surmised, believing this to be the case. After all, it would be entirely unnecessary for them to behave in such a manner otherwise. They must have witnessed the terrifying prowess of Xiao Mao and encountered numerous tribulations, resulting in their current apathy. Otherwise, no individual would act in such a way. At that moment, a child appeared, a girl, no less. Her presence was beyond the expectations of the two men. Surely, they would expect a more typical response? A mere child? Were these adults truly outmatched by the innocence of youth? Uncle, can you help me slay that mountain bandit? The little girl's eyes were remarkably large, devoid of any other emotion, save for an unwavering resolve, as though she sought to rectify a troubling matter. This was undeniably strange. What troubles you, little sister? Has that bandit committed some wrongdoing to warrant such distress? Zhuo sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from the young girl left him feeling distinctly uneasy. He even began to suspect that this village might indeed be plagued by numerous unseen troubles. My parents were slain by bandits, and the villagers torment me. I wish to ask my uncle to rid us of these marauders, so our village can return to its former glory. I despise the village as it is now, the girl declared, her eyes reflecting a singular, unwavering determination to exact vengeance, pure and simple. Dear child, he responded, I can assist you in dealing with those who threaten. But you must not harbor such hatred. Do you not realize that one should not carry enmity, especially at such a tender age? Some matters are best left to the adults. Rest assured, I will help you fulfill your wish. Zhuo felt a pang of compassion. This little girl was merely a few years old, yet she uttered such profound words, clearly bearing deep wounds. He vowed that he would not allow hatred to fester in her heart. Such feelings were unwarranted. As long as he remained strong, he would undoubtedly prevent such occurrences. Can we make a pinky promise? She asked, her eyes fixed on Zhuo. If you promise something, you must fulfill it. That is what my father taught me. Uncle, can we make a pinky promise? Her earnest request elicited a faint smile from Zhuo, though he found the situation somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, he was determined to honor her request. If he failed to uphold his promise, he would not deserve to be called a strong person. Very well, let us make a pinky promise. I will assuredly assist you in achieving your goals. Rest assured. I aim to become a formidable individual and will undoubtedly help you resolve these issues. Zhuo extended his little finger, and the young girl, filled with joy, immediately linked her pinky with his. She believed that any promise made in such a manner could indeed bring about change. It was absolutely possible. Thus, they joyfully made their pact. And Zhuo was confident in his ability to fulfill it, for otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. Everything had already been determined. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, intent on taking the girl away. Zhuo cast a glance her way but paid her little heed, assuming she was merely a relative of the child. You two brave souls, children are often naive. Do not heed their words. I will take proper care of my granddaughter. And I kindly ask that you do not hold it against us. The old woman's voice trembled, revealing a genuine concern. Zhuo perceived a flicker of fear in her eyes, suggesting that something troubling had transpired. Dear elder, we belong to the blood reversal faction. So there is no need to worry that we hail from the Sword Continent. Our purpose here is solely to eliminate that Su Mao. Rest assured. Wang Cheng, having discerned the underlying tension, understood that certain truths could only be recognized through experience. He sensed that these individuals harbored secrets they dared not voice, perhaps stemming from past encounters. Are you truly of the blood reversal? The old woman trembled once more. She understood the implications of such an identity. Though the ancient continent had met with failure, they were still aware of the existence of the blood reversal, which was conceived to rescue them, or so they believed. Yet, some were aware that the blood reversal was not as formidable as hoped. Their previous experiences had led to their current indifference, born from a profound fear of further failures. Should they falter, the consequences would be dire, potentially costing many lives, a terrifying prospect indeed. Su Mao was no ordinary individual. He was exceptionally ruthless. And those who crossed him seldom fared well. They had witnessed the aftermath of his wrath. Yes, we are of the blood reversal. And this time we shall surely bring Su Mao to his end. Have no fear. Even if I cannot prevail, this person beside me will surely take care of him, as he is far more powerful than I. Zhuo stated that there was a reason for his words. He did not wish to shatter the hopes of these individuals who had already succumbed to despair. Without a glimmer of hope, it was evident that they would plunge into utter hopelessness, rendering the village a complete failure. Thus, he was resolute in preventing such an occurrence. He aimed to breathe a modicum of vitality into this desolate existence, ensuring that hope did not vanish entirely from their lives. The village still had a chance for redemption. Observing their pitiful state, Zhuo felt a twinge of compassion. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous man, a fact he readily acknowledged, he understood that as a formidable being, he ought to embody the resolve befitting his strength. He was determined to eliminate the one who had tormented them. Such actions, though problematic for a powerful individual, were necessary to impose justice on those who abused their power. He was uncertain as to why he felt compelled to intervene in these matters. Perhaps influenced by the captain's ideals. This was an opportunity for him to ensure that his words resonated in the hearts of all. Perhaps this endeavor was not without merit. Many feared that associating with Zhuo would invite numerous complications, prompting them to maintain their distance. Their previous encounter had yielded unforeseen consequences, and they were unwilling to gamble again, acutely aware of the potential for dire repercussions. What do you propose we do? It seems they will not extend any assistance to us. They are already gripped by fear. Should further troubles arise, they may find themselves with no escape, destined for self-destruction. Wang Qing remarked, having gleaned much from observing their plight. These individuals had evidently endured severe exploitation, leaving them powerless to effect any change in their circumstances. What more can I do? He pondered. Of course, I must liberate them. I once knew a princess from a distant kingdom who, despite her despair, harbored the hope to survive and transform her nation, reviving what had long been moribund. If she, a mere woman of noble birth, could muster such courage, then surely they too possess the capacity for change. If this world does not evolve, it shall remain shrouded in the shadows of failure. Is our purpose not to liberate all that is ensnared? Although Zhuo is not particularly passionate about such matters, he finds himself devoid of activities at present. Thus, he resorts to this means to amplify his reputation across the globe, hoping to attract his companions. He harbors personal motives. No one can genuinely claim to be devoid of self-interest. He merely seeks to leverage these circumstances to fulfill his own ambitions, which aligns perfectly with the persona of a pirate. Let others judge the merits and flaws of his actions. He is a man who marches to the beat of his own drum, impervious to the influence of others on his convictions. Indeed, it seems you may evolve into a figure adored by many in the future. I never anticipated such words would escape your lips. Wang Qing grows increasingly intrigued by this young man. He is anything but ordinary, brimming with myriad thoughts. Yet at times, he exudes the aura of a beast on the verge of eruption, leaving one to ponder the true nature of his character. I have no desire to become a beloved figure, for that would necessitate relinquishing my fine wine. I intend to savor every drop for myself, withholding it from all. Everyone is the same. Zhuo's expression immediately changed. He would never allow others to reap the benefits that rightfully belonged to him. It was an unyielding principle he adhered to. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing nearly spat out several pounds of blood, utterly astounded. Just a moment ago, he had thought this fellow had gained some semblance of enlightenment, only to have that illusion shattered so quickly. What on earth was this individual thinking? Was it still possible to engage in a pleasant conversation? The fine wine is all mine. No one shall dare to compete with me for it. Zhuo, with an expression of utmost seriousness, posed this question, which truly infuriated Wang Qing. In a fit of rage, he delivered a powerful punch to Zhuo's head, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. After all, Wang Qing's strength was formidable, and his strike had a significant impact. What are you doing? Zhuo immediately became agitated, his astonishment palpable. He had never contemplated the mindset of this individual. Wasn't this a rather ordinary occurrence? Must all the benefits be relinquished to others? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. You are, after all, a formidable figure. Is this how one ought to speak? Truly, it warrants a moment of introspection. Tomorrow, you must eliminate that Xiaomao. Do you understand? Wang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, astonished that he found himself associated with such a person. This was indeed beyond absurdity. He truly should not have taken on this troublesome situation. He had never anticipated that Zhuo would utter such words. Humph. Zhuo snorted softly. Had he not known he could not defeat this individual, he would have certainly made him aware of his prowess. Sometimes, it is necessary to demonstrate one's strength to those who are overly self-assured, lest one be left utterly humiliated. Thus, they sought a place to rest. Many were unwilling to associate with them, leaving them with no lodging options. However, this did not imply they were devoid of means to sleep. The night soon enveloped the sky, and Zhuo, seemingly unfazed, drifted into slumber almost instantaneously. It was truly perplexing how he could fall asleep so quickly. What further developments await this young man? His future appears undeniably uncertain. Wang Qing felt exasperated. This lad projected a fearlessness that was characteristic of youth. How intriguing. It seems a captivating spectacle is set to unfold tomorrow. Wang Qing sensed a shift in the atmosphere, yet he refrained from sharing this with Zhuo, for it was a path of Zhuo's own choosing, and he possessed no authority to alter it. Nor did he wish to interfere. It would be best to allow him to navigate his journey freely. Thus, they awaited the arrival of the Mora with anticipation. During the night, a figure stealthily moved, evading detection as he made his way to the mountain peak. The territory of Xiaomao. He sought merely to convey a warning. Following previous events, he was wary of making any reckless moves. A single misstep could result in the loss of many lives. For the sake of survival, he felt compelled to act, even if such actions seemed morally questionable. At times, the lives of family and kin hold paramount importance, for it is these bonds that sustain existence. Without them, life loses its meaning. He was an elder, and after much contemplation, he resolved that he could not allow his village to be ravaged by these bounty hunters. The last encounter had been truly horrifying. Previously, others had attempted to eliminate Xiaomao, but each effort had met with failure, resulting in dire consequences. They were determined to prevent such occurrences from repeating. This was a matter of grave significance. After a lengthy journey, he finally beheld a stronghold, the base of Xiaomao, a formidable force in the region, seemingly backed by powerful allies, rendering him far more fearsome than the average individual. The last bounty hunter had foolishly provoked them, only to be defeated by their treacherous tactics, which had brought calamity upon their village. Now, another bounty hunter had appeared. If this escalated into further misfortune, it would truly be disastrous. It was unthinkable. They would be eradicated, and that was certainly not the outcome he desired. He must act before fate turned for the worse. Sir, I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Zhuo regarding the bounty hunters. The elder trembled as he spoke, genuinely fearful of these individuals. A single displeasure from them could spell doom for him. What era are we in that bounty hunters still roam? How amusing. If they dare come, they will not leave unscathed. You may return. I shall inform the chief, but I cannot predict the outcome. A common guard responded arrogantly. If even the lesser guards displayed such audacity, it was evident that they were a band of rogues, impervious to retribution. Please, speak kindly of us before Lord Zhuo. and do not let our village suffer further. If this continues, our village may truly perish." The elder bowed repeatedly, genuinely concerned about their potential wrath. They were merely an ordinary village, yet certain individuals insisted on preying upon the weak. Since the ancient continent's downfall, everything had shifted. They were now akin to slaves, devoid of freedom, subjected to daily torment. Such a life was genuinely terrifying. They wished to escape this existence, yet the bounty hunters showed no compassion. It felt as though they had been cast aside by the world itself. This sense of helplessness was overwhelming, yet there was no means to alter their fate. All they could do was plead for mercy, hoping for a shred of humanity. If even that were lost, what hope remained in this world? Enough. We have no power to change this. What Lord Zhuo decides is his own affair. However, rest assured, he is a good man. You should face no issues. Though I cannot speak for others. Another guard stated dismissively, treating human life as a trivial matter, perhaps even as mere fodder. The law of the jungle had been fully embraced. No one knew how this would ultimately unfold. Please, I implore you, do not leave us completely destitute. We only wish to live peacefully. The elder had reached a point of desperation, yet was met with cold glares and mockery. As if they were inherently masters of his fate, leaving him powerless to effect change. Such a reality felt profoundly unjust. Get lost. We're prepared to meet your demise tomorrow. We are mountain bandits, wielding the power to alter your fate. Blame your ancient continent's royalty for their ineptitude that allowed our realm to dominate. You possess no right to resist, only to submit. Wise up and leave quickly, or you shall not see the light of dawn. The guard's disdainful words extinguished any flicker of hope within the elder. Under such circumstances, they could only live in fear and dread, unable to control their own lives. A consequence of their ancient continent's defeat. The implications of this defeat loomed heavily, robbing them of dignity. Were such individuals even human? They seemed lesser than beasts. But they were powerless. After all, they were merely farmers, lacking the means to resist. Their adversaries were formidable, and how could they possibly stand a chance? Sighing deeply, the elder lamented the outcome. He had hoped that his actions might yield a semblance of hope, yet it appeared that even a glimmer of opportunity had been extinguished. They were beyond salvation. Had he remained silent, perhaps those two bounty hunters might have had the capability to assist them. Alas, it was too late now. Failure was inevitable. All due to his own actions. As he turned to leave, he overheard harsh words, yet he felt utterly powerless to change this world. He was but an ordinary man, yearning only to live a life devoid of suffering, not one that resembled the existence of a mere animal. By the time he returned to the village, it was already the dead of night. The village lay in profound silence. However, Wang Xing understood all too well that it was futile to ponder. The outcome was undoubtedly one of failure. How intriguing. He was eager to witness the capabilities of this Xiao Mao. A mere fourth-level being could indeed alter the hopes of these individuals. Truly, this world is exceedingly harsh. The weak possessed no power whatsoever. Wang Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. This land was originally theirs, a domain of the ancient continent. Yet now, as the vanquished, they had lost a measure of dignity. Were they not in the same predicament? At least he retained the strength for self-preservation, enough to endure. But these people were entirely different. They were the epitome of weakness in this place. Their fate was thus sealed. This is a commonplace occurrence. Not everyone has the ability to dictate their own destiny, particularly the weak. This village stands as a quintessential example. They lack strength and cannot affect change. Left only to witness events unfold further, resigned to the most dire outcomes. Yet, the two of them were not saviors. They were merely ordinary individuals, brought here by mere chance. Had it not been for coincidence, they would not have found themselves in this situation. They were simply fortunate by happenstance. It seems that this continent is indeed on the brink of upheaval. If things continue as they are, this world will be irrevocably enslaved. A scenario I do not wish to witness. At that moment, Wang Qing comprehended why Lu Zaixian had uttered such words. Action was imperative. Otherwise, the very place they inhabited would be utterly eradicated. Could this world still be the one they desired? Certainly not. Such a notion had never crossed their minds. Zhuo slightly opened his eyes, only to close them once more, for he believed that what was meant to arrive would inevitably come, while that which was not destined would never appear. In this simplicity lay his patience. He merely needed to wait. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had already broken. Yet a palpable gloom lingered in the air, as if the circumstances would remain unaltered. Many were engulfed in uncertainty, their days consumed by anxiety. Some matters demanded transformation. This quaint village, once bustling with early risers tending to their agricultural duties, essential for their very survival, found its tranquil existence irrevocably disrupted by the arrival of unwelcome guests. Zhuo and Wang Cheng suddenly awoke, sensing a presence approaching them, seemingly accompanied by a considerable number of individuals. Only those who have cultivated their abilities possess such an aura, which they could clearly perceive, while ordinary people exude almost none, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their essence. It appears that a remarkable individual has arrived, and he is mine. Zhuo immediately exhibited an expression of avarice, a countenance imbued with an eagerness for combat. One might ponder how the adversary would perceive such audacity, who could fathom the existence of those utterly unafraid of death. Do as you wish. After all, this is your duty. Your role extends far beyond merely eliminating Xiaomao. I observe that this village is rather impoverished. Let us proceed directly to their stronghold and plunder their possessions entirely. Wang Cheng stated, yet it is imperative that Zhuo undertake this task himself, for it is his assignment. No problem, I have engaged in such endeavors before. Let us bring this to a close. This village truly vexes me. Zhuo felt no apprehension whatsoever. He sensed that the aura of his adversaries was akin to his own, yet he was far from being feeble. Before long, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, among whom a leader rode forth on horseback. Zhuo too possessed a steed, albeit a rather diminutive deer, which he had temporarily entrusted to Lu Zaixian. He intended to ride it once it matured. How impressive it would be to ride a deer while others rode horses. Are you bounty hunters? Inquired a minor lackey. Stepping forward with an air of insolence, his tone laced with a habitual sharpness. Yet, he was devoid of any significant aura, merely an ordinary individual. Audacious enough to speak in such a manner, which underscored the underlying issue. Are we? I, for one, am unaware. What? Do you seek to provoke us? Zhuo is indeed a person of unique character. He would not simply heed the words of this individual. Some people, when they wish to act boastfully, should be shown what that truly entails. Oh, how feisty you are. I must admit, I underestimated you. I am inquiring of you. The minion was perplexed. This young man dared to act so arrogantly. It seemed that only through a bit of hardship would he come to understand. As he spoke, he seized Zhuo by the collar, driven by an impulse to strike. Yet, he soon realized that this was no mere impulse. It was a path to his own demise. I advise you to release your grip, or you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Trust me. By the way, is your leader under a bounty? Zhuo let out a cold laugh. This fellow was hardly worth his effort. Had he truly desired to engage, the man would have long since met his demise. Provoking a wild beast meant one must face the sharp claws of that beast. Ah, how audacious indeed. It seems I have a bounty on my head. 9,000 purple crystals. What? Do you intend to claim my life? The rider spoke, and Zhuo turned towards the voice. It belonged to a rugged man. Wielding a massive axe, his physique heavily muscled and his visage fearsome, marked by a scar that extended from his eye socket to the corner of his mouth, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Only 9,000? Does that not seem a trifle low? What is the bounty on my head in the royal city? Upon hearing the mere 9,000, Zhuo rolled his eyes, feeling that amount was indeed lacking. You are worth 200,000. He does not even measure up to your smallest fraction, Wang Cheng remarked indifferently, seemingly dismissing the opponent entirely. No, it was as if he did not regard him as a contender at all. To take him seriously, one would need at least an 8th-level adversary, while this fellow was merely at the 3rd level, truly insignificant. Ha ha ha, there must be limits to your jest. Do you truly believe you are the renowned Zhuo? Yet, he is only at the 2nd level, is he not? You are merely at the 3rd level as well. What is there to be so arrogant about? The man chuckled mockingly, though those around him took a prudent step back, evidently aware of the danger he posed. Indeed, I am Zhuo. However, I believe there is no need for further introductions, as I shall simply kill you. Though the bounty is only 9,000. It represents the foundation of my ascent to power. Zhuo flashed a grin, pondering how one could possibly be at odds with anything. Yet to be at odds with resources that could enhance one's strength would indeed be rather short-sighted. It seemed this sentiment had been influenced by Nami. For they had always been impoverished. Despite their high bounties, they remained in dire straits. What a spirited young lad. Just don't come crying for grandpa later. The man dismounted his horse, stretching his limbs, and immediately a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. Those were the sounds of his bones. Do you wish to engage in combat? Very well. It has been quite some time since I've had a good spar. My hands are itching for action. To be your opponent would be an honor, for I have longed for this opportunity. Zhuo appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of defiance that seemed utterly incongruous. His obstinacy was palpable. Yet I could not help but ponder how you would react if I truly decided to take action. After all, eliminating you might be deemed a natural course of events. Wouldn't it? The man sprang into action with surprising swiftness, a speed uncharacteristic of one of his stature. However, Zhuo was not one to be easily intimidated. Clang! A flash of fire erupted as a colossal axe blade struck against Zhuo's sword, and astonishingly, he repelled the blow with a single hand. His inherent strength was formidable. And in the face of such adversity, he effortlessly held his ground. But is that all there is to it? If that were truly the extent of your capabilities, you would hardly be my match. Zhuo gazed at his opponent with an air of indifference, as if observing a feeble adversary, his expression rife with contempt. Most would hesitate to confront him so boldly, yet Zhuo remained utterly unfazed. You, my friend, are quite the character. I refuse to believe that you can truly defeat me. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The man was taken aback. Zhuo was evidently no ordinary opponent, effortlessly parrying his assaults, an ability not typical of an average person. Clang, clang, clang. The man was resolute in his refusal to concede. It would be utterly absurd to be bested by someone of comparable strength. However, each of his strikes was effortlessly deflected by Zhuo, who seemed to see through his every move, rendering the man's efforts futile. It was a situation he had never encountered before. What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? If this is your limit, you are no match for me. It is as simple as that. Do you genuinely believe you can overcome me? Zhuo began to taunt his opponent, asserting that if the man's abilities were so meager, it was hardly worth expending energy on him. Some battles necessitate a swift resolution, and now was precisely such a moment. This individual was clearly outmatched. Zhuo was not merely boasting. The man was utterly incapable of raising his spirits against him. Do not be so arrogant. Do you truly think I would lose to you? The man was infuriated, his frustration mounting as Zhuo remained nonchalant, utterly dismissing him, which was truly galling. I haven't even had my meal yet, and yet your strength is surprisingly underwhelming. I anticipated you would be formidable. It seems you are nothing of the sort. Zhuo stifled a yawn, truly feeling feeble. He appeared to be among the weakest of the third tier. With such limited prowess, he was hardly a match for his opponents. What? Let me demonstrate my ultimate technique. If you possess any skill, then dare to receive it. I refuse to believe you can continue to boast. This is sheer disdain, naked contempt. Never has anyone dared to act in such a manner, yet this fellow boldly does so. It is indeed a first. He must understand that some individuals should never be underestimated. Come forth, then. I, too, am eager to see if you are truly as formidable as you claim. My objective is none other than your leader. And if your leader possesses only this level of ability, then I shall be thoroughly disappointed. Zhuo languidly remarked that this is the result of a profound disparity in strength. Indeed, the difference in capabilities between the two parties is truly vast. The man has been driven to the brink of madness by Zhuo's formidable power, never having anticipated such an extraordinary opponent, despite both being at the third level. Why is there such a significant gap in their strength? This conundrum eludes his understanding. He concentrated all his power into the axe, indicating that this might be his final strike. At last, there is something worth watching. Let me witness the nature of this power. Should I draw my sword or not? Zhuo is filled with anticipation, eager to discover whether this individual will provide him with a formidable visual impact. He is now nearly certain that this opponent is no match for his prowess. Indeed, he plans to defeat his adversary with a single strike. He possesses the confidence to assert that the opponent is merely at the pinnacle of the second tier, exhibiting numerous flaws in his techniques. These vulnerabilities, he believes, will ultimately seal the opponent's fate. With 9,000 purple crystals at stake, there is no reason to let this opportunity slip away. Even if the reward is slightly diminished, it still represents a valuable resource. You, my friend, can only boast while you still have the chance. Next year on this day, I shall pay homage to your demise. The man's muscles have swollen considerably, a sensation that is undeniably exhilarating. He has never encountered an adversary quite like this before. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Are you attempting to drive me to madness? Zhuo remained utterly unresponsive. Any indication of emotion had long since devolved into mere impatience. His vexation was palpable. With a mighty roar, the man summoned every ounce of his strength, delivering a staggering blow, a radiant arc of axe light that seemed to possess the power to cleave mountains asunder. Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly, as he too could sense the formidable power of this strike. It indeed seemed rather impressive. Given such strength, why had it not been revealed sooner? Zhuo became serious, drawing forth two blades. This strike represented the opponent's full force. To treat it lightly would indeed be a grave disservice. Perish, he declared. None of my peers can withstand this blow. Then allow me to demonstrate, he exclaimed, unleashing his dual-wielding technique, ascending the tower. Zhuo held two blades with their edges facing downward, as if they were firmly anchored in place. With a sudden tug, two streams of sword energy emerged, instantly altering the trajectory of the axe's gleam. What? The man was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. He realized that he had no chance left. Defeat was inevitable. The outcome was already determined. Your life shall be taken without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo found himself before his opponent, who had yet to register the encounter before collapsing into a pool of blood. The true essence of victory and defeat can be encapsulated in a mere moment. All else is inconsequential, as the outcome has already been determined. You, take me to your leader. I harbor the intent to eliminate him. Should you choose to repent, I may yet spare you, however. If you are resolute in your desire to combat me, I shall ensure that you all descend into the realm of Asura. Zhuo spoke nonchalantly, confident in his absolute right to utter such words, believing that no one could possibly intimidate him. Spare us, my lord. Spare us. The others, witnessing the scene, fell to their knees in supplication. Their second-in-command had been so easily dispatched, leaving them utterly helpless. Was it even conceivable to defeat him? Had they foreseen this day? They would have acted differently. Now, take me to him. I intend to eliminate Xiaomao. Zhuo left behind a formidable declaration, as though he were intent on shedding blood. This man had not even begun to exert himself. He was not here to engage in trivial skirmishes. True combat ought to be exhilarating and unrestrained. Very well. Let us gather the heroes. In that instant, their will to resist dissipated. This was a grave matter. Their second-in-command had been lost in such a manner. If they wished to survive, they had no choice but to rely on their leader's intervention. Wang Cheng, we entrust this to you. I shall certainly return with the head of Xiaomao. Go forth, for these minor confrontations pose no challenge. Wang Cheng perceived no difficulty in this. After all, this young man would inevitably stand on his own in due time, so let him proceed. Thus, they departed. And at that moment, the villagers finally regained their senses. This time felt different. It seemed there was indeed hope for salvation. The villagers gathered around, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, indescribable in nature. They had always lived in fear, and now they had been vanquished. Are you truly here to liberate us? At that moment, the elder who had gone to send word arrived, his heart a tumult of complexity, for he had doubted their strength and had still sent a warning. Such a scenario was utterly terrifying. Do not fret, elder, that young man will not be easily defeated. You too must have faith. He will surely provide you with a beautiful homeland. Wang Cheng spoke with layered meaning, indicating that they were not oblivious to the situation. Yet they were genuinely here to liberate them. Elder, on behalf of the villagers, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for your arrival today, we would have surely faced annihilation. The elder knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude and shame for his previous misguided assumptions. No need for thanks. This is our redemption. The redemption of us as the strong. Wang Cheng bore no heirs. They had indeed been remiss in their duties. Were it not for such negligence, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Now, they merely sought to improve the villagers' lives a little. Meanwhile, Zhuo marched forward with great determination towards conquering Xiaomao, while the subordinates of Xiaomao inexplicably found themselves under Zhuo's command, as though he possessed an innate royal charisma that could tame them. How much longer must this continue? I do not wish to remain in this state indefinitely. Should you dare deceive me, your fate shall be sealed. I trust you are not foolish enough to provoke such an outcome? Zhuo remarked that he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them, instilling a sense of fear that rendered them incapable of taking action. At least until they reached their destination, there was no way they would dare to act. Should they completely submit to Zhuo, what awaited them would be their demise. He would never allow such a situation to unfold, for it would lead to disaster. Once calamity struck, who could alter the course of events? Thus, it was best to eliminate Zhuo. This youth was indeed a significant obstacle. However, when the numbers at their stronghold increased, they would surely defeat him. They could not believe that Zhuo was truly that formidable. Their second-in-command must have underestimated him, allowing him to turn the tide against them. We are nearly there. Once we reach the summit, it will be our territory, stammered the one who had grasped Zhuo by the collar. Zhuo indeed had the capability to resolve their predicament, so he would do everything in his power to prevent such an eventuality. Cooperation was essential. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Very well. Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? Surrender your resistance. Only your leader might stand a chance against me, while the rest of you are utterly incapable of defeating me. Zhuo remained exceedingly courteous. Unlike the ruthless individuals from the Sword Continent who would slay indiscriminately, he harbored his own ambitions, a fact he did not shy away from. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, where a considerable number of people gathered, indeed, quite a few dozen. However, Zhuo regarded them with indifference, for he deemed them unworthy of his attention. Conversely, those within the stronghold held a different perspective. They were solely intent on eliminating Zhuo, as he posed a significant threat to their very existence, an undeniable peril. Brothers, we must vanquish him. We cannot afford to falter here. He has already slain our second-in-command and now seeks to eliminate our leader. We must not allow this wretch to approach him. The individual who had seized Zhuo by the collar finally articulated the words he had long held back, now that they were on their own turf. If they could not subdue Zhuo, their disgrace would echo throughout the stronghold. In an instant, the entire stronghold erupted into a flurry of activity, spurred by his declaration as they prepared for battle. This reaction was entirely expected, as they were well aware of Xiao Mao's temperament, should he unleash his wrath. Who could possibly intervene? With no room for retreat, they resolved to risk everything. Perhaps such audacity might yield a glimmer of hope. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Zhuo remained composed. At times, certain matters necessitate a profound transformation, given that they wished to take action. He bore no objections. Once the blade was drawn, the only course was to vanquish the adversary. That was imperative. These individuals appeared to be utterly deranged, fearlessly charging forward as if oblivious to death itself. Since you have chosen the path of Asura, my duty is to escort you to meet Asura. Zhuo sighed. Since the situation had escalated to this point, there was no need for him to concern himself with them any longer. This was their choice, and they would naturally have to bear the consequences. Dual-wielding, blade wolf style, Zhuo took action as well. Since these individuals have chosen this path, let him deliver them their final lesson. They must learn that overestimating their own capabilities is folly. His figure flickered and vanished, swiftly defeating the few leading the way. He did not employ the blade's edge. Rather, he wielded the back of the knife, for it was only fitting to use such a method against these foes, lest he undermine his own prowess. The return of the fierce blow. Once again, his form flashed, and more adversaries fell before him. At that moment, they comprehended the true terror of this man. How could he so effortlessly vanquish them? Continue. If your skills are limited to this, you stand no chance of defeating me. Did you not seek to overcome me? The opportunity lies before you now. Come forth. Zhuo was exceedingly provocative, for he truly possessed such formidable power that he could indeed alter the course of destiny. He was imbued with the confidence to vanquish them all. Continue the fight, he declared, for I have no need for ineffectual subordinates. It appears your second-in-command was not as